just talking about the jobs that Americans want to do and don't want to do. The truth is, we've become the society where we want things cheaply. We want cheap goods. We want cheap. To higher prices in relation to higher wages. I think that, it's kind of like, people knock Hillary Clinton. When West Virginia, the code, right? And Hillary said, teach them to code. That was dumb. But maybe what they could have done was teach some of these people who obviously know how to work with their hands to build components, to build phones, to build things.
Yeah.
It's like we have all of this untapped land where literally nothing is happening. And people will say, well, what about farmers and what about this? If agriculture were so great, why do we subsidize farmers to the levels that we subsidize them? I just think like we have more people than we have economic output for it. And I think America really needs to figure out how to be profitable as a country the way other countries are making themselves profitable. But I also think Americans don't want to pay for anything. They don't ever say it, but they don't want to pay for anything. They don't want to pay. People bitch about immigration, but if you had to go and blueberries were like $20, people would bitch about that too. Americans are just bitching about everything. That's just my opinion.
We can bring John up.
Marshall, you're not.
I know, but I didn't fit in work, so somebody else has to provide it.
So back to the title. Is Donald Trump nuts? What do you guys think?
He's crazy on the box.
It's funny, like
He's like the smart person ever, but also he's like the dumbest person ever.
So here's my thing, right? Who's really running the show? Who do we really think is running the show? Like we go
Susie Wilds is running the show.
Yeah,
and we go from videos of him literally falling asleep in a meeting to then other people saying, oh no, he's playing like 5D chess. Which it can't be both. So which one is it? Right? Did you guys see the clip that they tried to block where I guess the meeting was over and he says, I could use a good shit, right? And they cut it off, but the
I think Susie Wilds is really running the show.
I really think she's
I don't know, maybe it's a combo, but I think she's exceedingly capable. And I think, it's interesting because as chief of staff, she has kept below the radar, which he loves, right? He does not like to be outshone. And I think she is actually managing the ship. And you're right, there might be some Jared Kushner feedback, but I think Susie Wilds is running the show. And I think she's, I think he can trust her and can go be blusterous and crazy and insane. And I think she keeps the ship, steered straight.
So I think that we have to decide if he really is like running the show or if he pops in or they put him in the chair when something has to happen. I struggle to understand the argument that he's just this fucking greatest thinker. And then at the same time they're calling him the
I think I just think once in a while he gets at the poker table and wins some big hands.
So, for me, right, it's like, so I've got a former CIA buddy who lives in New York, and, the CIA is everywhere. They're not just like running clandestine things. The CIA owns companies. The CIA is involved in a lot of shit, right? And so,
in everything.
yeah, they're in everything, right? And so it's like, we had lunch the other day, there's stuff he will never put in writing, but he'll only say like on phone, like in person, and he says like he just doesn't think that he's running things. He's like, because everyone said that this conflict with Iran was not winnable. Everyone said, every analyst said,
You know what size their army is?
no.
I looked this up. I couldn't believe it. They have a bigger army than we do.
Yeah, army. I thought you said army. Yeah.
They have 1 billion soldiers. Yeah. We have about 900,000, 950,000. They outnumber us. Well, I'm sure they're decent numbers and something. Wow. But they have a bigger army than we do.
Yeah, it's,
So does North Korea and China. I think Russia has a larger set of armed forces than we do.
it's kind of like, so this whole thing about the Strait of Hormuz, right? Every analyst said, hey, if we do this, they're going to shut down the strait. And then we do it, he does the press conference, and he said, I never thought they would have shut down the strait. That can't be true. Because every analyst, they've been saying that not only military analysts, but economic analysts have been saying this since the early 2000s, right? Leave this little piece of the world alone because they're going to go and try to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. So it becomes a question of, and again, like, a month ago, someone went into the futures market and they put a $2 billion short on oil. He comes out and he says, we've got a deal. And this is all public record, right? Someone made $60 million in 20 minutes. And it's happened 3 times. And Marshall, I think we talked about this in one of the garage rooms, right? So it's like, someone is making money. And I wouldn't put it past him that he's a part of whatever the scheme is. If you look at what just happened, right? So China is backfilling oil, like making future payments to Iran, right? So I think it was the Ferguson Institute, was it Ferguson? Someone made, they were like, how long? The idea was that we're going to starve Iran. How long can Iran do this, right? But China has been making payments against future deliveries of oil. So right now, the idea is that Iran is probably sitting on $30 billion in their, I forgot what their capital fund. So they were saying that before, where they thought Iran would maybe have a month of money before they really started suffering. They now think Iran can hold out for another 18 months financially. Because China is playing like they always do. China is playing the long game. And they have been making future payments. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but the Chinese ambassador, I think it was Friday, said, hey, we can't have, China is the world's manufacturer, and China needs that oil to manufacture shit. And the Chinese are starting to
he's going to take power away. But I do want to pass the thing to Jarl. Jarl, I do have a question for you. What genocide is he funding? I saw that, I'm curious.
I'm sure you're going to argue over the definition of genocide, but I keep Iraq is only to the genocide soon, so the 3 more months, and yeah, for free genocide.
Yeah, but other than direct military aid, we didn't really have much to do with Gaza. That was kind of the Israelis on their own, wasn't it?
Sure, yeah, sure. At least you don't deny it. Yeah. You guys, that's awful love. Trump had the last however many presidents.
I don't know, I wrote this down the other day. U.S. like individual spending on something like funding Israel on a high year is between $20 and $25 a year. On a high year, it's between $90 and $120. Like really, per year. So you're really paying nothing for this. We then pay for Ukraine, Egypt, Syria, and a couple of other places, and that amounts to like 1% of overall federal spending. Right? It's just not like it does not make a significant amount of money we devote to things.
Most of the money that we actually give to Ukraine is Russian money, and that's why I don't know if you saw last week, they actually lifted, the administration lifted some of the Russian sanctions because before this, most of the aid we had kind of seized, I think it was $270 million. We seized a lot of money from the Russians. And this is the money that we were kind of giving to Ukraine to fight the war. And so when people would say we're giving Ukraine all this money, it wasn't actually true. We were giving the Ukrainians the Russian money.
War of Independence happens. Obviously, the rest is history. They become a country. He was convicted back then of arms smuggling. And many years later, his son happened to be roommates with Bill Clinton in, was it law school or college? One of the two. And Clinton pardoned this man and took away his crimes. It was like, 60 years later or whatever. But it was pardoned. It just made me think of someone I know that was pardoned and where the climate had changed. And, when it was a crime back then, it was viewed differently.
Well, I feel like
If that makes any sense. I feel like that story.
Hamilton's defense in Federalist number 74 is also a good one, which is, if I recall correctly, the criminal codes are necessarily severe. However, without some easy access to mercy, justice can become cruel, and thus be against the general principle of, not invoking cruel and unusual punishments. So it boils down to the idea that a legal system needs to have a deliberately non-judicial mechanism for mercy because courts are bound by law as written. Bound by law as written. And so with the court being bound by law as written, there are convictions that can occur that maybe people disagree with, maybe the person personally disagrees with, and it can be benevolent. I mean, in a hypothetical that I think might be a little bit divisive, let's say a parent takes it upon themselves to should be sentenced and tried and do their whole thing and end up in prison, but there's room, according to law, for them to end up on death row, just based on the circumstances. And it may be that that was a deeply unpopular situation because of the detail work around it. Like I can think of enough.
Okay, so say with that one, someone else could chime in, doing all the talking here, but you could mitigate that in front of a jury. You could mitigate what the criminal intent was at the time, and what the provocation, and did it mitigate some of the crime. I mean, it doesn't mean because it's a statute and you committed a murder or an act of violence that through the process of a jury or a trial, some of that would come out and not justify the act, but mitigate is the optimal word. So I don't know if I agree with you, but I'm sure I'm boring people like this.
I'll jump in for a second. I would say that in your example, Brigham, there is an alternative to power. The judge has the power, even if the jury is going to convict. You can do a directed verdict and say, hey, jury, thanks for showing up. I'm making a decision that is not the same as yours, and I'm going to let the person free. So there are ways for them to not have to pay the price for the crime that they actually did, but there are circumstances that the law can't deal with, but the judge can.
Correct. What the Abby asked me to, have you ever known other attorneys to provide ineffective counsel?
Are you serious with that question?
Right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. And have you ever known just to get things wrong?
Who's got it wrong?
Judges things
Every minute.
Right. And do juries occasionally get things wrong?
Yes. But that doesn't change our system, and that the system is a system that works and functions. It's going to have inaccuracies. But if you have ineffective counsel, there are ways to redress that wrong. You can go back to court and petition for a new trial if you had ineffective counsel. If the judge was biased, you appeal. You have a process of appeal. If a verdict is also appealable, if information was not vetted properly through the jury process. I mean, we have within our system, embedded in our system, the ability to question those wrongs and to redress those wrongs. I'm sorry, guys. It's someone else. Where's mine?
I do have a question for both of you, but we'll let Ray go first because Abby talking way too much.
I know, guys. I don't need to. I'm gonna watch dog TV.
I actually like you, Abby. I like when you talk. It's fun. What if for presidential purposes that it wasn't a sole accusatory executive kind of thing, where they could decide they want to, but they have to get it signed off by someone else. It has to be countersigned. I don't know who exactly would do that, if it's a person or if it's a body. Would that make it better? But they don't get the final choice of whether they get the partner or not.
So like it goes to the Speaker of the House or something like that.
I was thinking that was actually my first thing, but I was thinking maybe it'd be better if it was somebody that was nonpartisan, or they could be a part of it.
Like the Chief Justice.
Yes, the Chief Justice could do it. That would be the best because they're actually supposed to be nonpartisan.
You still have to amend the Constitution to do that.
Because I was looking for a workaround. That was not good. Okay, forget that.
You know, if we're doing a constitutional amendment today, perhaps it has to be agreed on by multiple parties. Maybe it needs to be both
representative from all three provincials that might be good.
A lot of people who believe in this minimum basic income, George Bush and Trump issued checks every American. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? So what I'm trying to say is, even though we're $40 trillion in debt, we can't necessarily delete it. But what we can do is just issue checks to Americans, and that means you have to be the socialists. Hello?
I think you're the matrix, John.
John, what's the matrix?
Can't hear you, John. Give me that.
Fucking silence. Usually got some good shit to say. I couldn't hear him.
Please don't do that. What brought this pardon thing on? What was the genesis of this?
The pardon thing, because we were talking about Comey and talking about whether he was pardoned when Biden went and pardoned everybody. We were talking about all the people in government that Biden pardoned. I was talking about that, and the question was whether Comey was in the grouping of Adam Schiff and all the people that were pardoned under Biden. That's how
Yeah, okay, but that wouldn't cover his C chef and his 37-6 thing because that happened after Biden was
Correct.
president. So that doesn't help, even if he was. Was he on the list? Was he part of it?
I don't know. I never got to check.
I don't know. But it won't help me with the problem he's got right now.
I mean, so what? Are you saying you don't have the right to pardon either?
Pardon? Well, you asking me or you asking me?
Either.
What's the question again?
You don't want governors to have the right to pardon either?
I actually, on the fence on this thing, I actually like the idea of pardon. It's mostly, I'm not usually emotional about stuff. But I just want to make sure that if I ever needed it, I want to be able to do it. And I don't want to give it up.
Right.
Were you thinking like when the guy's on death row and they call the governor like right before they pull the switch, like that kind of thing?
No.
Movies?
No, I'm thinking that.
I'm asking the attorney to do that.
No, the governors have the right.
Right, but don't they always call the governor? Do you remember the scene with Jim Cagney, like in the chair, call the governor? Right?
Yeah, but that's a state crime.
Well, that's what she's asking. She's asking that question.
I like that. I actually, that was a little of my emotional argument. Other than that, I'm in agreement with you, and I think Brigham is agreeing with you too. It's just too easily abused because there aren't even any standards of who you pick.
Yeah, I think that Joe and I are probably more aligned on the issue than the Abby and I are, but I broadly agree with that.
You know what seems odd to me is they wrote the Constitution. They tried to get rid of all of the, especially both rights standard. They tried to get rid of sort of all the bad habits of the monarchy system. And the one thing they left on was this notion of giving pardons. It's sort of like this one sort of thing left for the president. You could say for the governor since this king thing. I wish it was done at the sort of House of Representatives where it would be based on sort of the people, the representatives of the people as opposed to a single person who just has no check.
Well, yeah, I'm just glad they didn't keep the other side of that coin off with his hat. I'm glad they didn't keep that part.
No, but if you look at the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, all of them, everything up to pretty much the Ninth Amendment, they're all to rectify things that we didn't like that the British did.
Oh, no, you made a very cogent argument. I made a really bad joke.
Sorry, I didn't catch this. I had a hard time with the word, but I just don't understand why we have this
in Article 2, it's not in.
Yeah, I know it's in the Constitution.
But, and my point was where it came from, the whole climate of England at the time and why they had pardons. And it made sense historically. It just, it's changed now. Our executive branch is aware of what our judicial branch is doing. In those days, that was the fear, that the monarchy didn't know what the magistrates were doing.
I think that would have been a better, I'm sorry, debate Constitution. I would have put it with the House.
Right thing is value is key. So much hate is going to I think it's like counterparts, because the courts do even a worse job of that, because they don't understand financial crime, most judges, and certainly most juries. And there you can have a miscarriage of justice, and it can look like rich guy got richer, put him in jail, and he really didn't deserve it, but there was enough evidence to convict him, and somebody actually says, you know what, this guy really didn't deserve to be in jail for these financial crimes. Let's get a pardon for him. Either at the state or the federal level.
I agree with that too.
Can you hear me, Abby?
Is he in the Matrix?
Matrix again.
Hello? It says, Representative Brokana says that Benjamin Netanyahu in the Situation Room is a betrayal of the American people. Do you agree or disagree?
It was Ro Khanna in the Situation Room with the gal on the app that was in the Situation Room. What's her name? Victoria? Are they in the Situation Room together?
I'm not sure. I think Victoria's Situation Room could be on the 23rd floor of the psychiatric wings.
I don't like Ro Khanna, and I don't follow him. Sorry.
So we're also not hanging around with girls in Victoria's Secret, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this with Victoria Ro Khanna in the Situation Room.
Yeah, I'm voting for Thomas Massey.
Boy, do you see there's a really good guy running against Massey. He's a war hero, veteran, like wonderful, smart guy. Very,
Show up to the big Massey. Massey is destroying him. But, obviously, this guy has billionaires backing him, but come on, Abby. I mean,
Caroline's got a lot of people behind him. He's very popular
I
account.
mean, all the statistics that Massey puts out shows that Massey's going to win. I very much doubt that this guy's going to beat Massey. It's going to make Massey so much more powerful than he already is. I mean, you got to realize that Massey.
I know. What does the polling say? I haven't looked. Has anyone looked at the polling in that district?
Massey and Rokana have been very successful. They have brought up over 50.
What's the polling look like in that?
People have had to retire because of Massey and Rokana's Epstein files.
Who has polling in that district? You know, Necro? Can you pull it up? This guy is a very apt opponent. Let me see if I can pull up some recent.
Yeah, I would be stunned if there's any person in this district that will like Massey more. That likes him more than Massey.
I'm 182 points away from being 1% common.
Let me ask you though, do you think karma is reciprocal or do you think karma is just action and doing? There's no cause and effect in karma. Do you think people don't translate karma?
Karma comes from the gods. Yeah.
It's Reid Hoffman's plantation. We're all just plantation workers serving Reid Hoffman.
You know, I actually looked at Alistair Crowley. I liked who he was. I didn't really like his guitar stuff.
His name is Ed Gallerin, and the primary is, this is in the primary, it's May 19th.
Albert hates me, but now he likes the guy in the coat.
Yeah, no, I like who you put it up. I don't necessarily hate you. I just think, I see why you do what you do, but I don't actually enjoy it. I'm just being honest.
You mean you don't like my mockery of people on this app who are worthy of mockery?
Well, I think you mock everybody. You mock
Some people I actually appreciate and listen. You know, they provide incredible analysis and thoughtful insight that I had never heard elsewhere. I want information at. Hello?
Well, I'll talk more for you, John. I'll say more things going forward so that you can get
Stop wearing makeup and everything will work out.
Yeah, I like how you choose to reveal your age, John, because you said you don't want people to think you're too young.
It's true. I don't want people to judge me for my age. It's not a good thing. They want to wait for me to grow up. I think when I'm getting to a certain age, you can listen to me. And I don't think I need to do that. It's not necessary.
I'm sure you something about me.
Talk about this corrupt police officer, James Comey, one of the most corrupt law enforcement officials in American history. Hello?
He's not a good bomb. The mafia would not take him. He's not even Italian.
So his daughter, you know, she didn't even have to file with the National Merit Court. She's going straight to trial. And I have personally also filed an EEOC complaint against federal employees for violence in the workplace, sexual harassment, etc. What I'm trying to say is that James Comey is so corrupt that thank God Trump fired AG Rodney. Now we got a real man who's going to take down a corrupt cop. Because James Comey deserves to go to jail. And I can't wait for him to go to jail. And we'll have a party and we will celebrate here at Clubhouse when James Comey reports to jail. How?
He's going to jail because of the shells. I'm sorry.
I would love more than shells. Apparently, you people forgot about Russia.
I agree with you, but that's not what the indictment is about.
Oh, really? Well, the indictment expands as soon as we get in some cuffs and his disgusting daughter. These people are traitors, they're criminals, and I can't wait for them to go
You're
to
not
jail.
wrong, but they gotta get an indictment on that shit. Like, that's what the original indictment was about. This indictment is on the fucking shelves. Hello?
Yeah, you know, the shells are actually a better case than you might think, but I still think it's about 50-50. And it should be really good for you.
Just because you think it's shells, and I'm going to now run a query, and you're going to get an extract of the key points from the indictment. Please hold.
Yes, you do that real quick.
No, take
I'll wait.
Take
I'll
your
wait.
time and get it right.
I'll wait. It has absolutely zero to do with Russiagate.
Deputy, I've spoken once a day in this room, and I spoke.
I know you have. You came in as a hot Catholic. And still wrong about this indictment, but you know, you love her anyway.
I just looked at the formula on Massey.
Yeah, I mean,
And then for an incumbent to be under 50% makes it competitive. So, I mean,
Yeah.
we'll see, he's got the edge on it, but it's definitely competitive now. It's like 14% undecided in that district. Something like that. I don't know if you're reading what I'm reading that one.
I got the
I
extract.
looked it up. Yeah, it's below 50%, but yeah.
Are you ready for the Comey indictment? So it has nothing to do with shells. That's just the fake news. Are you ready? You want to know the charging language for count one? Or no? Sure. Too much? Okay, this is charging language for count one. False statements. 18 USC 100 182. On or about September County investigation concerning person 1. Charging statement number 2, explanation why the statement was correctly false. That statement was false. Because as James B. Comey Jr. then and there knew, he in fact had authorized person number 3 to serve as an anonymous source in news reporting regarding an FBI investigation concerning person 1. Number 3, violation clause for count 1, all in violation of 18 U.S.C. 100. Number 4, charging language for count 2, obstruction of a congressional proceeding, 18 U.S.C. 1505. On or about September 30, 2020, the Eastern District of Virginia, the defendants had James B. Comey Jr. did corruptly endeavor to influence and impede the due and proper exercise of the power of the inquiry, under which an investigation before the Senate Judiciary Committee for making false and misleading statements before that committee, all in violation of 18 U.S.C. Violation clause for count 2. The full indictment is over 2 pages. Anyways, that's it. So nothing about shells. Hello.
That's the old indictment.
Doesn't 86 have multiple definitions?
Yeah, we talked about that a bit.
Sorry. Got to know a few minutes ago.
The new indictment is that he knowingly and willfully made a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States.
Maybe just wanted to remove from office. This is crazy.
So, go back to your indictment search, please, sir.
Top 10 extracts from the latest James Comey.
Dated April 26th, 2026.
Came out 2 days ago.
Maybe I maybe it's 8th, 28th. It was the 28th, sorry.
Ag and Comey.
Yeah, I fully support Comey, like that agreement to Comey. So after farming too.
Here it is.
Thomas Massey.
So what charges would you bring against her?
Count 1, on May 15th, 2025, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, James Brian Comey knowingly and willfully made a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States, and that he publicly posted a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells. Oh, look, seashells is in the fucking indictment. Just like I said, arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of an intent to do harm to the President of the United States in violation of Title 18 United States Code, Section 87 or 871A. Count 2, on or about May 15, 2025, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, the defendant, James Brian Comey Jr., knowingly and willfully did transmit interstate and foreign commerce a communication containing a threat to kill President Donald J. Trump, specifically by publicly posting a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of intent to do harm to President Trump.
Faster next time.
I'm looking at the indictment as well.
That's deal with making threats to the president. And the fact that he's like, fucking FBI making sigil death threat, homicidal ideation statements about killing the president. I can't believe this.
I love how you change your
fucking jam.
Now it's all about the motherfucking seashells.
Guys, there's separate indictments, right? It's the two proposed.
That's what I said. There was an indictment that was dismissed without prejudice, and this is a new indictment, and they're completely different. I have no problem with the situation of free speech being targeted here because there's a lot of discrepancy about what 86 means. And the most general reference for 86 is remove, not eliminate or kill.
Well, that's why you have a trial.
Free speech.
That's why you have evidence and you have a trial.
Concerns
That's
for
why
free
you
speech.
present it.
That's not your concern. It's not free speech. That's not what you're concerned.
No. This one's been on the books for over 100 years, and James Comey should have to defend himself if that's what it is.
How do they prove intent that he intended to kill, intended to
You look at the circumstances, you look at what, I mean, that's how you present evidence. You have obviously discover and see other social media posts. You have to see whether there were emails or texts or anything that would express the intent for harm. I mean, you have to build your case. I mean, that's what they're going to have to do. And if they
if you have a massive case of TDS, which it sounds like you do, then you're fine. They did a survey of Democrats after the assassination attempt, and fully 1/3 of them were upset that the assassin was able to kill Trump. So chances are 30% of the Democrats on this call want Trump dead, which means we have massive TDS, but you also are biased in your view towards things, and just own it. It's okay. We're not going to
I'm explaining how evidence works in a criminal trial. What does that have to do with TDS? Somebody just asked me. I'm a Republican.
That is the furthest thing from TDS.
So what
It's
you're
not
saying
TDS. I was just
they'd have to
explaining
show.
how you would prove this. You have to show the mens rea of some type that there was an intent, or if you look at it, and I was trying to look at it almost from a negligence standpoint of what would be foreseeable, because that's what we were talking about before. Is he still in here?
No, you, of course, are saying that, like in general, so many Democrats are so crazy right now with their, brain not fully functioning that they have TDS so badly that they're so biased it's hard to even have a conversation with them. And of course not you, Abby, but I'm talking about some of the others, like a couple I heard on here, which sound like, no matter what, it's Trump's fault, Trump's a criminal, Trump's a bad guy. So only, of course, is innocent because, he's on their team. And it's just such a boring.
There's nobody on this stage right now that's a Democrat. We're all Trump supporters. Necro, sorry.
And Necro wants to indict Bondi, so I'm reading what you would be indicting her for, Necro. So can you be specific on what criminal act? Because indictment would mean criminal. So explain to me how you would put together your indictment that you're suggesting on Bondi.
The case that she violated the Absolute Transparency Act by not releasing by the deadline, and of course also leaking names of victims against orders.
Okay, well, let's talk about what the Transparency Act, what was her reason at the time that what was released was there national security reasons? What was the reason that was given?
Well, that was the thing, never got it right. Is there a criminal statute behind the Epstein?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Probably good for criminal statute.
Yeah, how does it tie in?
It's actually law that was passed, and by not performing according to the statutes of the laws, they actually violated the law. AG Van Body, you dropped the fire.
That'd be a violation. It wouldn't be put her in jail, correct? I think they're trying to say put her in jail.
It might be an administrative thing too. It could very well be.
You have to look at it. Is there an abusive process? I'm trying to understand more criminal act.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I'm struggling with that. So Necro, again, take me to. It says a criminal penalty. I'm missing what we're asking, Counselor.
exactly. It's just prosecutorial, objective. It's the future.
Right, but there's no abuse of, is there abuse of process?
Abuse of process. It's the fact that it's going to be, it's political. If somebody wants to bring charges against her in the future, that's what it's going to be. If she gets
Under what criminal statute?
It's political.
You're missing what I'm asking.
What would they charge her with?
So, do you wanna try?
They
What would
wouldn't
they charge her?
nothing's wrong for her to be sued by the victims, but they wouldn't be. There's not a statute behind it.
No, it's under the retard act. I'm a retard. Trump Navy, scumbag. That's what it is. Why do we try to take it serious?
Yeah, I'm not happy.
She's
got immunity for life. She has immunity for stuff with everybody that's named in there. She cannot be personally.
Transparency Act.
Not her person to be against.
There were serious repercussions from this act. Over 50 people resigned their positions, and one of them was a prisoner. So there were a lot of people that got fucked up by this release, and they had to resign their positions and resign in disgrace, completely separated, no pensions, all kinds of consequences for being in these files. And those people have suffered.
She did get fired.
Think about the perps who were hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, not with the AG bomb.
A brief moment of identification. I don't know why you're screeching like a banshee. You know you get mic time on the stage. Dang. I'd like to invite everybody that loves Bomb Serendipity, the hostess with the mostest in this public space. Please share some love with her. We are combating negative karma, and she deserves every bit of laughter and love we can provide her. Also, welcome being to the stage. It's nice to see you.
Serendipity is the best mod on the It's like my favorite mod. Okay, so just going through this, if you want to look at whether she was in contempt of Congress, is that where you're going with it?
I think.
Like, I'm trying to understand where the obstruction of justice comes in, because that's where she would have to be criminally obstructing justice. In the
Like I said, I think there's legitimate grounds, but I think not the person who's done the extensive investigation, so I can't charge her. So, can't charge anybody. Yeah, because I'm not prosecuted, so I can't charge her.
Well, they're bringing charges against Dr. Fauci's laboratory assistant, who was helpful in bringing the COVID-19 vaccine disaster to America and the rest of the world.
Do you have proof on that, like an article?
Put it in the link. There's also this thing called Google, and you can also try to search for what I'm talking about. Hello?
Is he in the Matrix here?
Yes.
Yeah, leave the room again and come back.
There's a lot of worse for those who got vaccinated. You made a bad decision. You were lied to.
I'd like to hear from Mark,
I
too.
feel for you. I hear you're suffering.
Mark, how's it going? It's been a minute, Mark.
It's going good. I got a question for you guys. What do you think is the real reason why UAE left the ocean? Is it just a fight with Saudi and UAE?
I think they're going to open up those lines, Mark. I think that the whole shipping line, they're going to, the intent originally before October 7th that the Saudis had to try to build a line almost going all the way through to the port of Haifa, like in that direction, and everything got screwed up after the 7th. But I think the UAE may be looking at that transportation route. They talked about putting a rail line in. I think it opens up trade going in that direction. I don't know. What do you think?
It's one I'm asking, I'm not sure, but it does seem like maybe it's a little spat between Saudi and Riyadh, and UAE. And where maybe Saudi's sort of growing colder on Israel, and UAE is obviously warmer. I mean, I don't know.
They have been warm, but I don't know. Can we not talk about, can we just not do the Middle East right now? I know, no offense, Mark, but like we were on something here.
Yeah,
We're staying domestic tonight a little bit. So can we just go back to, where's Necro? Is he still here? Did we lose him? Oh, Necro, are you still there? I'm still trying to figure out how he's going to do this indictment.
What is it about Thomas Massey that you hate so much? I know he doesn't want to fund Israel.
I don't like that he what he does with the Republican Party. I mean, what don't I like about it? He trying to get major Republican proposals that come down to a hair of votes, and he can't vote with the party, including important fiscal, just various different types of legislation that he just on principle opposes, and it's problematic for the party, and so that's why I don't like it.
Didn't he wasn't he gonna work with who was that big shit? Connor, yeah, to increase the number of fucking number of H1B1 immigrants that will come in from fucking India. I don't mind parts of him. I understand he's more libertarian, which I can stand him to a degree, but he's I don't even know what the fuck he's doing, to be honest. I don't even know what he's doing.
He makes the job harder to try to get legislation through. He just makes it harder.
You can read his content. He puts out a lot of content. All this ad hominem projection. Just you guys aren't critiquing his content, but his opinions, his economic philosophy, his legal philosophy. I mean, you guys have said specific.
I don't give a flying fuck about his legal philosophy or his fiscal philosophy. I care that he's a member of the Republican caucus and he fucks them over. That's what I care about. I'm sorry, but one dude in Kentucky is not, to me, should not be determinative of whether legislation can get through, and he purposely goes against his own caucus on a regular basis. I mean, just look at his voting power.
Well, yeah, that's kind of why I like him. He is putting forward both party stuff.
I mean, I appreciated that part. I'm somebody who does not care about the Epstein files. It's just fucking retarded people fixated on it. But, to be fair, the president did release he's running, so it's okay, well, yeah, now you have a bunch of retards that are angry. It's like if you dog a treat and you don't give them one, they're going to be mad. And so it's kind of, I didn't necessarily have a problem with continuing, standing up for the files release, but I mean, a lot of this other shit, like the H1B1, I don't know, I mean, for a libertarian, maybe that's kind of in line with his philosophy. But I don't think he's necessarily good for Republicans.
We had to pass the beautiful bill, correct? I mean, the Republican Party, while they are in power in Congress, was trying to get legislation, compromised legislation with respect to the Republican Party and how they worked that bill. Not all of it was wonderful, not all of it was horrible, but it was a compromised bill that the Republican Party put forward, voted against it. Just go through major pieces of legislation that, and it's a thin margin that they have. So, then leave the party caucus. Go be an independent. That's my point.
Before I shut it down for the night, I'd like to talk about the cool guy. What did he call himself? He gave himself this nickname, Friendly Federal Assassin. an educator / tutor, and he had internalized the propaganda against Trump is something we should pay attention to.
How do you know that's what brought him to his like, I think you're doing a little bit too much from my reading there.
Did you read the letter that started his 1,000-page manifesto?
Yeah, but when it comes to extremists, I don't really think you can say, I don't think it's as easy as saying they were propagandized. Like, people can come to radical conclusions all on their own with information they're given. So, like, I can read, whether I'm on the left or the right, I can read something. Normal people will process the information, feel a certain way, and they will not necessarily, it won't make them an extremist. And it definitely does not make most people want to go out and kill the fucking president. I mean, that's just he's somebody who I don't think is it's likely an issue with him in general.
So random.
Well, I mean, I have views that are like not popular, and like I don't like never plan to go out and like start beating up people or doing a terrorist attack. I mean, it's fucking crazy. But people that do that, I think they have all throughout time. And I think that when people try to, this is kind of, I don't like seeing the right use this whole, what they call stochastic terrorism argument, where even saying not so nice things about will lead people to kill people, and it's just dehumanizing. I mean, it can be at times, but for the most part, like, no, we don't need. I don't think we should be like a bunch of leftists and try to censor people.
No, I don't know. What's your point again?
Well, you're saying that it's a problem, the rhetoric is propagandized. So in other words, what is the solution? That we end up basically clamping down on the speech that you feel would have led to Donald Trump, somebody trying to execute him?
No, we make sure that we provide information that's accurate to people so they know that Trump is not a pedophile.
Okay, so how do you, but then that means you have to stop the people who say he's a pedophile.
No, I don't have to stop it. I have to mock it. I have to tell them it's stupid. I have to tell them that they're only seeing part of the story and they're swallowing hook, line, and sinker, and it's a huge problem.
But there's people who will turn around and say that you're brainwashed and you're a stupid maggot. You know, that's what the term they'll use. And you're, I mean, they're
Guys, if somebody incites violence to commit murder, I think they should be sanctioned or arrested or whatever. That may be against freedom of speech. I mean, there are limits on what you can say.
Careful where you go with that, because again, Trump said, let's go to the Capitol and fight like hell, and you were vociferously. It's not what about is it would be a prime case in point in which you would give leverage and power to the other side to be able. Okay, so I didn't finish my point because you interrupted me because you're sensitive and you don't understand. Jesus Christ! So
I just to your point, Mark.
you got it. It's a secretary.
I just don't understand, like, why you will see the right essentially say that Trump making comments on social media about wiping out a civilization is just hyperbolic and not really that big a deal. And that in turn, a very ambiguous post because of what the meaning of 86 could potentially represent is something that's worthy of us arming and sending our federal prosecutors after a person. And yet, like, we all wanted to make excuses when Trump talked about, wiping out civilization because we know he's hyperbolic. We know he says outrageous things. We make excuses for his outrageousness all the time. And yet, by the same token, oh my God, somebody threatened to kill Trump. And, you know, with all this ambiguity around this 8647, I mean, we certainly didn't file charges against Gretchen, what's her face, when she wore the little pin that included 86, was it 8645 or 8647? I mean, she did exactly the same thing.
So serendipity, can I give you context, maybe help you with this? Serendipity, I'm gonna go back to like early days on Clubhouse trying to listen to people. We actually have a standard. I mean, whatever happens to Comey, it's still gonna go
The
Brandenburg test. Thank you. Who said that? Yes, okay, so Brandenburg test, two-pronged test. The speech must be intended to cause immediate illegal activity.
Right.
And the speech must be likely to cause immediate illegal activity. Those are the prongs. It has to be intended and it has to be imminent that it's going to happen and intended for that to happen. That's our test. Thank you. Why did you become a lawyer? You picked up on this. So I know you know.
But Abby, the same lesson what you said, because now if a Republican in the future says go fight like hell and something happens off of it, they could be held if we allow this to pass.
Well, let's talk about that. This test got tested over and over in the courts many times. It actually got loosened more than when Brandenburg happened. Brandenburg was a Ku Klux Klansman who stood up in front of a bunch of Klansmen, and the question was, did he incite the violence? Did he have the intent to have them go take down the Black community, and was there a likelihood they would do it? And the court said no, that it wasn't incitement. So, and again, it became even more and more harder to prove incitement over the years. So in this scenario, it's interesting when you say serendipity, because ultimately it's going to go back to if his intent was to dog whistle or to get people to react to it, knowing that there's a strong possibility that there would be the reaction, then it's going to be tested under that test. It's our ball. I mean, and you guys can Google it. Where's my co-counsel, Pepe? You can go Google what happened in the case law post-Brandenburg, how we look at whether that dog whistle is going to bring imminent harm and the likelihood of it. All right, now.
Pepe, add that to your bio, bro. That's on the resume.
Yeah, he's good.
Awesome, Pepe. Yeah.
It's my understanding that's why you can use vague threats. Like, for example, kill Whitey, total N-word dead, Gaston, the you-know-who's. Now, horrible language, you know. No, the social consequences will be severe for saying that publicly, but okay, let's just use the last example, Gaston, the Jews. It's not realistic. How do you do that? I'm running my mouth at this point, but it's not something that I can implement or anybody can do. So like you have, if I was like standing in front of a mosque with an angry crowd, and I was like, go in there and burn them alive. That's obviously actionable, and I can probably do it.
What about the Kitover song in South Africa? How do you?
What you wanted with the dark suit and shades, and then you returned the case, and you reached a new case, and it's time to make America great again.
So what a must.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's not a threat.
Yeah.
What? Okay, the Kitover song in South Africa. Hate speech or incredible.
What?
Damn it, macro. Can you not hear me? This is the second time.
I'm sorry. Okay.
It's not
I
American.
don't mean to snap at you, but
But Monica, how you can't compare them to America?
of hate speech, and how do we define when is it a credible threat of violence? Because credible threats of violence are illegal. That's not free speech. That's incitement to violence. Or so how do we define
Everyone's stance. Well, the likelihood. I just said the likelihood of imminent harm. What Pepe just said. If he's standing in front of an angry mosque or angry group, and Pepe give you an example, and he says, not generically, we need to do this to these people. The group down the street at the synagogue, go down to Fifth and whatever, and take care of it. There's a chance of imminent harm. The likelihood of imminent harm is there, and it was the intent at the time. I mean, again, Monica, it's going to be case by case circumstances. That's how you have to look at it. When Trump did that was what all the legal scholars were looking at. Everyone went back to what was the likelihood, but first of all, what was his intent at the time, and was he specific, and then the likelihood. So all of that has to be deciphered to figure.
And then who they are, what's their ranking, what's their reach in society. Because, like me going out on a beach and putting a 647 and posting it to my friends and family is not the same as Comey doing it. And it's not the same as Trump doing 8646. We have a hierarchy, right? It's not, that shouldn't be a factor. That is a factor, though. People's position in society makes a big deal.
They're always thinking they know better than him. That Comey even know better than anybody. I don't know.
What's his duty? His duty of care.
Yeah.
Just the different levels of duty of care. The guy driving a school bus has a different level of duty of care than the person walking down the street. I mean, there's so many ways to tear this apart. But I mean, the good news is that we have law on it, and it's not the first time we've had something like this.
Those were redcoats on the White House lawn, or those were revolutionary soldiers?
Hilarious. Weren't they
Revolutionary
That's right.
in full dress.
That was a brotherly war. That was supposed to
Going back to Pepe minimizing my point about indoctrination.
Sure.
Cole wrote, Cold War's friendly federal assassin, such delusions of grandeur. It was like a Karen screed on his front page of his manifesto. On to why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crime. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it.
Well, okay, but so Biden, I don't know if you recall, a lot of people, of course, he had a lot of mental gas. I think he even realized what he was saying when he was saying it, but he was accused of being a kitty toucher. There are accusations that even if they're unfounded, that are made, and they're rather mainstream, and I don't know, what you're asking for would almost take a 2020 style crackdown on social media, where you have, the community supervisors or whatever the fuck they call them.
That wasn't my argument, Pepe. I never made an argument that we do bad propaganda with the have no valid point, Pepin?
Well, you can say you have a valid point, but it's you basically have to go fastest or like make it communist.
I don't.
Basically fight it. Because people do not listen to facts and say the opposite unless there's something that really compels them to, and it just changes their mind. That's not how human beings work.
Like your new videos, 5 minutes of time, over 1 billion views over the last 10 years. You can mock them, you can ridicule them, but what you can't do is argue that they're ineffective.
Yeah, but you're gonna have. First of all, people are born, and I stress this. Born, okay. Far more likely to be ideologically tilted to the left or the right. That's a fucking fact. People are gonna listen to people that are highly educated, that are credentialed, that will also have very valid talking points, that will be extremely suitable to their sensibilities, and will
He's full of shit.
Yeah, they're stuck in their own anesthesia, so they can't see.
Nice job, Ryan.
But I'm just curious, you don't think that, you think it's that easy that you can just, people will hear comparing narratives and they'll go, I mean, look at anything where you can't wrap your mind around why that person disagrees with you, despite being presented with facts that show, that might even disprove what they believe. They're not willing to bend. That is how people are.
That's how a lot of people are, especially people who think they're smarter than they actually are, because they can't get past their nose. And that's the problem. And I've done it before. I'm guilty of, not seeing past my own nose. But to say that that's the case everywhere all the time, no. People like bend to power, quote unquote, or people with letters behind their name. I'm not tell you what letters behind my name. You can listen to me or not listen to me. But that's the thing is, people think that people in power know it all, but they are so highly specialized anymore, and they're so stuck in their silo, they can't see the whole picture. And that's where a lot of this academia has went to. Even in the STEM field, it's getting more.
But when it comes to, even if you look at academics, there's people that are smarter than anybody in this room, obviously myself included, probably not the smartest person in this room. You get people like Noam Chomsky, we can go off, rattle off the names of people that are very intelligent on the left and the right. But those people and their talking points, I think, like reinforce the ideas, or maybe persuade a few people that are on the fence, but I don't think they can, quote unquote, de-radicalize somebody with facts. Like, I don't think that's how people work. And that's why propaganda is a real thing.
That's where the problem is. But you can
Yes,
reach
and you can extremists. And how do you get rid of them? I don't know that that's a real thing that you can do.
You follow the 3 S's principle.
I don't know what that is.
That's okay, Debbie.
Okay. So it's funny when you do a little bit of research on this 86, and as far as it's been used for political propaganda, there were actually Amazon sites and Etsy shops that sold merchandise that said 8646. So
What was the timeline compared to the tweet?
this was when Biden was in office. It was 8646, not 8647. Correct.
Thank you.
There were actually vendors on sites like Amazon and Etsy that sold merchandise, hats and shirts that said 8646.
I don't think Kobe would have ever seen anything like that in his line of work, so he just sits down and skits the
But 86 is commonly used in bars, meaning like something like 86.
Yes.
In restaurants, it's used in restaurants to say something off the menu. It's been used like across, we use it. We even go to a deep six it because we call the deep. Like, there's a whole variety of terms, like 86 is applied to throughout since my lifetime. Like, you've been 86, you've been kicked out, you're done.
Do it in casinos would be 86 people.
So all he has to do is say, I didn't kick him out.
I mean, there are used previously to me, so I don't see how they can say that that's legal.
But his defense will be, I just said kick him out of office.
Right.
And you have no other proof because nothing on his post says kill the president.
Whitmer's, all of her public statements were about, it was about removing him from office, not any claims towards political violence. There was literally merchandise sold with 8646 on it. There's even been, like, Congress people who've been censored after sharing anime videos of themselves, like, killing, AOC and swinging swords at Biden. Is that, I don't know, like, all of this stuff is political rhetoric. It all falls under the political rhetoric scheme. It's really ridiculous. It's absurd. I feel like this is absurd.
I personally
are against them indicting, once they brought food jury, grand jury, and they indicted Comey. It wasn't like this was done without the jury's approval. Does it concern y'all that Comey was responsible for raising Russia collusion?
Of course it does.
Investigation.
And dying for it.
Investigation against Michael Flynn created lawfare and nearly bankrupted Michael Flynn in 2010. All that started with Crossfire Hurricane. And then, yes, and there probably is an element to doing lawfare against. Is that something that you think is going to be bad for us when they do it to us?
They did do it to us. What I'm saying is, wrongs don't make a right. What I'm saying is, yes, that other stuff with Comey absolutely concerns me. We already got an indictment on once. It was dismissed without prejudice. Get an indictment on the criminal activity again. Don't go out 8647 shit. Make it substantive. Make it stick. Make it matter.
Yeah, that's one of the problems I have too. I think this is so shallow and superficial. I don't think it's good enough. When we have evidence of him doing seditiony things, propping up the Russian collusion delusion, making those Steele dossiers seem vital and important instead of gossip and innuendo. It's very frustrating. Hey, Edie.
It was a crime when he opened the investigation against Michael Flynn.
Me too. It's very hard to swallow. Roger Stone, Michael Flynn, Sidney Powell, all the people that supported Trump were targeted in lawful.
It was a political intended to tie him up and bankrupt him. So in this instance, while people can argue and he'll have to argue what he was meaning when he was using the term 86. What's wrong with him taking his own medicine? Like, I don't see it is politics. It's not like the Democrats are going to, they would have eased up on their lawfare until this indictment came out. They were literally promising to go after every Trump official when the House gets back in office and then investigate them, or when Democrats take majority in the House, and they're going to investigate every single Trump official. So, like, they're already promising lawfare against Trump. Shouldn't Trump fight fire with fire?
I'm going
to go after Pepe.
I 100% agree with you. I'm somebody who believes that when President Trump is in office, a lot of people need to go to jail. The way they went after Trump and those around him, they had to play. shit about Comey. I'm not going to brought this up, but you know, it kind of the conversation started before Comey about the radicalization of the shooter. But when it comes to the people that were going after Trump, yeah, I do think something drastic needs to happen to them because they will just keep on doing it. How else do you stop it?
Well, when you cut it down.
So 2 points. Abby, I back-channeled you a PolitiFact that said that the odds of the Senate being retained by the Republicans has gone up. I think the Southern Poverty Law Center scandal is having an effect, and we should push that and amplify that. And that goes back to the propaganda message. We have evidence that people are being manipulated and told that white supremacy is the #1 threat to our country, and we know better. So we should educate on that. And the second point is, Joe, we were tossing out odds about how likely is it that with this charge, Comey will be convicted and found guilty. The highest percentage the stage gave us was 5%. What's yours?
Talking to me?
Yes, yes, sir. How you doing? Good to hear you.
No, I don't think it's likely, given the state of clearly in this room right here, if Republicans are thinking it's a bad thing, we better get a bunch of clubhouse Republicans on this jury to.
Well, the thing of it is.
Generally speaking, one of the big things I think is being missed here is one of the biggest complaints is Trump's first term was he promised in his 2016 election that he was going to lock Hillary up and spent a steady build up. And then after going through 2020, in the years under Joe Biden, it's actually polling very, very strong with Republicans, according to the big data polling. And I look at where it is now, that many of Trump's MAGA supporters wanted indictments, and they want convictions as well. And maybe they don't have the goods, but there was a lot of rattling of the chains a year ago by supporters saying, where are the convictions? Where are the indictments? Why aren't they going after Trump? And I think it actually hurts Trump's chances more with his base, and it is right. This is to get the base up. This is to get some enthusiasm that Trump's sorely lacking with his Iran war.
Okay, my concern is we should go after people which we have the evidence to indict, convict, and jail them. And if we're going to put up these charges that have little chance of convicting and jailing them, we're wasting our time and our credibility. And I get that MAGA's mad that more people aren't in jail. And also, I don't think this is it. And so I'm frustrated because I want justice too. But this is smacking of vengeance and revenge, and I'm not a fan. Go ahead, Ryan.
So a couple of things. Our best shot at Comey would have been in 2018 and 2017. That would have been under the purview of Sessions, which he was a twit, and DOJ was flustered. We had illegal wiretapping, misuse of the FISA court, omission and tampering of evidence to fit a narrative to go ahead and get those. That all occurred under Comey. Now, whether you could have pinned that to Comey, that would have been a different thing. But he still violated the Hatch Act. He also interfered with an election process in which that does carry criminal charges under it. So he could have gone, we could have prosecuted him. They didn't do that with Comey. I don't know why. It's a short thing, but Comey could have done it. The Flynn debacle, as was mentioned, yes, it should have absolutely been reviewed and probably could have been moved up. So, I mean, it's not just what you know, it's what you can prove. And you have to look at that through that lens. And if you're going to go down that pathway, we better go. And if we are going to do that, then we better find some fucking damn good prosecutors. We better find some Republican lawyers that can go on there and not just do CNN or Fox News sound bites and sound good on TV, but they have to be fucking dead on. And if we can't do that, then we don't have anybody to blame but ourselves. And Trump made a mistake. Sessions was the worst person to pick. That fucked him up from the beginning. He should have picked somebody a lot better. I don't know who it should have been, but I would have probably put Ted Cruz in. I would have gave it to him and said, here you go, unleash it. And Ted Cruz would have been a dog with a bone at that time, especially because he wanted blood and he wanted vengeance. And he would have went and got it. He would have found the law. But you know what? We didn't do that. Our side wasn't smart in that area. The Democrats threw everything they could at Trump, and he didn't get unscathed, but the man came back more powerful and destroyed the blue wall, destroyed every swing fucking district that we had. He took it over, and we have the power right now. This is just a distraction. We had the narrative for like 2 seconds, and now this is going to blanket it, and everybody's going to be cheering, and it just gave leverage to the Democrats when we should say, hey, the political violence, your voice is being silenced. We could have rolled with that. We didn't have to do this. This shit was stupid. That AG just dropped the ball on us, and there was so many more fish we could have gone after. So many others, and we're letting them slip through our fingers over stupid shit.
Yeah, no one in this room, but we live in a world where we talk to people outside of this room on Clubhouse where they believe an impeachment of the president means it kicks him out of office. They're not even familiar with that the Senate has to convict him. I think we live in a world today in America where these headlines and these buzz lines play a factor and make effect. It's a momentum game. And I think it was hurting Trump more to not have anything. I don't think a trial on Comey will even be heard prior to the midterm election. I'd like to see a series of indictments come out over the next 6 months, regardless if they hold any water or not. These people in the DOJ work for us. This is one of the biggest complaints against Bondi, is why was nothing moving forward? Well, some of this stuff was working forward. I think now it's just starting to actually come to the news time, because I believe they were working on this grand jury for quite a while prior to this, even when Bondi was still in office. So, I don't know, this is the machinations of what has occurred over the last year from some of the base demanding some of this stuff. Well, the guy from Rasmussen Reports, he went right into Trump and told him back in the fall, Mark Mitchell is his name, and said, look, your base wants indictments, your base wants convictions, and at least according to his account, it's like, oh, okay, they want indictments, they want convictions. So, we'll see. You know, was doing nothing better and putting us in a better position than doing something about it. And I'm on the side that says do something about it regardless of the outcome.
All right, if that was the case, so take a look at the impeachments against Trump, the prosecutions from New York City, the release of his tax returns, creating fucking new state laws, manipulating a law to turn a misdemeanor into a federal crime, and then charging him 31 times with the same fucking crime. Then you go, all right, we've got this. Then you got the Georgia, what's her name? It's not Abrams. The girl that's, yeah, whatever her name is. Yeah, Willis. She's in the hotbed of water right now, and she's like trying to survive the next day. They tried to do it in Florida, and the Democrats lost on it, which gave power to Trump. I'm not necessarily saying we shouldn't have done anything. I'm saying we didn't have the people that were really going to go after it. We put the wrong people in play, and I'm kind of grateful to Trump right now because he didn't necessarily go after Hillary, because that would have been front page and it would have majority in the House, but it's still a coin flip. We can still take 3-4 seats over that still have power. And it would be an epic win for Trump to be able to finish out his term, being able to do a lot of the things he promised, and maybe somehow we get a better win and set up the next administration that could be a Republican, whether it's Vance, Rubio, or somebody else. We could have a shot, and if they do good, we've got 12 years at least. We've got 12 because we have a shot for it, a good shot, not just like some imagination, but an actual good shot. I just don't think throwing shitty fucking prosecutions that all the media is going to cover and not cover any of the other shit, we're just giving too much fodder to the other side to use against us.
Good point. The Democrats did it to Trump. They weren't effective. They never got any convictions on Trump other than the civil. They never got any convictions against Roger Stone who else did they go after?
Steve Bannon.
Steve Bannon.
They got convictions for Steve Bannon.
Oh, they did. That's right. They did.
Yeah, but he kind of set himself up. You can't do that whole Sandy Hook thing.
Wait, that's Alex Jones.
No, Steve Bannon was the one.
Oh, yeah, Steve Bannon. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get Alex Jones.
Contempt of Congress.
It was contempt of Congress. That's right.
Yeah, Bannon was contempt of Congress. But I mean, that's like nothing. Like, that's not a big win.
Did what? 5 months?
They were also going after him a while back for raising private funds to build the wall back in the first term. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Shit, I know. Man, there's been so many of them. I can't even. He's kind of missing my ball.
I think, yeah, he's got the worst.
But you're right. I mean, Brad, good point. It wasn't effective for the Democrats, so why do we think it would be effective this time around? And I don't know. That's the quagmire the MAGA base is in. They're demanding revenge, and it didn't work for the Democrats, at least for winning the presidency. So, how effective is it really in the long run, other than costing a shit ton of money and time and effort and pulling people out of the game? Hopefully, maybe going after Comey satisfies the base and not going after a figure like a Barack Obama, that would really rally the base of the left. Because I think going after a Hillary or going after a Barack would definitely bring the left some momentum. So, I don't know.
But I mean, if we take that point, like again, if Trump succeeds, like let's say he gets all the Iran thing falls our way, we start, boom, it starts working out great. Okay, done, settled, over with. And he follows through and he's managed to hit $21 trillion in investment. Now we won't see that in this term, but we have a shot to see it in the next term. We definitely will start to feel about midterm after the next administration. That'll trickle down. And he puts that on there. I mean, can you imagine if it's all under conservatives, it's control, and we can actually fund and start doing things and start targeting issues that we have been complaining about for a long time, that we're going to have an economy that's booming under 12 years of stewardship under conservatives. It would take literally 50 years for the Democrats to break that shit. And not that they won't spend us into oblivion, but we really could hold something there, and Trump can walk away with something that will last, I don't know, to another 250 years. He'll be able to support this country with those investments. And again, it's a big if he hits 21 trillion, because that's a hard goal. That economic boom for the U.S. will cement us for 150 years. That's a lot of power to give to a guy and then give it to the next administration, hand it off. And the American economy is steamrolling along. We're all doing a lot better. And the world, he's conquered out, a bunch of bullshit. Venezuela's cured. Cuba looks like it'll be cured. Iran's going to be cured. Kim Jong-un I don't even know what's going on in North Korea. Nobody does because he's been quiet. The only thing left is Russia and Ukraine. And quite frankly, no one gives a fuck about either of those two countries in reality. It's just a political outlook. We really do. And Europe is finally starting to pay up a little bit more. And he may take, who knows? But I mean, fuck, if he does it, hats off to him. of the greatest presidents, if not top 3 of all time.
Ready for Mount Rushmore?
What is most of that 18 to 21 trillion dollar investment like? What is it? It's AI. So part of that is going to be AI transition because there's, obviously they're going to take over some of the workforce and everything else. So there's going to be, I remember Elon was saying something about universal basic income, which might have to put that into action. I mean, I don't like the idea of it, but it's one of those things where it might, it might very well, mean that we go to that, but so it's mainly going to be the AI transition. The way AI is working right now, I mean, the robots are already here. There's going to be more robots. There's going to be more of, there's going to be just more. There's going to be more AI. So, it's going to be interesting. I just, one can visualize as far as, what, maybe governments, there's a government that is trying to, what was it, UAE or Saudi or something like that, they're transitioning their, what was it, the judicial system or something like that? No. They were transitioning, I think their court system or something like that to be AI or something. The federal workforce for a country is going to be all AI. So, so they're the first, and there's going to be more eventually that are going to be transitioning over to AI too. So I did see the report of UAE. Well, I didn't see the report. I saw the headline of the UAE getting out of OPEC. I will read up more on that, and then
that just goes all the way back to 2021.
Before we go on to the AI thing, I wanted to draw people's attention to the poll. There's a few people who hadn't voted, so I want to let them know. I ranked this poll. I know there are 2 no's embedded in the poll, but still, I thought it was a good representative on how many people are feeling exactly what. The Comey indictment over Seychelles 8647 is justice and justified. 47% of us said no, it's ugly, but it's free speech. 35% of us said yes, lock him up. 8% of us said no, we don't practice lawfare. And then maybe 12% is for comments and stuff.
By the way, the Comey thing, so, he's going to be he's indicted, so he'll get arrested, he'll get booked, and then he'll get out on bail, and then he will spend the rest of his time in house arrest for the remainder of until he goes to trial, I guess, and then basically if he goes to jail, it's going to be if he's convicted. Now, if he goes to jail, he's probably going to be sent to the segregated where he's all by himself. And I can tell you this from my own experience, walking down the tunnels and the basement down below and all stuff. That's we don't think of it, we don't think of it because, there are people that have never been convicted of anything. They have no idea really,
what it's like. And I can just tell you that, when you're walking down those tunnels and, and you're you're handcuffed and your ankles are cuffed, and you're in a uniform that's, hopefully you think it's clean. You have a different perspective on things. Same thing with when you're in general population, you have a different, when you're in prison and when you're in jail, stuff like that, your mental attitude changes towards everything because it's a totally different environment that you're in rather than,
Comey won't wear a handcuffs. He'll be like Trump. He's just going to surrender himself and then just get processed.
Well, yeah, but let's just say if he does get convicted, which he might, who knows. But if he does, then he'll have to go through the system, and that's what I'm talking about. So, but anyways, it's a totally different mind shift that, like if you're going to go back to prison or whatever like that, like your mind has to go through a process where everything on the outside, you just have to throw that away and, be Mr. Tough Guy on the inside. And it's a totally different mind frame that you have to do. So anyways.
I think conviction is probably a really lofty goal. If they get it, I don't know. If we fail, if we go through with this, we could end up with Comey as a VP for the Democrats. I mean, he could try to ride that out. I mean, nobody liked Kamala, and she somehow got the VP, so that's a scary thought in and of itself. So, I mean, I kind of worry about the optics and how they're going to get played out, and I really, really, really wish he didn't do this. This was such a, I don't know who signed off on this, but somebody should have said, no, we're not going to do this. And we can use this as optics on the campaign stage. We can flash this over. We can say, hey, look, this is what these people want. They want to kill our president. They want to kill your voice. They want to kill your vote. They don't care how they do it. They just want to murder and just give a stream of it. Trump could have done a presidential address about political violence and just played that and had all those clips up there. And everybody would have been floored. But, I mean, I just feel like we're giving the Democrats air. And it's the midterms, and we could have, this incident could have helped. Not saying it wouldn't, but there was so much more that we could have done, at least campaign-wise, to help out. In North Carolina, we kind of need them. So this is also a dangerous area to play this game in.
Yeah, I don't know who's calling the shots, but I mean, it's really it's really scary, to be honest with you. Like the midterms. I mean, lose the midterms, Trump basically is impeached. I don't know if it's going to be depending on what they impeach him with. Is he going to be convicted? I mean, who knows? I mean, it's chances are probably not, but who knows? Then on the other side of things, and I don't know if it's going to be passed or not, but the Save America Act, that's a good thing for, to try to get a better vote, a better vote, no illegal IDs, illegal voters and shit like that. Okay, fine, that's good. I mean, I hope it works, but it's that's like have real IDs. Because part of that problem is California people, illegals have California IDs. So how do you distinguish between a real citizen and illegals? You know what I mean? Then you have a new process, and then not everybody's going to have the new ID, the voter ID, or whatever like that. So yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know.
Who is the Republican National Committee chairman now, Brad?
I actually have to look it up. I thought we just switched one. Hold on.
And then what happened to the woman chief of staff who was a badass, Susie, what's her face? I mean, it feels to me like she's either distracted or she's decided to acquiesce to Trump's.
It's Joe Grutters.
So how are we doing on fundraising?
We're doing okay.
She was diagnosed with cancer as well.
Oh, thanks for that.
Yeah, I remember Trump gave a speech about that.
Shit, man, that's horrible.
Yeah.
There's not a replacing her, is there?
Well, Joe Grutters took it over. Because we just had to switch. I think we're doing good with. Honestly, the DNC is actually waiting in terms of their fundraising goals, mostly because they don't have a figure and there's too many factions fighting for it. So they're kind of broken. The RNC is still holding strong. I think we're ahead if you include Trump's money in his war chest and Vance's war chest. I think those are pretty good. So we're doing okay for money. Where like states like Virginia, which if you paid attention to their referendum election on redistricting, if you saw how much the percentage points like how close that was, and you realize, this is pretty good, and then they just had to stay on the redistricting line. There's a shot that we could take Virginia. That's huge. Like we. The Democrats filed the appeal, they lost. They lost the state. So that was like what, 3/4 of a percentage point to a whole point. So now we're sitting here looking at this and we're like, hey, we have a shot. Virginia, we can steal from them. We can take that back because nobody in Virginia is happy right now. All those 50 fucking different taxes that are being levied on them, they're good. New York, like, I don't know if I believe it, but New York City is really there's some money shifting around in New York City and into the boroughs, and there's people working those areas right now to shift on those. So I'm not saying it can be pulled off, but it doesn't mean New York is not dead, because most of New York, if you look at it, is wrecked. It's just New York City and Buffalo that like seem to tip the balance in Albany. They tip the balance off, but Buffalo was, I think it was either close to being red or red itself. And you have Minnesota also in play because the RNC is up there working because Waltz has been in the debacle. And they keep saying that Democrats are in the lead, but there's bombshells coming because Ilhan Omar is now facing front page news. Waltz is going back in front of the front page news. And if the Republicans are smart, we've got pressure on the media saying, look, they stole your tax money and gave it to another nation. And then it denied you services. So
back in the day when the Republican Party was coherent and had beats of, aggressive, in the Reagan years, they would have used what's going on in Virginia as, hey, look at what's going on here. This could happen everywhere, dipshits, if you vote these Democrats in, because what that hamburger is the poster boy of deception that they have to go through. They have to hit all the supposedly virtuous values that they think they're looking for in a candidate, and then spend the whole election deceiving the electorate. And then the minute they get in, they use the equivalent of executive powers to basically flush that, campaign. The campaign slogans down the drain and go straight to the left. And I don't understand how we have the cash and we have
Coast at all these goddamn elite schools. They can't figure out how to use Virginia to be the poster boy of how you show how they purposely deceive the electorate and just try to be a tyrannical weapon and turn all these states, Illinois, California, Massachusetts, and now Virginia, these leftist little Bulgarians. And I don't get it why, growing up the way we used to kick ass, and basically there's a 10-year run of Republicans kick ass, through that type of approach. I don't understand why we can't do it again. And I live in Texas, so I go look for a Democrat, so I don't know what it's like out there at home. You guys have to live along. But the reality is that, I just don't understand why Virginia's not used as an example to show how they really will act.
They are. Virginia's coming more and more into the news. Like it's starting to approach. So this past election they had, really, it's got a lot of movement in Virginia and a lot of people talking about it, saying no, you squeezed out all of our representation, and then they're pissed. Like they're not just quietly upset and they're like angry. So I don't know what it's like when a bunch of Virginians get angry. The last time that happened, we had a whole civil war. But they're pretty much the majority of that state is really angry right now. And with that whole redistricting thing and the taxes, they're just kind of there. New York City, though, in itself, in that area, they're getting chewed up by their own. Like if you watch the news articles and the media, when you see New York City, like what is that, Happy McDonald guy, go around, Tommy McDonald, Donnie, or whatever he is, he is pretty much just sinking his shit. Every time he goes on the news, he's there, he's trying to slam some wealthy person or someone who owns something. He's doing these things and he's getting sued. He's getting into lawsuits. There's filings going against him, and it's his own group that's turning against him. The ones that put him into power are actually the ones that are kind of saying, no. He's hiked up the rates of the fares, he's hiked up the tolls, he's increased the city taxes, and he's saying, well, we're going to have to pay a little bit more, let's take more. And they're not getting what they thought they would get. So even his supermarket, what is it, $30 million over budget, and you can't even maintain the food, and you put it next to a Costco. I don't know the definition of stupid, but that pretty much tells me you're really stupid in that. And then the other one that he tried, he backed it open, put it into, what was it, Soho, some other bougie district. It lasted 3 days. It was done. So his plans are just not viable. And so I think, honestly, the left is going to destroy him. We're going to probably have a Republican there, and we're going to have a shift in Republicans in that area because they are pretty pissed off about a lot of things. And they were voting in numbers for Trump. So, there's a shift. I just think the Democrats are losing their own minds and sick of themselves, and they keep putting in radical people that are just hurting their own party. And we've done pretty good. We just need to do a little bit better in our outreach.
I don't want to lose your optimism, man, because it feels sometimes defeating to listen to this horse shit forever, but I appreciate your optimism. I also want you to keep your voice on this incredible geopolitical gambit that Trump has played with this, what he's done, what he has in mind for Venezuela, Iran, and Greenland. That would virtually get, what he's doing is changing the geopolitical landscape for the energy supply to feed primarily the AI industry for the next 50 to 100 years, which is the first market that's come along the same scale as the internal combustion engine. He realized that if he pulls that off, decentralizes OPEC, gains the central control of OPEC, which he'll never really do, but as long as we keep it from ever deteriorating where we lose the petrodollars, helps us keep our currency reasonably stable. It'll be worth 100 to 150 years worth of additional American empire. I don't think that'll even be realized in university for another 20 years. But if it happens, if he succeeds, how great, what a wild chance he took to
United States for the first time since World War II. So I don't want you to stop talking about that. We have to teach them his head off once in a while. Get listen to the graduate. I appreciate it. But I mean, you're right. Even if you left Greenland off the table, and he just managed to get first bite of the apple in Iran. We get first bite, so we get whatever percentage of it. Let's say we get 30%, 40%. We get that. We start initiating it. We bring Iran onto the fold, blah, blah, blah. He does whatever. Sanctions get lifted. Everybody's happy. Money's flowing out. Iran becomes instantaneously rich. We cement ties with the Middle East. Now we have a condition. Now we have like an alliance there, an economic alliance that's far more powerful than say like right now with like, I don't know, in Sweden, some of these other nations up in the northern Europe. Then all of a sudden, he's got Venezuela, which is, you're in Texas, I'm in Texas right now myself. I can tell you at the oil conferences, they are drooling. Chevron is just buying things left, right, and center to try to build it. They bought Hessau for its overseas abilities, and they took that over. So now you've got Chevron sitting here ramping up, and it's first on the list for fucking Iran, first on the list for Venezuela, and they're just going to build new ones, and you're going to have a massive flood of jobs and a massive oil game. Now, Trump's going to be the big dealer. Like you said, the petrodollar will be cemented by what Trump can produce and what this country can do, and will be really energy dependent. We'll have to sell the shit. And we're already at like what 50% utilization to nuclear, wind, hydro, and various alternative means. So we're doing really good and we're sitting really well. And Europe, they fucked up. They went with Russia. They screwed up. Now they have to buy either from the Middle East or us. And we're going to be the mediators of that. We're going to have that bite of the pie. And they know that. And I think they're angry about it because Trump warned them in 2016 not to link their hands with Putin. They fucked up. And now we're really good. And then look what's going on in Guyana. They're about to explode there as well. So yeah, so I think it's found that it's not in the industry. So there's about 4 things that come out of Trump's geopolitical conquest. One is, and Exxon has large-scale capital commitments to develop West Texas and Guyana, which are 2 of the largest oil fields for the next 10 to 15 years, and Guyana probably will last another 50 years, but I don't know that factually. And in the meantime, you have Chevron, which is the second largest publicly traded oil company in the world, that's going to commit to rebuilding the Venezuelan oil fields and probably, be the go-to company for these types of rebuilds, these, redevelopment efforts that Trump's going to need in this conquest of the oil. But more importantly, and why I feel good about, our grandkids, is that this will control the rate of AI. You need energy to develop AI as quickly as they want to. They want to compress the demand for the AI industry in a period of 10 or 20 years, which took 160 years for the internal combustion engine. And the pinch point for that is energy. And the reality is that our biggest threat is China. And if we control the dominant sources of oil in the world, we have indirect control on China's rate of growth in AI, which is the biggest threat to our country and our sovereignty for the next 50 years. And people don't realize that yet either. So once you can basically put China on allocation for energy, they have 4 times the people with 1/10 the natural resources, and how would they expect to do without access to these foreign resources? So if Trump's right, and he can control the energy, we can control the energy sources. We're basically going to control the rate of AI development in China, and they're going to have to get along. So, it's a brilliant gamble he's taking. He may fail. There's no Mount Rushmore and just slap his face on there. I mean, shit, I don't care.
Here's the deal. You and I are paying for his face personally. If he sends Julian Horn back to Somalia, I'm gonna take half of my wealth to the fund that carves his face in South Dakota, because nothing will symbolize the success of his administration more than sending her back where she came from. I'm beyond even give we're gonna be fine from energy point no matter what. But that would be symbolically the biggest success we could possibly achieve.
You're settling for sending her back. I kind of want to see her locked up. I do believe a lot of the evidence points to that. I think there's a lot of fraud with her, and that's my personal opinion. And I kind of hope that there is I wish Trump would do this, appoint a special prosecutor to literally go in at the political figures of like at least Cash Patel, dedicate somebody just to freaking bury it, because all you have right now is CMS and IRS doing it and looking at uncovering the fraud and some of the welfare offices. But it's really a lot more entrenched on that, and I think this would be an epic, you would be right, like throw Comey away, go after that and win that, put Waltz in there and just completely destroy it, and then all of a sudden Minnesota is a purple state. It's there. There's a chance you can get it.
Thanks for the conversation. Welcome to Texas. I hope you're enjoying the text message. If you're not, then you're far less intelligent than you activate.
The only thing I don't like is the jalapenos and everything. My stomach ain't used to that.
It's great. It's addictive.
I'll tell you this much, I've never eaten this much steak in my entire life until I come down here though.
Y'all put jalapenos and everything?
They're jalapeno cream cheese with jalapeno bagels with jalapeno creamers for coffee. So
Creamer for coffee? That sounds gross, or it's good?
The only place I have seen a jalapeno flavored something is at Starbucks, and that's because it's from Seattle. Everywhere else you go, you get jalapenos and McDonald's down there. So it's kind of wild.
Jalapenos are even that spicy. That's too
No, that entry level peppers, and if you send one jar to New York or Pennsylvania, you gotta send an SDS. You gotta have people showing up in plastic suits surrounding the jar and showing what the fuck is this stuff. But it just turns out how you get started.
What's the hottest pepper? Is it the Asian peppers or the
Well,
whole?
they have so you have to look this up, because for the last decade or so, you have hybrids where they basically ended up there's Carolina Reaper, there's all these weird ones where it is like, if you were to look at like habanero, which is this more common pepper, which is much spicier than jalapeno. This is like literally these peppers are getting hundreds of times hotter, and literally people they get ulcers where they burn a hole in their stomach trying to digest this stuff.
Are they hotter than Szechuan? Than like the really hot Chinese?
That's not defined.
Yeah.
Really? You think that's the case? I've had my face burned all over in Asia.
Yeah, I mean, I've been desperate. I really like pain in Asia.
Yeah, they have it's like kind of like marijuana. Like how you have these really strong strands that people end up producing these hybrids, and you have much stronger peppers now. You can look it up. It's spicy. And I haven't had those.
But Jimmy, I also had my first selfie with an alligator,
came with the Viper
Yeah.
Station.
Yeah.
And they are, generally when you get bit, it's because you did not see it and you put your hand near it or your foot went near it. And that's basically how it happens. It doesn't, obviously he wants to get bit by one.
I actually just saw one and I was like, oh, I wanted to get him out of the brush so I could see it, so I tried to grab his tail, but there was like this pylon and then there was this rock and some brush and he slid in there and I wasn't going to put my hand too far in and try to grab him. So I let him go, but I damn near close. So I'm going to get one and then I'm going to hold the selfie and hold that and they're bigger than I thought.
You don't know it's been deep though. Like that's the scary part. The rattlesnakes are not. I don't even know what the strongest rattlesnakes are in the United States. You have like I think I don't think it's here in the Sonoran Desert. I think actually in the Mojave Desert they have the strongest. And
We
they're
have
like,
it here, well.
No, he said it like the right time. Like, you know, I live in Georgia, but when I went no, but we have a lot of shit ton of diamondbacks around here. Like, and we have water moccasins. Like, can I finish without you interrupting? You're a retard that's interrupting me. You know, but like, you know, like when I was in like Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri, you were talking about like, you know, copperheads. You know, I had to dig an over-under when I was like in the field, and I was in my sleeping bag, which we call a fart sack. You know, and when I was in my fart sack, I woke up and there was a fucking copperhead that had gotten in my fucking like, you know, tent, and they like, you know, got up underneath my sleeping bag, and I woke up and I saw it. I was like, what the fuck?
Let's talk about a story.
I'm talking about like, you know, like cottonmouths, which will chase you.
Yes, cottonmouths.
They're aggressive, and like the difference between a cottonmouth and a diamondbacks will just sit there and rattle. And like, but like you said, a copperhead. I was around copperheads. They'll get in your fucking tent and get underneath your fucking blanket. Bro, you're a bitch.
I thought the Mojave rattlesnake had the highest toxicity.
Yeah, it was one of the two. It's the cottonmouth.
Well, the cottonmouth's not a rattlesnake. The rattlesnake, you know that, right?
No,
yeah, so there's four venomous snakes in North America. You got the coral snake, the cottonmouth.
And the coral's the most toxic, but it's venom yield that like because they have a low venom yield, they're toxic. You know, it's the most lethal, but they don't deliver enough of the toxin generally when they bite humans to kill them, like the rattlesnakes.
Well, is it black and yellow makes a good fellow, or is it red and black makes you have a heart attack? Like, you know, when you talk about a king snake versus
it's a red and black, you're okay, Jack. Red and touches yellow, you're one dead fellow.
Dude, the only reason, Brad, the only reason that they know that is
people don't realize that is coral snakes. They're a lot smaller than rattlesnakes, so like much smaller.
But among them, you have the coral, the copper, the water moccasin, the rattlesnake, and of those four, the rattlesnake is the least aggressive. The copperhead and water moccasin will be either predatory sometimes, and they certainly don't back down like rattlesnake.
No, dude, when I was in Missouri, like when I was in my fucking fart sack, I had a fucking like copperhead, like, you know, because I was warm and I had my like little tent thing going on. Like, you know, the copperhead got in there and got underneath my fucking sleeping bag because they're cold creatures, and then they were looking for my warmth. Like, bro. Do you even know how fucking snakes even fucking work, Pepe?
those javelinas. It seems they're just in, I guess they're in Texas also, but they're in Arizona. They have not come up to this part of the desert. It's weird, and they travel like in 8 or 10, they're always in big packs. And they're just in the neighborhoods in Scottsdale and like in Phoenix.
Yeah, they're like, so I think it's like 30 to 40 million years ago they separated from pigs. They look like pigs, typically, but they only eat like vegetation. They have their preferred vegetation, and they have a really musky odor. And they're very.
I mean, they scare me. I used to see them at my friend's house just going to get the mail. Like they'd be out in the neighborhood. They scare the hell out of me, but they won't hurt you then?
No, did you see the video that I showed you?
Yeah.
Okay, so there was one of them. They have poor vision. They're known for that. And like one of them could sense me. Like he was the very last one, probably one of the older ones. And he made this like shoving noise, and it's just like, quick, what the fuck are you doing here? And he just went on his merry way. That's generally been my experience with them. I would encounter them all the time as a kid. And they generally are not, they don't attack humans. They can, depending if there's young ones around. But I think the last wild animal I was attacked by, believe it or not, was a quail. It was in the middle of the summer, like 2019 or 2020, and a mother quail was nesting in, the front porch, and I came out one day and I surprised her, and she didn't like that, and she just started, like trying to peck at my leg, and she's like, okay, my bad. And it's the only time I've been, like, that's the only wildlife attack I've ever had.
I've got coyotes all over the place here, like lots of coyotes, and they scare me.
Coyotes are very timid people.
Wow. They travel in packs, and they're on the golf course. And first of all, I'm scared to death, and I have a big dog, but I'm scared for him with this animal, and they can jump.
Well, Abby, my two biggest foes, because I grow a lot of weed out in a bunch of woods, it's either raccoons or deers. I ain't worried about no damn snipes.
You get a bunch of coyotes. You get like a big pack of them. They can take a big dog. I mean, they can get aggressive.
It's actually the same with wolves. They don't look at humans as being prey. They might be threatened by you. They might react. They think that you're somehow going to, challenge their.
I'm just trying to get.
But coyotes are a lot different. They're not
keep getting my fucking weed, man.
So coyotes. I'm not scared. As far as your dog, if you're with your dog, the likelihood that they're going to attack your dog is pretty
No, but they jump walls and they jump fences, and they hang on golf courses, and they've jumped into people's yards and taken their dogs. I mean, you get one
dog's by itself.
Yeah, if the dog is out in the yard, and you'll get one that's like a teaser, and try to get the dog to, play with the dog, and then you get the group of them. No, I know someone with a Russian wolfhound. Their dog got attacked by a pack of them. Do you have them? Do you have them there?
Yeah.
So what happens with them with the javelinas? It's also curious, before we moved into the neighborhood, who was prey to who?
I don't know, but javelinas are always in such
another thing. And they now come into people's yards as well.
We got some Florida Panthers around here in South Georgia.
So mountain lions, they do come into North Scottsdale like occasionally. They're very elusive creatures. Bobcats are much more common. Of course,
What about lynxes?
A lynx is a bobcat.
These are bobcats.
No. You have lynx rufus, and you have a Canadian lynx. You have a Siberian lynx. You have they're literally the same fucking family.
The same family, but they are different.
No, they're absolutely different. They're way different in appearance and everything, but they're bobcats are definitely they exist here. I mean, I don't know. In California, I'm willing to bet you have a lot of bobcats out here.
Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But we have a decent amount of them. They come out of Red Rock Mountains.
Well,
they're not a threat. They hunt
small
prey.
So will they kill the coyotes? Like that's what I kept wondering.
The coyotes do. Well, coyotes are too slow for them. So they don't. Coyotes can't kill them.
yeah, but
They can kill their young.
let me ask you a question. Like, you ever been tuning with your dogs? And like your dogs like coon up a tree, and then you go climb up that tree to go get the coon, and then you realize that you done got up there with a damn bobcat?
No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think you know how to fucking hunt then.
Yeah, I'm not a hunter.
So wait, just go back to this. So don't you think the bobcat is going to kill the coyote? It's going to work that way.
No, so bobcats don't see coyotes as a source of food.
He don't hunt, but he's gonna tell you how. Bro, you're an idiot. You said you didn't hunt, but you're trying to tell everybody how to hunt.
I'm not telling anybody how to hunt. I'm telling you about how.
Yeah, it sound like you're a bitch ass motherfucker.
Okay, all right. Dude, so bad.
How about I drink a beer, because I haven't been drinking yet, and your bitch ass still sounds dumb as fuck.
Amazing. So, no,
hey, you're not Jeffrey Peterson. Shut the fuck up.
This guy went retard. So sick of his shit.
Wait, so go back to this. This is so interesting because one has to be the prey of the other.
Yeah, bobcats do not prey on a pack animal like coyotes. They hunt like small prey like rabbits and mice and that kind of stuff. But coyotes, they can't catch a bobcat. Bobcats are far too agile and quick and they're very hard to catch. How do you corner something that's not only like a lot faster than you when it comes to a straight sprint, but also a lot quicker? You can't really corner it. So they can't really prey on bobcats. And bobcats realistically can't prey on them. But they do get in fights. There's videos of it. But yeah, they're not. They don't eat each other. I guess you can say they do share. They do prey on the same types of small animals for survival, but they're not. They don't really kill each other.
So interesting, like who dwells in the deserts, these indigenous animals to hear.
But like in Israel, you'll see them, they're African wildcats. And East, mostly, North Africa, that's where the modern house came from. Genetically, it's been proven. Modern house cats came from these wild animals. And when you catch these cats in captivity and they're raised in captivity, it's amazing how much they're similar to house cats, but they're very, they're still primitive, obviously, but in comparison to, cats that have been bred for thousands of years.
I'm just looking at what they look like now. They have long legs.
They have long legs, but they look like house cats, and they're very, so if you look at I don't know if it's a family, I forget what it is, but if you look at, for example, cheetahs, they're not a large cat. They're a decent sized cat, but they're in the same family as
The word you're looking for is called a mancoon.
Okay. So like cheetahs, for example, are very friendly to humans. Of course, they are much different from other big cats, even though they're very medium-sized cats. They also hunt small prey, but they're very affectionate and curious, and they do all these things that.
Maybe I've never heard anybody be so adamantly stupid as you are.
When did you realize?
I'm looking at the same thing now.
No, a mancoon is like the biggest house cat you can have. But before you move into the cat or the lynx. Well, tomato, motherfucker.
Fucking retarded in English.
Yeah, suck my left and not make the right one jealous, you fat fuck.
I'm not bad. You're such an idiot.
You still won't fight me, and I offered you fucking $5,000 to fucking fight me, and you still
Do you have any money? Look, do you want to go to a gym here in Arizona where, first of all, I have to explain to them, like, hey, there's this guy going back and forth on the fucking internet, and he thinks he can kick my ass, and then, obviously that's gonna,
I don't think.
the new owners, hold on, and they'll say, like, what is this bullshit? Why are you bringing this stupid fucking gay drama to our gym? Why are you doing this? But of course, end up getting my real name. And then, what? You think you're going to beat my ass, amazing, but once again, this is going to be at a gym where they're not going to allow me to beat the shit out of okay, sure. Long time no talk. What's up with you?
Hey, sorry, I'm like sleeping. But having a problem.
Christians got faded.
What?
I think you're faded right now. I know Christians got faded like that.
No, I'm tired.
Too much push.
Yeah, Pepe's not a Christian. He's from France, and his other people are from Corsica.
Those were historically Christian nations, the BRICAT.
No, those are like ethnicity, they were black people. They weren't white people. Like, Pepe, he ain't white. That motherfucker looked like a bitch ass chick. trying to be the black guy, Jordan Peterson, their black guy.
Who claimed her? I never claimed as a black guy.
Man, it's amazing.
Man. What?
Johnny, should this open or do you want me to close it because I'm going to bed?
You can close it. This is gay as shit.
Okay. Good night.
It's a faggot ass bitch.
Okay.
All right.
all of them. So I got a Turkish restaurant right down the street. My wife and I gotta go there tomorrow. Hell yeah. It's a bakery. They specialize in shawarma. Shawarma. Yeah, and then I call it a gyro, but they just call it gyro. Yeah, they call it a doner kebab, which is pretty much a guy. I'm gonna see what it's like, man. It's good stuff, but it's got good ratings. There's 5. There's 5. But how many reviews does it have? There are 2,300. Oh, yeah, that means it's really good. Yeah, they've been around for a while. I just, I don't know, maybe it's just, as soon as you said that, I was like, maybe they don't all look the same. Bro, they have really good food, bro. They have very good food. They have good desserts. They have good their pickles. Like the way they pickle fucking vegetables is amazing. I love their kebabs. They call it Adana kebab, which unlike Armenian, Greek, Persian kebabs, the Adana kebab, they have 2 versions. The Adana kebab has like red peppers chopped up, mixed into the ground beef, and then they put 40%. Some people put a little less, a little more of lamb. It's like a hybrid meat mixed with red peppers. It's really good, bro. That's fire. Yeah, see, like for me, I've been training, so I've been on my macros pretty tough, but I've been doing pretty good, man. Right when you mentioned that to my wife, it was like, because we stopped by this one place, it was a monster pop joint, and when we went in, I was talking to the guy, I found out that he was, that the food that they had there was Iraqi food. I was like, oh, this is pretty good too. They all have like their version. Yeah. It's very similar, but like I think the number one, all things considered, is Persian, but it's like pretty much tied with the Turks, bro. Like they're and you know I'm biased too, so yeah. So I think they're both number one. They're both really good. Yeah, I'm gonna, because for me, like I love Lando, but like the cool thing about the Iraqi place was, or the Iraqi place was, they had it was like a red sauce with eggplant soup, and I thought that was fire. I was like, whoa, was it soup or like paste? It was like a soupy paste that you use it for. But it had eggplant. It was a soup. It was a soup. Okay. Yeah, but it was a thicker broth. Yeah, like the Turks, Armenians, and the Persians have, it's called ikra, and it's eggplant barbecue, and then mixed with like onions and other vegetables, and it's like a paste you put on, let's say, a kebab or anything else. It's pretty good. Yeah, we'll probably try that tomorrow. Do you have any Persian restaurants near you? I'm a look. Yeah, like, I told my wife, because like during COVID, she used to really good. And what we would do is we would just pick up part of the country, or the world, and we would just grab the ingredients and go to the international, spots. When I got here, it was just Carolina last. Let's blame Lincoln. He was in your island. Because he left after he killed her. No, it wasn't. Absolutely. All right, yeah.
What are you guys learning about?
Food. Well, he was just telling me how much food. Food, bring back. I wonder how many times she calls DoorDash.
I don't use DoorDash.
Oh, my bad.
I don't use DoorDash or Uber Eats. None of that. None of those things.
My wife just made a curry, chicken curry, super spicy. I said, we're gonna do it. Super spicy curry, chicken, rice, small sweet potatoes, broccoli, a whole bunch of veggies. Wait, you don't like curry?
No, I don't.
Freaking rices. See how you were talking about those
much will somebody have to pay you to dog?
Shit. Not that much. Yeah.
Gross.
Those
Say 1K. 1K is too little.
Yeah, but y'all do it for love.
Oh my God, you are gross.
Look, man, I am a firm believer.
At least 10. At least 10.
Like, I am a humanoid supremacist. I believe all animals are here.
Your species is.
Yeah,
You
right.
probably barbecue an alien, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would too, bro.
Y'all are disgusting.
Hardest philosophical question for me in undergrad was, what meat should humans eat? If we are to eat meat, what animals? If we are to eat these animals, like how often? I still don't know the answer to this. It's a hard one. Dude, Cubans and Italians, right, eat horse. Chinese eat fucking everything, you know?
Yeah, right.
Indians don't eat cows. We massacre them. I mean, who's right? I don't know.
Dude,
Well, we can't just eat fruits and veggies.
Fuck yeah, we can.
Did you just see that lady that just died on a whole fruit diet?
Well, maybe that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to
She
get
literally
really,
basically starved to death.
yeah, we're supposed to get really weak and die. Maybe that's God's plan.
I know someone that only ate a carnivore diet and then they got all these intestinal worms. They just
That was a big thing too, like the carnivore diet where people were just eating nothing but beef and chicken bone broth and beef broth.
No, you need vegetables and rice. I mean, not rice. It's not rice.
Well, look at Robert Smith.
Yeah,
It's not a carnivore.
Yeah, like we're talking about weight loss.
All he eats is meat.
but it's not about weight being lost. You just have to look at his skin. Like, he literally looks disgusting. You know what I mean? Do you know all the people that are that look phenomenal that have less money than he did?
well, I would just say this. I think that when people do keto and people do like that carnivore thing, I think they get the lowest quality of meat because it's the cheapest.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're eating nothing but meat every day, steaks every day, that's expensive as fuck.
And they wouldn't put seasoning on it. They wouldn't put seasoning on it. So it's just like straight up.
They usually, if they do put seasoning, it's like salt, pepper. Yeah.
What was that weird water that people were drinking? It was like, was it mead? No. GHDE, I think. It was like this weird.
Ghee, it's not water, that's fat. Yeah, like it's to cook stuff in. Yeah, I have no idea what it is, but I bought it before and used it before and I didn't like the way it cooked shit. I tried to fire chicken in it. And
it didn't.
I didn't like it. But it's supposed to be like the healthiest shit to like cook meat in, you know?
Yeah, and then it's chiropractor.
What is it? It's clarified butter, I believe.
Yeah.
Right? It's something of that substance.
Yeah.
James, what were you saying about chiropractor?
I have a chiropractic friend. He's actually a really good chiropractor. But he's really into like the E or whatever this shit's called. And then like there's this water. I forgot what it's called and I said so bad. But he's really into all these nutraceuticals. They're not pharmaceuticals, they're not like adaptogens or nootropics. He's just into like these pharmaceutical things
just like stink. And me and my husband have been like, bro, you stink. Like really bad.
In my chiropractor, I've seen 3 times.
You do? 3 times a week? Do you let him adjust you like every time, or is it once a week?
No, every time.
Every time? Are you afraid at all?
So you go 3 times a week to have a man fill up on your body?
I didn't answer that.
Sorry.
He just said he.
Yeah, well, it's actually been my doctor, because that was she, but yeah, he just does the adjustment, but
Is he touching your body?
Yeah, I don't think
He's touching your hips?
yeah, he gets to adjust your SI joint, he gets to adjust your shoulder, and that.
I think most females would be able to adjust Sybil's back.
I have this little Asian man.
That is true.
I have this. I'm gonna go. Sorry, I'm just gonna go. I know I'm talking when I break from him, but like I have this little Asian man. I went to like this little cute spa to get a massage, and this little Asian man crip walked on my back. So lethal. I walked out of there. I felt like a brand new human. Like he walked. Like he was pulling my arms back and walking on my back. It was absurd.
Yeah, like so my friend's wife is a chiropractor as well, and she tried to adjust me in okay. He had to step in because he was put a lot of leverage and points in there. But I did have my first massage a long time ago. I used to do a lot of powerlifting things, and it was a 240-pound dude that crawled on my back, like literally elbows, knees, still on my back, and that was probably the best massage I've ever had in my life. Like I literally fell asleep while my wife and I were eating.
Oh my god.
Like we were sitting at a restaurant and we just left. We were sitting at the restaurant and I dozed off and she was like, "You good?" I was like, "Dude, I've never felt like my back's never felt like this ever."
Well, that's so bad. But then I want to go back to this place, but they had like this Kleenex box on the wall, and it just turned me off. Like, why is that there? I don't know.
Was it like a hole in the wall?
Yeah, and probably being kind of judgy.
There you go.
I know. Like, I don't want to.
Yeah, I have a question. Oleg.
Yo.
My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jinx. Were you finished with your submission, my baby girl?
No, of course.
This might be a stupid question, Oleg, but I'm gonna still ask it. Oh wow, I said ask, right?
Well, absolutely.
I saw a video, and you know those slingshot rides?
Yes.
The ones where you're on 2 cables and it's a ball in the middle and it shoots you up and down. So one of the cables broke and they were arguing in the comments about like if they signed a waiver and they can't sue. Is that true?
No, because the waiver you sign, right? Usually it's for like you're consenting to, let's say, boxing, right? You're consenting to getting hit in the face by someone. But if I'm boxing and the boxing ring collapses, I didn't consent to that, right? So when it comes to that, there's clearly something that went wrong. Now, if you have a heart attack, if you throw up and choke on your own vomit, then the waiver will kick in. They'll be like, "Look, bro, we didn't do anything wrong. You signed up for this." But malfunction of that degree, a waiver is not going to help them out.
Okay, so those kids are paid, right?
Not necessarily. It sucks.
No?
If it was one of those carnivals where
It looked like it.
they're on the move, it's like what fucking, who owns it? What are their assets like? Are they just going to file for bankruptcy and move to fucking Armenia? Like, what's going on here, right? But if it's like Six Flags, they're not going anywhere. They have all the money in the world. But unfortunately, a lot of these fucking carnival places, the maintenance sucks. They're always moving the ride, so they're fucking taking it apart, putting it back together. They're the scariest rides for me. I would never sit on, like, even the most rudimentary carnival ride. They freak me out. Like those fairs, you know? Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, understandable. I'll get on it because I like to live dangerously.
That's not.
And I like rides.
Bro, I like go to like legit places like Six Flags, you know?
Dude, I was so big at a point when I was going to Howard with them. I exceeded the size to get on the roller coaster. And the jet spin and the gravitron. Like, that was probably one of the most, like,
yeah, like water parks. Me and you, most rides we can't sit on. Yeah, the 250-pound bags. I can't sit on anything.
Yeah, that's why I see it. There's stuff about like going to commercial gyms too, like like running or whatever, like on treadmills or whatever. Should be stopped. What the?
It slows down, yeah. Exactly.
What's your big ass doing over there running everywhere? I'm an athlete. What? That's just funny, but yeah, that was one of the things when we went to the kids at California Adventure and all that shit. I was like, fuck, man. They make these fucking rides for little people.
What fucking ride can you get on realistically? I don't think you can get on any.
No, like you could do like a Ferris wheel type, like maybe the whole tree.
Wow.
Like the ones that have a lot of G-force or whatever.
You can't.
Yeah, because you got the part that comes down over your chest or whatever. It doesn't help you.
Yeah.
You're like, what the fuck? Like, all right, this is fine. And there was a guy, actually, I don't think it had anything to do with him being big. If I'm not mistaken, he was like wheelchair bound, and he went on one of those rides, and he ended up breaking his legs or something like that, because his legs weren't, there was something wrong. Can he sue for that? Or no?
For sure. I don't even know the facts, but that just sounds like it should.
I'm gonna try to find the article.
Listen, look, like this one time, like this fucking idiot lost his hat on a ride at Six Flags, and then he decided to jump a fence, go underneath the trajectory of the ride, and then, he got decapitated. It's like,
oh no, he died. It was that he died. It was at Universal Epic Universe theme park, and he was 32, and the autopsy, he got hit in the head with something, or hit his head on something, and his right thigh bone was fractured. I wonder what happened exactly. I know he was wheelchair bound, and it had something to do with that.
Because a lot of those things, it comes down over your head, it's supposed to lock in like right between your legs to get you to put it there.
I think that's exactly what the problem was.
But that shit isn't wrong to me. Now, I'm good on all of that.
He had to push the ride operator had to push his lap restraint down several times before it was safely in place when they first got on the ride. The wife was with them on the ride. She thought that the restraint bar was positioned too low on their laps, and then I guess from that he ended up hitting his head.
Oh, that's messed up, bro. So instead of being at like mid-thigh, the dude had it like by his knee or something. He slipped up.
Yeah, he had neck, back, and spinal injuries, hip injuries. Oh, poor guy.
Yeah, don't be shy. Where is this guy from?
What?
Shit.
I'm a human.
I'm not gonna spoil it. Just gonna suck it in.
They said that disability played no role in his death. But it had to do with, I guess, the negligence negligence of the thing operator. So, long story short, do you think his wife was paid or not?
Oh, hell yeah. She paid. How much do you think your average life is worth trying?
My average life?
No, like in America, when you sue someone, God forbid you.
Like I died on like a similar incident.
I don't want to put it on you, but let's say, your neighbor dies, and the kids sue.
How much do I think that they should get?
How much do you think that average life costs in a lawsuit?
$5 million.
$1 million, right? Yeah, that's it. And then,
Really?
and then pretty much half of that goes to the lawyer.
Yeah.
And then the client still has to pay for the experts, filing fees, all the costs.
Yeah.
So sometimes they lose a loved one, get $1 million verdict because the insurance policy only goes up to, let's say, $1 million. The insurance is like, okay, here you go, here's $1 million. Or they drag their feet for 4 years and then they eventually pay the $1 million. And then the person gets like fucking $360 grand. Like, what are you gonna do? You can't even buy a condo knowing that much.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you hear crazy verdicts, right? Like 40 million, 70 million, 120 million. Usually those are for people who are paralyzed, have brain injuries, and they're gonna need assisted living, nurse care.
The rest of their life.
That's why it goes up. Because of the future medical bills that are reasonably likely to be heard. And then sometimes, like, I know some guy got a $120 million verdict, but then the guy ran away to Dubai. It's like, good luck collecting.
So look, I just looked this up as well. This case you're talking about, Shasha. There was another lady earlier last year that's suing them as well. She got injured, the same rod, hit her head. She's asking for $50,000.
That's it?
So she, understand these streets. That's all. She's for the streets. But the wife of Rodriguez, she's still living. She died in September. The Stardust rating.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but losing somebody, I think that at least gotta be like 50.
My
25
grandmother somehow was misdiagnosed with throat cancer. Do you remember back in the day those commercials with the lady and the little device she holds to her neck that has a hole in it? She'll talk and you'll be able to understand her through the device. They basically did like a similar surgery to my grandma. Cause she had a hole, but she never had a device. I could somehow understand her when she spoke still. But she had a hole, she would wear like a lace, like handkerchief thing around her neck. Very, very classy. And turns out, she didn't have fucking throat cancer, so they, I guess, did the surgery for no reason. I don't know. She was able to sue the hospital for negligence. She ended up getting a few $100,000 for it. She bought a house in Co-op City, and yeah. But she didn't get much for like the amount of negligence that is, in my opinion. How much do you think you would have got her? Hello?
Oh, my bad, I was on mute. Yeah, it depends. I need to know every single fact of the case. But unfortunately, what year did this happen in?
I believe it happened in the 90s.
That's probably the best I would have been able to do.
Yeah.
It's hard, especially when you go against doctors. It's very, 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 very hard. The laws are so to protect them. In California,
aren't they the most sued?
Not really. Lawyers are probably
percentage of doctors get sued a lot, right? Like 2% of the doctors have like 90% of the lawsuits.
Okay, I get what you mean by that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to bore you guys, but there's a lot of intricacies in medical malpractice, which make it so that lawyers don't take righteous cases because there's no money in it. So what ends up happening is people just get fucked. I've turned down
What
a lot.
is like a clear-cut medical negligence case that you would take?
Like I've taken a dental malpractice where the dentist struck a nerve on a 17-year-old girl and she lost sensation and taste. She can never taste again. I took another dental malpractice case where the wrong tooth was extracted, even though the specialist was supposed to do something else, like this intricate procedure, and he just decided to pull the tooth, and he pulled the wrong tooth.
Wow.
I got $75,000 for that case, which is good. I mean,
Yeah.
for one tooth.
Yeah.
I've had a horrific case. It's I'll never forget this case. It was a young man who was actually exactly my age. He got into a car accident and became a paraplegic. And then for like 12 years, nurses would come and take care of him in his home. And one day, this fucking dumb nurse gave him a drug he was allergic to. He went into fucking shock. He went into a coma for 4 or 5 months, and then he died. And
fuck.
And then here's the thing. Here's what happened. The fucking when the guy went into shock, the nurse called her boss. Right, her boss said pretty much leave. She forgot the physical file, the physical folder in the house, which had the documentation saying he's allergic to this drug. Not only inside, a bold orange sticker on the front of the folder saying allergy, and then the fucking drug. They decided to delete all the records they had of him being allergic to this, and unbeknownst to them, we had access to the physical file they left. But unfortunately, yes, this is the sad part. Unfortunately, the parents waited over a year to come find us, and when they found us, the statute of limitations had already run. Because in California, it's a 1-year statute of limitations as opposed to a 2-year. So you have 1 year from the time that you know or you should have known that medical malpractice occurred. So I tried to argue, and I told them, like, this is a losing case. If I win this motion, which is 3 years down the line, it's going to be a miracle. So I argued that they didn't know there was medical malpractice until they found the folder. And the only reason they really examined the folder is because they came to talk to the lawyers, right? And the lawyers are like, hey, give me all your documents. And then lo and behold, they're like, oh shit, look, allergy, this, that. And then the judge said, no, well, it was in their possession the whole time. So it's not my fault that they, and then the case was dismissed. But I couldn't do anything. And I visit him once in a while in the cemetery. He knows I couldn't do anything else. And they're poor old parents. I wish I could have gotten the money, but I mean, imagine your kid dies, you're in so much trauma. You could overlook something like that, and a year passes by real quick.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah, I had another case where a lady went blind because she had herpes in her eyes. And yes, sex, you get that from sex. And then,
wait, they come get in an eye?
I guess, some sort of food, right, or
she's a freak.
So She went and got laser eye surgery, and there was complications that happened. She went back to the doctor. Doctor's on vacation. He told the staff, like, hey bro, like, this has nothing to do with us. You have herpes. You need to go see a specialist. She never went and saw a specialist, and she went blind. And so you have a duty to mitigate your damages.
Yeah.
So whether it's your car or your eyes, you can't just chill, right? You have, like, a doctor told you to do X, Y, and Z. You're not doing it and then wondering why you went blind. What's that?
That's horrible. Why the fuck didn't she go to a specialist?
Yo, where my gun at? Anything. Ole, let me get my gun.
Well, I don't know.
Take it. I said, oh no, I hope not.
Yeah, I saw there was y'all remember there was a baby? There was a couple that went to like a hotel with their baby, and the baby somehow like got hold of this like used condom and caught fucking herpes from it. Yeah. Yeah. Can they sue the hospital? I mean, not the hospital, excuse me, the hotel for that? Because technically they should have cleaned that, right?
Yeah. How old was the kid?
It was an infant.
Then it's the parents' fault.
Fucking hell.
And the jury would end up deciding what fault to put on the parents and what fault to put on the hotel, if any.
So there's a possibility that
the jury might be like the hotel. Yeah, the jury might say the hotel was 10% at fault. Parents are 90% at fault. And you get $1 million judgment, they reduce it by 90%.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. And in some states, like Texas, more conservative states, unlike California, which is a pure comparative fault state, which means no matter what percentage your client's at fault, they have a right to recovery. So even if your client is 99.9% at fault, they have a right to recover the 0.01%. In Texas, if your client is more than 50% at fault, you're barred from the lawsuit, which is fucking retarded. It's retarded.
That is pretty retarded.
Yes.
You said how did the damage occur, Shotgun?
What damage to your asshole?
To that infant.
The infant caught an STD from normal.
Yo, Ole, what you think was how was the hotel
I was asking because they were at a hotel. And somehow there was a used condom in a hotel room that I think should be cleaned.
Not from the parents.
No, not from the parents. The condom was not from the parents. It was from the person previously.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
That's nothing. I had a client who I used to help during COVID. I worked in a children's court helping parents get their kids back from the county after they took them away. This one fucking bitch. Yeah, this one fucking lady, bitch, was high on meth, gave birth in a toilet seat, in a toilet, like inside the toilet, and then abandoned the child. And,
oh my God.
And then the husband found the baby in the toilet, took him to the hospital, and because of her drug use, the kid was born prematurely with like insane neurological disorders. They ended up fucking giving the kid away, and a gay couple adopted him. Yeah.
Wait, you said.
It's like, I don't get how they don't get arrested for that.
Like if you show up to a hospital, even if you're not high, and you end up delivering a baby that's high on drugs, whether it's crack cocaine, whether it's weed, whether it's meth, I don't care what type of drug it is, okay? Why the fuck aren't they getting arrested for that? For like negligence?
They can.
They can?
Yeah, they
Because
can.
in New York City, I don't recall a single woman getting arrested, being high on weed or any type of drug really, giving birth to their kid. If anything, they'll take the kid away.
Yes.
I don't think on
That's
weed.
That's all.
Yeah, they'll take the kid away, but they're not,
It's the prosecutors in liberal areas don't prosecute stuff like that. Like in LA, they don't ever prosecute. Even
Why? Why?
Because
That's clear negligence.
Yeah, they look at drug users more as victims.
Well, it's probably the same in New York City now, and that's probably why. I mean, they are victims in a sense, but it's when does that stop? I feel like that stops once you're pregnant and your duty is to protect the baby inside of you, right? Like, I don't know. They should get arrested in every state, every single time.
Like if you really on drugs, it's like the equivalent to being insane.
No, I understand that. Trust me, I understand that. But does that mean you shouldn't get arrested just because you're fucking retarded?
I think so.
Or declared retarded? No, I don't think so.
I don't think you should be like put in jail. If anything, I think you should be put in some form of camp/rehab. But I don't think you should be incarcerated.
And you could do that in jail.
Nah.
Yeah.
Jail is. You ever been to jail?
No, I've never been in jail.
Yeah, I've been to jail. And jail is not for rehabilitation. Like they need to be rehabilitated because jail is so fucking shocking to some people that depending on how your mind is set up, it's just gonna make your drug use worse.
But that's the thing, they could be in another section of the jail, right, where it's dedicated to rehabilitating the people who are just getting off of drugs, yada, yada, yada. Once they're rehabilitated, they can leave. They don't gotta be necessarily in with the rest of the inmates that fucking murder people and shit like that, or violent. It could be a, different section of the jail. I don't know, but
I agree, but that's what I'm saying. I don't even think it should be jail because like jail there ain't no part of jail that's for rehabilitation. Jail is for punishment.
yeah, but at one point do we draw the line? Like we also, they're victims, but these people would be willing to steal the necklace off of your fucking neck to feed their fucking addiction. These people would sell their infants in order to feed their children. You get what I mean? Like, at what point do you not treat them as victims and you treat them as the fucking retarded criminals that they are? Like, these are the same people that would get high and start tripping and randomly slash somebody to death in the street for absolutely no reason.
But would they do it? Would they do it if they were sober though?
No, that does. There's a lot of crimes that are done because they're high or they're drunk. There's so many crimes that are done.
They should go to the.
But that's not the reality, though. That's not the reality. The reality is being a drunkard or being a druggie does not take away from the responsibility that you have as a person not to fucking stab people to death or steal people's items to feed your addiction.
I'm not saying I don't get you. All I'm saying is sending them to jail to fix it. Because if they go to jail and they get a 5-year sentence and they come home and relapse, that's still their fix shit. The real issue.
Yeah, but they could also do 5 years in jail, get
as well, right? That's also another outcome.
But it's rare because jail don't rehabilitate people. Jail makes worse criminals.
There's some people who are sober today that would argue differently. There's some people who got sober and changed their lives because they ended up getting locked up. Whatever the fuck they did.
Yo, I agree with EA, bro. Like, growing up in the fucking trenches, bro, so many niggas I went to grade school with would be like in and out of juvie. You know, some of them did hard time. EA, they would come out more violent than ever, like way more worse.
Yeah, bro.
Bro, I grew up like 2 blocks away from like Latin King headquarters in South Jamaica, bro. All them niggas did 2-3 years, bro. They come out, bro. You think they calm down because they're on parole? Nah, them niggas is going back to stabbing niggas, fucking armed robberies.
Do you think, ideal, that a woman who gave birth to a high baby that's shaking, that is addicted to meth, okay, do you think that she should be put in jail or she should be put in a rehab? Because that's really where.
I mean, rehab, you're right. It's ideal, but like, yeah.
That bitch need to be put in jail.
First time.
That might piss me off.
What about the second or third time?
Still rehab, bro.
Nah, I don't give a fuck about the first time. First time, bitch, you're going to jail.
Here's the thing. Do we believe in rehabilitation? If we do, how likely are we as a society to rehabilitate different types of people? I am from the camp that it is very hard to change people. Look how hard it is for you to change yourself. Just to go to the gym, to adjust your diet, let alone someone who's been fucking injecting meth into their fucking system for 7 years. I think it's a sad state of affairs, but they need to be taken away from the general population. If they keep having kids that have lifelong neurological disorders, like, what the fuck, man? You're pretty much giving a fucking death sentence to a person. They're going to have a shorter life and it's going to be very painful. And it's like, oh, you were sexually assaulted by your father when you were young, so we're just going to let you create babies with neurological disorders.
You might as well kill them, though, bro. And I'm not saying wrong. If that's the case, if that's the case,
No, I would kill him if I was king. If you have 2 kids, you're done. You're gone. I'm sorry.
But, okay. If you got 3 kids that are born high, basically.
Second one.
No, yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah.
When people are on drugs, they're not mentally stable.
I know that. I recognize.
I'm just speaking in general. I'm just saying.
But I think, that you're seeing the audience.
Either we gonna treat it as mental health, or we just gonna treat it as punishment.
I think, okay, if they haven't committed any crimes yet, rehab them. But if they get caught committing a crime, and I'm talking a crime, like not something small, like a crime, I don't think the focus should be rehabilitation.
So
the focus should be just punishment.
Why is there such thing as being able to plead insanity if when you got somebody that you know mentally is insane, you just want to ignore it?
Here's the thing, real quick. When you win on that insanity, right? Like you're not like free, right? You're gonna be in a mental institution. They're gonna be trying to experiment with drugs on you, and it might be worse depending on where you're at, like,
Especially if it's like a temporary mental state. You know what I mean? If it's only induced by drugs and they get sober, now they're about to run a bunch of genuinely crazy people. Like that's even worse.
But that's better treatment though, all I'm saying, because hey, if you treat somebody, right, then, and what I mean by mistreat, if you take a mental illness case and you treat it as a criminal, at that point you become the criminal.
okay, but check this out. Some would argue all criminals have mental issues.
But that's what I'm trying to expose. A lot of, I guarantee you, probably I'd say 82% of the people that was incarcerated was drug use. And drugs is medication. They just medication. They literally cause psychotic attributes. But people ignore it. People.
No, I don't think people are ignoring it.
I ain't got no empathy for that shit because
I don't think people are ignoring it.
But you know, lack of sleep causes that too, right? Like sometimes I work like a lot and I literally start hallucinating, bro. I'm like,
and look, I agree with you, but all I'm gonna say is this, bro. None of these crackheads knew they were gonna be crackheads, and it's easy to say this shit until it happens to you.
No, yeah, that's the unfortunate part.
And somebody, so it's easy to judge these people because right now you think
I'm not judging.
I'm not talking about you. I'm just speaking in general. It's easy to say this shit what we think should happen, and until somebody slip a Mickey on you, or until somebody lays you open like that you think is weed, and then you like that.
And then it's like I just feel like the roles could be reversed, where it's like, yeah, like you could say that. I could also say you're judging the people that are judging until you're affected negatively by a fucking crackhead, right? Until a fucking crackhead, I don't know, decides to rob your little niece while she's on her way home from school. Her little gold chain that she got from her great grandfather. That's you get what I mean? Like it could go either way. You know?
Yeah. And I think because I grew up around it, I just look at it different. But I'm just wondering, I'm not expecting everybody to look at it the way I look at it. I'm just trying.
I look at it. What was crazy is I look at it both ways. You know, like I look at it as I feel genuine sorrow for those people. And God willing, those people get help, right? But then I also recognize the fact that they can be monstrous. Like they can be very manipulative. They can be very schemy and sneaky. And what is it? Emotionally, they'll take advantage of your emotions just to get their drugs, just to get their drug of choice. So, yeah, like I guess it's you know, it's according to the individual, right? Like if it's a clear cut, like this person really does want help, they just can't control it, yeah, sympathy. But when it comes to like, I don't know, the crackhead that robbed the Old Navy, and now I can't go into Old Navy because they closed the store down, yeah, fuck him. You know, I don't have sympathy for that guy. Unless he's gonna give me some of the items for cheap. Shout out to the booster.
But that's what I'm saying. I like that because that was a real answer. You feel me? Like, with my interest, yeah, and I'm just saying, like, it's a lot of shit that get overlooked. People want to play that mental illness shit when it's convenient for them. But yeah.
Do you remember that bath salts dude?
That ate that person's face on the bridge.
I think he killed a couple. It wasn't just one person.
It happened a few times.
Yeah, it was another guy that like ate this homeless guy's face off, and it was within a like short span of each other too. And I believe it was in the same state. It was bath
mentally impaired when they kill you. And to fully prosecute this shit, like I said, you gotta prosecute the people who make this shit. That's why they never talk like this.
The drunk lady that's coming home from a bar that accidentally kills a family of 5, she should go to the mental asylum rather than jail.
Yeah. And I'm just saying, I'm just using their own doctrine. Because if and I'm just saying, and I know it sounds crazy, but if insanity is a thing, I know it's cool, I like the book, but if insanity is a thing, literally they insanity. If they won't drunk, if they won't have, they wouldn't do it.
They're temporarily insane.
They don't have
Not every drug driver is impaired. Not every drug driver is impaired to the point of insanity, right? A lot of times they know exactly what they're doing. They're just a little buzzed.
You know what they were doing? Budweiser and Super when they made the can.
You're getting, then it's coming down to the whole like McDonald's fat kids lawsuit.
Extra
You know,
large
that it's
Cokes.
like,
Exactly.
yeah. But they lost those
They do the drug
for a reason. Because it comes down to their parents buying the fucking shit. And then they get the personal choice.
It ain't like they lost because it's too many motherfuckers that got money in it that ain't particular of a certain group. Because if that wasn't the case, why would they do it the same thing we do? Motherfucker, but when it comes to this dude, they lock the motherfucker all the way down the line. Everybody get locked up. If somebody fuck around with OD or heroin, the nigga they sold it to them gonna get locked up. But they don't do that when it comes to the shit they invested. They don't do that.
No, yeah, I'm down for everybody getting locked up. Fuck it. Lock up the nigga that made Budweiser and lock up the nigga that fucking killed the family of 6 because he was fucking drunk off of Budweiser. Lock them all up. I'm fine with that.
Lock Sunshine.
Lock you up.
You want
Lock every nigga up that eats fucking tacos. Every Thursday.
You don't like that. Kirsty looks great, bro.
Hell yeah. Some of my favorite restaurants, Javier's. Good stuff.
We're gonna go there one day.
Hell yeah.
After our boxing match. After our boxing match. Winner gets shot.
Who would want to box me?
I don't think we should box him because he laughed at it.
Winner gets shot, and if I die trying to team shot.
Bro, best case scenario is death, bro. You're gonna be stuck with brain damage for the rest of your life.
Yo, why'd you shoot my boy Jacobus like that?
Dude, when I first saw your PTR, I thought it was him. I was about to be like, Jacobus, what are you doing with that eggplant, bro? I was like, what made this guy post this photo? I was like, what's going on?
He wishes he posted that photo. You know what's crazy though, Oleg? This is actually the original photo. Photo he has in his PTR is actually an AI chicken wing. Yeah. That's right. He keeps fucking with me, and then when I'm not in the room, so when I hear, I'm like, fuck with this guy. I also made a fleshy toned eggplant because they didn't let me put a dick in his mouth, so I had to go to the next best round. So I was like, you know what? Emoji, eggplant. It's usually used as a dick, so if I put an eggplant, people, add two and two together. It's amazing stuff. I love AI. This is what AI is used for, or should be used for.
Do Puerto Rican say
No. Do Puerto Ricans say dingling? Who says dingling?
cherry. I really tell people that, but I don't. They shit starts. Shit.
I have a question for you, Rabbi. Say you got into a really bad accident.
I'm keeping my nipples shut, so I don't want to hear shit. So.
Alright.
You gotta come up with a new one.
Yeah.
You've asked everyone twice already.
I feel like that, to be honest, it's a test question. It's just to gauge where people's mental is at in the moment, you know? Like if they say they'll go nippleless, you know what that tells me? That they don't have purpose in life anymore.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
You know why? Because they don't care that they look crazy.
Maybe
like
it's a conversation starter. I would be able to pick up so many chicks with no nipples.
No.
They'd be like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah,
Let me tell you what happened. 2 years ago, I flipped my car and my nipples flew off. See, I got you to laugh.
You know, the man tells me that and then takes off his shirt and shows me no nipples. I'm probably gonna fuck him that night.
Plus, if I was in that situation, my entire chest would be padded up. You wouldn't even notice I didn't have nipples.
Would you put something there to mimic nipples?
I heard you guys talking about that shit. That's your problem. Even like put a piercing and then tattoo the piercing to make it look like a nipple. Like, how much acceptance do you want from the world? Fuck it, bro. Fuck the nipples.
Nah, bro, you need nipples, bro.
Women need nipples.
That's what that's what
You know what's crazy? I saw a lady, right, on Instagram Reels. Bro, it doesn't work in 2 weeks, bro. Calm down. You're having a placebo effect.
When I get a phone over, I stand in the mirror and then like Cedar starts playing in the background. Oh yeah. Everything's gonna be fine. I'm sorry.
Hey, it's my too.
Yeah, bro, I was like standing in the mirror, bro, just like kind of looking disinterested, like what am I thinking of? Who the fuck, you know? They want to hit the gym before shot, so they don't need the gym like before, like it's not like just starting to go to the gym.
Hey, you like the other song Breakdown? Breaking Down, you know. Yeah. They do. They come in hardcore.
Oh yeah, so like there was the lady on my timeline, and I guess she's a breast cancer survivor, and she had no breasts, just the scars from the removal, and she was running with no shirt on, just chilling. I don't think I would be that bold.
I mean, I don't blame her. She went through all that fucking trauma.
Yeah.
She could do whatever she wants.
Yeah. Shout out to her. But I couldn't help but to think of my question at the same time. Like, damn, she went nipples.
I told you about my client in the pressure cooker, right?
Yeah, it burnt my tits off. That's what stopped me from getting a pressure cooker.
Really?
I got a slow cooker instead. I'm drinking a slow cooker.
Wait, how did she fuck up the pressure button?
It was the corporation claimed it was user error, but it happened so often I knew she didn't go through well.
You was extension.
It was no extension cord. Good question. What sucks is she had she liked tattoos, and her favorite tattoo was right on her chest, so that burned off as well. It's burned off, and the whole.
Did she have real tits or fake tits?
Look good to me. But I don't know.
say if they were fake and it did damage to her, like fake breasts, could you get more money?
Of course.
Okay.
So I'm going to try to make you whole, get you as close to the pre-accident situation as humanly possible. And if there needs to be surgeries to replace your breasts, what do you call those things? Those holes?
What?
What do you call them? Implants.
Silicone? Yeah.
Yeah, if you need implants, that's part of the damages. And then you're going to say, I want $50,000 for her to get implants. And you're like, $50,000? She could go to fucking Turkey and get that done for $2,000. You know? And then you go back and forth with soulless defense attorneys.
Do you think you could get 100K steps in a day?
Yes.
You personally?
Yes.
I know it's achievable, but
I'll probably collapse and be possible.
I just watched a girl do that for her birthday. She walked all around New York City.
Yeah, when I go to like conventions for lawyers, they usually do like 25,000 steps. Just walking around the museum, going to the different vendors.
Yeah.
So, it probably took her the whole day to run.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, look, you ever seen the movie, the one who flew over the cuckoo's nest?
No. It sounds very familiar. There's a book too, right?
That's with Jack Nicholson, right?
Yeah. It's the movie.
I watched it as a kid. Ironically enough, I haven't watched it since then. It's actually on my list.
So apparently 100,000 steps is 48 to 52 miles.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know if I could do that.
That's basically what 2 marathons almost.
The only people that can do that is black people because we walk from the south to the north.
Well, it was a white lady that did it, but yes.
She's next.
Wait, how should be much next to them walking 60 hours?
She walked from, I think it was 5:30, and when she got home, it was late night, it was dark out.
It says you could do it in 16 to 20 hours, but it's an extreme feat.
She did it for her birthday. That's not what I'm doing for my birthday.
My baby mom's birthday today. And getting that big shit.
Happy birthday. Wow.
Okay, I'm just joking.
Happy birthday to her. Yeah, she should get something because she risked her life pushing your big-headed baby out wearing pajama.
That's true. I ain't gonna lie, I do got a big head too. So that's real shit.
I like to go to the gym tomorrow.
You said who? You said hang out for me.
Nigga, I don't need no gym. I'm not getting to gym, bro.
Push-ups and pull-ups, all I need, bro. I don't need no gym for you.
Black guys love calisthenics for some reason.
They work better for me, man. I'm kind of small. Like, I feel like weights is hard on your bones.
You know, the time people move stones. If you look where their stones are from, you're not from around.
Those are aliens, bro. Those are aliens.
Don't check right now. Every time, bro.
Every time.
Yeah, they would use that. They would use
how they weighed them, they were huge.
How did you guys melt the stones into each other, bro? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, no idea. There's no other place in the world like it's like yes. The only place it's like that is Okinawa, which is a wall, ceramic wall in the middle of like the islands. And
then the whites will say that that's a natural formation. There's a wall like that in America too. I forgot which state it's in. It looks exactly like what we're talking about, but not as sexy. And they just write it off as a geological natural formation, but I don't think so, man. I think humans did that.
Yeah, I wonder how they did it too, man. Because those stones, they're sacred. They're a very specific type of stone. And they have all the way up to Machu Picchu. The stone is not even from there.
The Easter Irish, what is going on there? With those fucking statues where 80% of the body's buried under the dirt.
Oh, that's autism, bro. That's like autism. That's like autism meets charisma.
And the Nazca lines. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Do you think they meditated or did drugs to astrally project? Or did they just do math?
I don't know. But listen, I think that like
Did y'all see, there was a video and they were showing how they possibly moved the stones. And it was like wobbling back and forth. You haven't seen them.
Wraps up guy in his backyard, right?
No, it was trying to find it.
I thought the best area had the Great Pyramids. The Great Pyramids were built, they were reconstructed. It's a really, really good video. It's like, wow, yeah, I don't know. But I tell you what, bro, those motherfuckers.
That's it.
And they were like, every day. Yeah, they kind of wobbled back and forth.
Yeah.
I think in every society, right? There's this guy that's born, and he has like fucking gigabrain IQ, right? And he's like autistic as fuck. And at the same time, I think he has like a bicameral mind. And I don't think if he realizes, right, he's not burdened by like self-doubt. He doesn't think that his thoughts are exclusively his own. They think that they're divinely inspired, that he's smart enough for like the voices that he generates, that he believes it's someone else. Who like give him these plans, right? He follows through. Basically, a really intelligent person with the confidence of a stupid person.
So he's retard maxing.
He's retard maxing, but he's high IQ retard maxing.
Yeah. I'm getting into that lately, bro.
The retard maxing?
Yeah, like, bro, I've been a lawyer for 6 years now, right? And I have colleagues I graduated law school with. They already have their law firms. They're making millions of dollars. Why? Because they retard max. They have no experience whatsoever. They have a little money, and they open up a law firm, and they learn as they went. And there you go. And I'm over here fucking paranoid. No, but I should retard max myself.
Yes.
If I ruin someone's life, so be it. If I get sued for legal malpractice, so be it. That's how they think. And they get away with murder, bro. They fucking get away with murder.
Yes, you're right.
But I think you're wrong. I think it's not just one person. It's a whole bunch of sophisticated people who do this. Maybe the king or whatever it is. He's the point man, but there's a whole slew of people behind this shit.
Machu Picchu isn't like ancient, right?
Yeah, I think it was made in what, 17 or 1600s?
No, Machu Picchu is made during the reign of Pachacuti. Meaning it's like, it's in like the...
Like 1450, bro.
Yeah, 1450, yeah. So it's not like, man, like, I don't think we've ever met someone who has a bicameral monarchy who's a genius. Like, we don't know how that works, right? Like, we don't know how that works. And I imagine that those people, like the priest class, has like patron gods, like gods of like knowledge and stuff like that, right? And I imagine that like camera one society, they have like a litmus test to see how much people are quote say God, you know? And like unknowingly they would think like, oh, you hear it too. But really it would be just like some litmus test that they don't know that they're doing. Or like very high IQ people, right? And they just bounce around ideas. They do a weird big roadmap. Is it when people, so they're still like societies that you would think of as bicameral minds in the Amazon. So you think like, okay, if they think that voices are talking to them, all of them can see like manifestations of like whatever the imagination is. It's not gonna be like, okay, it's not gonna be like shared experiences, right? Because they're imagining their own thing. But like that's wrong. Like they do see things, like they do have like the same experiences. Like when the things was documented, is it like the entire village just like walking out, like what looks like essentially thin air. It's like, oh look, there's a spirit. That's that evil spirit. Yeah, that evil spirit right there. He killed one of us. Like the whole tribe is having that way, right? They've identified that. So I think these mass hallucinations, right? Like think about like what crowd mentality does, right? Bro,
I hear you, but how do you melt stones like that, bro?
I know they were melted, bro. Like I know they were melted.
No, I'm just using that as like a fucking token anchor to establish.
Look at Machu Picchu. Look how high it is. Look up the altitude of Machu Picchu, and look at the stone that's in the out. Then look at the topography of Machu Picchu. The weight, you can't roll that shit up there. Like people talk about, oh yeah, the pyramids would have to bring these massive stones up this incline, therefore it's impossible. Well, that's how you start off. That's how you have to accept that Machu Picchu happened in the first place, right? Like these huge inclinations, right? It's like in the fucking mountains. It's like a fucking like a temple in the mountains, right? And they had to drag that shit all the way up there, like. No fucking idea. They have access to metalwork. That's the best that I can think.
Yeah, I think they use frequency, bro. I think they use sound. I think they use levitation with sound. I think that's how all the old temples was made, through vibration. Because if you can match the frequency of something, you can levitate it.
It's crazy thinking about like look, whatever sound it's going to be, right? Whatever frequency it's going to be, there's have to be enough energy to move that, right? That's not great way for law thermodynamics. Whatever it is, it won't be like this sound will be so great. It's like, well, how can you make a sound that big? Like, I don't think we can generate that today. Like, even knowing that, not something on that scale for our technology.
I mean, you could, but it's, I know you can. It's just you gotta know.
We can, but like for like small objects, not like the stones of Machu Picchu. Those are like way. Like I had things like not together. It's like fucking it would, but it would be like this huge fucking speaker shit, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They don't know that. I'm just saying that back then they didn't have what we have now, and they did. And whatever they had is still here. You get what I'm saying? So that's basically all I'm saying. It's doable. It's just motherfuckers don't know.
Anything's possible, if you ask me. Shit, they could have just done it by meditating for all of it. Shit.
So like, there's a lot of like theories by the native people. It's a Pachacutic's reign was so great, and like they also attributed Pachacuti went to like Polynesia, right? And over there, there's like they make claims that he went over there, and then like the wall Hapuvi Hapu. I didn't believe that until like I saw the wall Hapuvi Hapu. You know, I do think that like my people were there. Like some.
Didn't the fucking some Egyptian fucking
Mummies
have cocaine in their...
Yes. So
that's true, right?
Yeah, like okay, so like that's tested because of macrophotography, and like and then I think if I'm not mistaken, they tried to test it again. The Egyptologists didn't want to get tested to change the narrative. They're very fucking pernickety about that shit.
That's what I'm about to say. They trying to change the narrative. They trying to say that it's not because they actually did it.
Basically, one guy gave a narrative, and if you challenge it, like you govern really fuck with it. And
It's the main guy. It's the main.
Yeah, okay, that's true. Yes.
He closes all the archaeological sites, and then him and his buddies go and loot all the gold, and they like make sure there isn't anything that goes against their narrative.
Yeah, they make it taking shit, strategically placing things. Oh.
China does that too. In their forbidden city, they're worried that their king is actually a red-haired European-looking dude. So the Chinese officials are like, fuck it. You know, because of safety reasons, we can't excavate anymore. There's no city or shit like that.
Yeah, so like, the story goes that Pachacuti's reign was so great, it defended against the Chacras, the more Venezuelan king, and like on either side. That's why the people that like are from like the area that they would be, Cherokee or basically like Venezuela. But a lot of the other stories like don't lend themselves to be like as metaphorical the names, like in their verbiage. And it's kind of like, yeah, there's just fucking giants, dude. Like it's literally just giants, and they exist. And like, not where I live, but like where my grandfather used to live, or the village he used to grow up. Like men weren't allowed to go in certain numbers. Like you can't go like in threes unless accompanied by like your mother and a daughter. Like and then it's not exclusively about like not like getting pregnant, you know, like in the middle of nowhere. There's like very superstitious things. And it's because like these things will like call out, and if you see them, like if you see them like in the distance, right? And you see them in the distance, like it's already like way too late, right? They're like giants.
Bro, have you heard of the Chinese grinding up dinosaur bones and snorting it and putting it into teas because they believe it had like therapeutic qualities?
Yes.
So imagine giants, bro. Giants existed. God knows what our ancestors did with their bodies and bones, bro. They could have fucking ground that shit up, turned it into paint, and then wore it as decoration, probably.
Or, I got a good one. They grounded up the dinosaur bones and they mixed it with the cocaine and they made them like, super awesome, like straight to be able to like slam rock formations together and shit like that and be able to manipulate them like clay. There we go. Pretty much. Yeah, I like my shit.
I'll give that 1 second.
You guys think there's like Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon? Have you heard about that?
It's a fact.
Yeah,
I definitely think like it's something down there to where they got all these, cause like if you go to like Utah where like the shit start, they
24-hour watch. You know, shit is like, it's blocked off from miles away. You can't get close to that bitch. They got stations set up, fences, gates, and shit like that. They don't want nobody fucking around with that part of the cave. Why? It's just a cave. It's just a rock. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's somebody gonna do with any of that shit? Yeah. And apparently there was a sphinx too in the pyramid in the Grand Canyon. You gotta know it. Have you seen that? Yeah, it's kind of looking like melted away. Yes, like the head's gone, but the body and legs are still there. It's like a trip. I think we need to set up an evacuation team. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna bed that nigga up and get him out of there. I want to see that shit. Yeah, but there's caves everywhere. There's fucking caves in the middle of the fucking cliffside. How we made that? And it's obvious humans were there. I think there's a tribe that still lives there. Yeah,
do y'all think that body was really Gilgamesh? I don't know if y'all seen it, but that tall nigga, he had a big ass rapper chain on, but it was like a golden fish, and it was like this Gilgamesh.
In Iraq?
I think so. It was somewhere over there they found him, but he tall as a bitch, and he got a golden fish chain on.
And he looked like he wasn't really dead, right? He was like suspended animation almost.
He looked, yeah, and he got dark skin with straight hair.
Oh, I didn't just see it all.
Yeah, look it up. You probably seen it before. You probably don't know what I'm talking about. But tell me if you think it should be.
Wait, where did they find it at? Apparently Iraq.
Yeah, just type it in. It's gonna come up. They got videos in. They got hella pictures.
What, like type in what? Like, is this Gilgamesh or some shit or what?
Type in body of Gilgamesh found. And you can see the normal dude.
Iraq Gilgamesh tweet. In April 2003, a German-led archaeological expedition reported discovering what they believed to be the lost tomb of King Gilgamesh, and then we invaded like 2 months later. And we literally put like a military base over this archaeological site. It's pretty badass. I know this sounds crazy, but apparently we captured a giant in Afghanistan, in the cave. Who knows? Wait, where? In Afghanistan. Let's see what Google says. Yeah. Oh, I see this nigga. And yo, he iced out.
That nigga got a big ass thing on.
Yeah, good shit. Hell yeah.
That shit look crazy, bro. That nigga preserved as a motherfucker.
Hell preserved. Now they say it might be the tomb of Nimrod.
Yeah. That's the first one you said. When you first had it, they were saying it was Nimrod, but then after they changed it to motherfucking Gilgamesh.
Yo, have y'all seen that mysterious, like, bearded figure and shit like that? That, like, they got pictures of this motherfucker, like, and I code. All that shit. What I'm trying to see what they call, because they just call like the but it's like hieroglyphs to this thing. What about those handbags all over the world? You know, the fucking statues with like a dude carrying like a bag.
They be in Samaria, and they had watching them.
Yes, yeah, yes. Like it's a straight up watch, bro. Like what is that?
Yeah, but you know, in that area, that's who they attribute most of the groundbreaking astrology to. And you know, keeping time is astrology. Well, astronomy, you know what I'm saying? I should say, not astrology. But like, because you know the original time was basically tracking the sun, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, you get what I'm saying? So it makes sense that they would have had watches on because they were known for being astronomers and shit.
Yeah, for farming and shit, they need to know everything. That's crazy, bro. The first watches were practicing, though.
No, facts. Hell yeah. Yeah, it was a lot of shit going on. Like, I'm always thinking and shit like that. Like you said, conferences, sundowns, but like shit got freaky. The Babylonians were so good at it. They weren't the only one, but they was one of the people that had mapped out the stars at nighttime. You know what I'm saying? Because you know that was the big thing with the sundials. Once it got dark, the sundials you can't use the sundial. So now you gotta go to the constellation and the position of the constellations in the sky and shit.
Yeah, that was one of the first people that kind of like mapped out the solar system early, like how we got it today, and included Lula.
Hell yeah, no bullshit. Yeah.
Look at that shit.
Like they be trying to tell us little shit. Like you know, in the movie Matrix, that was the name of the spaceship. It was called a Nebuchadnezzar. Like nigga Nebuchadnezzar in the Bible that was from Babylon.
Oh hell yeah! You know they stayed in Zion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna come back and watch that shit. I'm not sure. The Dogon tribe of Mali.
Oh yeah. They do that. That's what I was about to say.
The sirens, the constellation, they do a lot of shit, bro.
I don't put nothing past none of that shit, bro. Like, because motherfuckers up there and they what we would call drone niggas got drone planets and shit. I wouldn't be surprised if Earth is a big ass drone. It's just niggas ain't found the cockpit. Niggas ain't found the control room.
have such beautiful eyelashes. You're so much, bro.
Man, no to that shit.
No, it's just the African thing.
Maybe.
Ew.
También good. And get. And good. And get.
You need to get off the TikTok, bro.
Hey, yeah, actually, what is that? También good. And get.
Hey, yo, Mac.
This guy that worked for Brinks tried to set up like this robbery and obviously got caught
I've seen that.
of his own Brinks truck. You saw it? Stole $500,000.
They said he picked up 5 when he came back to court. He picked up 5 boxes when he came back to court. And the nigga quit the next day.
Damn, man. You can find it.
You know how good of a job that is, though? Like, to fuck that up is retarded.
How much money do they?
You gotta understand.
It said 500K.
You're probably dealing with hundreds and thousands of dollars at a time. Bro, you that come from you do that for a year, 2, 3, bro. You know, see the way he did it was stupid. You know what I would have done? I would have probably set it up. I would probably get some homies. I would have been like, hey yo, I'm gonna pass this street and then y'all just pull up on me. And I don't know y'all just know me. Boom, so I just that's what.
You'd have to get shot.
Yeah, you got it.
How many years is 171 months?
A lot. It's like 15 years, right? Because 120 months is 10 years.
Yeah, something like that. Like you said, about 15.
Yeah, 14 years, I think.
Alright, that's how much time we got.
How many years is 150 months?
And he was ordered to pay $696K in restitution.
4 years.
So he owes about $700K in restitution.
But if he's smart, right, that's 4 years. Put that money away somewhere. When you get out, go to a different country. You know?
Man, inflation, you don't get that damn money up.
You could just open up a learning center, make like $4 million a year, bro.
He took 2 Brinks cash bags containing approximately $662,000.
Damn. Damn, see this? I don't know, man, but I don't blame you. I don't knock nobody else. Boy, you gotta, that's a terrible thing. It takes 12 years. A lot can change. Yeah, 12 months. Ooh.
And not only that, but he has to pay $700K back. So not only do you get out, but you're probably going to be working and just paying that back.
Yeah, when you do something like that, you got a already have a ride out the country. You're supposed to have a banana boat ride.
He's probably not even going to be hired once they see that on his record.
He's done for life.
That's what I'm saying. He financially did. That's what type of place this is.
Yeah. That's what's going to happen if you get arrested and charged with what? Theft?
think he robbed a bank or something and then ended up getting on a plane, jumped off the plane.
They never found him.
And they never found him. What's his name again?
I don't know that. That's a cool story.
D.B. Cooper. I believe it was. D.B. Cooper.
Sounds about right. I love stories like this. Yeah, it's Dan Cooper, known as D.B. Cooper.
Yeah. So he hijacked the plane. Alright, so yeah, he hijacked the plane. During the flight, he calmly handed a note to a flight attendant claiming he had a bomb, and he demanded $200K in cash and 4 parachutes. So after the plane landed in Seattle, authorities met his demands and released the passengers. And Cooper then ordered the plane to take off again, heading toward Mexico. And somewhere over the dense forest of the Pacific Northwest is when he parachuted out with the money. And he was never seen again. Thousands of suspects were considered, but no confirmed identity was ever established. In 1980, a boy found $5,800 of the ransom money buried along the Colombian River. They officially suspended the case in 2016, the FBI that is. They speculate that he died during the jump due to harsh conditions. They also suspect that he might have survived or lived in under a new identity. And they also suspect he had a military parachuting experience based on his knowledge and behavior. Yep. 200K in 1971 would be considered about 1.5 million today. And it was never found. Amazing.
You guys talking about D.B. Cooper?
Yeah. I didn't know that they found some of the money.
Yeah.
$5,800, 1980. Young boy found it. And then matched the serial numbers.
Yeah.
He most likely died. Isn't that like the...
They said that he might have died. They said that he might have not because it seemed like he had parachuting experience.
They were getting close to finding him, and then they found out he was an Israeli national, so they just sent his down. It's always the Jews with you guys. It's all. Cooper's a Jewish last name, guys.
He has that infamous sketch, right? The glasses and shit.
Yeah.
Which is pretty dope.
I'm gonna change that to my PTR.
A bunch of people tried to do a copycat of his shit and ended up dying. And their bodies were recovered.
Yeah, this guy looks Jewish, but I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Oh, like, did I tell you I got into a car accident last week?
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Sounds like it's your fault.
Yep. Because if it wasn't,
and you didn't tell me the first night, I would fuck you up, bro.
Yeah, that's if it wasn't my fault, I would have texted you.
I'm crying.
I got a call from fucking insurance today that they're taking 100% liability.
Was it bad?
No, bro, it wasn't.
Beautiful.
I told the guy to fix his fucking bumper and he was freaking out. I was like trying to calm him down. No, we went head to head. I'm going fast, I was going 5 miles per hour.
So you're trying to make a left turn in front of them?
Right turn. Onto a narrow street. I took the turn too wide with the truck, and I didn't see him. He was at a full stop.
Don't talk about the case.
No, there isn't a case.
Yo.
So you went hand to hand with a guy?
Yes. All homo. And he fucking freaked out, bro. He got out of the car and he was like freaking out. Down. Yeah, what's up?
Yo, is San Quentin like the biggest prison, like the dangerous prison you have? One of them, yeah.
I was hoping I didn't.
No, I know. I'm saying, like, look, I'm from New York. I ain't never been in jail, but I know Rikers is where niggas die. You know what I mean? Niggas don't want to go there. So I figure, you know, like, because I think San Quentin is like the bad prison over there. Yeah, it is. So who is prison in California? So, see, none of you is Christian. So look at this shit, right? So in the Bible, it was saying like when Paul was in prison, it was like singing.
Can you not? Please don't. No, please.
No, what the fuck are you talking about? Whatever. So look, so they was using it for singing, right? And the prisons opened up and shit like that. And you know how Nathan was asking me about like, yo, you do this with God? I'm like, how many niggas were singing in prison? Like, are you gonna be the singer for God and turn out the sheep, or we go fight? And I'm like, my nigga was like, you go like, I told my nigga this, I'm like, yeah, he's like, yeah. But you gonna do it like this? And then they hit me, I was like, oh shit, right is Jerry. And I was like, oh shit, he was singing in prison. And I'm like, that's different. And when you put Rikers in it, I'm like, fuck it, you put that. I don't know, that shit like being a Christian little different than that. Like, can you see yourself doing that kind of thinking to make the push yourself open? Or you gonna be like, how bad?
I can't imagine myself in jail, but I'm too good.
I put out for Jesus, nigga. You ain't doing nothing wrong. You just
I can't imagine myself in jail for anything. I'm too fucking good.
You think Chinese prisons is like that too? Because they communist prisons.
Probably worse. Probably worse.
They ain't got no guns over there. Have to try that, bro. Oh, you right, that's good.
Don't you take the bloods and the crooks and put it in a Russian prison?
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, that's dangerous. I don't know. Being a Christian is different when you go to jail.
All of them are Christian. They're no longer in jail.
What's the best place to be a Christian? You just read the Bible all day. No, nigga, those are real Christians. Those are killers. They kill you. Nigga, the fuck? Those are Christians by like. That's where you need to be. Right? Jesus was with the sinners. Now, I don't think Jesus got locked up like that. His cousin did. I got cousins. He was around better. He probably got locked up. What the hell? Jesus wasn't locked up? Nigga, you know that shit wasn't really like a locked up session, nigga. Hey, that nigga went through sexual bookings, nigga. Nigga, he went through sexual bookings straight to Nigga, when I watch Gladiator, those jails look like real jails. Yeah. Say, damn, I don't even want to call my Christian up, but Christians don't want thinking like that. That shit dangerous, bro. Like,
I tried the other day, so you thought I was playing when I told you, but I won't play.
Like, how the fuck is it fucking Christian in jail? That shit, like,
you know when I told you that the sackcloth you was talking about, and how I told you that when you go to jail, they give you sackcloth blankets.
You know what? But is it? You know what? Because look, my nigga make clothes. You know how you make music? This nigga make clothes and fabrics and shit. So I was telling him I was about to buy the sackcloth wool. Because I got some Mongolian niggas, they just be shaving and shit. But, nigga, I don't know.
like jail culture. I'm saying though, you can do it in jail, you can do it outside.
Hey, bro, you need to read Revelations again, bro. Because the Son of God, remember you said that Satan should try to cast some of you into prison? I'm telling you, if you be careful studying this shit, because when you study this shit, you can find out what I've been telling you is true, and that Paul is the Antichrist.
Yeah, I think Paul cool.
Alright, nigga, Paul was a nigga that was putting Christians in prison, and then he became an undercover agent to put more remember, you'll find out more.
Hey, got that coat on being Christian.
Nigga, that ain't nowhere in the Bible. That's extra biblical source. Nowhere in the Bible does the Bible say Paul lived in old age still preaching the gospel.
Then concludes. I know that nigga boy. Ain't no way they can go watch the nigga predicate that couple. And let that nigga out do. I tell you this, man. I know you. If me and you was caught preaching the gospel and I would go get my head cut off, we try to get your shit cut off first.
No, I wouldn't.
I know you.
Like, I'm not gonna real shit. Like,
you a sneaky motherfucking nigga. And you was trying to sneak a crown to heaven, nigga.
No, nigga. I got my crown. Nigga, I keep it real, God. But you say they who believe in me shall never see death. So the crown I'm going for, I ain't got to die to get it.
No, you going for the previous verse. I'm going for the second verse. You don't want to talk about
it.
You just going to believe and die and live. Nigga said you going to believe, die, and live. I was to live.
That's what I'm saying.
You're dying for your beliefs. You're not dying for your belief.
Wait, say it again, okay?
Can you imagine dying for your belief in God?
Yeah, but that's the easy part. It's being tortured. Nigga, think about the torture first.
That comes with it, right?
No, that's the hard part. The easy part is letting niggas finish.
Oh, yeah, I could die, but I couldn't be killed. Like, I could go on my own version of jihad, but I wouldn't let nobody, I just wouldn't willingly let somebody kill me for what I believe.
Oh, I know, yeah, you look like you try to fight them niggas. I'm like, get over here.
I'm gonna kill them, nigga. If they try to kill me, I'm gonna kill them. I ain't playing with you. So, like, my version of death would be, I'd just be an extremist. Like, I basically would go out like Pablo Escobar. Even though he got killed, he won't know shit like he surrendered.
See, I'll try to die preaching, but I'm scared they're trying to cut my tongue out, and I don't know how to sound preaching. So I'm telling you, like, these niggas is wicked. They'll try to torture you first.
You need to look up Abuna Petro. He an Ethiopian priest. You need to look his story up. You'll dig.
So choose one. Would you rather get spin the lot or burn the dry?
Neither one. Ain't neither one right for me.
No, I said choose one hypothetically.
Nigga, not hypothetically. Don't give a shit to choose one.
I'm gonna choose one for you. I'm gonna give you your own.
You can't choose it.
I'm gonna let them pluck your eyes out.
That's crazy, man.
Remember they did that to Hezekiah, right? They plucked that nigga eyes out and killed the dude.
And see, that's another
Well, we did that to Zachariah.
Hezekiah.
You gotta be a real nigga when you talk like that. I quote Moses, because Moses was a real nigga. Moses wasn't going for none of God bullshit. Moses was straight like, look, God, why the fuck you tell me you was gonna do this and then you ain't do it? They ain't finna believe my ass. God, don't leave them in the wilderness, because then they gonna say you a lying ass God, and you couldn't deliver them out of the wilderness. That's why you love it. You gotta get, because if you a punk ass nigga when you dealing with God, he gonna treat you like a punk ass nigga.
No, I tell you this. I came to the understanding that perfection don't mean you can't make mistakes. And somebody told me this term self-reflective, and I'm like, what if God is self-reflection? And if he is, then he could make mistakes. Because then, you know what I mean? He's self-reflective.
Yeah, I mean, take me both that they can't succeed.
What you mean?
Remember when he was like, it repented me that I had made man on the earth.
So you consider that self-reflective when somebody regrets and doing that shit?
Yeah, because if you regret mistake. He basically saying I shouldn't have did.
So you think only someone who watch this is white woman. Only someone who's self-reflective and love. What's the opposite of being self-reflective?
Being narcissistic.
Hell from you. That's what's the only thing in my past. That's the dizzy bitch. And I got used to that when that bitch was self-reflective. That's what Mom used to call me. She said, I said, dizzy motherfucker.
But it's funny you say that, bro. I really think that's what was going on with Genesis chapter 6. I think God and his baby mama was busy.
No, nigga, you don't like poetry.
No, I do like it. That's why I understand it. He basically like, it repented him that he had made man on earth. So basically his baby mama was beefing. He like, why I get this bitch pregnant? Look at her ratchet ass and all these bad ass teeth. I'm finna get rid of all that ass and start over. And that's what he did.
No, what if you repented for our sake, though? Like, damn, now these niggas gotta go through this stupid shit. And I wish they
So yeah, so maybe you should jump. Yeah, fuck.
No, he said that after. Remember he said that he repented that he made this.
And then
like, what? Look, because what if evil kills you? Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck is evil kills you?
I don't believe in good things.
I'm saying, like, evil kills, don't it? So what the fuck if evil does kill you? And, like, you gonna die anyway.
You trying to change the subject?
Nigga, that's the same fucking subject. Remember how it says you will surely die if you eat this fruit? Not that, but that, like,
that's why I see
but does it involve with you? Yeah, but does it involve with you? Or does it, like, the fruit will eventually kill you?
It means God was gonna kill you because the tree didn't kill you, God killed him.
Yeah, why would you think God would kill him?
Because he did. So literally what happened. I'm about to prove. He said, if you eat of this tree, you're gonna surely die. Satan like, man, this nigga ain't gonna surely die. I'm about to tell you. So what happens is Satan like, nah, man, you ain't gonna surely die. God just don't want you to be as God is gonna put it either. And so enough, what ends up happening is God ends up getting mad because now man got wisdom and know he naked. And what he does is he put a curse on them, which causes them to die. He sends them out from the tree of life. So, because this is literally what he said, now unless they put forth their hand and take also of the tree of life and live forever. And then he said he kicked the man out of God. So God was going to kill them. He killed them by taking them. He killed them by taking them away from the tree. He could have ate it forever.
So now, watch this now. Glad you said that. That's like girls getting mad, like people getting mad, she got to pay taxes. That wasn't her money to begin with. Like, whose tree was that? That was an apple tree, nigga.
Bro, it don't matter whose tree it was, nigga. All I'm saying is, because of God's action, nigga, God is the cause of man dying. If man would have stayed around the tree, man could have ate the tree and lived forever. But God took him away, and the result of that is man dying. So God killed him.
He wasn't allowed to be there. You can't get mad.
He ain't never get no respect from God, because God knew the truth. I'm just seeing the truth.
No, nigga, you trying to say you demand the right to eat from the tree of life. How dare you?
I'm not saying I demand the right. That ain't what it is. I'm just saying I got sense enough to know that if apple can heal me, and you take me away from the apple, nigga, you keeping me sick. Is that something?
No, you got kicked out of the party.
And whoever kicked me out,
gotta get to.
It don't matter. She changed the subject. You know, first you got to admit that God killed him. Admit that God killed him. Admit
God ain't killing him, you kill yourself. But nobody said you from that shit.
The tree. No. Yeah, you like your father.
See, you want to steal from God. You want to man wrong God?
You ain't real shit.
Hell yeah, with your pastor wrong.
God was doing the same thing you doing, which was being selfish. And Satan knew that about God. That's why God had man with Satan. See, Satan been knowing God a long time because that's his daddy, bro. It's like you having a daddy, you know your daddy be getting drunk sometimes.
Hello. Yo, what's up, Jeff Office? Y'all know John Kitover. Hey, and it's a remove John Kitover right now.
Where is she?
Love intelligence.
Ah, shit. You sneaky John.
You sneaky bastard.
Yo, Coco. Let me ask. Hey, niggas don't be asleep, but bitches just think you're cool. No, man, you the coolest, bro. Right, man. Oh, my God. For 10 and 5. Y'all was arguing?
No, hell no. They was just also freak nasty shit. They look young as a bitch.
Bro, I've been knowing that thing all day. I was going to be
Who said she felt like a fart? Some more. Who the fuck feels like a fart? I ain't gonna lie. Damn,
Drew, you just said you nigga on you can pop that bitch on snap. Damn.
oh, you want it down. You little Jerry, bro.
Oh, God. That's how you do it.
Y'all got a business. You don't see. You ain't doing that.
Oh, man, that's how you do it.
He weird.
How does it mean?
Sure. Go. Food. What?
Get on what?
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm hungry, man. I'm trying to put money to sleep, bro. I got to eat up. I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing, bro. It's after 2 o'clock, bro. It's over with. I got something to do with work. I got something to doctor about that bitch. Burn.
She got burnt over the weekend.
Bitch, I got burnt over. Don't make me all day. Don't make me.
What I say? What I say, Kenny?
You got the head from Big Brain this weekend. You ain't saying nothing about that, though.
Well, I don't know that.
Who said shit? Somebody did shit. Hey, I know you ain't talking. Yo, get up there and stank, boy. You smell like cow shit for real. Why you trying to fix up trends? And all the time you get up there and stank. Unless you ain't took a shower in 2 days. Who? You? Oh, make us think my hygiene shit. We smell like a nursing home. Made laugh and made come on up here. I ain't never been on no funky niggas. And I just had 2 weeks. You doing your move? And I live. Yeah. Nay. You got a ring up under your feet. No, bitch. You got a ring up under your feet. I don't want to hear shit from no nigga that got a big belly. You got stuff aren't your ass immediately naked. Bitch, you the only one laughing. With your big ass. Fuck up. True. I look at the thing and sleep. Don't take that flag off. No, nobody wears flag drawers but me. Bitch, I never fucking my nigga out with flag drawers, bitch. Not lying, bitch. That's why you think every bitch, I'm not lying, bitch. That nigga made you think every nigga got flag drawers in their rotation. No, you need to cut that shit out. You need to cut that shit out. Flag drawers are so uncomfortable. You and Katie. What? Okay, where what? Class. My dog, bitch. I don't want no drawers. You wear plaid drawers and you wear basketball shorts. Every time you make a fool with plaid drawers, go right the wrong way. Did you know? You did. Man, say you wear 3XL panties. Bitch, y'all wearing medium and panties, huh? Bitch, maybe in middle school. Bitch, stop. Bitch, I still wear medium and panties, huh? You ain't wearing no medium and panties. Bitch. Hey, bitch. Don't piss me off. No. Leave her alone, that's why she's still woke. You gotta let Keith and Bill stay asleep. Put it out. Yeah. So let her sleep. Well, that must be bad. I don't care. You can talk tomorrow. Stop. You stop. It's just gone, nigga. What is you doing? Yeah, precisely. Lawyer quit his case. He must be fired. Do you run me out of the service, dude? He's super fine. You can do this till you retire now. Bella, what is you doing? Well, they did in a phone back up. Bella, what is you doing? What? I have for me. Have for me?
You know, so I'm on the computer, y'all. I'm taking degrees.
Nobody doing nothing. Start raining. Come on.
I don't know they were to see because I'm tired.
What's next up? What's next up? Too bad you're tired.
You been sleeping since 10 o'clock. I just woke up last night.
Wake up. Why did you wake up?
Because he needed change.
You never wake up, baby.
Well, he needed change. I'm feeling my babysitting pigs.
Roll over, go back to sleep.
I had to wake him up. I haven't never been kissed on my baby already.
And that's why you woke. And that's why you woke.
He's never going to be out.
You think you know? We can tell that's your first kid.
I'm not saying because I want my baby up.
Damn, goddamn first kid to wake your baby up.
Right. I am mad because I want my baby up.
I'm taking it. You're mad because you're sleeping.
No, bitch, all I gotta do is lay him on my chest and he go right to sleep.
That's what you think.
No, bitch, that's what I know.
Just because it worked earlier don't mean it's going to work now.
Bitch, it worked every day. What are you talking about?
Just because it worked earlier don't mean it's going to work now.
It's working out because he going straight to sleep. Or your bitch ass talking.
I'm telling you, keep making that baby up, or it's going to be like that. Don't tell her, bitch.
I don't give a fuck. My baby not gonna sit in her face and diaper all day until you wake up.
Nobody told you to do that, bitch.
When I change his diaper, he's going to wake up.
Learn how to change it while you sleep.
Now he's gonna wake up and I want him to wake up anyway.
You ain't gentle to work out.
Bitch, I know, right?
You gotta find nighttime.
He just don't like getting his diaper changed.
You gotta find the nighttime diapers.
Don't like getting his diaper changed? Does he act a fool when it's time to get his diaper changed?
Did you get him, so when you wake him up in the night, do you get him a bottle too?
No, he just ate it.
Let me get you gotta wait till after you change the diaper to give him a bottle.
Yes.
No, you're supposed to give him a bottle while you changing the diaper.
No. You gotta change his diaper and then give him the bottle because he go to sleep. If I give him the bottle and then change his diaper, he's gonna be up.
Who?
What? What the fuck is that on sleep? Crazy.
My mama was on the porch with him. I swear to God, when we was outside, he didn't cry one bit. We go in the house, he bang. Come on, man. You were there, man. He's gonna beat it up.
I think my baby getting spoiled. I need to start putting his ass down.
My mama, that nigga was used to his mom, like, I don't know what it was. Did he wouldn't even know breastfed? He was just flashed. My son was like that. He was cool. I don't know about breastfed. Y'all used to pick y'all kids up inside their car. Give him that mom. Hell no.
I think
my baby up when he cried.
When they came to the last child, we were more experienced, but that nigga was a fucking cry baby.
Name.
I'm not gonna sit there and let my babies holler. No.
Why not? What's wrong?
Cause.
You gotta let his lungs open up. Let him cry. That's all.
No, that made me wanna cry. I gotta pick my baby up.
Well, cry then.
Well, bitch, we just gonna be over here balling on my
She only cried, she not hurting herself. Let her ass cry. By the way, after a week of her cry, a week after her crying and nobody was crying, oh God, my baby stopped crying.
I like the best daughter. I don't know what y'all have. My daughter did not cry. Like, my baby only cried when she was pissy.
Now, my little girl, my real mom used to stay pick her ass up. So they used to hate when I come around. She get crying and try to pick her up. Man, put my daughter back down.
Hey, baby.
Oh, you can't tell us what to do, man. I'm her dad. Get the fuck away from my daughter. Or y'all can get the fuck out my crib.
What you smelling?
Man, that's it.
Nigga, get your baby out and get my baby.
What?
Get your baby, I'll get my baby.
Tell me that shit.
Bitch. Like, quit playing.
Yeah.
What the fuck you doing to her?
She didn't do that.
You said what? I just got plugged into open store with all clothes, perfume.
What perfume?
All perfume and clothes.
Give me 3 perfumes.
I'm gonna make a whole bitch. You said you want perfume.
What the fuck did I gotta do with perfume?
So what the fuck? You been pay for it?
Yeah. Bitch, I got stuff I need to fuck.
My bad. I forgot what your thing is. My bad.
You forgot who is?
Your kid?
Who the fuck is my cousin?
You went on. That might be a child.
Shred, dirty ass son, person getting. No, you can't do that, son.
Yeah, I don't shower when I get up. Y'all body naturally sweating like.
I just got the shower like down to like 2 hours ago.
Hey, you know why I call Sherry, bro? I swear to God, when I woke up, I thought it was you. I didn't think a light green big motherfucker. I didn't know it was rain until I actually got all the way up and I spent that last week.
Shred got light skin.
It was Kate. I thought it was Kate. Like, we all over some times that shit like that.
Remember, we went rain on the Tinder.
Huh?
Did he mean rain on Tinder?
I thought that's what I thought you said. I was trying to make sure. Facebook day.
I want some zippers.
For what?
That's fire.
They red taste and fries with extra barbecue sauce. Bitch, what the fuck? Like, get your ass on. Some zippers.
What's that?
It's a barbecue place. I never had these. I'm trying to turn my light on. We can sleep. Yeah, sure about that. I didn't see you all day.
They get my supervisor out here to smoke shit.
Sure, make sure you spread your cheeks.
Why is this nigga on here with the show? Some of us say dirty.
Who's sitting on here?
You got my name fucked up. Sure.
Is my boo bowling yet?
Who it is?
Bro. I know I'm tripping.
Now you a breastfeed?
Yeah, I do.
How often you know you a baby?
Did I have my baby?
What?
Almost a month ago.
Damn.
I had him April 2nd. Oh shoot.
Remember when I was at the game?
Oh man. Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry. Why are you doing that for? Starting my business.
I'm burning on that bullshit. Looking the streets. You think that pussy international?
Shut up, I'm never telling y'all shit up.
I've been playing. We can't go. Y'all ain't gonna joke at my phone. Nigga, I'm gonna be the nigga. Bro, listen to this now.
Damn.
It's gonna be sad time in front of us.
Damn.
I'm back on like burgers.
I'm going to the union.
Why the fuck they shouldn't call me on Snapchat no more?
Girl.
Don't like. Oh my god.
Oh, hell no. No, that's to the wall.
You took that 5-minute shot.
What's up with y'all? That nigga look like Mavericks. That's honeycomb break. Where's my blue shit? Where's the dog? Well, acting every big sucking dickers, you know.
It don't matter what the fuck you know about yourselves.
Yo.
Yeah, back to what I was saying about bitch. Don't ever try to embarrass me. I'm like,
Boy, you stop fucking saying my name, bitch.
for real.
How about
No,
that?
Ashanti.
How about that?
Bitch.
Bitch.
Like you don't be knowing the like,
Alright.
I can't shut up. That's why I'm just like, I love you bitches. I had a gun before I came in the house. The first thing Hannah said to me was, take me to the gun. I swear to God. I swear to God. No. First thing she said to me when I first walked in, on my bedroom, she was like, and he don't stink. Because as soon as I came in, I did my little run around. Everybody in there said, I gave Katana a fist bump. She like, damn. Look, she like, that's what I said. That's why she like, nah. She's like, nah, you know the Clubhouse. She said, you know, Clubhouse motherfuckers just be saying. Look, Katana was like, damn, I'm only good for a hand five or something. Then I gave her a hug. She like, oh, he don't. I swear to God.
I've been telling you one friend that said, where my hug?
I swear to God. On my son. I'm not living son. I'm not
Where my hug at?
So for all that you just be saying, like, this is just be changing, bro. Like, I don't know why they just need a crowd to say stuff.
Hey, where my hug at?
Just when you the fuck around, you smack your ass somewhere.
I be sucking that too, the fuck.
She's like, damn, I got an ass, man.
Where my hug
I ain't nothing. Didn't nothing like this. Then I gave her a little side hug. I'm like, she like, he done skinny. I'm like, what the fuck?
You got a boyfriend, Lord? Get your ass up, hold my hand.
Straight time. You talking about that nigga laugh is hilarious.
They said you were nasty, TJ?
Nah, nigga. I was like, hey, what y'all thought I was under something?
Hey,
It was like,
that breath right now must be his good time for the God.
Bitch, who?
You.
No, I'm sick, bitch. I got it.
It was musty, DJ.
Bitch, I got a cold.
I swear to God, I was like, man, y'all thought I was under something? She's like, no, you know, I'm putting on me, motherfuckers.
You was stretching that shit. Shut up.
Bitch, she just asked me. She was like, that's all. Like, stop talking when I'm talking.
For real. Shut up.
Nobody was asking me. Because Madison says,
I got shower. Who you go with people?
Myself.
I'm finna get on.
Come on, TJ.
Come on.
I'm finna talk like a 3. I'm talking like a 3. Bro, that's 2 minutes, gang.
You a big brother, get to the crib.
Then 10 minutes from the crib.
Shit, you gotta get to the crib.
You gotta get
I can turn my game on from my phone.
Shit, that like, you
You was like, oh, my bad. Listen, give me 40 minutes, I'll be on with you.
Oh, we can keep running.
That's not the wrong game.
Depending on how many hills you take from the bike,
like what you want to already.
yeah, that.
I'm gonna see if Jeff get on with us.
Hey, man. That's like that. That's one thing, right? That was good.
I don't talk to people out of here. Have a good night.
Can I ask you where you're from?
Mississippi.
She's from Gary.
I don't even like that bitch.
She's from Gary and she said niggas up. We were all there.
Back on that bullshit.
Come on, brother.
Right.
motorcycle is passive park, there's more sweet. Lights is on. Yeah, bitch, my baby lunch got started too.
You better break it before you get sucked into it. You better break it before you got teeth like that.
Oh my God.
I ain't say that, man. I don't know what shit. I gotta want the doctor. I don't know who said that about you, man. No, why you being right? Y'all think I keep saying? You said you got on class all day and showed you won't be talking about me. He talking about your mama. I was talking about your top.
Ooh. Y'all are so mean.
I forgot I used to always love my teeth. I used to love my teeth. They show me you feel more about yourself. I hate clubhouse.
Why would you say that?
That makes people think like, damn, my shit really that fucked. Is my shit fucked though? These niggas looking at their shit like, man, your shit fucked. Niggas just laugh though, so that's why I'm jumping around from here. Don't play with you, bro.
It's time to put on rave music on.
You think you about to have big rain come over because of you? No, you said the rain could come over stuff like this. You can't go have no thing that's the way to go. Gone back.
And love me, I love you.
Birthday.
Who's trying to set me up for fighting I'm gonna win?
I don't know that. Come on, Jack. I'm glad I seen that bitch at Walker's Jazz. I put a block out instantly on that bitch.
Wait, who is that?
Look, she got to walking up to me on her titty toes. I pulled the block right out. What you gonna do there?
You see what I do to big bitches?
Bro, they all make I did just see what you did to a big bitch. I did just hold on, put my bag. I did just see what you did to a big bitch. I can never forget that. My money on jazz. My money on jazz is around 5. Fuck you talking about?
Man, you know I ain't making it 5 rounds. Stop playing this.
You right. We go 3-minute breaks and give each one.
Yeah.
This is a heavyweight expedition. We gotta do it.
Bitch, I got a low metabolism. Hey,
I just come my game boy.
Only thing about her, that bitch built from the show.
Oh, my mama, she built from the show. Like God said, he go a lot of shows, a lot of act.
Who y'all talking about, Rain?
I'm not talking about we talking about her arch news.
Gabrielle?
Yes.
Is her ass really that fat?
Man, she ain't got no deep.
That bitch is built like Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis told us, bro.
She look at big as fuck. Her picture on that thing.
Gonna see her mom.
What am I doing?
Chicken, let me get some money, dog.
You hit the bottom.
Yeah, probably get that.
You said what now?
Yeah, he probably put that to other niggas too late.
Oh, yeah. I
Chicken gave me none. Chicken, my brother, though. That's brother. He told me I look good with my blonde wig, keep getting blonde. That's brother.
Yeah. He don't want to be a brother.
No, Bam already said he already said it.
No, I said chicken.
Bama said he would crunch that.
Bam already said he just got to me.
I was gonna let him till I found out he was fucking right.
My child. Bitch, right here, sleep. Oh, yeah. Hey, Mom, what you just claimed you did? She hear that? What? Tell me now. Damn thing. I'm just about waiting on. Go find him. Go text him. You message him. It's the SSBW. I'm a
I ain't even gonna lie. When that nigga called my phone, get on my cousin, I think you the nasty nigga.
He with the SSBW.
No, he wants to go out here. He's not with no superstar.
Oh, he don't with each other more? Oh my God. Oh my God. What?
This shit going on.
Oh my God. Y'all messy. I don't be messy no more. Y'all messy.
Hey, P, where you at?
I'm over here in jail shit. What up?
Damn, I ain't gonna ask you.
I'm rolling up for jail, rolling your weed. I'm gonna walk in the wreck right now.
Look at free Chubb. He ugly as hell. Look at free Chubb. Bama, I miss you. Nigga, Bo is my best friend.
Yeah.
Can y'all let Miss 317 up? She the baddest bitch. Thank you. What you doing today? Why in the what they doing? We gonna give you a drink in there?
They clap.
Oh. Let me see who's clapping.
Man, I'm being not what you say. What bad did you do?
Nowhere to be found for you, clearly. Oh, wait, you know,
You go what?
I'm on the 2 pack. I see it. Sure, you sent me an invite.
It said what? Hey, what the fuck is somebody? Hey, what you just say?
I love that big too. Your invite brought me to the theater.
I ain't you know, I'm at the Daily Reward.
I'm watching. I'm finna see y'all walk the road.
I don't know why the heck you up just looking around.
I thought he was asleep.
He wasn't.
I told you, you thought.
I turned up on his ass since I was just looking. The fuck are you looking at? Go to bed.
Nope. You're going to get ready, my baby. You talking.
He finna go back to sleep. Nothing happens.
Okay. You got it.
I do got it, the fuck.
Nigga, I used to think the same way when I had my first kid.
Don't tell me because you got how many fucking kids like I don't know what you
I
got.
got one more kid in you. Bitch, like you talking, once you had that first one, you started popping out big turds.
I'm not popping shit.
Don't let me start fucking before the 6 weeks up.
I ain't that shit. Oh boy. I'm not fucking it. I'm not winning. Well.
How much is your account?
Is the rabbit the black man? The rabbit the black man? The rabbit.
See, observational realist, the one who's willing to take the right
Actually, I
thing,
do
take
think
it.
you the curvatures are nice.
Yeah, what time? What else?
I have not seen the curvature. Well,
So how can you defend it then?
hold on. I have.
Let's do the math. What now?
I have. And I don't know if you've seen these pictures that they took when they went around the moon.
Artemis? April Fool's?
Artemis.
Artemis is the latest thing that they're all like giga-coping about.
No, it's April 29th. That's what
Well, it's just like AI, bro. I don't know. That's a good question, actually. Never mind. I didn't think about that.
Exactly, you don't know.
No, that's right.
Wait, no, Andrew, how do you take the fact that water always finds its level? How can your globe carbon model account for that? Exactly, Andrew.
Who came the closest point in Manstown? Who came the closest point in Manstown?
He is deceased of the
Yeah.
at least the new parts of the neighborhood.
So here's the point. Which ones, who's the one that says they do it? Oh yeah, Wubby says that he puts his penis in your eye socket. He calls it skull effing. That's what Wubby says.
Well, that's crazy. That's really funny because I don't even know who the fuck.
Oh, or any other perfect words.
So the question is who is going to handle it?
Well, his is not nearly as bad as your translators.
Yeah.
She to be all philosophical,
Moralistic. Moralistic.
Wait, Bob married a black one. What are you talking about?
Who's the black guy?
Bob, take that back. Take that back. Absolutely not.
If Bob says he's a black woman in this room, I can't win that argument. As a black man, I can't even win that argument.
Days. Well, you're using the term man, I would loosely there.
He's a black woman, you're a black man. I get to have agency.
You're a black something.
I'm a black man. Now you're a big You're a big you know, it's kind of like
Oh, big. You're a little snowflake.
actually, that's true.
What other purple-haired insults are you gonna throw at the most? A bigot. You're a bigot.
Come up here, Drill. Esther's are you
In real life, that's the beautiful thing about real life. It's okay.
Hey, so this is great.
Jamal, what's keeping him up, alright? Well, I have, but they're all in prison.
Bro, let me change something.
Nah, don't let me. Hey, Jamal has had his fill of attention.
Jamal.
But you've never been in a
Jamal.
Come up here, Ari. I didn't know. Look, it's gonna be.
He was like too desperate for attention. You can't want it that bad.
Real quick, as mods, y'all should do a audit and figure out who was so good.
He said it was up.
I didn't. I said, in fact, I did not do it.
Oh, sorry.
Jamal and I are good friends.
That's right. Maybe it was too many. Black on black violence. I see.
Whoever's doing
that doesn't really deserve a group.
For real, you need to go on. Give it to your officer.
So just a similar stance as Andrew is any other person.
On the flat earth.
So, like allowing people on the stage.
Somebody give me the gun, goddamn. Who got the gun?
But you're so I want to change the side. Y'all don't know we're talking as much.
Maybe if you're not so desperate for attention, you wouldn't get me down.
Go ahead.
Maybe be a normal human being for 2 seconds.
Go ahead. So what do y'all know about the sleep paralysis demon?
Alpha problem.
No, the sleep paralysis.
Are you serious? The demon?
Yeah.
Sleep paralysis.
You talk about sleep. It's really scary. It's just
I'm trying to think of it. You're talking about sleep paralysis and night terrors, things like that. No, it's a demon. I'm convinced it's a demon.
So they go demon that is everywhere.
Well, so here's
How are you gonna call out the flat earther and like sleep paralysis?
No, okay, so it's universally recognized. It's universally recognized, and the archetypical descriptions are also universal. So, shadowy figure sits on your chest, sucks out your soul. You can't.
Wait, what else is going on?
Oh my god.
I have sleep paralysis. That's not happening. So it's not
Oh,
I felt like
That's not what happens to me.
I just couldn't move. I opened my eyes, I see the room, and I felt very scared that I was really like vulnerable because if something came in, I was stuck. And I would try I would try to well up all the energy I could to try to fight out of it. And I just couldn't. I could never well up enough energy to move.
So what do you think?
Same. My big thing was I always wanted to like get my parents' attention so they could wake me up, but I could never muster up any breath to yell.
You try so hard.
You think it's one entity doing this?
No. Well, I mean, I guess in some sense.
Albedo, you got chakra control.
Sorry, what?
He's like, so you think it's one entity?
Where's the punchline there, Bob?
You think it's one or two demons?
I know you're like, you can't just say what I say back and be like,
One demon and then 3 persons.
You shut up, Charles. Wait.
Yeah, the triune entity.
So the reason
That's not effective.
however, though, to Albedo and Bob, so I've only met a couple of people who have experienced it, and they experienced it the same way I did. But the way you guys experienced it, okay, I get why you would think it was a demon. So I don't know what to say.
To be fair, I didn't grow up religious at all, and so like never thoughts of demons and stuff like that.
You guys ever hear Tucker Carlson's demon story where he slept with 4 dogs and he woke up with scratches on his arm and he said it was a demon? Yeah, look up Tucker Carlson's demon story where he said this is a past life demon. But in the story he said he was sleeping with his wife and he had 4 dogs in the bed. And then he woke up in the morning and put scratches on his arms and he was convinced that therefore it was a demon that scratched him.
And not the
Well, yeah.
But yeah, so what happened with me is the atypical. If you Google like sleep paralysis demon, it's gonna come up immediately or old hag. And what a lot of people report is what happened to me. Like I was sleeping. I've never had this happen before. So it never happened since. I'm sleeping, but I don't know the sleep. Like I thought I was awake. Like, as far as I knew, I was awake and I just couldn't move. And I couldn't move I couldn't talk. I couldn't do anything. And I can see out the corner of my eye this shadowy figure that's like coming towards me. And it's like it feels evil and it feels like I'm in great danger. And I'm like, move, body, move. And I'm screaming, help, but my mouth won't move. And then there was this giant weight on my chest. I couldn't breathe and I felt like my soul was being sucked out of my body. And then luckily my girlfriend at the time was there and she woke me up. And she was like thrashing and yelling in sleep. I'm like, oh my gosh. And then you look it up and like it's in Asia, they call it old hag.
And
I've seen the stuff that you're saying.
And are you there?
I think I'm here, but I'm just walking on the super culture.
Yeah, Andrew, in case you know, Super is a great philosopher and lunch. And she's a Catholic. She's brilliant, right? Like,
God bless you. Assalamu alaikum. Shabbat shalom. Grand rising in the morning. Wrong. I went to tell the. I guess she's like the few. I just want to tell you guys real quick. Super, I'm glad that you're here. I just want to say, I want to preface our opening here, but I went to a gas station and there was a fella in there that he looked, Indian. And I said assalamu alaikum to him, and he told me, "Don't ever say that again to me." And he looked like he was gonna hurt me.
Yeah.
And I found out. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. He told me. He said, I'm Hindu. Don't ever say that again to me. And he had a huge scar on his neck. It looked like it looked like.
I wish you had found out than to fuck around with it.
It looked like he had his neck sliced open. Anyway, he told me, "Don't ever say that to me again." I'm like, "Well, look, I was trying to reach my intention wasn't to offend you." He said, "You think I'm a Muslim?"
You know how I got these scars?
Yeah, exactly. He said, "You think I'm a Muslim?" And I'm like, basically, like, I'm not a Muslim, right? But then he told me the way to greet him is to say Ram. So from then on, I was going to greet him with that, although he wasn't working there very much longer. So that was probably due to him being a little bit aggressive. That being said, Super, it's good to have you.
Super's Super's favorite version of evil use is just for. I hope you ask your question.
I am so excited.
That's a
Super, can I start out?
I don't trust.
Super, do you believe moral realism is true?
Yeah, well, more than guys, good evening, or I don't know what time it is for you now. I am in Brazil right now, it's like 3 p.m. or 3 a.m. actually. And I was debating this person about the provision here of evil. And I'm very tired, but it's like very nice to meet you. I think Adam is like 2 nights above me, I don't know from all that.
Okay.
Yes, I'm a more realist. Yes.
Yeah.
I would say that I'm a cognitivist about human ethics.
Andrew doesn't know what that means. But
I'm like,
I think there are more propositions or truth acts.
That is a
Yeah, it doesn't entail more realism, of course.
no, it isn't entailed by moral realism. Wait. You're saying, Bob, that if you're a moral realist, you are a cognitivist?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that true? I don't want to call you trans, but that probably would be right. Super, is that right?
What? Moral realism.
We're failing the ethan test at the very least, right?
Moral realism entails.
There could be one answer where it's not.
Super,
But that theory also entails. Every theory also entails stuff.
Yeah, and it's also not more realism.
You guys have problems?
I know what I'm saying.
What are the conditions to be a moral realist?
Anyway, you might just find your new best friend.
Moral truth.
Well, it depends. Like, do you think that moral facts are Freudian facts, or do you think do you have like a different view of facts? It depends.
Are you on Discord?
Look, this is actually getting to that answer that I might be willing to accept. I'm open to either, but do you agree that if you are a realist, almost certainly, in most cases, it's going to entail moral truths?
Sure. It depends on what you mean by truth. Sure, like there are different when it comes to realism, I don't know if you take like Michael Dummett,'s view of realism as, or an anti-realism debate as referring to semantics rather than metaphysics, or if you're like a post-Christian, whatever, again, the more realism has to do with metaphysics or hermeneutic metaphysics. So it depends a lot on what you mean by that. Today you have people that would claim that they are expressivists, but they're cognitive expressivists like Terence Morgan and Mark Siemens. So we have all sorts of views in metaethics right now.
Yeah, and you know what I think is going on? It's a bunch of people that are destroying the taxonomy that exists.
Okay, so moral realism does not entail cognitivism, is that correct?
It does on standard accounts.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. On your standard accounts, it absolutely does.
What are standard accounts?
Yeah. There's no taxonomy.
No, hold on. Now we don't not free nonsense off. Bob?
Yeah. But I'm just saying, what the literature typically says is, they're roughly, I mean, you can take other views, of course, but roughly what the standard view is that there are three components to moral realism. There's a semantic thesis, an alethetic thesis, and a metaphysical thesis. And the semantic thesis says moral statements are propositions. That's just what this means. And moral realism affirms that.
Well, not all moralisms, like, for example, you have people that reject truth conditional semantics or think that you can have moral realism without truth conditions.
Right. So you agree then that on standard accounts, that's what moral realism.
What do you mean by standard? Do you mean like outdated?
Like if you were to open some sort of resource, like publicly available resource, and you were like, moral realism, what is it? That's the kind of thing.
I think that if you were to open like the latest, more updated, I don't know, handbook, Oxford handbook or Cambridge handbook of metaphysics, they would say that moral realism doesn't entail cognitivism. But if you're like taking like an outdated, like 20 years ago maybe, or 30 years ago approach, sure.
Right, or like, okay, sure. That's probably that too, but.
No, like, what is the taxonomy? Guys, can we move on from moral?
I mean, like, it's flexible, it's not like set in stone.
I mean, it sounds like there's not really significance to the taxonomy.
I mean, I wanted to do that thing I did, and maybe you're right about, I have no idea, maybe you're right about like, if you look at the 2022, 2023 philosophers by and large have completely abandoned this approach. But if we think that the SEP is at least a somewhat useful guide as a kind of like this is what the standard account is.
Yeah.
One thing here reads like it's worth noting that while moral realists are united in their cognitivism and their rejection, I just think that says that.
Okay. So super. Can we give us something super quick and get right back to the moral issue? Abby has now taken. She's geared up. She's got all the weapons. She is doing it all on the soul. She said, I asked Abby, I said, why are you being mean? She said, okay, Christian, y'all are absolutely demonic. And what did she say? I can't believe this Coptic dude effing glorified a trans person. Now, I'm sure you've not talked before now because I remember I think you've been on here before. You said different accounts because I don't, for some reason I don't have the added, but you're very open to talk about these kinds of issues. Why do people, do you think that being trans or the trans, let's say, movement is contrary to traditional Christianity?
I just heard Jamal unzipping.
I think that sex is binary and it's immutable.
It is.
And I think that people don't like. Why is she talking about that? Like she doesn't know like my condition, my biological condition, and that's very insensitive and uncharitable. I don't know if she's Christian or not. I think maybe she's atheist.
She's not. She's not atheist either, but she's very much against the movement of, playing into the quote delusions, unquote, of the trans community.
I'm very much against that too. I'm actually an activist against LGBTQ, whatever, movements.
So
I don't understand that.
If you're against it, why do you look like that?
Oh my God.
Oh.
You are not a
Because I'm
I did not look you down, Abby.
Not so much on the this is disrespectful. I'm sorry for that.
very disrespectful. Yeah, I think that's uncharitable. They don't know my condition. I'm actually unisex, but so like that's like something that's it's very sensitive and it's very personal. I don't know why it's being discussed here. I thought that this is like a respectful place.
I'm sorry.
But it's
What you think?
I'm very secure about I have spiritual direction. I talk to my priest and everything's okay with me. I think people are very uncharitable and jump to conclusions.
She misunderstood. Well, the reason
You can't be called trans because on here says transcendental, which is trans is short for that. So rather than calling her super, he said trans. And they took that to mean trans person because you quote unquote look like that. That's what started.
That is what started it. And I thought, Super, that you might read the chat and read it anyway. And I wanted to just get that in the open. Plus, I remember who you were at that moment when she said all that. And I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe you'd be okay to talk about it. Now, I think what she said was totally inappropriate. I will say, too, it's pretty interesting because you're in a, you know who Dr. Robert Gagnon is? Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was wondering who he is because, because he's like on the front lines from the conservative Christian standpoint of, kind of arguing for traditional, traditional views on sex and orientation and all that stuff, right? And I think somebody asked me in a comment as far as intersex stuff goes, and I would love to hear him respond to that because I think that puts you in a very peculiar situation where you're not. There's a different thing going on there. It's not just like you're trying to, by your own volition, oppose what's, because you said you're immutable. You take these categories to be immutable, right?
Yeah.
So then you're not just doing this by your own volition. It's just something that's biological. And I think that is a much different set of cards that you're dealing with. So I can appreciate that totally. And I think that
I just it's like I'm not very much on here. I have my own projects and etc. So I guess that's why I responded very quickly. I'm also very secure, because I have spiritual direction. I am very traditionalist about quote unquote gender. I don't like the word gender, of course, but it has a lot of negative connotations.
Yeah.
My views are very traditional too. My condition is I have androgen insensitivity syndrome, I guess is how I say in English. So it's I'm diagnosed and etc. It's been difficult in the past, but now I'm very secure about it. And the way that the priests, and mind you, I go to I don't know if you guys are Catholic or not, but I go to a traditional mass, and they've been very supportive in the sense of giving me instructions and giving me the proper healthcare that I need. It's definitely something that people don't understand very well. So people tend to think, you're trans or whatever, when in reality it's much more difficult than that.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not progressed. I think I defend traditional thing, and
that's awesome.
I think it's something immutable. You can't change. I despise relativism and subjectivism. I think that the idea that you can just think that you are something doesn't make you that thing. Of course, So, yeah, and it's been very hard in the past. I think if it were like 5 years ago, maybe I would be crying, or just having like suicidal thoughts, which I have had in the past because of attacks like that. But
well, I'm sorry to have you not like Abby, but that wasn't right, and I think she's been removed from the room. So, Reggie, I'm glad you're here. Let me just ask you quickly. We can go to the topic. I'm curious. Do you think that Christians can justify affirming people's personal pronouns, like preferred personal pronouns? Like if they say, if it's let's say it's a male that is a trans, they say they're a trans woman. Do you think calling them she can be appropriate for a Christian?
I think it can be appropriate in certain circumstances. For example, if it definitely proves that that person is suffering from like what we call gender dysphoria or whatever, and that it causes a lot of harm for them or mental harm for them to be called in a certain way while they are in the process of getting help from that condition. I think that in certain cases it's okay, out of not because you think they are actually female or whatever you think they are, but because it's like it would be like the terrible thing to do in that situation. For example, just like maybe if someone's suicidal about a certain topic, you don't talk about that around that person, like I don't know if I'm being clear, but just because out of charity, not because you believe in the truth or the reality of the thing. So we can, so like what the scholastics would say, like it's like an extrinsic denomination. It's just saying like, like actually affirming the reality of the thing. So I think in certain like extreme circumstances, out of charity and out of like love for the person, and with the right intention in mind, you can do that. But
Andrew was like kind of just asking, can Christians like not be assholes? I think that's
I think Christians can not be able.
Okay, just quickly, because I know that people want to talk and other things they want to say. So quickly, Brother Sidney's here, who walked back his agreement that, real quick, super. In certain contexts, if somebody makes a claim, is it properly can it properly be understood as evidence?
In certain contexts, or
like getting the background information if somebody comes up, like for example, somebody you've known for a long time comes up and says they bought a dog, or they bought a basketball. Is that evidence of the truth of the proposition they bought, or the truth of the proposition they bought?
It's a prima facie, it's a prima facie evidence if you have like reliable prior evidence that the person is like an epistemic authority figure, at least, but it's always invisible.
No, that's fine. Yeah, sure. Yeah. It's not like proof, but I'm just saying, or it's not like incorrigible or something. Yes, if he's like it. So, like if they say that, I'm saying the claim in relation to your background evidence or background information is in fact evidence, right? Because you go from a prior probability to a posterior probability of being, it's a dramatic increase after hearing the claim, right? That they bought a ball or a dog. You may think it's very low that they bought a dog at that particular moment before you hear it. But then when you hear the claim, then you think they bought a dog, right? And what accounts for that is that evidential, boost that you get, probability boost from the evidence, which is the claim, right?
Yeah, Bayesian setting.
Yeah, and that's very reasonable for people to operate this way, right? I mean, people do, in fact, if somebody comes up to it's my friend and said they just went to a concert and they saw, Green Day or whatever, I'm probably going to believe them. And I think I have good reason to believe them. And I think, in fact, they did probably go see Green Day, right?
Yeah, it's something about that. Yeah, it's because that's how social interaction work, and how testimony or testimonial justification occurs too, and transmission. And also it's for practical reasons too. Otherwise we wouldn't work.
Yeah.
In society.
No, I agree. It's not just a pragmatic thing. It's actually, it is getting at truth, right? I mean, the claim that they're making is actually increasing the probability that it is true that they went and saw Green Day, right?
Do you think that, it comes down to the question over whether you think that every empirical preposition or whatever sentence, or the meaning of the sentence or preposition is truth apps. Because like some people might say that every empirical evidence underdetermines hypothesis they have about what is true or not, according to a theory, like kind of finding in way to go about things. Because like they would want to say that they stated that knowledge is not just this factual belief. Maybe they're reliabilist or whatever. So it depends again.
Okay, but well, Sydney can go ahead and say what he wants to say. But Sydney was up here, and he was not. We literally went down this whole thing because Abe was here and CM was here and Derails, and Sydney was sitting there and he was agreeing with them. And then they mostly left. And then we talked to Sydney for quite some time. And I gave an example of one of his good friends and like 7 other people all come to him and they're like, hey, we saw this guy down the street punch this woman in the face. And I said, all of this testimony should give him reason to believe that it is in fact more probable than not that it's true that person got punched in the face. And he agreed with that. He said, well, given the fact that it's my friend, you know, they're probably not lying to me, and blah, 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 blah. I said, okay, great, right? We're on the same page. Then recently, we were in a different room with those same students. I'm gonna let you respond. I'm gonna let you respond. No, you didn't let me respond last time. I'm going to let you respond now, but I'm just saying we were in a different room, and you say claims are not evidence then. So I just, where are you at with this? Are claims evidence in certain contexts or not?
Like you can't even, like you won't even let me say what I'm about to say without interrupting. This is the same thing that happened last night. You misunderstood me. Like I don't know how you walked away from that. See what you just described. See, like I told you, you can't do it. Do you have the ability? Like you seem to like to tell this story, but like when I try to straighten you on it, you can't like close your mouth for it. I can't get 10 words out of my mouth. Do it now, doesn't matter. You clearly misunderstood what I said. I said specifically, emphatically, that you and CM and A are talking about 2 different concepts. I leveled with you and said, if I'm going to be genuine in a situation where I'm just kicking it like we described, and a friend of mine tells me something, and I said I go to like a group. The situation was they all witnessed a rape at a park on a river. And I go to their trauma group and I listen to them all tell the story of a horrible rape. In a situation like that, I'm going to be inclined to just believe them as a person. Now, Abe and CM are talking about the logical flow of a claim being evidence of something. And a claim that somebody makes logically can be probability raising, but it also can be not probability raising. That's just logical to me. That's where I landed with you. But you seem to be like hell-bent on misrepresenting, or maybe you just genuinely didn't understand what I said. But that's what I meant.
Okay, so let's just get a quick understand what the answer is. Is it the case that those claims are evidence, yes or no?
I mean, like, you're trying to get some kind of like concrete answer. I feel like my answer is very concrete. My answer is not concrete.
I don't care about that.
This is my answer. This is my answer. It's very concrete. There's no ambiguity about it. Okay? You're talking about, can I trust somebody I know in society and not lie? And can I take their word and not lie? That's what you're talking about.
No.
What CM and Abe are talking about is somebody saying something, probability raising. And it can be, and it also cannot be. Like in the situation you described, I would be like, oh, okay, this is my friend. I'm going to believe him. I know him. I have a history with him. Some random fuck just tells me something.
It's also
I'm going to take it with a grain of salt.
Just like Jonathan Hamlet.
It's also evidence to run to a rando F. And they say,
no, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Close friends. Yes. Oh, it's not. Notice how you go
Somebody's saying that that's a raise the probability of pass with that.
Notice how when I say the rando comes up to you and says, I bought a dog today, is that evidence? You say, no, clear cut, right? That's the kind of answer.
Yeah.
When the 9 people come up and say, this person
Why are you stuck in this conversation? You were talking super. Now you're like, you want to relitigate this shit with me. I'm not interested in this conversation. I was just interested in getting you straight.
Why don't you answer the question?
Is
it evidence or not?
You clearly misunderstood what the fuck I said.
Yeah,
Then you was
saying
stupid.
the same thing.
I'm not interested in this stupid ass conversation.
You're like,
Then you was stupid. You were talking to stupid, and then you was stupid. I'm not interested in this stupid ass conversation.
So dumb. Look, if you're not willing to be an honest person, Sydney, I don't understand why you do this. You have a conversation
talking to me. Talk to Super. I got you straight. You misunderstood.
You haven't got
Then you talking to Super. Fucking talking to me.
Our claims evidence in certain circumstances.
Why are you fucking so stuck on trying to have this conversation?
Why would you answer the question?
I'm not trying to have this conversation.
Yeah,
you were talking to Super. You want me to litigate this?
I don't understand. If you don't want to engage, why did you engage?
You've been litigating this shit for a fucking over 2 weeks.
If someone don't want to engage, why did you indulge
I
and
literally
entertain?
came off the mic because this understood me telling this story. Every time I pop in this room, he's telling this fucking story.
Well,
He's misrepresenting the shit out of what I said. That's why I came off mic. I'm not trying to relitigate the subject with you. I'm just trying to get you straight because you're literally representing me in a way that I didn't represent.
No,
That's why you didn't respect me.
Hold on. It's super part of the alphabet community.
Don't do that, Kevin. Hold on.
I'm
So,
sorry.
so Sydney, look, you came in and you said that claims were not evidence. That was your position.
What don't you get about I don't want to talk about claims as evidence?
I don't care if you don't want to talk about it. You don't have to.
Like
You said claims are not
you're
evidence.
not gonna get any conversation.
Yeah, you're a dishonest person.
on this subject.
You're a dishonest person.
Right, you just fucking got a car talking about claims as evidence. Chill out. What the fuck is up with you?
Yeah,
You've been
Do we disengage from this? Like, this is gonna completely work.
You've been crashing out.
Like, he obviously doesn't want to engage at all. You're trying to force this. I understand. I also think that he's being a little shit. I wasn't there for the original conversation. He claimed that it was ambiguous. It wasn't ambiguous. It really was. But like, he like trying to disengage like 50 times in a row. You're just like stubbornly. Yeah, like, what's the point of saying to him he's dishonest over and over?
Yeah, well, you're both will look, and I think what you're doing is disrespectful. Sydney, you're not honoring your boundaries when you tell him. You should just stop speaking to him.
Disrespectful. Some line is disrespectful. I don't know fish about it now.
Whether you think this is disrespectful, it clearly doesn't warrant you to do something.
What are you talking? What did I do that's bad? I'm telling you.
If he says I
It's
don't
just
want
let
to
it go.
engage, you should respect him.
No, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you. We're on the debate stage right now. He has already opened his effing mouth.
No, but like after the 15th repetition that they have want to talk about this.
I'm fine with that. But I'm just saying, I'm not going to agree with you, Alito. When he comes on stage and he wants to try to correct me when I said it wasn't. No, he's trying to correct me when I said that Sydney has lied, which he has, on his position on this. At the beginning, he said it was not evidence. Then later, after everybody left that would support that position, he said it is evidence. Then later, in a different room, he said it's not evidence. I told you it wasn't evidence. It was a complete foul face. And now he's saying, I'm not going to answer it. Notice, he's quite willing to say Miranda comes up to you. Oh, no, that's not evidence. But he won't deal with people who come up and say somebody punched him in the face. Why? Because he's dishonest. That's why.
If you're applying, I think that's probably if 9 people come up on me, that's the probability rating. What don't you fucking get about it?
Probably so it's evidence.
No, but like okay, now I'm giving you a little on it. Sydney, do you want to disengage or do you not want to disengage? Okay.
That's fine.
What annoys me a little bit is this like constant, I don't want to engage, but then I'm going to respond to stuff.
Yeah. By the way, it's very disappointing because Super is saying she's very, very disappointed in you. Because I promised that this room was very respectful and stuff.
Well, I can't do anything about the fact that 2 people did the trans thing.
That wasn't what.
This person has she's doing her PhD in philosophy. She's like fluent in Latin. She knows that's the end of philosophy. Brilliant.
Can you bring her back? Can you bring her back in and tell her that they
I didn't get that basic shit about moral wheels so much.
Hey, but Super got
It's someone saying shit, right? I know they're right. This page, stop talking for me.
I'll be very brief.
Yeah, I might be doing it. At least
Okay, but you're correcting me, so I just thought
I didn't correct you. I made it.
You said I didn't have to be rude. I'm saying you don't have to be rude.
Yeah, but I'm willing to accept it.
I'm willing to accept it too.
Okay, well, then maybe initially.
She said she don't know to be back.
No, wait. And since you're a moderator, what I recommend is you know people. You know the people that come on stage. And then there's a bunch of randoms. If you think that there's a chance that this person that would have some sensitivities, I would just remove people preemptively.
Yeah, but that wouldn't.
Yeah, you're right. That's a mistake from my part.
No, it wouldn't help in this situation. Kyra came up, I had no idea what he was going to say. Yeah, Kyra's a normal Muslim.
I also wouldn't have brought in.
Kyra doesn't say that. Abby would, but
I don't know who this Abby person is.
Abby's just excluded.
As soon as she made that,
provocateur. She is definitely provocateur. I like Abby. And, so, I mean, I wouldn't exclude her because. Yeah, I mean, Super's gonna have to be willing to tolerate some stuff like that. I mean, you know.
Yeah,
and I think
I want to be a mind reader.
By the way, shout out to you for this. But by the way, I don't think that she made her name transcendental by accident. Just to be clear.
I mean, it's something fair. Why do we care if she's schools or not? Why can't we just see those about philosophy and just like? Why do we need to like ask whether she's trans or not? I don't do that.
I didn't say anything like that. That wasn't my thing, right? It was initially because Abby said.
But you did draw attention to it.
Well, no, I wasn't trying to though.
That's crazy. You should go back.
No, you didn't. You didn't try to. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying when I said trans.
I was giving you space.
No. When I said trans, I misspoke because I read her name and I was like, ooh, wow, they're probably gonna say that, right? Because I just said trans. And then in the she was doing all these emojis on me, Abby was. And I looked in the chat and she was saying, why are you guys separate glorifying a trans person? Now I knew that she could very easily look over and read that. So before that, and plus I talked to her before, I was like, well, I think we better just get out in the open. But it was already brought up.
I think we better get out in the open. That idea is just drawing attention to it.
No, it's already drawn attention to Abby.
No, we know about it.
Because she hadn't read the statements yet.
Yeah, what made you? Maybe
You put the cat, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, just the fingers kind of.
Yeah, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Okay, well, does anybody agree with what I'm saying?
What are you saying?
I'm saying that
like you should have done it.
saw the text chat and then on stage drew attention to what was in the text chat with not knowing without any certainty that she even saw it. So that now she definitely knew.
It's not like the chat was populating so quick, it was moving by that fast. You could obviously easily look in there. There's several comments being made. She's putting an X on me, the meme face on me, Abby was. Just for me talking to Super. And I'm like, what's the deal? She's like, I don't know why Kitover is glorifying a trans person being a Christian. Y'all are fake AS Christians. Okay, that's what she was saying. Okay, anybody could have looked in there and seen it. And second,
Sorry, I'll be done with that.
Can we just the figures are not like
Yeah, so there was some stuff in the text chat that was mentioned about the trans stuff. And then Andrew on stage and then Andrew decided to draw attention to it by making it like apparent on stage. Do you agree that that's what happened?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay.
But did that not happen, or is that?
No, I'm saying I said it in voice. The reason I said it in voice is because Abby was making an issue in the chat. And I want to bring it out to just get it dealt with because historically, first of all, transcendental, I think we talked about this before.
And I remember her having you on stands, and she was cool with talking about it. No, she said she was fine with talking about it. It's just that Abby insulted her. And that's how it wouldn't have been such an issue had Abby not insulted her. And then you had Kyle come up and go, you're just part of the alphabet community. Okay, that wasn't necessary. That wasn't nice. That wasn't what I did. I wasn't doing that. I wanted to just talk to her about the marriage.
No, I agree. I agree with those facts as well.
You know, Andrew, that puts me in a very tough spot.
Well, why are we disputing?
Because when she told me that she's part of that community, right?
Yeah.
She told me not to tell anyone. Now, when you brought that up, or Abby, she might have thought that I am the one who told you about her.
Well,
that's that part that this is
that's not an expectation from when you ask that.
And considering we put two separate, it's kind of obvious, isn't it? Or no?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's obvious. I mean, it's something.
Sometimes your honesty is
I mean,
I don't think there's anything wrong with what you just said.
yeah, look, I'm just saying, when you look, it's like, no, it should, I don't think there's going to be any concealing it, and it doesn't help that her name's transcendental. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, there's just some kind of psychological thing that happens when you read something that says trans, and then you look at the picture, and it's just like, I don't know, but whatever.
I guess it's like, we can't say that she kind of looks like that anymore.
Yeah,
like, I wouldn't say it's her face, but when we're like trying to do a crime scene forensics.
Yeah, exactly.
Why can't we say that? Yeah, that's what everyone's on the page. I think that's right.
And I'm not trying to hurt her. If she would, I'm not against her. I like her. I want her to be here. Like, I don't know.
Because she thinks that I gave away her secret to you guys. Like, now she thinks that, right?
But that's like a weird thing to think.
Yeah, I don't think she should.
First of all, she has to be like somewhat cognizant of her appearance. Second of all, yeah, she has a word that alludes to transgenderism. Again, one way she I don't know. It's like people got to put one and one together immediately, right?
If your goal is to not do it, why are you making sure?
Right. When I have a picture of myself, I have a trans balloon.
Right.
You know.
And you know, how did Abby do this? Right? If Abby's never met her before, as ever, how did Abby do that?
So she drew conclusions based on what, but in Anna's defense, I think she could have said that about any ambiguous looking person.
Oh, you made that comment. You said you made the comment, right? The trans comment, right? Abby then made that comment based on what you said, right? Like, so you
make a trans comment.
I don't know, you weren't trying to. Then Abby went with it, right? Even if you you know what I mean. So it was actually like when you were reading out your name and you didn't continue the name. That's where Abby then made that comment, right? Then it went there. Right?
Yeah, well, it's funny because I was just going to do short for transcendental. I was just going to say trans. I was like, oh, well, maybe I should do that, right? And then I was just, but I wasn't trying to like.
So what are we disputing?
It's fine. It's just
really not.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sad. She says she's not coming back, or she's been.
Well, I need to be more careful.
What would you have expected people do exactly?
Like, not be that mean, right? Like, hey, you're trying to, like...
No, yeah, of course. You can expect that of us, okay? You can expect that of Bob.
That's why just curate the stage. Really have
right. What the expectations you have on other people?
And to just literally make the stage him, Andrew, and her. That's pretty serious.
I'm down to do that, but I don't think she actually wants to do that.
I'm just saying, it's at his discretion.
Right.
Yeah. I think, here's what I think happened, and here's what I think Adam is focusing on, which might be right, but it's mostly your fault then. Is that you're the person who knows her, and you're the one who has an understanding of what kind of spaces is she comfortable being in. And knowing the type of people who very frequently circulate in these rooms, and knowing the type of things that they will just spontaneously say, the kind of insults they will spontaneously levy. You should know that this is, if that person cannot take those types of insults,
like if it's enough that someone is like, oh, well, how can a trans person be Christian or something like that in an insulting way? If you know that that's something they can't handle, then they shouldn't be invited into this room.
No, but the thing
Because
is,
either that, or you have to like very, very strictly moderate the stage if you want that person to take space.
I should have moderated more because like I've never seen like people make fun of like this room like it's sort of like oh then yeah that's crazy.
All the time, it happens all the time.
There's way worse than that.
Well, every time there's a trans person in here, that's the sort of comments they get from every right-leaning, Christian-leaning person.
Because you probably guys are coming back after that time quite a bit on the trans issue.
No, yeah, she's particularly prone to go after you.
She's actually not against trans people. What she said the other day was she just doesn't like certain people. Right now, she's inconsistent with what she wanted to do. That's interesting. I'll have to bring that up to her.
She doesn't want to go. Well, it might be that she thinks that being a trans person is inconsistent with being Christian. Well, that she might think that Christians shouldn't affirm that. I don't know, but that's still, I agree with you. That's still,
like people here, like they troll, but they troll stuff like I did. Like you know when they got this term Matthew, like no one really trolls him on. Like I mean, or like when someone when an African American comes to, we don't really troll on these issues, right? We could troll him on his views, right? But that's what I felt like through trolling him. Maybe like
no, but that's
he's doing a basketball joke. I'm just saying.
But
all of those things do happen. They just may not happen when you.
But they happen almost every time there's a trans person. Yeah. Even if it happens sometimes when there's like I don't know, a black person involved. It absolutely happens like almost every single time a trans person is
going to be revealed that there's going to be a trans. That's the part. Like that's the word it got through. Because wherever things are open, it's not being. People have interacted with it. I mean,
I'm just saying, just
that's the conclusion I think 96 out of 100 people are going to draw to that.
Speaking of black men that we treat fairly, can we come up here and somebody wants to bring up Jamal because he wants to talk. He probably
I think Venus now is going to be like because Venus was.
You can give me her name on Discord after that, I think, but can you tell me and I'll message her because I don't. That was like I don't want to do anything with that. Obviously, we weren't trying to do that at all. I was trying to just talk to her, and I tried to switch topic to claims of evidence.
But just in general, if she's that sort of sensitive, then I think this room is a good place unless you're like heavily
crazy. But it's the only question I have ever been like a post nigger like Jamal like this where like people sit down and like consider their morality and their stand. Like has this ever happened for like anti-blackness or is it just like a trend?
Yes.
But we have talked about that. Actually, the reason we lost one of the mods, at least the inception of the dispute, whatever race stuff.
But there's also just there's not much dispute that you shouldn't do it that thing to black people. Yeah. There is a bunch of dispute about whether that's right or wrong when it comes to trans.
That's right.
Really? It's funny every time I pop in and I think I get the black thing.
Like for example,
his mom starts.
No, what happens, well, my observation is you make it about the black thing, and then you self-victimize.
No, you mean that's absolute absurd gaslighting.
You did it today in the conversation we had earlier. It's almost always you who bring the race thing up. Ain't nobody swiping at you because of your race. And then you make it like, all these white people can't decide on this. This is a way white people say, white people do this, white people do that.
Bro, as soon as I come in, everyone's black. I was called Jungle Jamal. First time I ever came in, let me act like gaslighting, bro. This is psycho. It wasn't the first time. You're co-signing this cycle. So this is the thing, Andrew.
I'm just saying that doesn't happen often.
You came in our room, and I put you in the hot seat a little bit.
I did. I come back and say, you're right.
I gave you a little litmus test because I said, litmus smoke is usually fine. When I look at certain shit, I'm like, okay, there's no way a person has 4, 5, 6 convicted pedophile friends and is not involved or you know somehow. And I kind of hit you with the same thing, like, there's no way you can be very like race racist, anti-black friends and are black, you know. And I listen to the passion you just you know, give me vision. I'm not accusing of one thing I'm just saying.
Who are some racist friends? Who are my racist friends? Just so I know who you're talking about.
That right there. It's just insulting to my. It's not just.
No, but you need to tell me.
Like, I can't jump in the person.
Let me take out the unnecessary.
Bob's racist.
Right. Those are racist.
Okay.
Yeah, you definitely don't self-victimize.
Tomorrow's a bit of a cool. I can't be a racist. I won't give it to y'all.
Albedo.
Yeah, this is definitely not you for just securities.
Yeah, and Albedo.
Because everyone's a racist.
Albedo.
I can't be a racist. You have that power to be racist.
Don't Indians be racist?
What kind of Indians? What kind of racist? Racism isn't. I don't think there's any race that's. If you take racism out of, like, if there's a race that can't be racist, that means that you're kind of being racist, kind of implying that there's a race that can't have power. So that's weird.
It's just true now. There's no public.
Well, it would be a situation by situation. Yeah. It could be a situation.
And right now, the situation is we don't have.
Well, in what circumstance? Where? What part of the map? Where? What?
You only owns it because I'm just like that.
Well, I'm not very specific areas that I have I've been racist a lot in my life. Like, I've been racist to white people. I actually
No, we know that.
taking guilty pleasure. Shockers.
Yeah, I know that you're racist.
Like, you come to the South Bronx, you find yourself in my neck of the woods. You know, you might experience a little racism.
Like, you might end up paying for
A little something, something.
You might end up with a bunch of money.
Take it to the South.
You might end up turning inside out. You might get.
Might get a little naughty on it.
One black eye.
Well, I'm glad Bob is Severn to send me her.
And I'm not sure you
What you go? Sorry. Original. Listen, we are going to
I'm trying to convince you all on something.
No, that was good, Jamal. That was good. We roll as a racist pack tomorrow. It's probably key. So Severn, every once in a while, he's Severn's some colored heads. And then Albedo's an Indian, so he can't be a racist.
If I get one last thing, this is what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
The racism relies on your sort of bizarre delusions of like intellectual superiority. I fucking shy of that if I say it.
Yeah, take a
No, but see, here's the thing. Actually,
So I get shut fucking down.
come on.
Yeah, take a huge jump on your chest.
Whoa, Jamal, what you did at the beginning, you said that white people, Jamal, you said white people, like,
Yeah, they do.
No, you started doing this white people thing about flat earth. You were like,
What did I say about white people?
well, because people that were kind of doing a little work on you, like Ethan, when Ethan was debating on flat earth, you started to crack like comments about us being white, like you're like, oh,
Bro, you can't call me Jungle Jamal. Everyone pull out.
I don't ever call you baby Sasha.
Suck my dick. I don't be disrespectful. You're not gonna have something like that. Or weird ass.
All gaslighting, no breaks.
Like 5 racist ass white boys started screaming, fuck you, baby, low IQ, Jungle Jamal.
That's Sasha.
Get the fuck. It wasn't Sasha by himself, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Who's the other person?
Get the fuck. I'm losing respect for you by the day.
Answer me the other person that said it.
That weirdo lightweight gaslighting. You ought to know it's not gonna fly.
I'm asking you who the other person
Hey, that point doesn't fly. We all think they would have
Weirdo racist motherfucker.
Jamal,
You don't recycle, you lose recycled bricks. Well, let's have a kiki.
Yeah.
I want to have a kiki lock the door and try that up.
Jamal, who was the other person? Who was the other person other than Sasha who said, name him by name? Do not say anything else, please.
Fucking Bob.
I did not remember. Hey, everyone knows it bullshit, bro. Yeah, I said I don't know the name.
Yeah, see, you don't like white people. Why don't you like the fuck? Why don't you like white
Can we stop giving this like African American John B. oxygen?
What if I told you it's just
have you been racist toward Jamal?
I don't know, Jamal. I don't know.
Latterly.
It's Trinity or Canary or something.
Yeah, in the coal mine.
That's what you are. They still active, so that's the question.
That's fair. Well, it's good to see you, my black brother. Congress, you should come up and defend your honor. Apparently, you were calling Jamal a jungle bunny, which I guess you can't say that. Anyway, that being said, Original, where'd you want to go, brother? It's good to see you back. You're back for more.
Anywhere apart from this race.
Okay, Original.
It's fine. Jamal just wanted a little attention, which is all he ever wants.
We have to give that to him. You know we love you, Jamal.
No, we don't have to give it to him, actually.
Original, when you look at the title of this room, does it warm, if I can use an expression, that's near to me, does it warm the cockles of your heart? The title of this room.
Not really, because I know some people are stubborn. It doesn't matter what you pronounce. Some prideful, arrogant, and it doesn't matter if you pronounce it, provide them with the truth.
No, I agree. I agree. Original, it's kind of like when you were arguing with Bob and Mark about the age of maturity and how people would mature. They just wouldn't get it, and I found their recalcitrance just pretty unnerving. It was really kind of disturbing.
I'm a recalcitrant person.
Yeah, I was thinking, Bob, you and freaking Mark Grant trying to argue, 6-year-olds shouldn't be able to marry 53-year-olds. I'm like, you guys are just absolutely regrade.
Permanently obstinate.
Yeah. So, Original, I agree.
Rambunctiously intransigent.
Yeah, exactly. Don't say trans, Bob. But yeah, I just agree with you wholeheartedly, Original. These people are they're ridiculous. Irish, would you agree, brother?
So, let's not the movement to do
Look, Original was arguing with Bob and
when he doesn't have anything to talk about, it's like he tries to get pick some Muslim and let's talk about the Aisha.
No. I'm just saying. My point is when you said that you weren't very excited about the title of this room because people are so, proud and stubborn and they don't come to the truth. And I was thinking, okay, yes, like the example when you were last talking to Bob and Mark Grant, talking about the age of children and how quickly they, mature and develop, that Bob and Mark just weren't getting it. And that's the point I'm trying to make. Is that fair?
I do get that, but what I'm saying is from my observation, this is going to be quite often accurate, is whenever maybe there's going to be a topic or if just like nothing to talk about, you try and come back to the same topic over and over.
This is true.
We don't get Aisha that often. That's actually not true. We don't get Aisha that often. And the last time you guys were carrying the torch quite fine, right? I mean, I don't think it was my pursuit.
Sure thing, Jerry R.
I don't have a problem talking about it.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Why does it matter either, right? It's not a soft spot. It's not like it's a sensitive issue,
Yeah, I mean, actually, just before you move on, because you talk about this race thing, I just want to we came across just a few days ago. What's the mother of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, passed away. He was actually brought up by a black and he called her his second mother after his biological mother.
Wow.
So he was brought up by her.
Is that good or bad?
Yeah, there's many examples that he sort of. There's this incident once where this companion of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he had an argument with Abdullah, who was a black companion, and this Arab companion, I believe it was Arab companion, called
the son of a black mother in like Iraq way. So anyway, there's a big idea, sort of like respond back to this but he told the Prophet Muhammad, and the Prophet Muhammad, he was happy with the companion.
Okay.
So there's many things. So and there's other examples as well. So
no, I appreciate that. Well, I just want to make sure. Here's part of the problem. I think there's a breakdown in communication in some of these discussions.
You hear that vile racism?
Well, no, I heard
like in Arabic, being the son of a black mother is an insult.
Yeah, you sound
like Jamal is complaining about white people. He should be going after the Arabs.
Yeah, that's probably true.
But imagine if a white person said that.
No, but can I ask you, Bob and Mark, because I think you guys.
Prophet Muhammad references the racism that was already prevalent. He uses that sense.
I'm just
showcase to that to Muslims that even in your racism, you should still hold to these altruistic values because of that.
Mark and Bob, I want to make sure you guys are listening to originally when he was giving you his argument for development. You guys, I think there's a breakdown in communication. Can you guys steel man what his argument was from the last conversation?
I mean, maybe I can do 10 man.
Okay.
Or aluminum man.
Okay. What was it?
I mean, steel is an alloy.
Before you go there, Bob, can I just, I was thinking about it, can I just present it? That's okay?
Yeah. Hopefully
that's what's compact.
Hopefully.
That's what?
He wants to present something.
Yeah, so
yes, present it.
Yeah, so when I was talking to Mark about this particular issue, and then I met all these different places around the planet, the whole planet was basically doing this, right? Okay. Yeah. And you sort of jumped in and said, Martin was there. Right. The thing is, before I did my research, I didn't know that the whole planet was doing it. I thought maybe that might be the odd place that might be doing this.
Hey, wait, now when you say it, you're saying that the adults were like hooking up with kids.
No, using the age of puberty as the age to get married. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's a fair metric, right?
So I didn't know that it was happening in every part of the.
Sorry, I know this is not my genuine point, but like, I just really need to why do Muslims make this point? Because usually, the things Muhammad did for Muslims is supposed to carry over throughout history. Muslims just take that Muhammad did something, and we should do it too, right? And it's usually very explicit how exactly you should follow the Prophet. So even if you point out that other people were doing it, that's irrelevant because the point here is that the Prophet is supposed to be an example for all times, right? We could easily say all those other people were wrong, but would you want to say the Prophet was wrong too? Or are you saying because other people were doing it, that's what makes it right? I don't get why you mentioned that point at all.
Because for some reason people just like to pick on Islam because the Prophet did this.
Yeah, because if I'm criticizing Islam, I'm criticizing the Prophet because it's supposed to be a moral example.
Kennedy, could you ask me the question? And you said I'm finished. Right, thank you. Right, okay. But what I'm presenting is it wasn't just Islam. Everybody was doing this. None of them had a problem with this, okay? Throughout the planet, in ancient time, okay? So North and South America, Africa, Australia, China, Middle East, it was happening, Europe, okay? It was happening everywhere. In places like Europe, in certain places like Greece, there was a bit of an age gap between the actual male and the female, okay? There was a bigger age gap between the male and the female in places in India, okay? They arranged the marriage quite young, so between the girl and the boy, okay? Then the girl would be actually adopted by the future husband's family, okay? And she'd actually grow up in the family of, in the household of her future husband. And when she hit puberty, that's when they would get married. So like I said, this is when some people are saying your prophet's done this and all that kind of stuff, trying to attack Islam, okay? When I present this, the reason I'm saying this, it's not just in Islam, this is happening throughout the planet, and none of them had a problem.
Is
Is how is this response to what I said? I don't get it. What was my point, please?
You asked me the question of whether, when I do present this, if it's like, am I making this up?
I interrupted you for a second but I realized that you were like already going off track. Because the point is, I'm not disputing that other people were doing it or every other person did it. Okay, sure. The point is, the prophet was supposed to be the moral example for humanity of all time. And the prophet, in many instances, people even point out how he went against what the people were doing to like correct their moral mistakes and all that. So in this case, if I say this is this thing that presumably seems bad to us, and the prophet did it, what use is it for you to point out that other people did it? So I'm not just picking on the prophet for no reason, right? It's because the reason I'm mentioning it about him in particular, to you a person, is because you think the prophet is some sort of like moral example for all humanity of all times.
Yes. That is like just the basic given, yes. But what I'm saying is, he didn't have a problem with it, the Europeans didn't have a problem with it, the Americans didn't have a problem with it, none of the planet had a problem with it, okay? And I'm not asking the question if it was happening in the future, did I have an issue with it? I said no, and I was starting to give my reasons why the objective but yes, he is the moral guidance for us. Okay? But you've got to understand that you've got to, whatever ruliness that you're using, it's got to be applicable to the mentality and stuff at the time as well. So if mental maturity is one of the criteria, okay, and I don't think so people need to hit in puberty nowadays the same mental maturity as somebody in the past, okay, then that's something that you've got to take into account as well.
So the idea is, you think it was okay then because like people got matured faster than like that.
If they got matured faster today, would you be okay with marrying off your 60-year-old daughter?
Yeah. So
wait till 50-year-old man.
So when you say 6, right?
Let's give it to you 9. If I would give you 10, would you? If children 10-year-olds got matured like as fast as they were back then, you'd be okay with a 10-year-old getting married to a 50-year-old?
Yeah, acting like we like somehow our biology differed from back then. You define a child, and if you're going to specify a specific age, align why a child hits a specific age, and that's what you define as like a complete adult or a fully mature human. Just ridiculous that people are still applying an age when we humans all develop separately. We don't all biologically hit an age, and we're all the same biological development. Stupid. Yeah. So first of all, there's several different criteria. Okay. So hitting physical puberty. Okay, that's one thing. Having the mental maturity. Okay, to be married. Okay, that's one thing. Societal readiness. That's also another thing as well. Okay. So if the society isn't one of the criteria. Now, you got to try. If society was going to accept it, then if you grew up in a society that didn't have a problem, I'm pretty sure that the way you're thinking about it now.
Yeah, and that's true, but why is this? What point is that addressing?
You asked me the question if today, if they hit mental maturity at the age of 10, okay, Bob mentioned 6, but she wasn't married off at the age of 6. She was, when we were talking about Asia, just to correct me, she was engaged to be married, okay, and she was actually already engaged before that, okay, which still happens in many societies today, that kids at a very young age are already engaged to be married at a very young age to somebody else, okay.
that society should be. But typically, yes, if they hit physical maturity, so puberty, if they had the mental maturity, and their societal readiness, so society accepts it, okay, then I would have an issue with it.
I mean, it says classic Islamic sources say that she was married at 6, 7. You think she consummated at 9?
By the way, go ahead.
Actually, to be honest, I don't. Even though the hadith says that it was 9. In my opinion, it's possible that she was wrong about her age, because there was no calendar back then. Like I said, I've already said this before that.
You don't think people track that sort of thing?
Yeah. So even in 2026, where there's like now AI and computers and databases and all that kind of stuff, my own parents don't know how old they are because there was no record, there was no certificate, birth certificate. They were both born in India, and
you're saying she's not sure of what the date of her birth was.
It's
and nobody around her.
It's possible. Like let's say it was my parents. Okay.
Right. No, I don't think that's widely possible.
But
that probably happened wrong.
But that's always difficult to think that she was lying.
Wait, but that's pretty weird because didn't the authors, Coptic, say that she was that old? Like, if they're writing, if they're supposed to be like, saying the truth, they're the ones that say how old she is. That's one thing. But the other thing is like, if it says that she consummated, at least they thought, whether it's divine.
No one thought that Aisha was mistaken about her age, but the thing is like, the other thing. Yeah, go ahead, Richard.
I just want to say what you're saying. Right, okay. So if she says she was 9, okay,
they can't
say
something
false. And there's only one single hadith about this, and it's from her. This is what they're going to write down. It doesn't matter if it's 1 writer, 10 writers.
Is that what people are going to be wrong?
Say that again, sir.
No.
Even if it's wrong, they're going to write down something that she said, even if she might be wrong. Okay?
Yeah. But you don't understand what I was telling you. I'm saying, like, your scholars, like the other scholars, like, that have nothing to do with the narration. Like, Ibn Taymiyyah, one scholar, the Qayyim al-Jawziyya, right? Your classical scholars, they all held that she was lying, right? They took it at her word, right? But the other thing is, like, so no one actually gives fake mistake about her age. But the other thing is, it's actually in the Quran. We do actually have other cheats from other than Aisha saying their age. So it doesn't only Aisha that would make the mistake.
Yeah.
But the other thing also is.
The other hadith mentioned it was 9.
Yeah, here, let's show you other hadiths.
Yeah, because the other problem is if everybody believed that, that's as good as that's de facto the case, right? It doesn't really matter because even if it's the case, I mean, for the purposes of this discussion, it doesn't really matter. As long as they believed that she was that old and they were fine with it and signed off on it.
That's exactly
right. And did practices based on that, then it doesn't really matter, right? So that would do it.
I think Chindu's, all that aside, Chindu's question is like, why is this ever being brought up? Why is it being brought up that other people in other countries did the same thing?
Exactly.
Like, what point is that responding to?
I'm already addressed that, so I'll respond to it again. Because
but the fact that it's normal, that doesn't, like, I mean, the purpose, right.
Yeah, I agree.
Because why I'm not picking it up, because when people are usually bringing this point up about the age and they're doing it to attack the problematic, they're doing it to attack Islam, and what the thing is that
that's not a mistake.
Why is this a good reason to attack Islam? When it wasn't just the Muslims who actually did it.
But he explained why that response isn't relevant to Rishon. I don't understand. You are saying, why be critical of Muhammad when every single culture at that time had the same kind of practices? Right. But the point is that, okay, having heard that, the response is going to be, but there's something unique about Muhammad that isn't true of all of these other cultures, which is he's his moral actions were supposed to be this like enduring lesson for humanity. So while I agree for every other person in the world, judging them by their own standards makes sense, it doesn't make sense if what he did, how he acted, and what he said is supposed to translate and be a guide for contemporary humans.
Yeah.
Like, do you understand that point originally? Like, do you understand how saying other countries and other cultures, they did the same thing, isn't a response to
like what they do here. They kill, they do, so we get to do it. You know, it's the world, it's a bad world. We used to be bad guys. That's what you're saying, so there you go.
Well, I'm saying
Oh, yeah. So what you need to do is to justify the practice of Muhammad if you believe he engaged in whatever you perceive to be, and you need to justify that. Why? Because he is receiving revelation from objective reality, from absolute.
And he's serving as a moral paradigm for humans to emulate, not just at this time, but for all time.
Yeah, as long as that is understood, that the message of Muhammad and Islam is not meant to that all humanity should live as the 7th century, the setting of the 7th century, the technology of the 7th century, in all its dynamics. No. So it's not against evolution.
Well, brother Eddie to the stage. But anyway, go ahead, original.
Yes, possibly. I already agree with you. So, but this issue that you're bringing up, there's already the assumption that this thing is immoral. Okay, therefore, what the prophet did is immoral. This is automatic.
No, sorry, before you go ahead, I agree that's an assumption. No, I agree that's an assumption, but when we can address that issue, you're going to give you, I promise I'm going to but then, do you understand then how everyone did it at the time just isn't a good response? I think if you want to make a case for it, I think it's not actually a moral one. That is a point that actually addresses the critique. Like, go ahead, finish. So
that's what I'm getting at. So the automatic assumption by the other person that this is immoral, okay, and therefore because the prophet is a prophet and he should be like the moral sort of standard for Muslims, okay, what he should have done something better than what say the rest of the planet was doing, okay. No, you've got to first of all prove that this is immoral first. I've got to accept that this is immoral first. Then
that's already understood. Like, it's understood and it's taken as an assumption that it is immoral. Now, you might not think marrying 6-year-olds is immoral. I think that's a very, very commonly and very strongly held conviction of most people. And I think I'm gonna do a little guesswork here. I think if Muslims didn't have to contend with this particular issue, he would have stayed the same.
Yeah, and by the way, I did post the 2 other links for the.
Is this like, are you guys trying to educate him, or is this like an actual?
Also, the truth that in which it's narrated that she was considered, which is like other than I should, and all the scholars agree she was like what's it?
Well, the scholars agree that to the standard of that hadith, but you gotta understand there are other hadith that highlight different numbers. But historically, if you're aligning yourself with the historical, if you're aligning yourself with the historical, we have Sirah texts that predate Bukhari that highlight her age. You're gonna have to do some calculations, but via the descriptions like Ka'b and Ibn Ishaq and some of the previous texts, the Sirah, you don't get to the conclusion that she is of this age. Yeah, you get that she's older. Yeah, in that sense, but you need to understand that let me land on last point. You need to understand that Aisha is someone who is a disciple of Muhammad, and hence she understands symbolism. She understands numerology. She understands structuring. And so in her hadith, which a third of them are practically from her, a source as her as the reference in the chain. So you need to understand that she is on a different level. And so when she says 6 and 9, you need to understand there's a cosmology that we have in the Quran that highlights 6 and 9. So the world was created in 6 days. God's throne is carried by 8 angels. So there's 8 angels that carry the throne, which would make it 9. You understand physical completion, and you should understand wisdom or reason, age of reason, which is something that Aquinas highlighted in the Christian tradition and placed it at 7. And why did he place it at 7? Because 6, 7. Dude, I don't rant.
Because I'm sorry, I was sure this debate.
Particularly 6, 7.
Now, when it comes to the original, yeah, I think we posted these 2 other hadiths that don't have a nation chain that do say she was fine. And obviously, generally view that she didn't make the mistake that she's fine. But so that original, Bob, we're going to say that. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. It's just, I want to try and respond to one point at a time because we're bringing so many different things there from, like, what's everything. Like, okay, so let's say you've got these other hadiths. Let's say, for argument's sake, that there's another hadith by different companions who all say she was 9. Where did they get the age from? Okay. And if they got it from her, because she said that she was 9, okay, then obviously they're going to, and she, they don't put her in the chain because they're arranging the hadith in a different way. Obviously, they're basically taking her testament and basing the age on her testament, whether she was right or wrong.
I've already addressed that. Only her testimony, it's from other people's testimony, and even if it was only from her, they have the opinion that she didn't make a mistake, and we take consensus into consideration. Third brother, Sharia is not the Sharia, and so there has been a Sharia that they didn't think she made a mistake. It wasn't only her that erased the whole age.
I think it's useful then now to, like, maybe Chinju and original can, now that we agree that here's a substantive dispute that's relevant, maybe they can just, like, just discuss the morality of marrying this.
I mean, the thing is like, the thing that's also not being addressed when it comes to these conversations, right? There's a lot of times you'll insert the whole purity thing, right? That as long as she was pure. Actually, the majority of scholars, not the Jum'ah, it's Jumhur, right? So it's not the consensus, but it's the majority. The majority of you, by the way, did not hold that she actually reached purity at the time of consummation. The majority of you actually believes that she was 14 when she was when she had her first period when she menstruated. She was 14 at that time. Actually, that's the view that also Daniel Pikachu took when he was debating inspired philosophy. He believed that she didn't reach standard stage 4, that she menstruated, and the prophet consummated the marriage. He doesn't think that that's moral though. So what do you think of that, Rich? I can bring you the sources that were say like Jumhur Alameh, because the thing is she was playing with dolls. There's a hadith that says that statues are not allowed in the house. They consider dolls to be 3D statues, right? And so she kept playing with dolls until Khaybar. And so the scholars inferred that she actually reached menstruation when she was 14. The majority, not all of them, right, to make sure, but the majority of them did hold to that thing.
Yeah, I mean, with the dolls and stuff, yeah, you can have the teenagers playing with dolls and stuff as well. Even sort of like 20-year-old and 30-year-olds today they play with dolls, but that's a side issue. But regarding the scholars, okay, I've said this is my position, scholars of the past, okay. The scholars were, I'd say, most likely more intelligent. I'd say they were it's very highly likely they were more knowledgeable than me, okay. But even then, I have got an advantage over the scholars of the past, okay. And even you guys, even you disbelievers, have got an advantage over the scholars of the past, okay. Because in a society where basically there were no computers or anything like that, there was no AI, all the hadith and stuff would have been written down, okay, in books. And if you imagine how many different hadiths there are, you'd have to have a big, massive library of books, okay. Then, whenever a topic came up, a religious issue, like let's say a fiqh issue, okay, then this particular scholar would have to have access to all of these books, first of all. And not everybody would have had access to all of the hadiths, okay. Then, on top of that, they'd have to memorize every single hadith, okay. to be able to just read it off the top of their head. Okay, so that's another issue. Let's say they've not memorized it, they still have to sort of dig through all these books and go through all these different hadiths to be able to actually get the relevant hadiths out to make a judgment. Okay. Now, today, I can just ask AI, give me a list of all these hadiths about this particular topic. Okay. So I can get this list within a few minutes. So I'd say believers, Muslims, as well as the disbelievers, Hindus, Christians, Hindus, whatever, they've got an advantage over the scholars of the past. And whatever a scholar said in the past, I don't have to accept it. Okay, scholars can make mistakes. Okay? They're not perfect. They're human. They're not receiving direct revelation from God. Okay, so even if I say accept what a scholar says, 99% of that, I don't have to accept the 1% if I've done my research and I fundamentally disagree with that.
Sure. All right. So basically, by the way, I posted the sources where some of the column has the Bukhari commentary and spoke about where the majority of scholars would take the opinion of Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, the prominent scholar. He basically says that this is in his commentary. The thing with also similar, so the hadith, this is like commenting on the hadith, right? I used to play with dolls, right? The presence of the prophet. The playing with dolls and similar images is forbidden, but it was allowed for Aisha at the time when she was a little girl, but not yet reached the age of puberty. And she kept playing with dolls until cyber. And actually, in the Hajj, it makes that commentary that she actually reached puberty after 5 years after the consummation. He also quotes from and actually, the majority of scholars do agree with that. Not all of them. Some of them have disagreements, right? But the majority. And the Hajj also narrates from what's his name? I can't remember the scholar's name. He says that like the majority of scholars do agree with us that these images cannot be there except for young girls. They only made that concession for young girls because of the Aisha thing that she kept playing with dolls. So they didn't want to say that Aisha made a mistake right, by playing with dolls. No, when it was forbidden, right? So the way they reconcile that, I say they basically reconcile it by saying, well, Aisha didn't reach puberty, which means she wasn't responsible, right? She didn't reach the age of responsibility, and so it wasn't sinful for her to have dolls. So they made that concession for young girls because of Aisha. That was the majority.
I didn't expect the scholar skepticism defense.
Yeah, but original did like a mistake there, because original is thinking, right, or presented to us that the minority view is the view that she didn't reach purity at the time of consummation. It's actually the reverse. It's the majority view that didn't think that she reached purity, right? Another thing is that
and that also tracks paleoforensic evidence about how early people underwent puberty at that time, which was several years later on.
Right. That's right. That's absolutely correct. And actually, I also posted an article from this level, which cites like 10 different sources about like people thinking that she didn't reach puberty until after consummation. Oh, Mark, you want to say something? That's not your.
It's true. Bob, you do understand that girls hit puberty earlier in parts of countries?
No, I mean that's BS.
I'm not sure if that's true. The point is just that there's plenty of evidence to suggest that girls underwent puberty several years later.
But even if that's the case, I just showed you not very much. But here's the thing. We're trying to say something.
Okay. So yes, we're looking up. Okay. This is a scientific fact. Okay. I'm not just thinking of. Okay. That girls do get puberty earlier in parts of countries.
Okay, but I'm not saying it couldn't, but I'm just saying how much earlier, and is it enough to offset the delay, the several years delay? Like I don't think girls in other countries have like start puberty on average 3 years until 50% people in older countries.
Also, like again, I mean, the scholars are suggesting otherwise, right? But the thing is, as well, is actually that a lot of scholars, the second line of evidence they've used suggests that Aisha, other than playing with dolls, that Aisha didn't reach
reach purity at the time of consummation, which was 9. It's because of Surah 65 verse 4. Surah verse 4, it says, those who have not yet menstruated, their waiting period is 3 months. And they thought that the Prophet's marriage, right, actually coincides with that Quran verse. Because in that verse it says that you can marry and then divorce a girl who have not yet menstruated, and her waiting period is 3 months. For there to be a waiting period, there needs to be consummation of marriage. Another verse says that, right? And so therefore this verse does allow for marriage and consummation and divorce for young girls who have not yet even menstruated. That was also part of the debate that was happening in Spartan philosophy that Pikachu. That's why Daniel Pikachu, because he wanted to be consistent, actually does agree. He says, yeah, you can marry a girl, consummate with her if she still doesn't yet menstruate. And he does believe that the Prophet did that. But then he thinks like menstruation is standard stage 4, right, out of the 5 stages for puberty. And so, yeah.
Standard stages.
So as long as you it goes through the 3 stages, right? That's fine. If she still doesn't yet go through the 4th stage, which is the menstruation stage.
And typically menstruation starts at standard stage 1.
Right.
Yeah, so 7. So you bring it on, you keep sort of banging on about Daniel Pikachu. I'm not really a fan of the guy. I'm just being quite real. I'm really not a fan of the guy, especially the way he behaves against towards other Muslims, even like scholars and stuff. So yeah, I don't know why I keep bringing him back up.
Because I'm just not he's being consistent.
Without having read the actual verse myself, just off the top of my head, I think he might be referring to some women who do reach elderly age, but not hit menstruation. So what are they going to do? Are they not going to get married? No. I think this ruling might be for them. If they did, it's elderly age.
No scholar held that. So all the scholars, right, actually interpreted the way that we picked in Arabic, those of not yet menstruating, it's about young girls. Just to any SP. Now I'll show you that they do say it's about young girls and bands overall. You have those young girls of not yet menstruating. All the scholars believe in that. Aren't all the system.
Well, maybe did derail anything. I'm just a little confused as to what the point of this discussion is, because it will come down to the thing that it always comes down to, which is just that they're going to pick the bullet and say, yeah, we think it's okay. Ultimately, to carry off, at least in certain cultural contexts, there's not really much more to say against that.
Sure. I mean, but sometimes the like a little move, right, is saying, well, yeah, but puberty, maybe there could be purity in mind. I know that's still like utterly disgusting for the majority of people to like say like, oh, well, like even if she's fine, purity can cause. But even then, that case is mistaken. Because the Catholic scholars they even think that purity or menstruation is mistaken, right? Was the criteria for the consummation of marriage. Go ahead.
Second, although the original is, probing defenses in this direction, I think it also matters in, I think, whichever way the sort of biology shakes out, like the biological argument of comparative best in development across time and space, he's ultimately going to say is okay, regardless. So
it's kind of like when they bring up like, why am I against homosexuality? Well, here's the increased STD rates. Like they don't get that.
So I want to ask you minimum age of marriage.
What's the for in Christianity?
Just according to you.
Oh, for me, my church says 16.
16. Where have they put this age from?
Oh, like they all agreed upon that. So like, so the church, like the way this works is like they'll hold councils, right? And from those councils, they'll set an age. But to be fair, the early church, right? People infer that the early church had it at 12 because they borrowed from Roman laws. The Roman laws at that time was 12, and you have obviously saying we then truly changed us. Like we just adopted the Roman laws. They didn't want to do like a whole social revolution, chaotic movement, right? So it was 12, but we say that was an ecclesiastical law that's not infallible, that is fallible, right? It's not a divine law, so make a distinction between ecclesiastical laws and divine laws. We say that this is apt to change, and the church fathers continue to like Catholicism with us. At the
I'm going to finish this.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to welcome Brother Eddie after we get him in the conversation too. But go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So, Sarah, so your church picks the age of 16, and now you're saying they're going to change it to 18. Okay. Is that based on God's law in the Bible, or is that based on secular Western values?
Yeah, well, I mean, when you have like the clergy, right, in a particular church institution agreeing on something, right, then it becomes binding and authoritative on its adherence to follow, right? I mean, what's going to be construed as being like divine revealed, though? What's going to be considered divine revelation is that what's found in Paul's letters, right? It says she has to be past puberty, right? And then the church father, taking into account the agreement from the church fathers that the main purpose behind marriage is actually reproduction, right? So she has to be past puberty, right? That she's able to reproduce. That was like the criteria that they had in the early church. Then when it comes to the 16th and the 18th thing, that's going to be agreement from the church fathers, the contemporary church fathers, right? That we have those respective conditions. Based on them, yeah, it's going to be based on like maybe natural theology. Like they found that like there are problems, and so they're going to update, right, the whole ecclesiastical laws to make sure that there isn't going to be harm being done on those individuals, because there wasn't really a divine revelation that says that the age is 12, right? That the early church had that. Actually, like contemporary bishops and patriarchs would say that the early church were mistaken with the whole 12, right? Number 12.
When the basing, when the picking, just around number like 16, that's not based on the Bible. That's just based on
Yeah, but that's a more Christian. Yeah, sure. But I mean, yeah, I don't think it's going to be based on the Bible. Doesn't say 18, right? So it's not based on that. But I think that, like, but as an Orthodox Christian, and I'm a Catholic Christian, right? They're not so secure. They're not only going to take authority from Scripture. They also have this other source of authority which would come from the church, right? And so even if the Scripture doesn't have the church determining it, that's still going to be binding authoritative on the adherence pertaining to that church.
It's saying God didn't tell you a minimum age of marriage in the Bible.
Yeah, the Bible does, but we're not like so secure individuals, right? Like, so you will have like the Bible, other sources of authority, right? So even if the Bible doesn't have it, that's fine. Like there's so many doctrines that we believe in that we actually say it's not in the Bible, like the assumption of marriage, for example, right? That's a doctrine that we believe it's nowhere near the Scriptures, right? But we do have a feast day for it. It's an enshrined doctrine found in Catholic Orthodox theology. We do actually a fast for it, right? So it is like an enshrined doctrine that's not based on Scripture. It's based on just the consensus of the fathers convening and agreeing that Mary's body was resurrected without referring to Scripture. For Catholic and Orthodox individuals, that's fine. That's another source of authority, right? Other than Scripture that can give us what's construed as being correct doctrine.
So if a Christian was to say, okay, that there is no minimum age of marriage in the Bible, I want to get married to somebody who's 12-year-old today, would they be sinful?
Yeah, of course. It's not allowed, right? So like the Catholic and Orthodox churches would say, yeah, that's absolutely sinful. That's not allowed, right? They convened and agreed that the age is 16, right? So yeah, that wouldn't even be allowed, right? So like if you have a Catholic that wants to marry in a Catholic church, the church isn't going to allow them. Or an Orthodox wants to marry in an Orthodox church, they're not going to allow them, right?
It's whether your sort of Catholic priest consensus says this is the age. So let's say we're in December 31st, 2027. The age is 16. On January 1st, 2028, they're going to change it to 18. So if somebody got married at the age of 16 on December 31st, 2027, that they wouldn't be sinful, okay, at the age of 16. But if they wanted to do it a day later, they'd automatically become sinful.
Right, because then we would say that the one that was before the day later was mistaken. So like the church fathers convened the day before, right, that suggested a different number, and then afterwards changed. That would suggest to us that number was incorrect somehow, right? That's changed, obviously, right? But no, ecclesiastical laws, we say ecclesiastical laws can be full of errors.
they're not divine laws like what we find in the early ecumenical creeds and what have you. And that's why we say they would be construed as authoritative, right? But they are apt to change. But and so if you're asking me what does Christianity teach about the age of marriage, I'm gonna have to go by what's currently on offer, right? But if I'm a Catholic or Orthodox Christian, say 16 pillars of authority that I have, which would be the church institution. Go ahead.
If people did get married at the age of 12 in the past, were they morally wrong, according to you, in the past, or not?
So I think hybrid views on morality, where I do believe that there are certain moral propositions that are relative, others that are absolute. I mean, maybe this is one of those. Sure, I haven't really thought much about this situation. Maybe because there was something. Maybe the people there were immoral during, or maybe it was moral only during that time before the Holy Spirit revealed the whole truth, right? And so a lot of people invoke this concept of Catholicism, and I know it's very controversial. Also, a lot of people say that's not even a fallacy, right? But maybe there's something going on with that, right? Because it's provisional and it did change, right? So maybe at that time, during the old customs of the church borrowed, right, it was okay for during that time. But to do it today, that would be considered moral. So there is going to be some relativity there when it comes to these moral propositions, I guess, right? I was just saying that maybe it's moral. It was moral only during that time, but today it's not considered moral.
Can I chime in on that, please?
One last question before you jump. I'll let you jump in, Irish.
And another thing I think that I can take is, I could just say it was fine. They made errors. The church made an error. It was mistaken. It was considered moral. I still haven't done this. Go on.
Yeah, okay. So there's some atheists who say, it's not just atheists, Christians also say this as well, that the brain isn't fully developed until the age of 25. Okay. So if in the future the church decides, okay, we should do the minimum age of marriage now is 25 because the brain isn't fully developed until the age of 25. Okay. Do you think they'd be right in doing that or wrong?
Yeah, so if they have due to scientific community, and scientific community has agreed that studying these types of marriages, it causes a lot of harm to the individual, then I would say the church would be right in correcting the age there to account for their knowledge now that they have about the harm that these marriages can bring about.
Sorry, I should go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, no, I know the Catholic position on it. I'm not sure about the Orthodox. I might be surprised if it's fundamentally different, but the Catholic one is that. So the theology is that the marriage, if it's 12 for a girl or 14 for a boy, like consummate marriage, it's valid. Now, when the law changes, the church law, or they change the church law according to the civil law, and if someone got married at that age, it will be a valid marriage, i.e. not sinful, but they separate between what's valid and what's illicit. So something can be sacramentally valid, but illicit, i.e. like it's breaking the law. So the sin might be disobedience, but not the marriage will still be sacramentally valid. That's their position. Not that it's become sinful in and of itself, because the canon law has changed according to civil law, etc.
I don't think that's true. So you're saying today, if a Catholic marries at 12, you're saying that's valid?
It would be valid if the components were there for it,
yeah, but the second marriage itself wouldn't take place if she's under 16, because it says she has to be 16. So they're not going to that marriage is not going to take place within a Catholic institution. So it's not going to be valid, because
in a Western society, it could be in a society, technically, it could be in a society, if a society existed today, where the age of consent was 12 and 14, that marriage would be valid in that Catholic church, they would say that's the thing.
But if they have it in their catechism, right? It's in the Catholic catechism.
Yeah, they changed the civil law. I think the math is basically kind of civil law again. But what I'm saying is those marriages, they're not saying that's the moral sin to get married at 12 or 14. That's not changing. They're saying the law has changed. The canon law. It's the legal practice.
The laws. The Catholic Church changes its laws, and someone doesn't follow through those laws, then he would be committing sin. Because you have to submit to church authority.
Yeah, the sin is disobedience, so not adultery.
Sure, I mean,
not fornication. We're not saying the fornicating.
So the sin would be you not abiding by the church law, but the church law determined age, and because it thinks that prior to that age, if something were to happen, that would be sinful. That's why it changed the law, right, to accommodate for those harmful effects that might happen during those marriages that take place before the 16th age thing, right? That's why it's
if you have a priest of faith that he went ahead planning to marry legally, that marriage would be valid.
No, I don't think that marriage is going to be valid at all.
Just chat GPT, bro. Look up the term, what's valid in the Catholic, the difference between valid and illicit.
Yeah, so first of all, I don't think I understand what's the thing, because this has to be within the church's, like, there needs to be, the marriage has to take place actually in front of an altar, right? Because it's a sacrament. The seven sacraments have to be conducted within an altar. There has to be an altar, there has to be the church building, you have people going there, there has to be the marriage, right? So I don't think, so that's going to be taking place, yeah, I mean, you can't do like,
I'm not sure about that actually, if that's the case. Because marriage actually, the priest doesn't bestow marriage, it's bestowed between two people. The priest just gives a blessing. So I think you can theologically, technically, in a woman or a desert, there's no priest around. They could technically get married.
Oh, that's not true. That can't happen. It has to be within an altar.
That might be different from Orthodox or Catholic theology.
Yeah, maybe. So maybe that's like maybe Catholic. I don't know. Like that. Yeah.
Let me just check GPT what the. Let me just double check the Catholic one first. I'm pretty sure on that. Let me just check the Catholic and the Orthodox views on the Lysis and Fathers. 1 second.
Mark, did you want to say something or? Okay. So Mark, you said the conversation we were having the Muslims on the age thing, you would say is a waste of time, right? Because they'll just.
Well, I mean, it's always going to end in the same place. And there's just going to be a rhetorical gridlock where they accept the moral principle, we reject it. There's not much more to say.
But I think like often I would engage in those people, because a lot of people don't really know about the age thing. A lot of people don't. So it's like me engaging with people who are ignorant of the tradition, just to bring about like the truthfulness of the matter. That's why sometimes I would engage. Or some people might like bring out criteria that they think might justify like the whole line thing. Where they say like purity was a criteria, but the majority of scholars do not hold to that. Just drill it further and further down the road that purity wasn't a requirement for menstruation specifically, isn't a requirement for consummation of the 9-year-old girl, like even before 9 years old. Like, as long as she doesn't get harmed like physically, but as long as she that's it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they'll throw out these extra defenses
right
on top of their sort of bedrock moral intuitions. And you can sort of drill down. Ultimately, I don't think those defenses really matter. It's part of the issue. I mean, even if they're wrong about those defenses, skeptics are right. They still just have. I'm just going to go back to the position that it's okay.
Right.
Despite all those.
I mean, I just asked ChatGPT regarding the minimum age of marriage according to Christianity in the past. And it says by default, throttles engagement could technically happen as early as age 7. But the church eventually maintained that marriage was only valid if both parties legal consent, which happened at the ages of 12 and 14, so 12 for the female, 14 for the male. Then it says physical maturity. Some early traditions and certain church fathers, such as Tertullian, emphasized that marriage should only occur once the person was physically sobriety puberty rather than some strict So they need to reach puberty rather than like for example.
Yeah, I think I said that. I said the criteria they had back then was Puritan sexual reproduction, but it was actually 12. It was 12 because they did more for one month. You can even search that, like they came up with the whole. And I feel like you'll never find actually explicit text from patristics that say it was 12. It's an inference that scholars actually infer because you do have patristics that say they borrowed from the Roman law with regards to marriage. And some people infer that probably then would have been 12, even though they don't. I don't think you would find the actual age 12. But they did specify the woman has to be on physical maturity, and the primary reason for marriage is sexual reproduction, which means she has to be past puberty in a way, or to be able to conceive and reproduce.
Do you not find that problematic? That the Christians they were basing this particular law on what pagan Romans had said, rather than what God is telling them.
Well, God, we would say God in the Bible says like the same thing, past her flower, the scripture that's found in Roman, I think it's Corinthians, 1 Corinthians 7, something like that, the church thinking that this was purity. So the scripture says she has to be past puberty, right? Now, that born from Roman law, I don't think, that's not going to be that problematic because they didn't want to, Christianity is based on the idea that you have to submit to authority. You shouldn't try to do all these massive social revolutions to disrupt society. And I think that was in the mindset of these early patristics, right? That they didn't want to cause these massive social chaos, right? Just want to go with the norm, just so that they could, get along and be able to focus on these other things, on these other serious theological matters. That's why they would have disrupted the social norms at that time. They didn't really care about doing these social revolutions, right? And disrupting society in that way. But I can easily say that, this isn't like a divine law, the whole 12 thing, right? Because you don't find it in the scripture nor in the ecumenical creeds, right? You find that, it would have been in from local councils. There are always provisional mechanics that get produced from those local councils. And that's what happened. That's why even today, the age of 16 thing, that's also provisional. It just comes from a local council, the church clergy congregated and agreed that's going to be the age, age 16, based on maybe things they found from the scientific community showing that there are serious harmful effects of, these very young age marriages, child marriages, right? So, but these are always apt to change. They're provisional, they're not infallible, right? But they are still considered authoritative in the adherence of the time. But I think because even by the way, even if we were to go to 12, I think there's still going to be massive separation between that and Islam. Because then I would argue that Islam doesn't even allow for menstruation, that you can even before menstruation constantly marriage, reasons 6 verses 5 verse 4. Where my early church says it has to be past puberty and for the primary purposes of reproduction. So she had to be past puberty. Whereas your scholarship doesn't say that, right? The criteria of menstruation. She doesn't have to menstruate for her to consummate marriage. So I wouldn't still be hypocritical in my criticisms of Islam when it comes to that, because some people have called me that. Even though actually my church says it's 16, and that's considered authoritative to me as a Coptic Christian. For Catholics, I think it's 16. For me, so 16.
So thank you. Actually, a quick question on this. Because if menstruation is one of the criteria according to you, and you've got this 18-year-old female who's in love with this 19-year-old male. Okay? They want to get married, but she's not getting menstruation yet. Okay? So should she not be allowed to get married now because she's not getting menstruation?
But my church says it's 16, right? 16 with yes.
You mentioned the Bible. So regardless of what the church is saying, I'm just going off of what the Bible is saying. You mentioned the Quran says this, and the Bible doesn't say that the Bible says this. So just comparing that, according to the Bible, should she be allowed to get married?
So 18-year-old, even if she has something, let's say 2 years, you're now bringing up a case scenario where we have this 18-year-old girl who, because of the disease, she's not menstruating, right? Is that the concern? Well, if that's the case, well, we would say she is past puberty, but she does have this disease, right? That's not allowing her to do this one biological functional thing, right? Which is menstruate, right? But people would still say she's like an adult woman. She has all these other developments that happen within her. She's past puberty, right? this area by saying, let's say she didn't, reach, let's say she has this late puberty, right, which I think exists in the literature. Some people go to puberty very, very late. Let's say after 16, then we would say at this point, she wouldn't be ready for marriage and consummate because she still didn't reach puberty. She didn't yet go beyond puberty, right? So that modified the case scenario where she didn't actually still reach puberty even when she reaches 16 years old. You're not going to allow for her to get married anyway.
If in the future they change it to 25, she still doesn't at the age of she still doesn't get puberty at the age of 25. Has she got to wait until now she's
correct? And I think everyone would agree, like all Western moral sensibilities would agree, you don't want to have sex with someone that reach puberty regardless of the age, even if it's at 25. I would hope, I guess.
disagree with me.
Really? So, I mean, you think like people would say you can have sex with someone who didn't get reach puberty, like even if she's, I don't know. Then I would just disagree with them with that.
No, I think even in Islamic jurisprudence, though, if you had an 18-year-old girl that didn't have puberty, that would have to be investigated because there could be physical issues there or whatever. So there's non-marriage as well. Because even if a girl has hit puberty, it doesn't mean that you can necessarily marry her. There has to be absolutely no harm as well. It's not just puberty, it's like maturity, physical capacity, and no harm. So if you have physical issues that may cause harm, if you have sex with her and she didn't have puberty, that wouldn't be permissible.
But if there was if there was going to be no harm, so let's say this is 24-year-old now, who's not in puberty, okay, and so he was to have sex with her, trying to get pregnant, and she wouldn't get harmed either, until she's mature and everything else, but she's just not in physical puberty, okay, then according to Sarah, she wouldn't be allowed to get married or have sex.
Okay, that's his concept.
So set the age at 25.
Sure, but originally that's like, I mean, in a certain sense, it's fine. I don't know if it's going to be construed as biologically impossible, like but it is in a certain sense, like we've never seen that in the literature, right? That someone didn't reach puberty at age 25, like that's not going to happen, right? According to human biology.
To look into it, I think
some people have look at the fact that tonight atheism lies. So what do you
Very presumptuous after we've shown the fighting argument destroys theism.
No, you make different technologies. I need to research more about this. I'm being serious. Sorry, brought forth this maybe the cautious and worrisome.
Well, you have to handle all the evidence and let's take away. Even if we think that atheism better predicts the universe, which granted, you have to acknowledge that they still better predicts the correct age of marriage. For sure.
Yes.
How did you feel about that statement from Uncle Mark there, Irish?
I missed it. What was it?
He said, even though Christianity better predicts tuning. So that's a paper, that's a point in paper. Hold on.
I see where
Shut up. All right, moving me down. So Islam better predicts the proper age child.
Which means you can't get married to children in Islam.
Alright.
But after all the debates you've had in Islam, you don't know that puberty is a prerequisite.
But to me, we just discussed that the girl doesn't need to menstruate, right? That's in Surah 65 verse 4.
No, but you have to have physical capacity. Puberty is essentially a strong indicator of physical capacity.
There are many articles that say that the woman can have physical physically capable, physical capable of intercourse without menstruating, right?
Yeah,
I mean, but that goes back to Andrew's point. Yes, she doesn't have to menstruate.
but you wouldn't call a 20-year-old woman that's delayed puberty, you wouldn't call her a child. It's not the only indicator, it's mental capacity.
No, but you can have a 9-year-old. I mean,
and she has married life, there's many things, not the only indicator.
But let's take this thought experiment, right? You have a 9-year-old who's physically, like I presume that she was physically capable, right? She had the constitution with the prophet, right? Did not yet menstruate. That's the type of thing that Andrew was talking about.
Yeah, well, that would be that.
No, I mean, we grant you all these other weird thought experiments, but that's still not going to account for the thought for these other case scenarios.
Because ordinarily at that age, we expect puberty to happen between whatever, 8, 9, 10, up to 14, normally. So then you would.
No, but that still can happen today, right? Legally, according to the Islamic law, right? There is, I think, illegal right to have a sex with a 9-year-old, right? Constantly corrected. While she's still not yet menstruating, as long as she's physically capable, just like Aisha was.
No, I don't think so.
No, she doesn't have to menstruate here. One second, I'll show you the long stories. I'll show you that there's consensus on the story. She does not have to menstruate, sir.
At that age?
At that age, yes.
She just has to be physically capable. She tried to correct against the class. I don't know how scholars would say that.
So all the classical exegetes when it comes to Surah 65 first one says those who have not yet menstruated the waiting period is 3 months. All of them say this is about young girls who have not yet menstruated.
Yeah, young girls of what age?
The young girls, just young.
Young girls is in the back for 15, 16, 17, 18.
Young girls like the age of marriage, so she was a young girl.
Okay, so who says that? Let me show you what they say 9-year-old, 10-year-old.
Age 4.
Before ordinary age.
All right, Andrew, go ahead, Andrew. Continue the discussion, please. I think we can move on. Yeah.
Okay.
What did you actually think about the fine-tuning stuff that me and Salik talked about? What's your like non-plain devil's advocate view?
I didn't know that. I can agree with what you were saying. I'm still not 100% clear what Sully was saying. I think I am interested. Or at least if the father being corrupted needs more cooperation.
More something, but BB, that's pretty bold of you guys. You're like, we're gonna take the best argument for theism. We're gonna flip it on its head.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, that's gangster.
But Marianne, what is the? So I look up in the universe and it's compatible with naturalism versus I wake up in the universe and it's not compatible with naturalism. There's also supernatural laws. What if I'm in the naturalism compatible world? Isn't it just very strong evidence that I'm in a naturalist universe versus I wake up in the universe and it's got all these supernatural laws?
You also mentioned all the naturalistic universes where you wouldn't exist to begin with. Like, here's an analogy. Suppose you wake up one day and you notice that you're even though you usually don't sleep with socks on, you notice that you have socks on. They're white. Next to your bed is a billion-sided dot you don't recognize. And then later you learn what happened was a mysterious person last night snuck into your room. Okay. And you're not sure which. It was either a good die roller or a bad die roller. Okay. It was the bad die roller. He rolled. He took the million-sided die and rolled it. And if it landed exactly wrong, he would put socks on the feet and then leave. And if he rolled anything other than one, so 999 out of a million chance, he would just kill you. So that's the first scenario that you're unsure about. The other scenario is it's a good battle. It's not meant for you no matter what.
Because I'm literally making a hamburger right now. Well, it's not made of ham. Shucks.
By the way, Sally, I looked into that parameters, and I think you were talking about 65 or
Correct.
and the word used is Isa, women. Is that right?
No, that's in the beginning of the passage. So there are parts of the passage. The first part of the passage talks about the same. Then it switches and says, and those who not yet menstruate. So the same is going to be tied to the second part. Those who not.
Yes, I'll read the English translation.
Yeah, but the English, okay, because that will go there. Go read the English. After you read the English, we'll go there.
As for your women past the age of menstruation, comma, in case you do not know, comma, their waiting period is 3 months, comma, and those who have not menstruated as well. Okay. Now, to me, it seems like this is talking about women who've hit the age of menstruation, as well as women who've not hit the age of menstruation. Maybe because their menstruation was delayed, there's some kind of biological condition.
All right, something. Sure. So in English, it is kind of misleading. Oh, sorry, you didn't finish. I thought you finished the topic. Sorry, go ahead. Very sorry.
I just say that there's a negative condition where something it's cute. It's called Cowman syndrome, there's a terms. But yeah, so this talk, like to me, from just reading English, to me, it's talking about the women who's hit the age of menstruation, as well as the women who've hit the age of menstruation. So, you know, the shifting around away from an Irish passage is a 28-year-old who's not hit the age of menstruation. Is that a woman or not? For some reason, we ran away from the question. To me,
where did I run away? I answered the question. I said, sure. What? I didn't. When he asked me with the 20-year-old scenario, right? Would you agree of having a consummation with her? She I said, no, I don't believe it. Right? How did I know?
The question he asked was, is this classed as a woman or not? The 20-year-old is not in the age of menstruation.
Sure, no, for me. No. I said no. Great.
What about a 24-year-old who is not in the age of menstruation? Is that a woman or not?
Yeah, so it depends. So it's out of disease or if it's late on-term puberty. If it's late on-term puberty, then yeah, obviously she's not a woman. Then she had puberty. But if it's out of disease, so she's not menstruating, then yeah, so she's a woman, right? Because she did have developments, right? She is a developed person. She is a developed woman, right? She just has this biological function of disease of not menstruating, right? So it depends, like, so that's why I offer these two viewpoints. I don't really see how it works.
In the fact, how do you know that this isn't just like delayed puberty, but it's some kind of medical condition? How would you class this, say, 24-year-old, whether she's a girl, if she's still a girl, or whether she's a woman? In the past.
I mean, first of all, like I said, you and I can absolutely review the literature if it's actually biologically possible. If you have a 24-year-old not yet reached puberty, I'd like to see that. Maybe there is cases or like that, right? But how would I mean, you'll just look at the other signs of like pure, and also the age thing. I mean, presuming someone reaches age 20, right? We've never heard of cases where people will, reach past puberty at age 20, and we can absolutely infer that there's some kind of disease there. Like that's not normal. That's not the normal thing, right?
Well,
but I wanted to respond to your original though. I wanted to respond to like the verse that you brought forth, the 65 verse, where it says, those who have not yet menstruated, those who cannot menstruate, your women, their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not yet menstruated, the waiting period is 3 months. So it does make a distinction between those women, right, in the first part of the verse, right, who cannot menstruate, their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not yet menstruated, their waiting period is 3 months. And that's what actually what Paul is talking
all the others agree with me, which is why I'm always right. I think it's autonomous. Okay. I'm reading it again. Yeah, so I'm reading this again. As for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not menstruated as well. Now, nowhere in the verse it says young girls or anything like that. I say, I'm reading of it for me, it seems like this is talking about the women, because it says women, okay? Say 20-year-old who's not, the first part, it says women who's hit the age of menstruation. The second part, this is, and those who have not menstruated as well, which means the women, okay, at the point out of not menstruated, it's talking about them type of women. But for you, it's, no, this means young girl, okay, and I think you're trying to make one kind of point.
I have a short, and originally I've respected you until now, but I have a short fuse when people say I'm being dishonest, because I'm the least person who's dishonest when it comes to these types of discussions, okay? And if you want to have a really long discussion, I'll go with you on every single classical exegete about this verse, okay? Because I've done the work when it comes to this, right? And I've posted one article, and I don't even like these articles because we can go directly to the primary sources, where every single one, Al-Tabari, Ibn Kathir, Al-Qurtubi, Al-Jalalayn, Al-Suyuti, Al-Mathuri, and all the classical exegetes say that this is about young girls or about young women, right? And when you go to the Arabic, because you don't even know Arabic, right? Arabic is my first language, right? In the Arabic, it says when they say the Nissan is the first part. I never really said that. I never said that young girls is in that verse, by the way. I said that women, Nissan is in the first part. Then it says when and those who have not yet menstruated. And that's why the scholars made a distinction between the women in the first part. Then they've inferred that the second part is talking about young girls, and all the scholars have agreed on that. Okay? So when it comes to this, honestly, you're the one who's being dishonest now. And if you want, we can have a very long discussion, go to every single exegete that talks about this. Okay? Thank you.
I've already spoken on the scholars, so you can bring in technical checks.
Wait, sorry, you reject the consensus of scholars, you reject this man, then you're not the same Muslims.
Okay, he says that's what you do. Okay, no, but like
what you mean is that only if we don't believe Islam is the third pillar of Shia, you would reject that.
Okay, so I believe what the scholars say on the vast majority of things, but if the plain reading is of the Quran,
but the scholars don't ever read it.
and they're giving their own interpretation of what it doesn't say explicitly.
By the way, this is not only
that which doesn't
it's not only the exegetes.
When it says, and those who have not menstruated as well, you're inferring.
All right. So origin now is going to be origin now is going to be hyped up because he now sees that there's an issue. It's not only classical exegetes, it's also Islamic jurists, by the way, who did hold that you can't have consolation of marriage with young girls. And here, I even posted an article that goes through all that. And if you want, I can look primarily to the primary sources when it comes to this. You can go to not only the exegetes, but also go to the jurisprudential books, right? From Shafi'i, like you can go to the Maliki, right? When it comes to and you can go to the Kitab al-Umm by Shafi'i, you can go to Usul al-Fiqh by Ahmed al-Hanbal. They all say the same thing, right? So you're the one who's not being dishonest, which I don't really appreciate that.
They're wrong.
All right, fine. Then you reject classical Islam. Here that says
can you answer my question? Could they be wrong with their opinion?
Consensus, no.
Let me ask you this question. Does the verse say young girls?
The verse says those who have not yet menstruated.
No, the verse says young girls.
That doesn't count.
Right, thank you. The verse doesn't say young girls. Okay. Could they be wrong with their opinion?
Consensus cannot be incorrect.
Could they be wrong with their opinion?
Consensus cannot. Consensus
could
cannot.
they be wrong?
No, I just said no.
Can they be wrong?
I just said no. Right. They can. Consensus they can.
Right. So whatever consensus says, they always 100% right.
Yeah.
Is that what they're I don't accept that view. I believe they're not prophets. People can listen to them.
Then you're going to find this.
Even if it's consensus, they can make mistakes.
Welcome, you're now a heretic, sir. Welcome to liberalism. You've rejected your classical scholarship, sir. Yeah, welcome to liberalism.
Yeah, I'm sure. Wait, it's a second. While I'm talking, you
because I'm the least hypocritical, I'm the most cheerful person you ever wanted to meet and just have a constant discussions. So for you to call me hypocritical for saying that the verse doesn't say what it says, that those who have not taken my straight, the scholars say that this is about young girls, is very misleading for you. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I just mean there's a lot of them saying that. I'm saying I don't say that because the verse doesn't say that. The scholars can say whatever they want to. Like I said, if the verse doesn't say young girls, I don't have to accept whatever they. If the prophet told me it means young girls, then I would accept the prophet. But the scholars, they can't be mistaken. They're not receiving that.
This doesn't come out your statement. Go ahead, Mark.
Sure. Well, I think there's like, I can't remember exactly what, I think it's 98, but it's a common opinion that the phrase that if one person reporting to be Muslim accuses another of not being Muslim, in other words, pronounces to fear, and at least one of them is not a true, is outside of Islam. So at least one between original, etc. At least one of these is not a true Muslim.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is.
No, I mean, no, it's not entirely the favor of Sharia because there is that which the prophet says that is still not meant for the law. The ulama cannot be wrong if there's consensus. So that's why they've taken consensus to be one of the pillars of Sharia Islam. According to Ascal scholar,
No, he's just joking. Listen, Zalini's gonna come up here. Zalini's gonna come up here and defend you, I'm sure, original. Zalini's about some nonsense. And welcome, Puri. I'm glad to have the force, the source, the one power, the great all, and the fractal crystals on stage.
Wow, that's a wonderful introduction.
Thank you. It's good to have you. But Zalini, can you defend can you defend the original real quick? Because I know that's what you're going to do when you hear what's going on right now. No, but
I just want to say this one thing that you say after I direct my disdainful insult towards a Jew.
Insult me first.
Yeah. So, and you don't think you don't have the ability, you're not a person, so you're just like a bag of
he's not me. Yeah. That being said, Zalini, can you tell me what you think of Original's defense here? He's saying that he doesn't have to agree with the consensus on this particular passage that's everything we're going over. Is that true? Or are you going to do some kind of, acrobatics, or what are you going to do? Really?
I'm going to tell you you're a bad person. I don't care about your jabs that you as being questions.
Zalini, can you answer the question?
I think there are underhanded jabs that are being falsely presented as questions.
What is the point you're making?
The point I'm making, right? If you want to be a classical tradition, Sunni Muslim, classical Islamic Sunni scholarship says that there are four pillars in which we can know what's considered Sharia law. That is the Quran, the Hadith, the Ijma', and the Qiyas. Right? These are the four pillars in which Sharia law is very active. That's the thing I think. That's the thing.
So, if you, I don't know if the page needs to be refreshed. I put as a profile picture, how different big schools arrange their philosophy. So those four pillars are present in most of the schools. Some schools don't even have it. And in none of them is Ijma at the top, which, kind of by definition of ordering usul, means that you can reject anything that the Ijma says if you see that it's contradictory with any of the higher sources of fiqh that your school are accepted as above Ijma. So that's ridiculously claim that Muslims need to accept Ijma.
Oh, you're right. There is an ordering, right? And there's
say, no, the content of what you're saying seems to me to be contradicting either the Quran or Islam or Qiyas, whatever the sources he accepted as apocryphal. And he rejected so much of the hadith that one of the early muhaddiths made a hadith collection, I think hundreds of hadith, titled The Hadiths Rejected by Abu Hadith. And there he made a book, listing all the hadiths that were rejected. Because he was against Abu Hanifa, he wanted to criticize him. But in any case, just kind of preserved this kind of approach that Abu Hanifa had, where hadith are open back. It was the Hanafi order.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's correct or not.
You have the Quran, he speaks of Qiyas, Ijma, and only then the hadith. So you can reject hadith based on 4 different reasonings.
Yeah, I know about the 5 conditions of hadith, and not one. There is a condition that says in virtue of it being apparently bad when it comes to showing certain characters of the prophet that we can now reject it, right?
This isn't you mix stuff up. So that's the conditions of the hadith are within the so-called hadith science. So you have muhaddiths examining a certain story, and they're examining the isnad, they're examining the content, and they want to rank the hadith, is it sahih, is it this, like that. That's a different thing. I'm saying when the process that the muhaddiths do is done, then you take that hadith and put it into your usul al fiqh. Right? The only hadiths that can rank higher than your other usul, other than the Quran, are hadiths that are hugely, sorry, just a second. Only the hadiths that are hugely mutawatir. There's dozens and dozens sources for hadith, and that's basically that of the hadith that talk about you should pray 5 times a day or something like that. Other than that, all the other hadith you can, unless you're a Salafi or Hanbali, you can reject them on the basis of other things.
Yeah, here I have to something like that. Sources, primary sources say that, because I don't think, from my readings, I've never seen someone saying that, right? That if a hadith is deemed sahih, one of the a hadith in Bukhari, that we can reject it because it doesn't seem good, right? Or it doesn't seem to coincide with the Quran. So I'm gonna have to see some primary sources say that, because I've never seen that.
It's just the necessary element of having a ranking of usul al-fiqh where the hadith are not at the top, right into the Quran, like there are in Hanbali and Salafi approach.
So the ordering, the reason for the ordering, right, would be that these are what's considered, these are the most revered from the less revered, right? I mean, the Quran is going to be the most revered, but that doesn't have any stance on whether, right, anything that's construed as correct within those the Quran, the Hadith, or the Islam, not being considered infallible, taking into consideration the canonists, right? So the ordering is so the ordering doesn't really tell us whether we can then reject, right, certain literature that are found within those different conditions, right, because of their meaning. No, I mean it just means that the Quran, is all from God's words as an example, so it has this higher order than the Hadith, where there's a lot of hadiths that are we cannot consider directly from God, right? But a Hadith that's been construed as being sahih.
Well, again, the first person who established any order of usul al-fiqh is Abu Hanifa, who founded the first Hanafi school. And his approach, why he did this, which is replicated by every later school, is explicitly to do this. So he would reject various authentic hadiths where there is no not problems. A trustworthy person comes to him and says another trustworthy person told me this, everyone confirmed this, and he says
sense that there's a consensus among scholars that even gets rejected. Because that means that everyone accepts a certain view, right? So I don't even see how someone can even reject consensus. Because everyone just agrees, right? So how can that? So, but
yeah, you can find consensus like that. Like there is no consensus of virtually like any issue. Like maybe they would agree God exists. Like that's it.
Can you show me a view for 365 verse 1 that says that this is not about children? It says those who are not yet menstruated.
Right now, probably there's disagreements about virtually anything. Like they disagree about like other like cosmic beings that are intermediaries. Of course, you have like classical Muslim like huge names who think that that God has like 10 intermediaries between himself and the world, and the 10th intermediary, which is Gabriel, is the creator of this world. I mean, that's the typical falsafa like cosmology.
Sure, I mean, they can have disagreements over that, but like,
it's like huge differences. Like, what do we like? So they don't even agree that the God created the world. It's like,
but that's weird. I mean, I agree, but like, I want to see that because I want to see a story that says that sexual slavery is not misbehaving. Those are you're right. That's not says not talking about slave women as an example. Or I want to see scholars who say that defensive jihad is not part of the Islamic law. I want to see. I don't think that there are any scholars that exist. That it's so clear. I mean, so yeah, I mean,
at least modern scholars think that. So it's like,
in modernity, right? But I'm talking classically, like I'm talking pre-modernity. Pre-modernity, I want to see that.
You have to search. Like there was almost certainly like people during certain periods of the Abbasid Caliphate or the Ottoman Caliphate who disagreed about anything.
I mean,
like you have periods in Islam where like homosexuality is like practicing homosexuality is accepted. Like, have you ever seen like Ottoman paintings of homosexual? Like they made paintings of like gay people.
But that's expressed, right? By saying like these people were absolutely wrong. They're putting sex in their that's homosexuality, right?
Look, they had a different like according to their interpretation, the only thing that is prohibited is doing gay sex in front of 4 witnesses being in public. And if you're doing it in private, it's still fine. Like that was the interpretation of certain like scholars during certain centuries, both in the Abbasid Caliphate and the Ottoman Caliphate.
I mean,
it's like these are historical like facts.
Yeah, so I mean, you can bring me case examples where people disagree. That's fine, right? But I was specifically asking for a certain case example because that doesn't mean because you found me like case scenarios where people disagree that there wouldn't be other case scenarios where people don't disagree, right, on certain issues, right? So that's why, okay, I can grant you whatever when it comes to this homosexual for witnesses thing to establish, like.
Yeah, and I don't know why you would expect like uniformity of like other issues if there is.
Because when I did my research on these other issues, looking at the main scholars from these respective traditions, I didn't find any disagreements there. Like, and I actually tried to show you.
You probably also didn't find any disagreements like on homosexuality, and yet there was.
No, I mean, so I didn't really research them. I'm sure, like, I can research something in certain matters that there will be disagreements, right? I mean, the matters that I did research on, I didn't find. I actually didn't actively research if there were any scholars who actually did disagree. Like, actually looking at scholars that say that there are scholars that disagree, right? They don't say that, right, for certain teachings, right? But so I mean,
also, like, even if that is true, like, on a certain level, who cares? Like, who has, like, if you look at my profile picture again, and you see the Drusilla thing, like, no school has calculated what the sources. No school says, like, oh, you should just blindly follow the scholars.
But what I'm saying is, if it doesn't, like, if there's a consensus on X, for example, on X, right? And then you're saying, right, that there are scholars that might reject X. Well, they've already agreed to X. There's a consensus to X, right?
But I think he's trying to say that every relationship with God or faith or religion is very personal and subjective to how you perceive it. So there's no right or wrong way of understanding things under a trajectory of whatever rules you follow. But the relationship is personal and it's more about embodying the qualities instead of arguing about what the book says. It's about embodying love or kindness and peace.
that's like irrelevant to our current discussion. Now, Zelani, what I was saying is, as a Sunni classical traditional Muslim, you're not defending liberal Islam anymore here. So you have all the scholars saying that Surah 65 is
modernist Islam is not like necessarily liberal. So like Muhammad al-Dukh and early Rashid Rida, like Shami Ali, like they don't support any liberal views.
Yeah, but they're absolutely inconsistent, right? They're going to call them.
Yeah, they're not traditionalists, which they like are perfectly fine with. They say like, okay, I don't have like following medieval traditions as being like in my usul of fiqh anywhere, which is like perfectly fine.
Okay, then my arguments would be geared towards those traditional Muslims that I guess it wasn't for.
And look, and the traditional Muslims, here's a very prominent example where you can see that even in mainstream Islam, like, so people who don't, like Shafir Ali or like Muhammad al-Dukh, like, explicitly reject the old traditions, but like just identify themselves as Hanafi or, Shafi, Maliki. A prominent example that shows that this is not how they conceptualize ijma, the way that you like presented it here. And that's the example of slavery. So if you look up, Grand Muftis of Egypt would be close to you, like, if you look up in Arabic, but like virtually many like modern contemporary official Islamic institutions, like official like authorities of Islamic institutions of Hanafi, Shafi, Maliki fiqh, like have made proclamations and like gave fatwas that slavery is it now like haram, it's like illegal in their countries, and their basis for this is that they all agree. There's an ijma among them now. So they don't care that there was like an ijma like 50 years ago and throughout the entire thing, like this, there was a medieval ijma that slavery is fine. Like now they have an ijma that slavery should be illegal.
But remember, I said that my arguments are targeted towards the traditional Muslims that are pre-Maghreb.
Yes, but look, who are the only people who disagree with this? Like very traditional Hanbalis and Salafis. So you're addressing like 5%.
How do you? But Asherites and the Reedis, for example, do agree with the Salafis when it comes to jurisprudence. Like this has no bearing. Like being a Salafi or not has no bearing.
No, that's the different use of Salafi. Like so, again, look at my profile picture. Like here, I'm using Salafi being a big approach that is a modification of the Hanbali approach.
Okay, so that's what I mean, all right. But my argument would just be against the traditional Muslim, sort of like the LPT being against like the traditional.
Yeah, that's why I agree that your objection works against that. But like I don't think my point would be it doesn't work like even for the majority of Islam, like let alone for modernist Islam, so-called modernists, like from Muhammad al-Dukh and like anyone accepting like Wasatiyya or anyone accepting like the Atli approaches to think like this is just not gonna work. And by the way, I should note that like these modernist approaches, for example, Wasatiyya, which traces directly to Muhammad al-Dukh, like is currently, for example, the prevailing official fiqh approach in Saudi Arabia under this new king. I mean, it actually started like under the previous king, the last few years of Islam. So like not even Saudi Arabia is like longer accepting like this kind of Hanbali Salafi approach.
Yeah.
Like the only people who are left are like maybe some like Gulf country like emirs and like random, people on YouTube and random like Dawah bros online. Like they're the top authorities of. That's the top authorities that you're addressing. Like your criticism is addressed to a type of Islam where the main proponents of it are random creatures online. Like there's no more like as I said, even Saudi Arabia.
I don't care about this. All I care about is like this traditional Islamic view that I was criticizing. I don't care about the number of its hearings, right? What's going on? Because the people that usually come here on these applications do identify themselves as traditional Muslims. So like that's why I use these arguments, right, against people who identify themselves being traditional Muslims, right? But I also like
that's like a weird situation because in this specific case, like in this sort of a like fake approach and how it applies to things like slavery, like these Dao bros, they come online like Islam in that sense, like you like this like the question of comparing Islam to Christianity and like, what's better, what's worse in the current state. Like yeah, but on this issue and how they're approaching these things, like Islam is way beyond Christianity, like, because the Dao bros who come here, like they're not representing like virtually anyone, right? Like again, like not even Saudi Arabia, like no longer accepts like these sorts of views, and like when you have the parallel, like these online funding Christians, they're actually representing like the Orthodox are representing the Orthodox Church, like they're priests and bishops, like patriarchs, like do bow down to Putin and like do like this, very aggressive kind of Orthodox approach to their religion. Like when you have these like anti-evangelicals, saying Stony Gay is good. Like they actually are representing like swaths of Christianity, like in American evangelicals. Like, so if you want to criticize like public Christianity, then like you could say like by criticizing these online people, you're actually targeting like some big part of Christian institutions. For Islam, that's just not the case.
So first of all, when I do these criticisms, right, I do say it's traditional Muslim. But here's the deal, right? I do lay out a principle, right, where I say like the way I define Christianity, right, is by having that principle that says that first 1,000 years of Christianity, right, what's been enshrined there. The way I define Islam is in the same manner. Now people are going to disagree with me on these very conceptions of the respective traditions. That's fine when we're not going to agree. But I think according to these definitions and these principles, that's where I criticize these respective traditions. From there, I think I don't really have this understanding, and I'm not really being critical. And so,
sure, but that's fine. But if you clarify that, people are clear about what you're talking about. Like, I think like people will just be okay. You're using an idiosyncratic definition of Islam. You're starting like some online weirdos and like the medieval traditions.
I can move in like this. Like I feel like it's incredibly obvious, right? I mean, the first 1,000 years of a certain religion being the true way of presenting that religion. I think like that principle is so obvious. Like I mean, if people want to like hope in a way, it's just.
I think it's the opposite.
Oh, you don't. So you think like God would deceive people for 1,000 years to make them believe in a certain doctrine that's actually not true after we discovered that 1,000 years later? Like I feel like that's so obvious to like so many people that you can define a religion based on.
It's obviously not obvious to like almost anyone. So this principle is not going to be obvious in Protestant Christianity for Christianity. Also, even in the Catholic and the Orthodox Church, like 90, I'm gonna like kind of guess 95% of like practicing believers actually think that the historic church got a huge ton of things wrong, primarily ethically, and like in the sense of socialism. And my evidence for that is that like if you ask them like for like a better example, like a better a test would be if you could do it, if you force like by some magical technology or like a social experiment that's like very robust to go back to medieval social norms, they would lose their minds. Like they would be like, what the hell is this bullshit? Like why am I a serf and being flogged by like an agent of a feudal lord?
Francis and the followers like that, they actually know that. That's why the Catholic Church reformed itself in that regard for us.
Yeah, every Christian reformed itself. No Christian church no longer support or advocates going back to medieval like views of thinking slavery and feudalism and absolute monarchy are fine and like legal persecution and heretics.
So if you look at like the Second Council of Vatican, for example, right? They talk about that doctrine, right? About having all these freedoms as a being with all these dignity rights. Actually, the justification they used there, right, was that they went back to the first 3 centuries of Christianity, where it was absolute, where it was very, very pessimistic, right? Like a lot of Catholic theologians remarked on that. Like actually, the Catholic Church would say, yeah, in medieval times there was this corruption, there was these bureaucracies, right?
Exactly. Which
they went back to the conventions. They went back.
No, but like the way severing that means that they very much do not find obvious your principle that you propose.
That's really the goal of that principle, correct? Because so my principle would say in the first early centuries of like Christianity or Islam, this culture that's going to be there, it's going to be binding, right? And so that's precisely what the Catholic Church did there. And that's why it said that this medieval stuff that was happening was actually not abiding by the principle I just laid out, because it wasn't following the early consensus of the Church Fathers.
Yes, right. Your principle was like 1,000 years, even in Christianity, like where like you have this kind of leeway that you like why you're doing this is because you have this like 3 century excuses to appeal to. But like you're left with 7 centuries of like wrong views.
But even in those 7 centuries, there was never like we have like all aspects even in from medieval times, like Saint Francis of Assisi, right? You had like a lot of these other monks and nuns who were like very much pacifists. So there wasn't this like huge, there wasn't this agreement, right, from everyone about like what the Catholic Church was. Medieval times, and by the way, you just like
someone can turn your like terminology and rhetoric against you. Oh, so someone you think like that God would, cause the true views of Christianity to be lost for, like 17 centuries. Like there was like 2 people, like there was Francis of Assisi and another guy, who kept the true Christianity and everyone. You think that God would like allow that? Like for everyone to like forget like the true views?
Okay, that's interesting. First of all, this is actually one of the points of why I'm not Catholic, because of this evil stuff. But regardless of that, let me try to vet the process and see why it would actually also abide by my principle, right? So why the Catholic Church would still abide by my principle is because when did they start doing like the Crusades and all these awful atrocities? That was during the century, the turn of the millennium, right? Around like I think like the first time where they did this Valiant Wars was in the 12th century.
I don't know why you think Crusades are young. Like I didn't even mention Crusades.
Okay, so like killing like all these other
I mentioned social acceptance of feudalism, slavery, and persecution of heretics, which is what they did like since like even before Theodosius, like Constantine allegedly didn't formally he didn't like establish Christianity as the official religion like Theodosius did, but like he used the state to like persecute pagans. He would close their temples, take like
that's not
huge amounts of. He closed pagan temples to like huge amounts of wealth, like Byzantine pagan temples, and would like transfer to the Christian church.
He's not a theologian. First of all, he's not a theologian. Second of all, so we would just say he's sleeping there. Second of all, also not
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure your church also accepts him as one of the greatest saints.
That doesn't mean he's not infallible. That doesn't mean he's a theologian. That doesn't mean he accepts his teachings, right?
Do you use the title equal to the apostles?
No, that's for Saint Athanasius, I think. Like we call it absolutely apostolic. Right?
Okay, because like in EO at least, like I know Constantine.
The thing is, the Constantine thing, I don't want to refer to the emperors. These are not theologians, right? These are not considered church fathers. I care about the church fathers and the writings and positions, right? So what I'm going to request from you to get me like first 1,000 years where a church father, right, says that you should do all of these things with justice.
Yeah, Chrysostom, like defending.
What Chrysostom? Okay,
he defended like this symphony between church and state, where like the priest is assigned to take care of the souls, and the emperor is assigned to take care of the bodies, and like but both are doing the same thing.
The Chrysostom said to kill pagans. I want to see like what Chrysostom says to kill pagans.
Yeah, then like most of the church fathers supported the state persecuting heretics and like exiling them, putting them on desert islands.
That would be actually 1,000 years. So like, is that based on like some church father within the 1,000-year range that was laid out?
Yeah, Chrysostom and a bunch of others. Like
Chrysostom didn't say to kill babies, right?
What do you think they were doing like while these?
Yeah, that was my first fault.
You know what these like church fathers, a lot of who were like did the same thing and like blessing the current emperors who were doing that. Like none of them like condemned this and like
Okay, so here, I do also have a political key, right, when it comes to like exegeting what was going on in these early days. And I do apply to all religions, right? Should be that I want explicit text from these writings of the scholars saying to kill pagans, right? Like I find that this kind of scholarship say fight unbelievers, that type of thing. I want it to be that explicit. I don't care what the emperors did, I don't care if they done these emperors, I just want instructions and commands from these
it's not explicit. Like
also, but there it goes. It's not. That's.
No. I'm saying for the Islamic, that's not explicit.
Oh, okay. Let me show you explicit text that says that Jews and Christians have to pay tax on all these be killed ones. Okay.
Yeah, they pay the tax. Like
and all these are be killed. They give it to options to get Islam or the sword. Let me show you some explicit text from these scholars saying that. What's it considered?
That's just not going to be correct.
Wait, you don't think that scholars said that? Like conferences are given two options, either the sword or Islam.
Did you say Christians or polytheists?
No, I said for Christians it could be the jizya. So there are three options, right? For the polytheists, there are two options, and they are very explicit when it comes to that, right? So I would want to see the same criteria.
Another option is like the carbon truces, which is a default like international functioning of like the caliphate.
That's also weak. That's what the Muslims are weak. That's what they're showing. They were very clear about it.
Look, that was the default functioning of caliphates. Like, well, they had like the biggest empire in the world.
I'm still abiding by that criteria where I want to see explicit texts mentioning the things that were mentioned, right? So when it comes to
that's fine. So if your position can survive by like only like positing like 50 like weird conditions and like disregard like all common sense points about what you're talking about, like then okay, fine, I will like see that you're right for that specific thing. But that doesn't address like I think like what most people want to address when we talk about religions.
Okay, fine. I mean, because the person's layout, for me, it seems pretty obvious. Yeah, I want to see explicit commands and church fathers say to kill. I see that from these other traditions. I want to see it in my tradition. I lay out that principle equally, so I'm not being hypocritical or applying double standard. It seems pretty obvious.
Look, like, I think like the way that you frame all of these things and like how you like made this like kind of array of different conditions to make your position like stand. To be honest, like I think like even people who are like members of your church very motivated to read you be kind of weirded out that they would agree like publicly like that, yeah I support my brother in Christ, but then like privately they'll be like, what the hell is that? It's like, that sounds weird.
I mean, to each his own, right? I mean, obviously people might like not find it as obvious as I find it, right? I find these things to be very obvious. Like if we're going to make the case that this scholar is teaching to kill, I want to see an explicit command to say to kill, right? So like these implications, it might be actually not charitable, right? Like a lot of these inferences that we can draw might actually not be. Like here's the deal, right? I find like a lot of Christians actually are not charitable when they're criticizing a certain scholar when he's not saying the thing that they're implying that he's saying, right? That's actually my criteria that I can build on. I don't want there to be any double standard, or I don't want there to be any like anyone who's not charitable, right? So that's why I want these explicit texts where there isn't going to be room for interpretation, right? And there isn't going to be room for uncharitable, right? So that's like that was one of the motivations I came up with this piece from my previous discussions with people, right? That I find it to be very reasonable and very obvious to me, right? So like,
I mean, I think like if you're criticizing Islam or like I don't know, so you're first of all you see like I think you're kind of you see that you're like basically criticizing just kind of very tragic like medieval scholars are correct kind of like Hanbali Salafi view, and of course they don't mean all scholars like the Hanafis who said gay sex is fine unless you're doing commentary, like they don't mean those like jurists like doing those just centuries of the MS Caliphate and the Ottoman Caliphate, but like the trend, the mainstream thing like let's say in the medieval period like of when you look at the totality of the Middle Ages, okay, but like I'm not getting why you would like think, oh yeah, these like Yoko fund these like random numbers
most simplistic view that's opposed to 95% of Islamic jurisprudence and theology. I think then you think, I think they have the reasonable approach of how to treat Islam. It's I don't get that part, but why are you doing that?
Oh yeah, because I think because of the principle, the first 1,000 years scholars think the principle about that. I think it's very obvious, right? I think in a certain sense, so and that day is just to get attached to it.
Because so you're saying, I am criticizing the trend of police itself is about 5% of
I think that's true, isn't it? Yeah, and also the trend.
And I'm saying they have the most reasonable interpretation. But then 95% of Muslims, so I think your primary point is, your primary goal is to criticize Hanbalis and show that they're wrong, right?
Sure.
That's the kind of ultimate goal. Say, these people are just wrong in their views.
Oh, sure. Yeah, my argument's hard to argue towards
they don't have the true religion. It's you should be a Christian, that kind of thing. Yeah. So you want to point out that these Hanbalis, as you already conceded, your criticism is against them, and they have the trend view, the Hanbali, the Sunday view. So you want to show that view is incorrect, and then you have if you pause there, just put a semicolon there, you're directed your opposition, intellectual opposition toward the Hanbalis. You want to show that their conclusions are incorrect, their views that they claim that in what's ethical, what's true, they're wrong. You put a semicolon. 95% of Muslims agree with you on that, and they explain why this is wrong by pointing out that their approaches, in the Hanafi, the modernist way, and how even these three big schools, Hanafi, Shafi, and Maliki, how they're practiced in the modern era, where now it's ijma that slavery should be legal, and they want to say this is how you should do Islam, and we can explain how Hanbalis are done. But then we return to you, and you started this goal of wanting to say Hanbalis are dumb and wrong, and we put a semicolon to see what the rest of us is doing. But now we return to you, and we're going past the semicolon, and then you almost switch your position, and now you're debating against the 95 Islamic percent of Islamic theology to defend the Hanbalis as the being the reasonable people, and how they're actually the most correct and true with what they say.
Yeah.
It seems to me that that's inconsistent. Why would you think that these people, the only ones that you are directing your anti-Islamic criticism towards, look, just I think this is my main kind of what is confusing. You already conceded that you're not directing your anti-Islamic criticism towards the 95% of Islamic theology that abandons the Middle Ages, ijma, various weird things like slavery. So, but if you are not doing that, and you are directing it towards the Hanbalis, why would you think? I don't see your motivation, and it seems to me to be just a very motivated conclusion that the Hanbalis are the reasonable ones in religious matters, and the 95% of Muslims are not.
Yeah, so the motivation behind why I take that view is because of the principle that I laid out. It seems to me, right, you can't really ignore the first 1,000 years of scholarship, right, or just not take all, just take half of it, or what have you, and there not being that consistency that I want to see, right. And so I did that. I actually lay out that same principle with Christianity. Maybe you could say 95% of Christians might also not agree with me on certain issues. If there's a consensus of the fathers for belief X, for example, most Christians might not take it. I would say that those Christians are not representing to Christianity, in my opinion, as well, right? And maybe the debate that would become, right, if I mean, debate those 95% of Christians and Muslims on the principle, whether the principle makes sense or not.
originally said that it's obvious, but like it seems that it's not obvious. It seems it's not obvious to 95% of Muslims and 95% of Christians.
Well, first of all, we don't really know the appearance of the 95 because like most people are ignorant, just ignorant in theology. Right? So like I don't know if are you talking about lay people here or are you just talking about scholars? Like modern people.
Well, like I think like in both cases, like take like 1,000 lay persons of Christians and take 1,000 priests, pastors, and theologians, and like put both back in the Middle Ages where their service being formed by like an agent of their feudal lord and heavenly rights. It's like I'm pretty sure they will say like this is bullshit and like it's strong and I won't be here like I'm against this very much. And I will go back to the modern world.
But my principle actually would fit through, like would fit with the idea of rejecting that as an evil thing, because I would say that's after the 1,000-year mark, that's in the Middle Ages, around the 12th century.
No, feudalism and slavery were the economic systems for the vast majority of people, like living in Christian lands. That's constantly.
The debate that, okay, so if we're going to have that discussion, then again, we're going to go to a certain key that another principle that I laid out. I want to see explicit that's what the church fathers saying we should enslave these. There being like an agreement among all the church fathers on that issue the first 1,000 years, right? So that's all.
There's an absolute consensus of the church fathers that slavery and feudalism are fine. There's a single church father who opposed slavery in principle, and theoretically, like he didn't really advocate social go around preaching let's abolish slavery. He just came up theoretically said, look, like maybe in principle slavery is immoral and we shouldn't do it to anyone. And that's Gregory of Nyssa, which is like another reason why he's like my favorite church father. But that's it. Like literally.
That's the whole idea. Because again, what I mean by consensus is 100% of people, right? So if you even get me one who's the father of all fathers, Gregory of Nyssa, that just defeats the theory.
I think like it's very reasonable to say basically circle and true to say that like on your general principle, like 95% of Christians disagree and Muslims and everyone else. But then like now that you like put this additional detail to your principle, even among the 5% where like of saying motivation, you are like you're gonna start losing them too. Like I think like even those 5% of people who are saying who agree with you, like yeah. Like now, like really, like even a single person disagrees, and all of a sudden, like
wait, why did that happen? Just by saying all people like that's the consensus, right? That's what we mean.
Yeah, because your original motivation for the principle was like, oh, how God like allow most people to get it wrong, and I was saying, like, I do think that's fine as long as there's one guy that's right.
No. So if one guy gets it right, then it means that there wasn't a consensus. That was my own, that was my whole spiel, right? And by the way, I don't mind also playing that same game also to get one scholar that was the consensus, right, in a certain issue, right? And I'm waiting for that in the criticisms that I have laid out, right? But not only that, I mean, if you have the father of all fathers, like Gregory of Nyssa, holding an opinion, I'm absolutely certain, because this is something that I don't really do much research, but I will do research on it, like the whole slavery thing in particular, right? I didn't do a lot of the other moral issues within the church fathers, right? But not the slavery thing in particular. I'm sure there will be church fathers like Gregory of Nyssa, right? That hold the anti-slavery views. I know that there were some that didn't really mind slavery, right? But again, I'm saying that that's still a divided issue. That still wouldn't abide by my principle. Therefore, you're not going to be able to establish slavery according to my principle, right? Whereas we can do that with Islam according to my principle as well. Right? There we go. That's all I want to say.
That's not true. Like we're just assuming that like we need to do the work of finding like scholars who disagree, but like which like we didn't. But even without that, like, yeah, I think like I will leave to anyone like hearing you expound these things like in this detail. When I like went through like all these questions with you to like clarify what exactly are the principles that you're using, etc. Like I think like I will just leave to everyone who hears you explain it this way, like whether your approach is reasonable or not.
I mean, this is funny. I think I can make the comment, right, that most Orthodox and Catholic apologists, right, online, actually would agree with me on this, by the way. And most Dawa people actually will agree with me on this. It's actually people who are not involved with apologetics of Islam or Christianity who would not agree with me on these principles, right? So these principles, yes, have been adapted to suit Christian and Islamic apologetics, which actually the majority of those respective apologetic traditions will agree with me, right? It's only, yeah, you're right, maybe like 95% outside of apologetics would not agree with me on that, right? But that's like an approach.
That's just because like modern online apologetics is like just like the continuation of or like the replacement of the crazy person on the street who committed silence at the end of the year. Like all these Orthodox bros and like these like evangelical online apologists, like and all these down bros, like that's what they would be doing, you know, like 10 years before the internet. They would be the crazy person who's like homeless on the streets, and yelling at passers-by. But now like on the internet they have this like down bro, poster bro, whatever.
Yeah, so you need to modify your approach depending on where you're. So like, yeah, those principles and those approaches I've taken on are going to fit like the majority of Islamic and Christian apologetics, right? And you would say like I've done a great job with that regard, even if 95% of people outside of that school.
I don't think that's like a worthwhile like thing to do. It's like again like a few years before the internet, like if you came up to me and said, look, I made this like very like complex framework that I'm thinking based on, and like I totally got like the criticism down, these crazy people on the street corner were yelling at us, but I'd be like, I don't know, I don't think like why are you doing that?
But I mean, tell me, you don't think it's obvious that if you have 1,000 years of scholarship saying something pertains to a certain religion, that shouldn't be construed as like some enshrined doctrine, like.
You're now framing it as asking my personal opinion, and you're like, as if you've forgotten that I'm a liberal Christian.
It seems so obvious to me, though. I mean, can't you like provide an understanding argument like, oh, that we got to go over what God wants us to know about that religion that you reveal to us? If you have the majority of history of people, they're teaching something that, thousands of years later, people are changing their views on. Like, wouldn't there be like some form of skepticism? Can we like join like some excellent argument for that?
I don't think that is. I think this is a very bad approach, and that's why like both Noah like who's versed like theologians and pastors and that kind of like group of people, nor just lay people. Like both of them, both Noah and acceptance. Like there are weirdos, there are like Doug Wilson, like let's institute Old Testament laws. There are a few. I don't know examples, but there surely are like a handful of Catholics who want to reestablish feudalism and absolute monarchy because they like it was bad or something like that. But like they're considered weirdos by Yahweh.
I don't think there's just going to be a clash of principles and intuitions. That's where I'm just saying. But I'm glad you're saying that I'm not at least being hypocritical or having a double standard and being inconsistent, right, with the principles that I laid out, even if it's only going to target like a few number of people, right?
I mean, I think this, I don't know, I think that to be precise to say, like, I do think you're really very motivated towards certain things that I'm kind of confused
circle back around, Severin, you stand on what you originally said to original then?
Yeah, I mean, because I think original identifies as being, maybe original doesn't identify as being a tradition also. That's the case that whole.
Yeah, we already said he doesn't care about legal Islam. Like, maybe he can clarify.
I think that's what the like, extent might have been all the stuff about tradition and stuff constantly in that regard, right? So that's why I still like debating on this issue, right? But if he still stands, then he can't really be classified as a tradition also if he thinks like Islam.
It's not, I mean, traditional there, like, is a very vague term. Like, you know, like, it's gonna, like, this would be like a very fundamentalist approach. Because, you know, as I mentioned, there are traditions that were like the minority view even in the Middle Ages that are like wildly off from the fundamentalist like interpretations of like Islamic precepts.
But so let me have a question. If all the scholars like pre-Modernists talk about Surah 65 first, talk about child marriage, am I wrong like for pulling that out? There isn't like something wrong I'm doing there by appealing to some like scholarly authority, right? Like, I mean, that's what we always do. Like, oh, like this also said that, like the scholars say that, the historians say that about certain events, right?
I mean, sure, you can bring it out, especially like online to like Dawa Bros. But like, I guess like depends how it's framed. Like, I'm fine with like people pointing that out. I guess I would point that out to them with the goal of trying to get them to value the medieval mainstream view. You know, I would like that. My goal would be like, you know, accept some other non-humbly
I'm looking at the chat. Michael, sorry, it's a food. I apologize.
Come on.
Who knows that I always make distinctions, right? Like talk about literal tradition. Like even yes, you're absolutely right.
This is why I pointed out that traditional doesn't just mean like so the Buddhist tradition is actually like Greek, like her tradition goes to Middle Ages, and but like the theology of like Nizami, Ismailism, like is very different, like both in ethics and doctrines than the mainstream view. So if you say traditional, like that's why I like reacting to that word. You know, like I think it would be better to say like fundamentalist, or traditional Hanbali, traditional Salafi.
Yeah, I didn't mean it as well. I didn't mean it in that sense. Like, Zani knows what I meant in that. I'm sorry if I misunderstood. And by the way, I always profess that I'm not talking about traditional Muslims as people, right? I was just talking about the Hanbali school, right? As a school of thought, right? But not like the people themselves, right? Just make that professional. But I mean, Zani,
like here you also have I don't see you have just like Irish. I mean, against him, I guess like you could do this like it seems to be pretty pro Middle Ages, medieval, like mainstream views.
So Severin, so the argument with original is now what? Is what are you gonna say? He's not true. He's not out of lockstep with traditional Islam insofar as he's within his tradition. Right. So what do you say? Like,
yeah, I mean, in that way, if you sort of just reject the consensus of Sunni Muslims pre-modernity, then that's fine. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, so just a slight correction. Maybe I was like misreading. Maybe Irish was ironic when he wrote "Make Medieval Great Again," so like that, or sarcastic.
Yeah, but I mean, Andrew, just generally speaking, people like you have a verse, right? You have everyone. Right, saying about that first what they said about it, right? That people want to reject that. If people want to reject that, then that's up to them, right? There's nothing I don't know what to do. Right?
All right. Yeah. Original. So you're fine with just bucking the consensus of scholarship then? Is that what you're saying?
It's very simple. I can accept consensus. It's being from different order. So the Quran comes first. Then comes the these. Then you can see and maybe then consensus. so let me give this example of my local Iran. Okay, who I highly respect, who's more knowledgeable than me in many things. Okay? In the Quran, when it talks about Jesus being crucified, it was later of the year son. And now, according to him, when he was doing the study, he mentioned that it was somebody else who was in Jesus' place and Facebook like Jesus. And thinking that that's how it's Facebook was. So, now, my question is, right, okay, where did he get this from? He's got this opinion, and I wonder where it comes from. Because the Quran says, so it doesn't any of the Hadith say, no, it doesn't. Right, okay. So the question is, where did this interpretation come from? Now, there were Christians in the past, Gnostic Christians who believed in the cycle of Cyrene that was replaced in the so maybe some scholars in the past or something got this particular opinion, and this scholarly opinion has been passed down. Now, does that mean because this came from a Christian source and there's some scholars who say this, have they accepted? No, I don't have to accept it, I disagree with it. Okay? So, like I said, the Quran says, okay, women who've hit menstruation, as well as those who have not hit menstruation, okay, to me is clear that it's talking about women. Okay? It doesn't say anything like that, young girls or anything like that. It would have said young girls if it meant young girls. Okay? It just says women who have hit menstruation, as well as those who have not hit menstruation. To me, that sentence is very explicit, it's very clear. Okay? If a scholar wants to disagree with me on that, okay, I'll say, okay, you have your opinion, and I have my opinion, and we'll say words.
Yeah, so Frank down in the chat. Frank,
yeah. And just regarding this, what Stephen said about sort of going against the you out of maybe the stance. That came from like one Shafi, I think that's what we call this ChatGPT. Right. There's nothing like that says like if you go against the consensus that takes you out of the full Islam or anything like that. Nothing in the Quran or nothing in the Hadiths. But there's like one opinion and maybe it's from that. Other people have recognized that. So
Frank down in the chat said, rape apologist, gross, referring to you, original. Welcome, Steve.
Hi, Andrew. Good morning.
Good to see you, my friend. Hope you read the title of the room.
I did. That's why I came in. I was thinking that there is no way, come hell or high water, that 500 million people could die with me on stage.
Well, I hear you, but there's going to be a funeral after we get the theists giving their arguments, Steve. So
as long as I can contribute.
Fair enough.
All right.
Yeah, so Frank said you're a rape apologist, and it's gross. So Frank's welcome to come up here and litigate that. I did want to ask Severin real quick. Severin, does something kind of bother you when you hear, not just Muslims, but when you hear folks like Zelini saying things like they quote love Jesus, unquote, but they go contrary entirely to the things that Jesus taught? How does that make you feel? I'm just wondering if that bothers you.
Obviously, it's going to bother me because I don't feel like
Severin, what might bother you is like, if there's like mentally ill, like
I am mentally ill, but I want to hear what Severin said. Go ahead, Severin.
Well, I mean, generally speaking, I don't know what somebody's doing, right? We can't comment. I mean, generally speaking, if people, of course, are professing to follow God's word and they're not doing it, they're being hypocritical as a general principle, yeah, that makes me, it irritates me. Of course, yeah, people being hypocritical irritates me.
Yeah, have you ever parsed out Zelini's his exegetical method, his hermeneutic? Have you ever done that?
And Andrew, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I don't think you're mentally ill. I didn't even know forsaken. So,
Thank you, Steve.
By the way, after this, I want to have a one with Steve.
oh, I love that.
Yes, I'm down with that. Yeah, just quickly, Severin. So Zellini says he's a Christian, which I can't really distinguish between that and, I don't know. I mean, except that in name only, really, he says that he follows Jesus, but I don't even understand what that means, given that he takes very select passages from Jesus, and then the other ones he just kind of overlooks them and just says, well, that's not good, and I never have understood it. Now, you've known him for a while. Maybe you can break it down to me. When Jesus says in Matthew 15 that, God commanded stoning your children, but they're disobedient, right? That they curse their mother and father. He doesn't accept that. So how do we make sense of that?
Severin, do you accept it? Jesus said, should stop with kids.
Wait, yeah, what is this?
Of course he said it. Yeah, so let me read it. All right. We gotta get it.
I'm quite disappointed in you. The way that you behave today is really. I don't read the comments, right? But you felt the need to read out something.
Yeah.
Sorry, you asked it twice. Who were you referring to?
You talking about me?
Andre, yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I'm gonna read them out because I think you need to address that, and I want to see that discussion. If he's gonna call you a rape apologist, which Frank said, you probably don't want that to go unchecked, and I think Frank should come up here.
By the way, originally, I think I was misbehaving a bit today, so I apologize for speaking for
I might have made a mistake. Your interpretation of that verse as well. I think the reason why he was saying that was because he wants to make a point. Maybe there was, maybe you did take that he was spoken by something, but I'm just reading the plain English. And it says women with menstruation, as well as having to do that. That's very simple.
Yeah. Original, why would you be upset that Frank is calling you a rape apologist, and I'm saying that Frank is doing that? Do you think that should just stay in the chat? I don't understand that.
I don't think Frank opinion matters.
No, Frank's opinion is allowed here just like anyone else's.
No, I'm not saying it's not allowed. I'm saying it doesn't matter.
Oh, well, if it doesn't matter, then fine, but original shouldn't get mad at me for bringing up what Frank said. I mean, I didn't say it.
Yeah, I know, but I would say if you bring it, it doesn't matter if it has more basis.
Why wouldn't I? It's in chat. What's the problem with that?
Respond.
Wait a second. Original, wait a second. Frank's down in the audience. I'm trying to get Frank to come up here. I don't like people that just do the snipe thing and aren't willing to back up what they say on chat, okay? So this happens for me and anyone else. If anybody says anything in chat, I want them to bring it out in their voice. I don't like this chat stuff, okay? So if he's gonna call you a rape apologist, I want that to fire you up because it should. And then I want him to come up here and defend it, okay? I don't think that that's wrong for me to do that. I think people would like to hear the discussion anyway.
Andrea, it is too much of a win to come up to the room. Am I allowed to just respond to the room?
Yeah, absolutely, brother. That's what I said you're allowed to. Yes, absolutely, go ahead.
No, but you didn't do though.
No, hold on. I said you're definitely.
I asked you, can I just quickly respond to that?
No, I said you definitely can. I said.
Just happened, okay.
Okay, but original, I was coming back to you. If you go back and listen to the replay, I said, let me show the replay still going, good. I said, you're probably going to want to respond to that, which I intended on fully giving you a chance to do so. Frank's not up here yet. But that's fine. If you just want to respond to the room, you certainly can. I'm not going to sue you like that. Original, I've never done that to you in the past. Of course you can. Go ahead.
It's fine now. I'm going to be too much of a win to.
You mean you spent all that time asking to respond and now you don't want to?
All right, I mean, and we're going to have a conversation with Steve.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that.
Steve, I'd like you to meet Severin.
Hello, Severin.
Hi, Steve. How are you doing?
Do you care?
Do I care? About what, sir?
How are you doing?
My point exactly.
I'm sorry, there might be something that I'm missing.
There is clearly something that you're missing. But that's okay.
Holy cow.
Andrew isn't missing anything, are you?
No, I got it. You said how.
I know you
too.
Trevor, you said, how are you doing? And he said, do you care? I'm saying, do you care how he's doing?
And then you said, what about?
Go ahead. Go ahead. It's kind of like when Darth Dawkins says, somebody says to Darth Dawkins, can I ask a question? He's like, you just did.
Exactly.
Yeah. So go ahead. Anyway, something like that. Anyway,
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So Steve, I might can I present an argument for why nationalism is self-defeating?
Believe me, I'm not going to stop you.
Are you a nationalist, Steve?
How do you define a nationalist?
Oh, a naturalist, sorry. Oh, someone.
How do you define a naturalist?
Sure, in that particular context, define it as everything just being natural and physical. There's no supernatural entity.
Yes, under that definition, I absolutely am a naturalist. Under that definition, yes.
All right. By the way, I will present an argument that I don't think is
you can present any argument that you want, baby.
Thank you. I'm just saying to that.
You're welcome.
Because it is very controversial. But
what's controversial?
Yeah. So, Steve, I have a question for you. Do you think the argument I'm going to present to you is basically two premises? Okay. First premise is called the probability premise, right? Which says that if you accept both the belief in, do you also believe in evolutionary, Darwinian evolutionary theory?
Okay, I'm going to just clear something up now. It appears appropriate. Is this a situation where you ask me a question and I ask you a question, or you get to ask me 10 questions without me asking you one? Which one is it?
No, this is going to, I hope that if you agree to it, right, this is going to be a discussion where I will bring a...
Great, it's a discussion, so it's not where you're asking me 10 questions in a row. We go back and forth, right?
Except the reason why I'm asking you this question...
No. You didn't answer my question.
Yes.
Did you hear my question?
Yes, I did.
Can you answer my question?
Sure, yeah, that's the...
The answer is yes. Okay, go ahead. Yes. Good, I'm glad. I like that.
Okay, so here's why. If you believe in both naturalism and evolutionary theory, the probability that the cognitive faculties is reliable is going to be very low. The probability of the cognitive faculties being reliable is very low. You have the fear for the belief that your cognitive faculties is reliable, and plus you'll have the fear for all your beliefs. That's the argument.
All right, here's my answer. I don't understand your question. Now here's my question. Do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do.
You do believe in God. Okay, which God do you believe in?
The God of Christianity.
Do you believe all the other gods are false gods?
No.
Okay, so you believe there's more than one God that's real. Which other ones besides the God of Christianity are real?
I do believe that the gods are false.
Oh, so you do believe that all other gods besides the God of Christianity is false. Is that correct?
That's right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought you said something different for a second.
Exactly. Yeah. Go ahead.
Are you satisfied with this as an objection to the evolutionary argument?
Yes, and I'm cutting to Peter.
Wait, is there a third person in the conversation?
No, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Andrew, you're the man.
No, Mark, this is a very good, I think that was a great comeback, actually, Steve. Yeah, that was actually
questions, just let me know. And so 6 years ago, when you saw the Virgin Mary, what happened next?
I mean, I saw that it was for a few seconds that it disappeared.
And what happened next?
Then I just sort of believed that this was the truth. Christianity was true.
Did you go to sleep? Did you have a drink of scotch? Did you get in your car and hop on the freeway and drive 100 miles an hour? What happened next?
Oh, and then I just went down to the street and was full of joy.
You went down to the street and was full of joy. Okay, when you got down to the street, how long were you on the street?
Maybe for like 20 minutes.
And what did you do when you were full of joy? Did you do jumping jacks? Did you hitchhike to the nearest beach? What did you do?
A combination of jumping jacks and jogging.
Jumping jacks and jogging. And was this at night or during the day?
Afternoon, maybe at 4 or 5 p.m.
Afternoon at 4 or 5 p.m. Wow, that sounds pretty cool. Going down to the street at 4 or 5 p.m. rush hour traffic, doing jumping jacks and jogging. I gotta tell you, and no disrespect, but I find it hard to believe that you had this, I'll call it an epiphany. You didn't say it. You had an epiphany. You saw the Virgin Mary. I'm assuming what you said the first time in your life, the only time in your life?
Yes.
And then, amongst all the other things that you could do, you went down to the street and started doing jumping jacks.
Right.
I think you're the only person that I've ever spoken to in my entire life that when they saw the Virgin Mary, they went down to the street and started doing jumping jacks. Andrew, have you ever heard of a person who saw the Virgin Mary and their first reaction was to go down to the street and do jumping jacks?
I mean, no.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, I've heard of people being excited.
Yes, I have heard of people being excited. I have heard of people having feelings of joy rush all over them. I've heard of people calling all of their friends, their family members, and saying, I saw the Virgin Mary. But sir, again, you're the first one I've ever heard that went down to the street and did jumping jacks.
Oh, thank you. That I'm the first. That makes me feel so honored and privileged that you found.
Well, it makes me honored and privileged that you're the one that broke my cherry. But that being said,
there's an answer or two going on with the Sherlock Holmes series, which says, when you illuminate the impossible, whatever remains improbable.
It's probably true. Yeah, right.
You illuminated the impossible.
Exactly. Yes. Okay, well, I gotta tell you, sir, with all due respect, what you just described, that does not prove to me that God exists. I'm sure it proves to you that God exists. It does not prove to me that God exists.
And just a warning, Steve, Sully has entered the stage. He's going to probably talk some ish about you or to you.
I love that.
Okay, just be ready for it. Okay.
I am ready.
Okay, carry on, Severn. Once more about something with
Yeah, the fact that you saw the Virgin Mary went down and did jumping jacks and jog around the block does not prove to me that God exists. You have something else?
Yeah, I do have. So maybe instead of like these experiences, we can. I actually only have this one experience, but maybe what about something? I'm not going to go with the Christian.
Is there anything else that you could describe that would prove to me that God exists?
Yeah, so what about this, Steve? All right, here's going to be an argument that I don't find to be the strongest. Let's go. All right. I'm going to go with a very, very modest one. All right. You want me to present the premises right now, or?
You can say whatever you want.
Sure. So here's another reason why I think this is God. It's like, all right, anything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore there's a cause for the physical universe. That's supernatural.
And you think what you just said proves that God exists?
Well, the definition of God would be a supernatural cause of the physical universe, right? Yeah.
My question is, do that 10 seconds proves that God exists? Why are you laughing? These are legitimate questions.
That's so anything that begins to exist, so something that comes into being at a certain time, right, has something that causes it. I need to clarify more. It comes to that seed.
Okay. What caused energy? You said anything that comes into being has a cause. You did say that, right?
Right.
Okay, so what caused energy?
I'm not sure, but I mean...
We are not sure. Well, guess what? I'm not sure about what you said. And anything that comes into being must have a cause. I don't agree with that. And what you just said is Exhibit 1. I asked you what caused energy, and you said you don't know. Therefore, it doesn't necessarily cause. Don't you agree?
No, not knowing what...
No! Well, if you don't say there was a cause for everything, did you?
Yeah, but I don't need to say what...
Yes!
Yeah, sure. I mean, for me...
But you don't know the cause.
No, I mean, for me, it's just...
Well, if you don't know the cause, how do you know there is a cause? What's so funny?
Sorry.
Am I not speaking the truth here?
You're doing good, Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah,
you know what, Trevor? I think maybe our conversation might be coming to an end. I don't know. But I can say this for a certainty. In the past 10 minutes that I've spoken to you, in my opinion, and other people may disagree, you have not proved that God exists.
Hey, Mark and I. Mark has a comment, though. Mark, go ahead.
Well, okay.
I agree that Severn is like speaking a ton of extremely controversial assumptions in his argument without really explicitly elaborating on them, much less proving them. So I was hoping to like that simplified, sort of more obvious.
I love simple. I love more obvious.
Okay, well, I'm going to do my best to represent a simplified version of his argument. The first premise is that for any property phi, if phi is a positive property and psi is a property that's necessarily entailed by phi, then psi is also a positive property.
Go ahead.
Tell me more. Okay.
Tell me more.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to claim that what you just said in the past 5 seconds proves God exists, does it?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to make sure that
that's the first step. The second step is that for any property phi, if the negation of phi is positive, then that's true if and only if it's phi is not positive.
Go ahead.
Okay, so from the first two premises, I can conclude that for any property phi, if phi is a property, then it's possible that something is phi.
Go ahead.
Right. Well, so now I'm going to start putting in like God.
I hope you would, because so far what you said has not proved that God exists.
Oh, no, I agree.
So far,
yeah, of course.
We're in agreement. So you have yet to prove that God exists. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna define. So I've been talking about properties here, right? So I'm going to define the property of being God as follows.
Go ahead.
X has the property of being God.
God is X.
Right. If and only if.
I don't agree. I don't agree that God is X. But go ahead. If I were to ask, hang on. No. Oh, okay. I'll shut up then.
Thanks. I was just defining that. I wasn't saying. I wasn't asking.
And I'm claiming you did not define God, but
well, you dropped me halfway through my sentence, so I couldn't finish the definition. So I'll finish it now. Being God is defined as having every possible one. That's how I'm defining God for the sake of this discussion.
And I'm going to say, if you ask 100 people on the street how you define God, none of them would give that definition.
No, that's fine.
And I know it's fine, but it's true. If you were to ask 100 people on the street to define God, would any one of them give the definition that you just gave? Well, my answer is no, but you can continue.
You should get back to him, Mark. He's probably right.
Sure, I'm not trying to prove, whatever randomly person's conception of God on the street is real. I'm trying to prove this particular definition of God is real, mainly.
And I'm saying that particular definition you just gave is not real.
Well, definitions aren't real or wrong.
Go ahead.
Okay, premise 3, being God is a positive property. Whether or not anything is actually God, maybe God doesn't exist. But if God does exist, being God is a positive property.
If you say
premises that I've given you in definitions, it follows immediate data. It's at least metaphysically possible that something is God.
I didn't say God wasn't possible. I said you haven't proved God.
Okay, well, I'm only halfway through my argument.
So, okay, all right. Okay.
Right. We agree now from the preceding definitions and axioms / premises that it's at least possible that something is God. So now
you could have asked me that 5 minutes ago. I would have said, of course it is.
Great. So now I'm going to introduce another definition. My second definition.
Is this also going to be one that 100 people on the street would not mention? This is just your definition. It's not most people's definition.
It's okay to come up with your own sort of idiosyncratic definitions as long as you're explicit about them.
I like to come up with definitions that people agree with.
Well,
regardless of if it's idiosyncratic. Don't you like to come up with definitions that other people agree with?
Well, once I make it clear what I mean by term.
The question was, don't you like to come up with definitions that other people agree with? You could say, no, I don't give a shit what other people think.
I would say, I don't agree or disagree with that.
Fine, I like to come up with definitions that other people agree with, but you go ahead.
Okay, great. Definition. A property phi represents necessarily for all y. If y has phi, then y also has psi. Do you agree with that?
You think that's a definition of God?
No, that's the definition of essentiality of one property being.
Essentiality. My answer is I don't know. I've never heard the word essentiality before. Therefore, you ask me if I agree with your definition. I have no idea. I don't know.
Well, as I said earlier, definitions aren't the sort of things that you agree or disagree with.
Oh, I disagree with you. I completely disagree with you.
You can use words to mean whatever you want.
I completely disagree with you, but that's okay. We can agree to disagree because I said twice, if not 3 times during this conversation, it's very important for me to use definitions that people agree with, but obviously that is of very little importance to you. Please continue.
Yeah, right. The next premise is that if for any property phi is positive, then it's necessarily positive.
Go on.
Okay, so from the above, we get that if x is God, then being God is essential thing.
Go on.
Okay, my final definition, I'm just going to call it E of x.
By the way, what you just said before was not a definition. It was a mathematical equation, but please continue.
Okay, so...
Am I correct?
Well, I'm not sure what you were trying to exactly.
Well, you said if God is x. Doesn't that on its face mean it's a mathematical equation and not a definition?
Well, the last thing I said wasn't a definition.
If you say if God is x, doesn't that make it a mathematical? I don't know or I don't understand. Which one is it?
The answer is...
Andrew, am I doing okay or am I like going off the rails?
No, I can believe you on fine. I think Mark is doing a lot of philosophobabble, and I think you're
philosophobabble. I agree with you. Thank you, Andrew. And by the way, Andrew, you don't need to give the definition. I think he's doing a lot of philosophobabble also.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Sure. Anyway, so
and you didn't answer my mathematical equation. You didn't give a definition.
No, I did, because I just gave you.
Really, what does that define, what you just said?
Well, it essentially defines kind of necessary.
So you're telling me if I went to 100 people on the street and said, define necessary existence, they would repeat what you just said?
No, I said a kind.
No! Well, then you didn't give it the correct definition.
Well, I know, I told you explicitly what it counts.
You gave a mathematical equation. You did not give a definition, but go ahead.
No, I actually didn't give a definition because I told you the necessary and sufficient conditions for an object to have property E, which I'll repeat. The necessary and sufficient conditions are as follows. For every property phi, if X has a property E, if not if. For every property phi, if phi is essential to X, then necessarily something is phi.
Yeah, I understand. That's a bunch of ifs. If that, then that. Go ahead. Please continue.
Okay, so my final premise.
Yes. Thank God, because I'm not good at math. Please continue.
Yeah, so my final premise is that E is a positive.
All right.
Okay, therefore, necessarily God exists.
So you think what you just said proved God exists?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I think it's a bunch of philosophical babble, just like Andrew said.
Well, deductively valid.
What kind of babble is it?
Deductively valid.
It's deductively valid babble.
Who says?
Well, you know what? It still falls under the category of babble. That's what he says. It's babble.
Well, it doesn't sound like that.
It's babble. He just admitted it.
He also said it was deductively sound.
I don't care.
Okay.
I take an issue with that premises and you haven't disputed the validity of the syllogism.
Is there anything else you'd like to say to prove that God exists?
Would you like to contend that it is not deductively sound?
The final thing I want to say is that I want to thank you for your concession. This argument indisputably establishes the existence of God.
Oh, I say exactly the opposite. I don't think you've come any closer whatsoever to proving God exists in the past 10 minutes than prior to you start speaking.
Prove it.
Disputed my premises and you didn't point out.
I don't need to dispute your premises because all of your premises were ifs, could be's, and maybes.
That's not true.
It is true.
For example,
You started off all of your mathematical equations with if.
So, first of all,
Isn't that correct?
So, for example, my fifth.
Isn't that correct?
It's not correct. For example.
Really?
Yeah, because axiom 5 that I gave, the final axiom I gave, it was the property E that I defined.
All right. Well, you know what? Maybe you convinced somebody else who was on the fence. You didn't even move me any closer to the fence.
Also, Mark.
So what?
But Mark favorite proving God exists is Mark was going on.
Sully hasn't changed his mind, has he?
I believe he has.
Really, Sully, did that just convince you?
He used to be an atheist now. He used to be an atheist now.
I argue about this argument.
Sully, 10 minutes ago, were you an atheist?
Wait, what? I already knew about this argument 10 minutes ago.
My question is, were you an atheist 10 minutes ago?
Yes.
And now you believe in God?
Oh my God. I already knew this argument, Steve.
Do you now believe in God is the question.
I knew this argument.
Okay, so you don't want to answer the question, which is fine. That's okay.
Yeah, they're making your questions. Let them want to die. Steve,
No, I'm very simple. I don't believe in God. It's very easy to answer.
No, Steve, listen, they keep evading your questions, and I find it very, very slimy. I find it very slimy of them in these debates for them to not answer straightforward questions. That's one point.
And also, I'd like to point out that Andrew, you and I have known each other for years, and throughout the years we've known each other, you have been consistent that you believe in God. I have been consistent that I don't believe in God, yet you and I can have a totally legitimate conversation that is not only educational, but entertaining, and neither one of us ever avoid the other's questions. Is that correct? Is that correct, Andrew?
100% correct. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Andrew.
Did Mark think this is about for you, Steve?
No!
Mark didn't hear it. Mark was wrong.
Well, no, I succeeded.
Yeah, it sounds like Mark
He couldn't provide a single piece of
I did.
Where's the reason?
Okay, fine.
What's the premise do? Which is like, well, come on, we're responsible to this premise. So go on.
Which one?
You know,
Did you give me the all shit look?
The one you find problematic, the one you find respond to the premises you find problematic. Go ahead, Steve.
I don't believe that any of his premises were definitions as he alluded to. I believe all of his premises were mathematical equations. I stated that. I responded to every single one.
You said one of the premises was mathematical.
No, all of them. They were all mathematical equations.
Okay, so he's claiming an agnosticism that Mark did not explain himself in a way that Steve could understand and respond to in a meaningful way.
So actually, none of them are mathematical equations.
Really?
One way of saying that is that I can use words.
Okay, so you said none of them were mathematical equations. Is that correct?
Mathematical equations.
No, okay, hold on. Didn't at least one of them start out with if x equals this? No?
No, I didn't use the word equals.
Did you say start out with if x?
I used quantifiers for sure.
Did you start out any of your premises with quote if x close quote? Yes or no?
Mark, go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, you just said yes, correct?
One of my premises.
Fine. Generally speaking, when you start out a premise with if x, isn't that defined as a mathematical equation?
No.
No. Okay, fine, no problem.
It's not close. It's not a mathematical equation. It's close. It's not anything that involves a quantum.
You can have a mathematical equation without an equal sign. Can't you? No, you can't. You can't.
Not an equation, I don't think.
It would be a unique.
All right, fine. Is there anything else you want to talk to me about?
Yeah.
Okay, who wants to talk to me? Who wants to talk to me next? I need a name. I need a name. My eyesight sucks.
Steve, I wanted to ask you, do you have...
Yes, that sounds like Andrew.
Sully's trying to complain about something. Steve, is Sully what's wrong? I said the next person Steve could talk to is Jesus. Okay, well, speaking of that, pray to Jesus right now. Don't be a weirdo, Sully. Okay, Steve, between Jesus and Muhammad, which do you think is a more moral person? Go ahead.
Oh, Jesus, without a doubt.
Why is that?
Because Jesus even told his followers that they should love his enemies. Muhammad, on the other hand, told his followers they should destroy their enemies. And that is a fact.
All right. Muhammad, what about you?
How you define? Yeah, and how you define what is more moral?
I believe it's more moral to love than to destroy. That's how I define morality. How do you define morality?
So that's a subjective view.
The question is, how do you define morality, which is more
I define morality by the Creator. So whatever God says this is moral, I consider that's moral.
That sounds
okay.
wrong.
Fine, well let me ask you, which do you think is better, to destroy your enemies or love your enemies?
And that will contradict with my definition. I don't think I choose the moral that God says.
Do you choose to love your enemies or destroy your enemies?
According to what I believe, if enemy is defined by enemy and you are in war with your enemy, then you will fight your enemy.
All right, well there you go. I think Jesus is more moral because he told his followers to love his enemies. cheap ones home and have a piece of candy after dinner, it's not necessarily the correct moral thing to do, but at bad. On the other hand, if after dinner I decide to take my 9mm handgun and go next door to my neighbor and shoot him up because I don't like his political views, I would say that is considerably more of a moral issue than having a piece of candy. Does that answer your question?
Actually, that doesn't answer my question because you're still basing it on what you think or what your reasons. For example, if you said kill your neighbor or not your neighbor, let's discuss that. How do you define the action is moral and the other action is not moral? Or how could you reach this end?
Well, the answer to your question is you're right. It's what I think. You're right. How I decide.
Okay, I agree with that.
How I decide what is more moral is what I think. You're right.
So there is no such point except what you subjectively think.
Yes, that is correct because I believe all morality is subjective. I do not believe objective. I do not believe that objective morality exists.
So if you agree to that, and I agree with you on that point, if you said that, there is no basis to say one action is more moral than the other based on objective morality, it's just a preference you have.
All right, what do you want to talk about next?
Okay, if you agree to that, yeah, it's just something. It doesn't mean shit.
All right, what do you want to talk about next?
No, we just proved it.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the conversation.
What do you want to say next? What do you want to say next? We take from one.
Hey, Steve, is it logically possible that a cow could jump to the moon?
First name?
Jason.
Hi, Jason. My answer is that from Earth, a cow cannot jump to the moon.
No, I just said, is it logically possible?
I heard what you said, and I gave you my answer. Did you hear my answer?
You said, okay, can you repeat your answer?
Yes. Cows cannot leave Earth and jump to the moon.
But when you say they cannot, are you saying it's impossible?
It is impossible for a cow to be on the Earth and jump to the moon. Yes, I'm saying it's impossible.
Okay, there are different types of impossibilities. I'm asking you, is it logically impossible?
I heard what you said.
What's your answer? Is it
well, I've given you my answer 3 times. How many times do I have to give you the same answer?
Well, you didn't actually answer it because I asked if it was logically possible. The answer would be yes or no. Yes, Jason, it is logically possible. Yes, Jason, it is logically possible. Or Jason, it is not logically possible.
What does logically possible mean?
I'm not going to. You've been in these rooms a lot. It's, like
well, if you're not going to answer that question, then I'm speaking back. If you're not going to.
I'm answering your question.
Oh, I thought you were done. Go ahead, answer.
Yeah, there would be some form of a contradiction. Some type of logical contradiction would make something impossible.
That's your definition of logically impossible, some type of contradiction?
Correct.
All right, let's just verify that to see if you're correct.
Okay.
Do you trust Google or no?
No, Jesus. Just, you can do it.
Do you trust Google? Yes, no, you don't know, or you don't understand?
No.
Okay, fine. What site do you trust?
You can go to the
Or do you trust any site?
Yeah, you can go to the SCP if you want to.
I'm sorry, go to what?
The SCP.
SCP.
I'm not going to like it.
Yeah, because I don't even know what SCP is.
I understand. You also don't know what logically
Jason, hi Jason.
What was that, did I what?
I think it was able to prove it to you, Steve.
Prove what to me?
Discussion you were having.
I've had discussions with 3 different people on multiple different issues. What are you referring to?
I just asked him a question about it. He answered it. Inadequately and incorrectly. That's fine.
Yeah, which means I did not prove it to him. Absolutely not. I did not prove it to him. No, I did not.
I just asked you if it's logically impossible the cow jumps to a moon. You said yes. That's all.
Based on the definition that I see on Google, I said no. I said I have no problem with same-sex marriage. None at all. You're welcome. All right, who's next?
Maybe you have a problem with the definition.
What about Nazis? Mark said something about a definition. Sully said something about Nazis. Steve, is Israel guilty of a genocide?
No, they are not.
Steve. Steve, is Donald Trump a pedophile?
He might be, but no one's proven it yet.
Okay. Steve.
By the way, I doubt he is. But good. He might be, no one's proven it yet.
Good, thanks. All right, good answer. Mark's doing some more philosophy about it. Don't worry about him, Steve.
I'm not worried about anybody. I'm taking all comers.
That's very good. Very good. Steve, what do you think is the best argument for atheism?
The best argument for atheism is nobody can prove God exists.
Does that mean atheism is true?
No, it doesn't mean atheism is true. It means nobody. Can I finish my answer? It means, listen, get your tape recorders ready. Nobody can prove God exists. That is the best. Nobody can prove God exists. There you go.
But isn't that like the same thing for theists? Like they can't prove that God doesn't exist also. Atheism.
Yes, exactly correct. You're right.
So are you an atheist?
Yes.
Very good. Go ahead. Good.
And when you say you're an atheist, what do you mean? Like,
I do not believe it. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were finished with your question. No, go ahead. Finish your question.
No, that's fine.
He wasn't trying. Not finished. He was still talking.
Go ahead, Steve.
So, Steve, we don't believe that you can prove that the atheism is true, right?
Correct.
Steve, are claims evidence?
No, they are not. Claims are just arguments. They are not evidence.
Okay.
Claims are words.
Okay. Jason wants to know. Jason asked if you were an atheist, and you said yes. And then what did you say, Jason?
I think I was just kind of going off this thing where he was saying that you can't prove that God does not exist. I was just inquiring about, like, what does it mean for him to be an atheist? Does he just means that God doesn't exist, that God could exist?
I believe that God exists. That's what atheism means.
Right. Well, there are disagreements on that.
Well, that's our definition of atheism.
But you just say that no gods exist, not I believe. You just say no gods exist. But I think that's a fine definition.
All right, fine, okay.
But when you say nobody can prove that God doesn't exist,
yeah,
and you say that you're an atheist and you believe that no gods exist,
yeah,
you could be wrong. So God could exist.
That's right. I could be wrong. That's right.
So is it fair to say that you actually don't know if God exists or not?
No, that's not fair at all.
Okay, but if God could exist, you just think he does not exist, but you know that God does not exist?
I do not believe God exists. And I ask this with all sincerity. I don't mean to be rude. Is there anything about what I just said that you do not understand?
No, I mean, I think I understand that. Other question was, do you know God exists?
I do not believe God exists.
That's not an answer to my question.
Okay, do I know that God does not exist?
Right.
Based on everything I know, I would say yes.
So you know that God does not exist.
Based on everything I believe, that's correct.
But I thought you just said you can't prove that God. So I guess you just.
I believe in things I can't prove.
Well, I did say so. But do you know?
I believe in things I cannot prove. Don't you?
Position of myself.
No. Do you believe in things that you cannot prove?
But that's not what you said. You said you know. I didn't say you believe. You said you know.
We'll get back to what I said in a moment. I asked him a very direct question. Now, if he doesn't want to answer it, that's fine.
Yeah, you can believe things that you cannot prove.
Thank you. Thank you for answering the question. Let's move on.
No, but I didn't ask you that.
No, I asked you that.
I know, but before that, I asked you about.
Go ahead.
Can you? I'm just trying to clarify because it's possible that I guess you could know something.
It doesn't sound to me like you're trying to clarify anything. What it sounds to me like, and I very well could be wrong, it sounds to me like you're trying to back me in the corner and eventually get a gotcha moment. But that's okay, I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, I think we all use imprecise language sometimes, and it's okay to like.
Does that mean you're not trying to back me in the corner to achieve a gotcha moment?
Yeah, I'm not really trying to do that.
Okay, fine, no problem.
Yeah, look,
no problem.
Okay, I'm not going to keep interrupting you.
Oh, no.
You're interrupting me right now. I'm just saying that we oftentimes use imprecise language, like everybody. I do, you do, etc. I'm not trying to back you into a corner, but when you say things like, we don't know if God exists or God does exist, but then you say, but I'm an atheist, and then I say, well, because you believe that God exists, then I'm just saying you could be wrong about that. But it's not fair then, I guess, to say that you don't know if God exists, or you don't know if God is wrong about your belief, but it's not that you don't know if God exists or doesn't exist. Because that would be like an agnostic position, where you're like, I don't know if God exists or doesn't exist, but I believe God doesn't exist. I guess those two things kind of seem. This is kind of like maybe you're like an agnostic atheist, something like that. I just want a conversation with you. I'm not trying to drill you on questions.
Okay, no problem.
Do you know what I'm saying? Does it make sense?
I know exactly what you're saying, and I think it absolutely makes sense.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question, Pete?
Just need a first name.
So you made the claim that
I just need a first name, please.
Muhammad.
Mohammed, I'm on. Go ahead.
You made the claim that claim aren't evidence.
This is true.
Okay, isn't that self-defeating claim?
No, it's not.
Wow.
Okay. I don't like candy. That is a claim. Now, what's the evidence that I don't like candy? Well, number one, I tried it once and I don't like it. Number two, when I eat it, it gets fat. Number three, sometimes I puke my guts out. So the claim, I don't like candy, is simply a claim. It's not evidence. Do you need more examples?
No, he didn't understand my question.
Oh, I understand your question. Okay, you better ask it again.
Okay, when you make the claim that claims aren't evidence, you need to bring evidence to support that claim.
That's exactly correct. Yes, you're right. claim. My evidence is what you just said.
No, I understand that.
Well,
I'm just following your logic. You said claims aren't evidence. Okay, I accept that premise. Then you said, like, you need more evidence to support any claim that you make. What is the evidence for supporting that claims aren't evidence?
I never said you need evidence to support a claim. I never said that.
Are you saying claims are evidence in itself?
No, claims are not evidence. Claims are an argument. Claims are a proposition. Claims are an argument. Claims are a statement. No.
Claims are data. Claims are when you observe somebody making like testimony, something like that. You understand? Like, you get that?
Like you claim you said like the cat is on the loose.
But it's not the proposition, it's that a person is testifying to the truth of the sentence.
Yeah. It's not.
So according to your logic, if claims are evidence, what's your evidence for them? Because for me, it's self-defeating claim to say claim aren't evidence. So you need to support that claim with evidence. What's your evidence for them?
Just make sure that Steve understood what Sully was saying, which is that there's some proposition that is made, but then the claim is like in reference to that the person made this statement. That's the right, Sully? That's kind of what you're saying.
A claim is an arguable statement or assertion that something is or is not true.
Right, because what we're talking about specifically is like somebody gives you a testimony or serves like a person is doing this and you observe them doing it. Right? It's not just like a floating proposition.
Right.
I'm fine with that.
Steve, what about this thing? I'm speaking.
What about it?
Is that evidence that I'm speaking?
You mean what you said?
Yeah.
What you said is a claim.
Yeah. Is it evidence that I was speaking?
Your claim is not evidence. Me hearing you speak is evidence.
Yeah, but you hearing requires that I spoke, right?
Generally, yes.
Okay. So it sounds like me claiming it is evidence.
If that's what you want to believe, then fine. I don't agree with that. You're welcome. No problem.
But the problem is, like, I don't have a problem with your claim. Claims aren't evidence. Okay, if I accepted that, let's say I accept that premise, for you to make that statement true, you need evidence to support it, because it's just a claim for now, and you said claim aren't evidence.
Yeah, you basically said the same exact thing 2 minutes ago. I agree with you.
Okay, so what's the evidence that claim are not evidence?
Can I just have 5 minutes out? I'm about to leave now. Is it okay if I can just have 5? You guys can continue after this. I just want 5 minutes to leave. That's okay.
Why?
It's all right. I just want to that's okay.
It's fine with me. I don't know where you're first name. It's fine with me as long as you give me your first name.
I'm original source. I'm going to give you that.
Your name is original source. Okay.
Okay, Steve. So actually, just want to clarify something first. Your profile picture, is that the character from Stranger Things, or is that yourself?
That is a character of myself.
Alright, okay. You sound and look exactly like that character from Stranger Things. First of all, I just want to point that out. Okay.
I'm sorry, say what?
What's his name? The character's name is Marie Bowman in Stranger Things. And you look and sound exactly like him.
Well, that may be true, but anybody can go on Google, type in Steve Appel images, and you're going to see pictures of me that basically look exactly like that. This is a character of me. It may look like somebody else, but this is without a doubt a character of me.
No, it's not.
saying you look like Greg Gallagher.
And I'm saying fine. I have no idea who he is, but I believe him. That's fine. I don't know who Brent Gilman is.
Yeah, anyway, so like Steve, okay, I can't believe good God.
Oh, and by the way, if I may, that's a character of me earlier this year. It's not like 5-10 years ago. It's like January of this year. Yeah, go ahead.
No, exactly. I'm just going to quickly go through this because I'm going to go in there.
Be my guest.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I can't prove God to you, but so I give you reasons why I believe God exists. Would that be valid for you?
Repeat that.
Okay, so I can't prove God exists, but I can give you reasons why I believe God exists.
I don't doubt that. I believe everybody that believes in God can also give you reasons why God exists.
Okay, so if there is a person who claims to be a prophet of God, okay, and I think this person is not lying, would that be a good reason for me to actually believe that God exists?
Yes, I think that's a good reason for you to believe that God exists, yes.
Right, okay. So I'm Muslim, okay, and I believe the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he claimed to be a prophet of God. And I don't think he was lying, okay. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to give you a reason why I don't think he was lying, okay. So I'm just going to read a few hadiths out first of all, okay, just to sort of establish something, right, okay. So
how long are you going to read for?
Maybe a minute.
It's fine with me.
A minute, okay. So I'll just quickly go through this. So the Prophet, peace be upon him, was kissing his grandson. Then a companion came to him and said, I've got 10 children, and I've never kissed any of them. The Prophet replied and said, whoever does not show mercy will not be shown mercy. Right, okay. That's one thing. The Prophet used to pray while carrying the grandchild. When he prostrated, he put her down, and when he stood, he carried her. When the Prophet was leading the prayer, so he's the Imam, okay, if you understand, he's the actual one leading the actual prayer, and the rest of the people are following him. Whenever he used to go in prostration, he used to prolong the prayer when his grandchildren, Hassan or Hussein, used to clap his back. Okay. This last one, sorry. So whenever the daughter of the Prophet, Muhammad peace be upon him, would go to see the Prophet, he would stand up, he'd take her hand, he'd kiss her, and he'd seat her in his place. Okay. So what I wanted to just show is like how much love he had for his children and grandchildren. Okay. Now the earliest Muslims in Makkah, when he claimed to be a prophet, were being persecuted. They were being tortured to death, some of them. One of like the worst ways, actually the first martyr in Islam was a black woman, and the way she was killed was like really horrific. It was like a rod shoved in her private organ, a leg was tied to a camel, and the other leg was tied to another camel. The camels were made to run in opposite directions, and she was literally pulled apart. Okay.
Wonderful.
That is awful. That sounds awful.
They actually make it something.
Right? Yeah, and so all of this is leading to what? All of this is leading to what?
It's about being drawn and quartered, though.
Because the earliest Muslims were being persecuted, Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him decided that he's going to send some of them away to far off land in modern day Ethiopia, where there was this. So in modern day Ethiopia, where there was this Christian king who used the love of religion, okay, so the Christian people, Najas. Included in this group of people was his own daughter, Ruqayyah. Now I want you to just think about this. If he was lying to be the prophet, okay, and people were being tortured and killed because of this lie, okay, would it make sense for him to actually continue the lie, knowing that he's going to have to send his own daughter away, that he loves very much, which I've established?
My answer is I have no idea. What's the point?
Is that it would make no sense a lie if it meant that they had to send their own daughter away to a far off land saying you asked me the question, so I'm answering it.
No, I didn't ask you a question. You said you wanted to speak to me for 5 minutes.
You asked me the question how. The question that I asked, I'm telling you that this is one reason.
The question that I asked was, where are you going with this? What does this all mean? And we answered it, that because Muhammad, in your opinion, Muhammad is not lying and telling the truth, you believe in God. And you said, yes, that's one reason. So we answered it. Fine.
You didn't answer. You asked me the question, and I'm telling you this.
I'm sorry, are you asking me a question now?
No, my answer.
No, you're not asking me a question. Okay.
Many. That's why I didn't ask you a question. This is my answer to your question. This is one reason out of many.
Yes, I know. We've already established that.
Okay, so according to this now, would it be a good reason to believe that he wasn't lying?
I already answered that. I said I have no idea.
That's fine. We can move on. So, for somebody, right, if a guy is willing to lie and he loves his children so much, but he's willing to send them off to a far-off land to continue this lie, okay, you think it actually continued the lie. No, what it indicates, he wasn't lying in the first place. He was actually going through this suffering because he found the truth.
The opposite of a lie is invariably the truth.
I agree with that. The opposite of a lie is invariably the truth, sure.
And we all agree that if you could vote for Trump a third term, you would do that, right, Steve?
And by the way, Andrew,
never take that back,
Andrew, having lots of fun. Thank you for this opportunity, baby. Appreciate that.
You betcha.
And that's the truth. That's the truth.
One other reason, you allow me quickly.
Oh no, get it, Rachel. Go ahead.
It's the next one. All right. So in the Quran, there's a verse that talks about the splitting of the moon. Okay, now just to give it.
I'm aware of that.
Right. Okay, thank you. Now, if the miracle of the splitting of the moon did not happen, would it make sense for the prophet? If say that there's a argument say he was lying about it.
I agree that the splitting of the moon did not happen. I agree with that.
Right. Okay. So if you just allow me to finish speaking before you jump in, right? Okay. Thank you. If he was lying and the miracle of the splitting of the moon did not happen, and he was writing the Quran himself, would it make sense for him to actually talk about the splitting of the moon if it did not happen?
I think anytime you start a question with if, you can get any answer you want.
Okay, I'll tell you why it would make sense. Because if he did that, okay, the disbelievers at the time, if they wanted to show that.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, I'm just.
What did I just say?
Okay. You said that if the question starts with an if, you can get any answer you want. Okay.
Right. So you don't need to further clarify it.
Right. But I want to clarify it. That's okay.
Oh, you want to? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So if he was lying and if he writing the Quran himself, okay, miracle of the splitting of the moon did not happen.
Well, that's two ways now.
Please, can you just allow me to finish? Thank you. That's been a lot. So if he was writing the Quran himself, it made totally no sense at all for him to say that the moon splitting happened, because when he presented this to the disbelievers at the time, all they would have just turned out and said is, which one of us has seen the moon split? None of us has seen the moon split. They would have gone around to all of the disbelievers in Makkah and said, none of us has seen the moon split. They would have gone around to all of the believers and said, hang on, your prophet is claiming to have split the moon. Okay, did any of you see the moon split? And if he didn't split the moon, they would have just turned around and said, no, hang on, we didn't see it. So if they talk, instead of being productive to talk about splitting of the moon, it'd be totally counterproductive to say the moon split. Therefore, this indicates that the moon splitting did happen and he was telling the truth.
According to you.
Claim of another claim. Which is that no one ever truly reports was observed elsewhere based on the split. There's no surface of the moon, some fissure or anything like that.
And I love the gentleman. I love what the gentleman was just speaking. Sorry, I don't know your name again. I got an eyesight issue. But you just once again gave an example of the difference between claims and evidence. Muhammad made a claim that the moon split, yet the only evidence is that, well, do you think people would be lying or people would be doing this? You know, so there you go. Thank you.
It is a claim, and when you look at
it's a claim with no credible evidence. None.
If you look at the consequences,
it's a claim with no believable evidence. The only evidence is what Muhammad said and what people did or did not do in response to what Muhammad. It's a claim with no believable evidence.
And whenever there's like, say, trials, people look at motivation. If they look at the motivation and find out that your motivation is for the counter.
And Muhammad's motivation for claiming that the moon split in two. What's his motivation?
Because the moon split and he's having the proof. Because to claim it otherwise would be totally.
His motivation is that he's telling the truth. No. 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 Telling the truth is not a motivation.
Steve, let me answer this question, this last question.
Okay. If I just say you landed.
Yeah, I'm about to go on that, so, right. If it didn't happen, okay, would it be productive or counterproductive for him to actually wrap that?
It didn't happen. It did not happen.
Can you answer the question? What was my question, Steve?
I don't know. What's your question?
If it did not happen, would it be productive or counterproductive for him to actually mention this in the Quran?
I have no idea. It did not happen.
For the people at the time, if it did not happen.
I answered your question. My answer is I have no idea and it did not happen.
No, because you didn't answer my question.
I didn't answer your question.
Right. Sorry, you didn't answer
my question. My answer is I have no idea.
Right. Okay, so I'm giving you the further information which can clarify what the.
I don't want the further information. I think the whole thing is fucking stupid.
So yeah, I think it's not good.
For example, I'm going there. Okay. So Steve,
on behalf of the Iranian
people, you were supposed to go 5 minutes ago.
I know. I was going to go to the post office, then go from a prayer, I'll go from a prayer and do the post office later on, okay? Because I'm used to it, thank you. Right, okay. So Steve, right.
Original, subject right is, we Iranians are Austrian, we don't want to believe in it. You fool?
If he claimed, right, okay, the moon split, and it's so easy for the disbelievers at the time to show that it didn't split, right, okay, would it be productive for him to actually claim the moon split or not?
You know what, I'm going to ask you a question. How long did the moon split for?
Can you answer my question?
No, I'm done answering your questions about the moon splitting. I think it's stupid.
Whether you think it's stupid or not, you're unwilling to answer my question.
I've been answering your questions for 10 minutes, haven't I?
Not really, no. You didn't answer the question.
No. The answer is I have no idea and I don't care because the whole thing is fucking stupid. Next person.
Okay, so let me give you this.
No, I have to go back to the end of the line. No, I'm done with you.
One thing back.
No! I'm tired of talking about the moon splitting. No.
What about the moon splitting?
No, I'm done with you.
Mages, hold on. Original. I'm just 20 seconds on a month. Mages, hold on. Original, he's saying it's not consensual at this point. You know what I mean?
I'm not talking about the splitting of the moon. I want to bring the.
It's not consensual. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Yeah. Talk to me tomorrow.
Yes, Steve,
what you talking about?
My questions.
Yes, talk to me tomorrow. I'm done with you today. It's no longer fun. It's no longer fun.
This is quite a person. And you're dealing with digital gnosis?
Yeah. Is he here?
No. What's your opinion of that?
Sully is the biggest. What did he say?
So Sully asks him, "What's your view on the mind?" And Digital Gnosis responds, "I think the best place to begin is by looking at the various uses people make of the word and describing the context of the use, the purposes of the speakers using the word, and any differences and similarities between cases and their frequencies. However, I suspect that by saying, let's start with recognizing that it's a word, I'll end up triggering you into an intractable series of comments I've got no time for." Philosophically, it's a word. Its social uses are interesting. Theoretically, its grammar is related to the behavior of organisms. I think behaviorism is the correct psychological science to study this. The science of behavior is related to neural physiology, and neuroscience gives us insights to that. I mean, I thought that was a brilliant response myself.
That's hilarious.
I thought the science of behavior was psychology.
Yeah, that's a good part to focus on.
Let's see. That is so good. Did Sully respond to him?
Oh yeah, this became like a long risk. This person is completely insane. He's actually completely deranged. This is one of the best exchanges I've ever seen. And Sully is like being completely normal, just like dramatically. Yeah, sure. Dramatically trying to ask, like, dude, well, like, I'm just.
No, it's so funny because
I just want to know what your mindset is.
It's so funny because sometimes Sully's an absolute a-hole, but then there's times where he's completely normal and like he tries to, and sometimes he just gets linked up with people that are just insane. It's so funny watching like he's completely normal, he's talking to him normal, he's getting reasonable responses, and then they're just saying an insane bad bitch, and he just keeps responding normal. I love that stuff, it's good. Yeah, I want to see this.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's good.
Sony is the worst human being on the planet. Let me see if I can get it up.
Yeah, on his screen, there's another clip of him on screen saying, "Hey chat, direct all your hatred towards quantum foam 9. Direct all your hatred towards that. But that's the reason we're still like waiting."
And that's Sully, by the way, just so everybody knows.
Yeah. It's an epic exchange. Like it's actually deranged.
I've had lots of fun.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime, Steve.
Anybody else, or is everybody done with me?
So, I mean, you're welcome to stick around, Steve. Do you have other things you gotta do?
Well, except for work, no. But I'm glad you had the opportunity for you and your peeps to use and abuse me, and I mean that seriously. Thank you.
Yeah, you betcha. You betcha, Steve. Well, come back anytime, man, or stick around for a bit if you want. We got several things in the pipeline. I did want to say that Mark had a discussion with the Hebrew Israelite named Flavor Flav. And Flavor Flav ended up becoming belligerent, and Mark's usually pretty chill, doesn't ever talk a lot, pretty chill in the conversation. But Flavor Flav said, because he wanted to use the Bible, and I was like, don't use the Bible, just do science. And he said, okay, I can do it. And then they started going back and forth, and Mark was just putting him in the corner. And then eventually he just started over talking Mark because he had nothing to say. And but then in another room, in the Hebrew Israelite room after that exchange up, and Flavor Flav, his response was, he said, I'm going to use science. He said, history is a form of science, so I can use the Bible. How do you like that? How do you like that, Mark? Yeah, it was. Actually, I thought that was good. Yeah, but he said that you're trying to use fake science, race science, and he said that that's disgusting and he's not going to support it. Basically, that's what the Edomites are doing. It's all the white science, race science. Is it?
Well, he's using race science as well because the Bible is a science and has the arguments. And that is something to silly and thus I'm evil and unreliable.
Well, I asked them. I
educated one that can defend the position. And they said, we don't need to meet your Edomite standard or something like that. Like, we must walk through that. I was like, oh my gosh. It was so good. So, I'm still waiting for that. But, Mark, you might be in the pipeline to be engaging the best they have. So I hope you won't turn that down. It'll be excellent.
Same when he wasn't a BHI, but he was a very interesting ethnic supremacist.
Oh, you're talking hi guy?
Yeah. His name was
Who is this? Who? So this guy didn't used to take profit, was his name. Was it my guy? Yeah. My guy. Based on the fact that he made $40,000 once and never was able to repeat the same for his entire identity based on his moment of glory. And I make fun of him for this. Anyway, so he starts talking shit to the white people. He goes, "You can't even look at the sun. Your eyes get hurt when you look at the sun." And we're trying to warn him, like, no, you stare at the sun, you'll go blind. And he was
That's not where you're going, was that, bro?
about flexing out. He has protection about it. He's like, I can just look at the sun.
No, please, bro, please.
We were expecting it to just be like the standard, like rancorous race war, like scream fest. But it turned into like being able to look into the sun.
Yes, that's good. So, that's pretty good. Jason the other day, Jay laughed by talking about scales falling from the eyes of Paul. And I thought about that, and it reminded me I've been kind of collecting different expressions that are rooted in the Bible for quite some time. And it's pretty amazing how many expressions come from the Bible directly.
It's almost as if it's like the most widely disseminated work.
Is that the simplest argument, Andrew?
No, it is not. I don't hear the simplest argument, but I just want to say this. These are all with the passages supporting. A drop in the bucket by the skin of my teeth, at my wit's end, the root of the matter, nothing but skin and bones. Eat, drink, and be merry. A little bird told me. Signs of the times.
So the extra mile.
The powers that be, to fall from grace, the straight and narrow, the apple of my eye. Man does not live by bread alone. Labor of love, a house divided. Bite the dust. Whoa. Heavens to Betsy. That's kind of strange, huh? And
my favorite one is blind leading the blind.
Okay, what I've heard, which is different from what you were just alluding to, is if you take a look at all of the symptoms that Paul had, like the scaling of the eyes, temporarily going blind, going out and hallucinating. If you take all of those side effects, put them into like WebMD, it factually says those are side effects of syphilis. Now, whether or not Paul actually had syphilis, that's a medical question. I don't know. But what's described in the Bible are all side effects of syphilis. That's what I've heard.
May I suggest that syphilis is actually a disease from the New World?
No problem.
Yeah, the other thing is obviously the conversation.
Evidence of Mormonism.
Yeah, saying the visions are symptoms of syphilis. I mean, obviously someone could try to argue that, but I'm not going to accept that. But the other thing is scales, like they probably had like actual, layers, on his eyelids or whatever. And that's pretty gnarly. But it says the scales fell from his eyes. I'm not exactly sure, Jason, I don't know exactly what you said specifically the other day, or who was arguing that, because I didn't hear that discussion.
Well, it wasn't me that was arguing it. It was other people something. Like, and people are like, oh no, scales actually fell from the God. And so it's just fucking stupid.
Yeah, the scales from the eyes thing. Well,
What was Agamemnon to make up some like cockamamie biological explanation?
And not too much on Agamemnon. Yeah, you gotta love him. Agamemnon's one of our
It
greatest.
was hilarious a few hours earlier when he was trying to give this like weird defense article. What were you doing?
Yeah, I didn't get here early because I was at the store at the time, so I missed some of that. But did he basically, he was defending our case? I think he was trying to defend it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's trying to combat obesity, you know, so.
He is, well, that is true.
Which basically is the same thing as saying, well, you know, Hitler built the Autobahn.
Nice.
Speaking of Hitler, come on up, Noah. Good to have you, brother.
Joke.
Hey, well, they call us jokes, just illusions. You know.
You do make Holocaust jokes.
Yeah, you're right. We gotta play a Holocaust joke. I tried to get Cash to come up here. By the way, Cash wanted to correct Uncle Steve, and he's like, look, it's not logically impossible for a cow to jump to the moon. It's metaphysically impossible. So that's what you got. That's what you got there, Steve.
And I'll remind Cash that I looked on the internet for the definition of logically possible, impossible, and I said based on that definition, the answer is no.
Oh, good. Oh, no, and then it couldn't jump to the moon, right?
Yes, I said based on the definition of logically impossible, the answer is no, it cannot.
Okay.
Yeah,
Jason was the question now.
Wait, so you think it's logically impossible for
a cow to jump to the moon?
Yeah, based on the definition of the phrase in Google. Yes, that's correct.
Well, what do you think?
I just told you.
Well, now you told me what Google thinks. I'm asking what you think.
That is what he thinks.
You think what Google thinks.
I agree with the Google definition of logically impossible, and based on that definition, with what I agree with, the answer is no, a cow can do the moon.
What do you mean? Yes, it's logically impossible.
That's fine, no problem.
That's what you mean. Okay. And you agree with whatever Google says.
I think everybody knows what I mean.
Well, I don't know how.
Well, I know. Oh, you know what? You're right. There's an exception. You don't know what I mean. Everybody else does.
Well,
I'm kind of curious if his original story here. I know he used to have to go work or something. I'm curious if he came back.
I don't know if he's still here. Are you still here? He's here.
He said he had to go 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, listen, Muslims aren't known for telling the truth. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. It was a joke, Rachel. It was a joke.
Do you think it's logically impossible for a cow to jump to the moon?
No, see, that's the thing. I was going to ask Mark. That's so fun, Bob. I was literally going to ask Mark the exact same question as Little Fisher just now. I was literally going to ask him that.
Great and mediocre minds think alike.
That's true. Which we'll discuss which one's which later. But Mark,
And I admittedly am the first one to admit when it comes to logically impossible, I always get fucked in the ass about that.
Thank you for that. Mark, is it logically impossible for a cow to jump to the moon?
The internet, Google indicates that it is logically impossible.
Did you know? But see, Mark, there's a way of showing that where it is logically impossible. Right?
It's a slippery one.
Mark.
Cows are defined with being earth creatures, and if they were at the moon, they'd be lunar cows, which would be a different animal. So you can't have it's a beach tell a different animal from the moon.
No, but we have some in common. I have no over the moon. Right, so like why I'm not a cat. I don't see that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I forgot about the
earthbound creature.
You become a cow. You're looking at like a moon cow.
Welcome to the moon. Yes.
Cow.
An actually logical modality just captures every other modality. Right, but when somebody says, well, it's not logically impossible for a cow to jump to a moon, I mean, I know what they need, usually, but it is kind of interesting because it seems like you can frame these in ways where they are logical impossible. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, if you unbuckle the linguistics belt to where it's like their gut is not just hangs all over the place.
The moon is made out of cheese, and cheese comes from milk, and milk comes from cows. So they're actually a cow at some point at that height in space.
It could have been transported that way.
Okay. So you don't think you could have jumped the original start?
Original?
The first 4 seasons, yes.
How are you on TNG?
Well, only 3 seasons of the original stuff.
No, there were 4. It was canceled in the middle of the 4 seasons, right?
Spank him, Steve. Spank him.
As far as TNG, I suck. I'm only an expert on the first 4 seasons.
How old is Spock compared to Kirk? What are their relative ages?
Their physical age is approximately the same.
What? No, it's not true.
Okay.
Spock is considerably older than Kirk.
All right. How old is Spock?
Well, yeah, like at least 50 or 100 years older than Kirk.
I don't think so.
Okay, let's look it up.
All right, go ahead and look it up.
I'm going to put it in Google.
I'll trust whatever Google says.
There was Spock.
Okay, well, so Google says there were only 3 seasons of the original series.
Are you sure about that?
Okay, anyways.
Sure.
Yes, Spock is older than Captain James T. Kirk. According to Star Trek canon, Spock was born in 2230, while Kirk was born in 2233. Okay, so
they're about the same age within 3 years, which is exactly what I said.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
I did not play this game.
Yeah.
Jason.
Okay, what happens?
They get
I'll tell you exactly what happens. At the start of the Tholian web, Kirk goes out to a ship with the Defiant. And what happens is the Defiant disappears in interstellar space and takes Kirk with them. Then the Tholians come in. Spock tells them that they are in a rescue mode, that they need another 12 hours or whatever, and the Tholians say, fine, you have exactly 12 hours. They come back. The Tholians disturb the space, therefore Kirk was not at his appointed place, and they start to create a web which they arguably will never see home again, as Spock says. And then at the end, of course, they rescue Captain Kirk.
All that would have been way more impressive if they didn't get the number of seasons wrong.
I didn't. It was 4 seasons.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, I'm going to use it up.
Like, they think I'm lying? Like, I'm reading
No, I don't think you're lying. I think you're wrong. I don't think you're lying. I think you're wrong.
No, but what do you think? What do you think my eyes are apprehending for me to say that it's like actually Google says it's 3 seasons? Like, what do you think I'm seeing that's wrong?
I don't know, but I'm going to look it up.
It says the Wikipedia entry for Star Trek the original series says number of seasons 3, and in the text it says it was canceled after 3 seasons and 79 episodes.
Yeah, I think he's right. Wow.
Jason, come on.
I'm not saying you're right.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Of course you're right. Of course you're right.
Of course.
It'd be logically impossible that Steve would be right in respect to Bob. So
that's okay.
Talking about Bob all the time.
With Bob
If protest things with the aliens, is that bestiality? Because they're not legal.
Well, I want to admit I was absolutely wrong, and I apologize. Star Trek was not brought back for a fourth season. I was wrong.
I shall be magnanimous.
As you should. I thought it was brought back for a fourth season, but I was wrong.
Well, it says that in a way, yes, but it's a bit more complicated than just a lost season sitting in a vault. There was a planned revival in the 1970s that would have effectively been a continuation of the original crew's 5-year mission.
Yeah, but that became the movies. So it's not fair to say that that's like an unreleased season.
Well, the first movie was 77.
Yes, I know.
The point is just,
Well, wait a second. In 1977, following the massive success of Star Trek in the syndication and the release of Star Wars, Paramount planned to launch its own television network with a new flagship series titled Star Trek Phase 2.
Everyone knows this. This is like basic Star Trek.
It was designed to be a sequel to the original series, featuring the return of almost the entire original cast, with the exception of Leonard Nimoy, who was replaced by a new Vulcan character named Zahn. It was much more than just a concept. The show was a full pre-production. Sets were built, costumes were designed, models were constructed, and 13 scripts were written or outlined. Just weeks before filming was set to begin, Paramount scrapped the TV network idea. However, they didn't want to waste the investment, so they pivoted. The 2-hour plot script titled In Thy Image was expanded and became Star Trek, the motion picture. There you go.
Real wow.
Hey, Miller. No.
Oh, here's something. Steve, which character played Gene Roddenberry's wife? Which character was she?
Jesus Christ, that's such an easy one.
Well, I know this that 2 of the female leads were either his girlfriend or his wife. I believe Marjorie Barrett, who was whatever, Barrett was. Barrett was not only Nurse Chapel, she was also the voice of the Enterprise computer, and Roddenberry also dated Nichelle Nichols, who was Lieutenant Earl.
He dated her. Wow, I didn't know that.
Well, most people don't know that Barrett was also the voice of the computer. Oh, and also in the original pilot, she was number 1.
That's right. Under Christopher Pike.
Correct. In the national.
Yes.
I believe Steve and Bob could actually they would be a killer Star Trek off. I think they would. I don't know what would happen.
What's the name? I think US now.
What alien race do you know?
That's a Star Wars question. Devil.
What is the name of the episode?
Leonard Nimoy was Jewish, so that means the Enterprise is technically a Jewish space laser.
Holy fish. Okay, what episode had those little fur balls? First one name it with little fur balls. Just like spit that out like water. See?
I was gonna say it first, but I was
No. I mean, that's
Who first sold the Trebles? Silence sold the Trebles. That's correct.
I got one thing about it.
Space Space or something.
Blue Space Spaces.
Leonard Nimoy also developed the Vulcan hitch. Him and Shatner developed that themselves.
I thought he thought that Spock would be way too dignified to carry phasers and do that kind of thing.
What's the official registration number for the Enterprise and TOS?
NCC 177. I don't understand. Oh, sorry.
NCC 1701.
There you go.
No, A is the refit, Constitution refit. The regular one is just the NCC 177.
But here's one for y'all.
Constitution class.
I was like, Bob, that's all this shit. It's fucking not even American.
Dr. McCoy's medical tricorder, when he takes the little thing in his hand, what is that actual little one? Is it really? The tricorder's in the left hand, and he has a small little thing that's like 2 inches in his right hand that he moves around the body. What is that actually?
A microphone.
The prop.
It's a microphone.
It's a salt shaker.
Is it really? That's
Alright, I got a question for you guys. What is Scotty from Star Trek? What's his full name?
Scotty from Star Trek. Montgomery Scott.
Which thing? Montgomery Scott.
James Doohan.
Montgomery Scott. Yeah, Montgomery Scott.
No, it's
And
Montgomery.
he's also missing part. He's missing part of one finger. The actor. He's missing part of one finger. I believe he lost it in the war.
In what episode does Scotty get possessed by the spirit of Jack the Ripper?
Oh, that's a good one.
That's the oh shit.
What's it called? I don't know.
Right. This is the name of the show. Don't tell me yet. I don't know.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Wolf in the Fold. That sounds like an
Wolf in the Fold.
Wolf in the Fold. Got it.
It's very exorcism, like deep line. That's a good one. Like some serial killer that is like been killing people for like hundreds of years and keeps going from body to body.
Right.
It's fake, like another Michael.
Jack the Ripper is so lucky that he got a cool nickname because he's not even close to the most prolific serial killer. He's just he's pretty mid in terms of serial killers.
Do you and more on that guy?
What's the interesting about Jack the Ripper is he stopped killing. No one knows why.
Like all the serial killers.
Yeah, eventually. But he had like a spree that was like I think it was like a year long or something like that, and it just stopped. So it's like,
Come on up, Eric.
But just he killed 5 prostitutes and killed their organs. There's stereotypes that killed hundreds of people. And I don't know.
Are you disappointed in some of these serial killers?
I'm just saying Jack the Ripper is just not the same.
Yeah, he's not ripping enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
He's like sometimes Ripper.
Left to take away. That's a quote from Civilization 4. And in that game, all the quotes are narrated by Leonard Nimoy. Oh my God, it's all coming together. In the name of Ron Gator. Did you know that there are some episodes, like for example, in the Enterprise, in Amir Darkly, which is directly from First Corinthians, and who mourns for
Adonis, I'm sorry.
Well, it's pretty funny because it says in this episode the crew meets the Greek god Apollo. When Apollo demands worship, Kersley rejects him by saying, "Mankind has no need for God. We find the one quite sufficient."
while Roddenberry was an atheist, the network often insisted on lines like this to avoid alienating religious audience. The cementing as a monotheistic backdrop for the 23rd century. How gangster is that?
When was the other time one of the lead characters mentioned God on another show?
What does God need with a starship?
No, that's the movie. That's the movie.
That's my favorite song.
There was the one stuff in Voyager because of Chakotay's religion. They made multiple episodes about that.
Yeah, what was funny about that is that the guy, the Native American guy they hired to act as a consultant about Native American culture and mythology, he was a complete sham and he made it all up. He didn't know anything about it. So everything that's related to Native American mythology and culture is completely made up by this guy. Come on, man.
That's why people love this movie.
What's the best episode of the series? This is an objective answer.
No, I agree. The best? Yeah. There's no objective answer. There is an objective answer. There is. The denial really sucks.
Yeah.
I like the one where they an objective answer.
I remember what it was.
There are a bunch of contention.
There was an episode where they were like, it's like they fucking were like doing the Pledge of Allegiance, bullshit like that, like the other, like they had somehow crafted. Remember that? It was like
that was the cons and the
yes.
And cons and the whatchamacallit shit. Forgot.
But at the end, they're mentioning the sun, and her was like, they don't mean the sun, they mean the Son of God.
Yes, that's what I was talking about the other time they mentioned God. That's correct.
My favorite episode is Balance of Terror.
That's the answer. Yes.
That is one of the best episodes.
That is the best episode of any Star Trek series. It's fucking brilliant.
That's insane. No, the best episode of any Star Trek series, TOS doesn't even comment on top 10.
No, I don't know, but maybe there's stuff better in TNG episodes. Like,
what do you mean TOS?
there's some better.
The original series.
Star Trek.
Balance of Terror is such a brilliant.
He's saying the best episode in the original series. He said that's the best episode of the original series, but also the best episode of any Trek. Oh, I see. Wow. And I'm saying the top 10 lists, the top 10 list of like the best episodes of Trek doesn't contain a TOS episode in it. In my opinion. Well, let me tell you what. Well,
all of the whole series.
All of Star Trek. I personally think it's in the Pale Moon. And that's interesting you say that. So that's one of the top 3 listed here. They also list one is what? It's a Deep Space Nine episode, season 6, episode 19, where Sisko he wants to bring the Romulans into the war with the Dominion, and he enlists the help of Garrick, which is the best character of all of Trek. And Garrick kind of pulls a fast one on him, and it reveals this like, it delves into the morally gray area of like Federation moral principles that Deep Space Nine was so good at highlighting. Because he does it by, like the idea is, Sisko goes to Garrick and they need something to bring the Romulans into the war because the Romulans are like content to just see the Federation and the Dominion duke it out, and they'll like swoop in for the spoils, right? So he's like, okay, he bends his principles by basically agreeing to fabricate evidence about a supposed invasion of Romulus of the Romulan Empire by the Dominion. So they fake this like holographic meeting and they imprint it on a Cardassian data-lithic rod. A data rod, an isolated data rod. And
it's something no captain would ever fucking do. It's like being
right. But Sisko is like the stakes are high, and basically the edge is moved slowly. So he does something a little bit wrong, and then he's asked to do something a little bit wrong, and then a little bit wrong, and then by the time you add everything up, he's like,
one senator, they like secretly smuggle him into the station for him to see this forged evidence.
Yes.
And then Garrett and Cisco, and then he discovers it's a fake, and then finally leaves the station. And then, but then Garrett, and then his shuttle blows up. And then Cisco becomes infuriated because he realizes that was Garrett's plan all along. He knew that he had a very high confidence that the rod wouldn't pass scrutiny. And then the Romulans will join the war. And Garrett retorts by saying, yes, they will. Because the senator has the data rod with him. And then he explains, Cisco says, like, well, when they examine it, they know it's a fake. Garrett says, thank you. Garrett says, I have to attend to my son for a second. Garrett says that, well, no, they won't, because any imperfections in the forgery will be like a plausible result of the explosion. And so you have this anti-Romulan senator who goes and apprehends a data rod, and then when their intelligence agencies are, scrutinizing this, they're going to see a data rod, but they're not going to know it's fake because it's been damaged by the explosion. So any imperfections in the forgery will, be plausible by the damage, and that will bring the Romulans into the war. And then at the end of the episode, Cisco gives this speech. She's like, so this is a great victory for the good guys, like kind of ironically. And then because he's trying to rationalize this decision for himself. And then the episode ends with, the worst part about this is, like, I can live with this. And he says, I can't live with it. And then he sits down in the episode kind of, he says, computer delete. And it's like, I'm not doing the episode justice. It's much better, obviously. Because there's a bunch of like twists and turns in the plot, but it's like brilliant.
The way Bob's describing it is an example of why people who watch huge amounts of Star Trek tend to gravitate towards Deep Space Nine as like the best series. And if you're like, oh no, it's not Deep Space Nine, it's something else, then most people are like, well, you're just not a Star Trek aficionado. You haven't watched it enough to understand.
No, it depends. That's a good episode of TNG for sure. Like TNG has more of like the Roddenberry like stigma, where like they can't tap into like,
which is a bad thing.
Right? There's like there's a lot of restrictions on like what the type of rank can be, but there's a lot of brilliant TNG episodes, just like absolutely brilliant, right? And with DS9, it's like Shackles got posted because like Roddenberry died, right? So they like, or maybe he died, maybe he just stepped down or whatever after that.
Oh, he did die in the early movies.
Yeah, like that's when they were able to like, really start writing like different stories, right? And it's like, it's kind of like, it feels like different from like all the other tracks of Eden Voyage because of that. So take it depends where you want.
Janeway fucking murdered Tuvix.
I just think that Picard and what's Picard's brother and Riker are just so good.
William T.
Compared to fucking Spock. Whoever's on the Deep Space Nine, they're just not as charismatic as cool as Riker.
That's insane. Like, one thing that Deep Space Nine is renowned for is that its cast is like vastly superior, way deeper and multifaceted than the other shows.
When I go back and watch most of the Star Trek, I end up falling back to Deep Space Nine. I think the stories are
like in comparison, the characters in TNG are like extremely one-dimensional.
That's because like the Deep Space Nine has that like ongoing, like each episode leads to the other. There's like a long arc story that is like what a
No, that's all fine and good. But I'm just thinking about the characters themselves and how they're so much richer and deeper as characters. Like William T. Riker ultimately is kind of a boring character to be honest. I love Riker, but there's no depth to the character.
What is the name of the psychologist woman? Was it Coachman?
Yeah,
yeah, she's like completely worthless. Contributes
Crusher, same way. Geordi LaForge, essentially the same way. Picard and Data are the only two people that actually have interesting arcs and character developments. And
they don't know anything, and what you need to.
World's a perfect example of like an amazing Riker episode.
There are good Riker episodes. I'm just saying he's not really deep as a character.
Speaking of that, can you talk on the inner light?
Great book and episode. It's one of the best TNG ones.
Is that there are 5 lights or 4 lights?
No. That's the inner light is the one where a probe hits him, he becomes unconscious and lives an entire life.
Oh, yes. I guess I'm like a musician.
Being imparted with the memory of this entire civilization. And ultimately you. Yeah, exactly what they do. Tapestry is the one. Yeah, that's right. No, Tapestry is the one with Q where he shows him the alternative.
I remember Bob the Bob
what his future would look like if he didn't like beat up that Nausicaan in the bar.
Guys, I think of Bob arguing against Riker. Because we created it never happened. You're mistaken. Wrong. False. Not this time. Totally.
Not this time. Never happened.
Not this time. It's fiction. We made this one. Not this one. No fiction. It's fiction. It's a made up thing. It never happened.
I love that one.
There's another important clip that you should play called Doc Roll that showcases Captain Carter's business.
Do you guys like Picard, the series?
No.
I
All
didn't.
new Trek is complete trash. It's written by
I couldn't even finish.
Alex.
Okay.
Yeah, I should have finished it. It's had a pretty good endings.
Not really.
I enjoyed the fan fiction in the 3rd season, like just nostalgia fueled, but it's not very good. It's just like the story is trash and the stakes are too high. Blah, 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 blah. But it's the most palatable of the Picard seasons. The first two are like pure Mass Effect slop. Oh my god, there's this universe-ending threat.
Ever since they. What do you think of the movies? The new ones?
Also, which new ones? You mean the J.J. Abrams ones? J.J. Abrams ones?
Yeah.
They're like action movies with a thin coat of Star Trek in.
Yeah, like tender tones of Trek.
But they're okay. Like they're not terrible.
Who's the greatest?
Particularly on the first ones.
Who's the greatest worst of all Star Trek? All the series.
What? It's like 2 out of 5 movies.
It's gotta be Khan. Has to be the greatest villain.
No, the greatest Star Trek villain is not Khan. It's obviously Khan. Because the Zero. Khan is great. Don't get me wrong. But essentially, all he's there for is to enact this like kind of Captain Ahab dynamic, Moby Dick, which is good. But like, go to Khan. He has this insane character arc over 7 seasons. Brilliantly acted, brilliantly written. They kind of fumbled the landing a little bit, but basically everything between the first episode and say halfway through season 7 is like just pure genius. And just that kind of thing weighs way heavier for me than 2 outings of a particular character, which is good.
Just and it's like an individual villain or like can be a general antagonist.
You can hit the general antagonist, but don't say the board.
I got one. No, you can say Picard season 1. I love that.
Oh my god, you have not just the worst. Like you're the worst, the absolute worst.
I'm going to the trivia question. The actor that played Golden Cod played another goal in what episode of what?
TNG, but it's the one with the Kardashians. The actor's name is Mark Lane, but I don't remember the episode's names.
Yeah, I think it was where they were chasing. I think it was chasing the Kardashians or the other Federation ship. I think he was in that episode. When they kind of destroyed.
That wasn't the Ensign Row episode, right? No.
It was Ensign Row. I don't know. I can't recall something.
Does anyone have an opinion on whether the Ferengi or the Klingon deserve the Holy Land?
Jews do.
I think the
Well, Frankie are a bit closer related to the Jews than the Clintons, for obvious reasons.
The Clintons will be Arabs.
Do you think they? Should they stop Palestinians?
Who are they from? Are they like
Clintons are the Arabs.
the Arabs?
That's not the
Who do you mean the proud racist people who are like, it seems all embarrassing.
Yeah, actually, speaking of that beef, are you ready to unzip Trump's pants?
No, because it seems like Reza Pahlavi isn't in charge. Like, it doesn't seem like there's been a regime change. The IRGC is still in power. So, he kind of hung up the bag.
Well, you got a lot of mileage out of it, though. I mean, you guys got a lot of stuff done.
Doesn't he killed that one guy who killed Khomeini, but, you know, and that's 20% of the global oil supply is no longer being, exported out.
Yeah, but we're looking at
barrel.
you're gonna die something,
So what's that mean? That's the problem.
I was going to try to poo-poo any progress that Trump made, beefy. So come on.
Oh, by the way, also, Iran has gotten sanctions relief to some degree, right? Because they allowed Iranian tankers of oil to hit the market because they had to, because the global oil supply shrank by so much, right? And there's a lot of countries that are discussing bilateral sanctions relief with Iran, right? So, like, all of that, it's like, if you think that Iran is like this, like, exporter of terror and like this, like, really actually horrible regime, like, everything in this war points to the fact that they're going to be significantly stronger coming out of it.
Well, the military is severely degraded by the fact that they've fired so many of their rockets and been bombed to smithereens. But
They'll probably be able to rebuild that a handful of years.
Yeah. Especially if they have new revenue sources that they didn't have.
I don't think there's a clear winner or loser in this. It's just voting on.
Is the war over? Basically, are we done? Is the war over? Is anybody know?
There's currently a blockade on, Andrew. The Americans are blockading the straits because the Iranians were allowing friendly countries like China to get their shipments out. So that's where we are right now. The Americans are blockading the straits. The straits still closed. The global oil prices are going through the roof, right? Analysts are projecting like extremely consequential oil shocks that will last months and not years. Yeah, what do you think of the gates of Hormuz? What? The gates of Hormuz? Yeah, Hormuz.
How do you think they'll be affected by this?
Okay, the latest I heard about that situation was they're not using railway to like export the oil out, which is lower because you can't have as much volume. But they're like finding alternatives to like get their oil out because all the sea ports or whatever have been blocked by America. And they are claiming that they have enough resources to like wait for a whole year to see what happens. So Trump might actually have to like do this for a whole year to try to wait them out.
Well,
I thought the whole Navy was, how come the Strait of Hormuz is still closed?
Mark Diamond, last time you were here, brother, I think I interrupted a good conversation you were having with somebody. And I feel bad, so whatever that was, I don't know if you remember, you can feel free to continue that if you remember what it was. would somebody just say about the straight or four moves? And come up here, MMOGHBRK Kaiwi, or your name is. Get up here. But go ahead about the straight or four.
So, as there were many boasts that the Iranian Navy was all sunk. So if it was all sunk, how are they controlling this Strait of Hormuz? It makes no sense.
It's just what it says forward, it doesn't mean forward, right? It's like the Bible, right? You know, when they say they kill all the Amalekites, right? And the next chapter they still there.
By the way, West Texas Intermediate and Urals crude are all trading above $100 per barrel.
Well, we're making disgusting money right now. Also, China has till June 8th. Look at Andrew, like the son of master into Django.
Rich, why do you keep losing your accounts, bro? What kind of slurs have you been saying?
What do you mean, dude? Losing my accounts? I don't ever lose my accounts.
Well, why is it that you're always on a different one?
Go to www.temp-number.com to the website and support my cause. I have over 100,000 alt accounts to do it.
Temp-number?
Yeah, .com. Temp-numbers.com.
What does that do?
Did you say 100,000 on? Did you say 100,000 on the accounts?
Correct.
Oh my God! Wow.
I change accounts all everywhere.
No, but how are you
like
doing
Justin
that?
Bieber, he never wears the same pair of underwear twice.
That's almost pathological. How do you handle that?
What do you mean?
Well, why would you do that? Why don't you just stay on the same account?
It's monetized. I make money off of it. That's fine.
No, wait. How are you making money on it?
Advertising. You'll see. Go there. Just click on it.
Temp-numbers.com.
Temp-number.com. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. That sounds shady. It can be wherever we got that. Rich might be shady, so.
Yeah.
It's just interesting because your current account has an Arabic name, right? But it's like an anti-Xi thing.
I put the Xi Jinping. So what I do is it's mostly like Libyans, Pakistanis, Indians, Iranians that use this. And then once they get like a couple hundred friends on it, then I just take the number and I remove it from the website and I use it for myself. Kind of like a Sham account, so it's like 800. They put like 600 on.
Would you say that might be immoral what you're doing or no?
What do you mean?
I know. So are you doing something moral there?
Making money off of people having access to Clubhouse when their accounts get clicked. And Iranians being able to use and access my services so they can talk freely.
Okay. I guess that's fine. I don't know exactly what you're saying, but
Iranian people who aren't supposed to be on the internet on places like Clubhouse are able to use my website to gain access to Clubhouse and express themselves.
How much do you charge?
I don't know. There's advertisements.
Ads,
yeah. Like commercial breaks.
Yeah, just
about 8 years ago.
This is boring, honestly.
No, it's not that it's boring.
It's like I said, in that movie, The Django, when he has was it Django? Yeah, Django, when he has his two slaves fighting in the middle of this living room. You know, that's kind of what it's like in here.
It's not because it's boring. That's the wrong answer.
When he takes the skull and he puts it on the table and he cracks it open, he's talking about the Negro brain and stuff. I feel that's like you injured.
Yeah, but it's not because
I was about to say that.
You used to do it.
I was going to say it's probably boring if you have nothing interesting to say.
That's true.
That's very common.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it.
Rich, that's a diss against you, brother. Rich, do you have nothing interesting?
You just spent like 20 minutes talking about TNG.
Yeah. Rich, Rich, do you see you have anything to say?
Yes, I do like the next figures as well. I'm more of a Stargate fan. I like Stargate and Farscape were my favorites.
Rich, do you have anything to say against atheism?
Oh yeah, SG1. I was a big Atlantis fan. And the original movie was okay.
Jafar Creed.
Hey Rich, what do you have to say? What do you have to say against atheism?
Bob and I are talking about fandom here.
No. That's right. Maybe they.
Oh yeah, baby.
I don't let you.
Yeah, let this show hot talk.
What was your favorite character, Bob?
Atheism.
Start the show.
Yeah, that's you one, yeah.
Probably Apophis.
Oh yeah. All right, favorite character on Farscape.
I never watched Farscape.
What? How dare
I'm
you?
with you, Frenchie.
Bro,
I like to enjoy that room.
I mean, Crichton was badass.
I'm with you, Frenchie. He was in bad rooms.
And you were in very bad reason.
Ooh, Bob, how about the Sliders?
Yeah, I was
I don't know if Bob's old enough to remember Sliders.
a couple beats to visit. I was visiting one of my Israelite brothers. He calls me an Edomite, and I call him, Massa.
Remember when you get to the tax leaders of the US dollar, the Russian, we're talking about Sliders.
Yeah, but you're
The
talking
greatest
about
TV shows of all time.
Yeah, when you talk about atheism.
I remember Sliders.
I know you do, you're an atheist.
Sliders is actually movies.
No, it's a TV show.
What's a TV show?
Sliders are actually finding neighborhood.
They're amazing too. They started in Topeka, Kansas. It's actually the oldest fast food restaurant in the country.
So, Rich, when you
Isn't that old? It's crazy. There's still White Castle.
Yeah, when you say debate is boring, what does that mean? Debating atheism.
It's boring to
What
me.
does that mean?
Well, I'm not debating atheists. I'm debating radical atheists. This is their religion. It's like arguing with like Muslims.
Is it
Like hardcore.
you're a Christian?
I actually lost my religion last year.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wait,
Did you look for it or find it?
debate religions because you debate.
It's like when you lose your keys and you're like, where are
Hey, Rich, you debate. Hey, Rich.
Andrew.
Hey, Rich, you debate.
Remember when we talked about
Hey, Rich, you debate Muslims. Why?
Yeah, they're doing this thing again where you're like insisting on having a conversation with someone who doesn't want to have it.
Why?
Yeah, I know. He's like, this is very rapey.
Rich, no, let me tell you something real quick. I'm going to mute everybody real quick. So we can get this out of the way. So, I don't care because he is incessant about interrupting other people's conversations. And when they're talking about things, he'll snipe when he finds it appropriate. But then when it comes to him actually, defending anything or dealing with anything when it comes to, when we're having a conversation about atheism, which by the way is the title of the room, which is the title of the room. He doesn't have anything to say on it. And I find that to be interesting. And then he disingenuously says, oh, because it's not interesting, which he's lying. That has nothing to do with it. He actually does have an opinion on it. It's just that he kind of got spanked quite a few times historically, and he's very mouthy when it comes to other stuff. But now it comes to
There's probably all sorts of hypocrisy and tomfoolery. Like I'm just saying, at this present moment, it seems uninteresting in having the convo with drink.
Yeah, but the thing is, he wanted to have a phone conversation at the expense of everyone else in the room. He wasn't just copying SAPs.
No, I agree, but that was just like, you just did that in protest.
No, I
Just like
did. Are you sure?
Yeah. Friends.
No, it's a bit weird to come to debate room, complain about it to something else, and then refuse to. You know what I mean? Like, just leave that. I'll just be quiet.
Yeah, Andrew says
Don't
no
go
means
to
yes.
the HR rooms and want to talk to them about.
No, I don't disagree with what you're saying.
Okay. Be great.
Yeah, you should probably, if he doesn't want to have those types of combos that we have in here, you should probably.
Oh, I was in the audience just writing in the chat, and Andrew said, come on. And he knew exactly who I was, but he pretended like he did.
Actually,
I know exactly who it was.
No, now he's lying.
You can tell the way I structured.
No.
that structure.
No idea that it was you. I had no idea that it was you.
Who is
I
he?
thought I recognized it's you, idiot.
Who is this guy? What's actually
It's a liar. But
I came into my bed and I had sex with my wife, but I didn't realize it.
his name is Rich. He's
You
a liar.
literally screamed out. I thought she did, yes.
Well, anyway, he's a liar.
Okay. No. Thank you.
We all know what it is. Well, not always, but you do.
Yeah, I think that's a work. I think that's a work. Yeah, no need to keep dragging it if he doesn't.
Come on up.
Yeah, like don't bring him back up only for not bringing this conversation.
I'm not bringing it up. He is a liar. Come on up behind
No, I know he is. And the first time you called that out, I think that was fair. But then, like, trying to continue to prosecute him,
yeah,
like pointless. It's just gonna filibuster, talk over you, and try to distract. It's because he doesn't want to have the conversation.
That's what Andrew does. See how disappointed he is right now?
No, I'm fine. I'm just disappointed. I am disappointed that that's what it is. I was hoping it wasn't. When I found out who it was, I was like, oh, well, that's lame. Because I was thinking of somebody who could participate. Anyway, I'm come up. Fine is actually.
Don't get me wrong. I too am kind of annoyed at people who, when pressed or asked, they just go, but they say, boy, I don't want to do it, but they don't mind sniping, making like, throwing peanuts from the gallery.
Oh yeah, and he'll do it, and the best thing, it's like when Rob would go in hardcore, and then the theist would be trying to respond to him, and they might be making a point and then he'll jump in then when he feels like, oh, okay, it's a time that I can kind of piggyback off somebody else's response.
Yeah, he did that. Yeah, on attack. The Agamemnon gamble.
Yeah, very similar. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Very similar to that.
But Agamemnon jumps in regardless of how well the theist, he just jumps in and controls the conversation.
Well, he does that, but I'm just saying, a lot of the time he's quiet and he'll wait until there's something objectionable and then he'll pounce. Like he'll ignore all the stupid thing that the theist is saying, but then as soon as the atheist makes a mistake, that's not legitimate.
He also does this, like, if the theist is floundering, he'll jump in.
Yeah, it's very similar to that.
But he also jumps in if the theist is doing well, if there's no theist at all. Right?
It just jumps in.
Yeah, it's almost as if he doesn't have one singular pattern of behavior. But you can describe some of it. The way it is.
We need to get Weissman up some. It's going to be hard to because he's, got like
Who's on?
Yeah, we really need to get him up, dude. Is
he one of these Mahdi educated?
No, dude. I went to the room when he was doing some defense of libertarian free will. It was pretty gnarly. I was like, holy fish. I was like, we need to get. Yeah, Anyway, he's good, dude. I don't know what. Yeah, he's good.
I'm just wondering if you got his degrees in the same.
No, I get you.
Muslim ivory tower or something.
Why should I was defending RFK? Is he like a Trump guy?
He sounds good, just to be clear.
Yes, he is. He's basically from anything left.
Yeah, but he's
Oh, well, sorry, anti-anything left. So
he just hates left, so that's like
yeah, his main motivation is to do polemics.
There's not actually like any kind of deep knowledge.
He try to figure out like what is the most defensible. Like he has this huge turd in front of him, and he's like, how can I shape it into something that remotely resembles something possible?
Yeah.
But he'll do that for basically any such position.
Weissman, I think he popped out of the room, but I was just trying to tell Bob that you aren't like these other guys like Hanson and CM. You don't have Down syndrome like they do, and I really wish one day you could come up and hang out with us.
Oh, he's an atheist.
No, I don't. Agnostic. I actually don't know. I think
for whatever reason, I don't know. Like when he's at 5 PhDs, I thought I'm not going to find my brain.
No, he's 5 PhDs in a good way. No, he's very brainy. I don't know if he by it.
What is he?
I don't know. let me see. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Radical experimental neuroscience.
Right, I remember.
Yeah. Neurophysics, philosophy of music, meditation and psychedelic science, mind brain science.
Those two last things are like kind of disqualifying.
Is it a PhD with that?
Well,
What's your objection to someone with PhD? You're a big doctor.
shut up, Alan.
Got my hypocrisy.
Mind brain ontology, the origin of light. I'm gonna.
There's too much we stuff there.
Something parallax. Computational neuroscientist at MIT. Surfer, musician.
That's my
Wait a second. That's a little bit too woo. Did you just say computational neuroscientist at MIT?
At MIT, hold on. Surfer, music, entrepreneur at UC Berkeley. At UC Berkeley, electrical, computer science, and music. And at Stanford, music, science, and technology. Alumnus and PhD candidate at Harvard Medical School.
Okay, now it's upside down.
No.
That's completely true.
Speech and hearing and bioscience and technology. President and co-founder of the Harvard Association for Meditation and Psychedelic Studies.
Well, he was at Harvard, Stanford, UC Berkeley, right?
Shut up. Miller's checking him out right now, bro.
I mean, that sounds insane.
I don't believe you got that.
No, it really doesn't.
You feel like
It really doesn't.
Field Bob, one of the most well-known like scientists.
No, you don't have to be at the top of your field to go to those schools.
Yo, come on.
You kind of do.
But you don't. You just don't.
When you like at MIT,
Like it could have been he took a few classes at MIT or whatever. Like it's not like every single person. Like think of how many thousands of people graduate and just are like mediocre.
But I meant when I said
It might be the most exclusive school in the world.
it makes it sound like it's
So that I could get to MIT in a second.
no, but there was like bullshit stuff you could do. He was right. You do a summer class. You could have just done that. That's why I said it was bullshit.
Right. Like what I wouldn't expect is to have like full credentials from all
That's
those
what I meant.
institutions.
Yeah. You can
But I'm just saying the fact that he attended those institutions doesn't sound the same at all.
Currently getting a PhD at MIT for computational neuroscience. Rather than just like lean on your own ignorance when you're talking about somebody else in their education.
There's a guy like one record for it, like has like a dozen PhDs.
Dude, how do you know it's true?
You don't put your eyeballs on Bob again when he's speaking like that. Frenchie.
Most could do how he knows it's
Just go on to Harvard Medical School and MIT.
We don't know his name.
Find his information. It's right on his profile for crying out loud. You don't know his name. You haven't paid attention. People are caring.
What are you talking about?
Very sorry to upset you. With my skepticism, someone alive.
Oh, I'm not upset. I'm just clarifying.
I'm quite irritated.
Oh my god, it's so.
I think we're done this. Like,
Yeah.
I think so. Pretty smart guy.
You could just do your research. Google and you find that a lot of the comments that were said previous were just out of ignorance.
Some of you
What do you mean?
I need you to say that, Bob.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Lazy.
I don't really feel like doing the research.
Like I don't get this level of investing into correcting people about some random knowledge.
He's just trying to defend the integrity of the field.
Well, wants to tell me that they research
Right.
is not bullshit, I'll take that on board. I'm not interested enough to do my own research.
Brother Star Power, welcome to the stage. Brother Bill, welcome to the stage. Brother Dude brother, welcome to the stage. Brother Star Power, would you mind dropping some heat on Bob?
Yeah, increase the reactivity of the stall reality.
Yeah,
Bob. Get some positive void coefficient.
Bob, this is going to be
Inject whatever metal tip rod.
No, let Star Power go. Star Power, put a bullet right between
control rods?
Yeah, what were those the tip? Like, what metal was it?
They won't shut up sometimes.
Okay. Oh, you mean the RBMK. That's your no. They were graphite tip. The control rods were boron.
But speaking of graphite tip bullets right between the head of atheism, right between the eyes.
Yes.
Star Power, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would just ask Bob, there's a picture of an apple.
I respect that.
You'd be surprised how many people don't get that. I want to welcome Alex.
That was a callback. Beautiful.
Nice to meet you, Alex.
Alex is asshole again.
Star Power, God exists because. Go ahead, Billy.
God exists because God not existing leads to faith that is unwarranted. So, I mean, someone having a belief system.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, someone having a belief system that there isn't a God that does exist is like a faith system that's harder to grasp than God existing. Like God existing is like a simple conclusion. God not existing is crazy. So, I mean, I don't see how an atheist can have that kind of level of faith.
Yep. Everybody back up to mulling the rooms and we'll announce in the press conference that atheism.
Well, you have to do the level of faith one has to have, right? So the level of faith that you have in order to be an atheist, I believe, is greater than the level of faith. Yeah.
What is the thing we believe in that's so crazy?
The non-stop part.
Is that crazy?
Of course it is. It's
You seem a bit circular.
belief system that doesn't make sense.
It's not really a belief system, it's like one belief.
Yes, it is. He said it is.
Thank you. Alright, is this going here? But it might be going to French.
I am a belief system resilient.
That's right.
Listen, talking snakes is the way that's crazy, right?
Star Power, don't bow out, brother. Come on.
This is that.
Star Power, I want you to meet Frenchie.
Yeah, take some of that dialectical Viagra and get back up.
I met Frenchie before. Very annoying.
She's what you might call atheism royalty.
That's royalty. It's a moment. She's like the least adequate person on the stage.
See what happens.
Different name. I've
I'm sure adequate is the right word.
Yeah, different names. Do I have a different name?
Did you have?
Well,
I give you like the person least up to the task.
I have another profile that says God Power.
I'm just trying to remember you. I don't remember you. You guys seem to have conversation.
Yeah, it was one.
My son is giving like really good responses to the fine-tuning argument of the Rollins. My son. Yeah, I agree that the epistemic possibility space of dance.
I believe
entire beliefs.
I've seen that because the level of comprehension.
Listen, you see, listen. There it is.
Oh my gosh, he completely says everything that you always say. That's just my extension of what you always say. I mean, Bob, it's the same thing that you always say.
Regurgitation of information, recapitulation.
I mean, you might be wrong. You might be crazy.
Hey, so Richie, do you believe in higher knowledge?
Is this U.S. answering my question?
What was your question?
What is higher knowledge?
A form of
Higher
knowledge. A form of knowledge that you don't possess that's higher than yourself.
No, like, wait, can you taxonomize knowledge for me and then tell me which one is higher and which one is lower?
Okay, a comprehension of things in the universe that you understand. Is there a higher knowledge that you don't possess? Is there a higher form of wisdom and understanding that you don't possess?
By higher knowledge, you mean is there some shit I don't know about the universe?
Yeah, like basic truth.
Basic truth.
The basic truth about the universe that you couldn't comprehend.
Yes, I believe there are some things about the fundamental reality of nature that I don't understand.
Do you believe that there are some things about the fundamental reality of nature that no human can understand?
I'm not sure about no human can understand. No human does understand, probably.
Okay, no human does currently understand.
That's right.
Okay, great. In that higher form of knowledge, do you believe that that truth that you do not have is still true at all times, whether you have it or not?
You're saying whatever those facts are they those facts irrespective of me?
Yes.
Yes. They don't depend on my mind.
Right, they're independent from your mind. So with that being said, you believe in higher intelligence than mankind personally has right now. Would that be true?
No, that would not fall.
Why not?
Because all you're saying is there are some facts that no human knows, so therefore there's a higher intelligence. It just clearly doesn't follow, bro.
Is there a higher knowledge that no human knows?
Well, if you might have assumed that someone knows it, then no, there isn't any higher knowledge. But there are facts about the world that we don't know about.
So that is intelligence, right? Knowledge is intelligence.
No, but I'm willing to say that there are facts I don't know about. But if you're saying there's knowledge that no human currently possesses, that implies that there is some mind that does possess that knowledge. And if that's what you're saying, then I disagree that there is that humans don't have.
No, when I say higher, it's just completely negating any other being possessing this higher intelligence so far. So I'm just saying.
But that's the same.
So you're saying no, it doesn't exist. That the higher knowledge doesn't exist, even though
the higher intelligence doesn't exist just because there are facts I don't know. Or no humans know. No humans know.
Okay, hold on. This became a little weird, so I'm gonna do this.
Well, what is weird? I think that's like extremely tricky.
You're gonna see right now, right?
Well, no, I don't think.
You're gonna see what's weird about this. Okay. So intelligence, ability to understand things or deal with new or difficult situations.
knowledge or no being has to attain this intelligence. I'm just saying it's the higher.
Oh, okay, you're saying those facts. You're just using it interchangeably with them. Okay.
Exactly.
So if you're just using it interchangeably with fact, then I obviously agree that there is intelligence that I'm not aware of. If by intelligence you just mean facts.
Right, so if there is a higher, do you see that?
Yeah, but you understand how that, like, way higher intelligence in this context is going to be understood as like a higher mind, like intelligence as mind.
But I didn't clarify no being.
No, I know you did. I know you did. I'm just explaining why I'm saying this.
Right. So I will break it down to simple definition. Right. So basically, do you believe that the higher intelligence, like those facts, that they have truth that is over you, like basically truth.
I mean, that's just trivially what those higher facts would be. There are truths that are over me, and by over me means I don't know what to say.
Great. So you believe in a higher truth now, right? So you believe in a higher truth.
Well, if by higher truth you mean facts I don't know, then yes, I believe in higher truth.
Right. Facts. No, I'm not containing it to any kind of body or anything like that. Is this like? Let me ask you a question. Let's think about like some of the breakthroughs that we had in this modern age right now, with like construction and things of that nature, water irrigation, and all kinds of things. Do you think that truth for people 2,000 years ago was higher than their being? Like it was like
no, I believe people knew about irrigation.
No, I'm talking about this form, like what we're doing now. So
like you mean modern fertilizers and advanced composite metal piping and
filtration.
Right. No, we didn't have that true.
Filtration systems, right?
Right. No, we didn't have that true.
And that truth is essential to the existence of man.
No.
Why not?
Because, I mean, there was a time where we survived and there wasn't any irrigation.
No,
it doesn't seem essential to the existence of man.
Okay. Now I'm gonna have to do something else.
Right.
I was thinking weird. So
well, like weird. You're saying is X essential for human being? I was like, no, there were humans before X, so that has to be false.
Say what you were saying.
Yeah, I'm like, imagine this weird Socratic method. You imagine for a second, like just contemplate that you don't have any coherent idea of where this line of questioning is going, and you're just kind of asking questions, and you're just seeing what if the chumming the waters and you're seeing someone taking bites. I'm just saying, can we just get to the point?
But it does take the unclear Socratic dialogue.
No, but because none of this has been like enlightening or interesting at all. Like you're just been asking me basic questions, and I've given you like really basic answers.
Yeah, but when I
about stuff that isn't really disputed or in contention or controversial.
Okay, so I want to go through the definition of essential.
I mean, it sounds like you're just trying to build to some equivocation and no one's falling for it.
Can you just tell me what you meant with essential? Here's an idea, Flavor. Instead of you going through all the definitions of essential, can you just tell me which one you were using? Because I have some ideas about the different usages of the word essential.
Okay, just basically something that is necessary or unavoidable. Like essential to being an essential worker to also be like just basic.
Right. But in that sense, wait, okay, so you're saying given the scope of humanity today, because if someone says irrigation is essential for humans, what I take that to mean today is, the way I can make sense of it is, we couldn't sustain a population this large and feed everyone if we didn't have irrigation. And in that sense, I agree.
Okay, great.
Like if irrigation was like a knowledge that tomorrow we lost, we probably couldn't sustain this amount of people. Like most likely couldn't sustain this amount. But that's like This foreplay is lasting entirely too long.
Alright,
He was ready to go.
Alright. It's a pretty long deal, so I'm not gonna.
Just get to the end.
Just stick to the end. Why you gotta let it go so long?
Most people start at the end and someone disagrees.
Because there's stages.
Don't get me wrong, I enjoy really long foreplays, but it has to be interesting and it has to constantly build up to something more interesting.
Definitely,
Now you're just like awkwardly rubbing the side of my leg and that's all you've been doing so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's still soft, right? You're not doing any work yet.
I'll just put my toes back on.
He believes in a higher intelligence, therefore he somehow believes in God, or is that what you're going with?
No, but remember, with intelligence, he didn't mean a mind, he meant facts.
Yeah, he's gonna switch that.
Yeah, he was just going to say the cake, right? He's going to say you admit to the facts part, which means you also agree with the other guy.
Don't let these reprobates magic 8-ball you out of this convo. Go for it.
You guys are still trying to. What you guys are trying to do, what you don't understand is you're scared of this being attached to God, so you're fighting it in a way where I can't have a basic concept.
See,
That's exactly right.
See, I'm right.
You're right.
No, but you're right, there are no struggles and possible. Obviously, he was going to fight God.
Why can't I?
Nothing to God in this conversation at all. I was just trying to figure out a belief system, and I can't do that because
He's supposed to be telling us
you can ask questions.
We did ask. Then you started 20 questions to 35. You think it's crazy to talk to atheism. And then you immediately want to just cry.
Wait, what's the question again?
You said it's crazy to believe in atheism. Is it crazy? Like it could be wrong. Why is it easy? And that was interesting.
No, I say it takes a higher level of faith. Like, so it just takes more faith. So
Can you explain that?
Yeah, it was going into the higher intelligence conversation. So once again, if you don't believe that God exists, it takes a higher level of faith because believing in God only takes one simple key instrument. And I always say it's I don't know, right? To not have answers about things that you know that you could never answer or that you feel like humans could never answer would be the first essential thing that you would need to I believe just off of your clear mindset come with the belief of God. So God is formed from a question of, what from all the questions that cannot be answered by man, and man says, I don't know. There must be a higher intelligence that does exist, and I'm just going to say that higher intelligence is true. And that truth does exist.
But now you're just like wildly equivocating on intelligence.
No. I'm telling you that higher truth.
Because truth is like in some sense constitutive of facts. And that's what you call intelligence. So intelligence can't be, truth can't be the higher intelligence.
So facts, right? Facts.
Right.
Is truth, right?
Yeah, but what is constitutive of facts is not truth, but that they are truths. So it's an essential element of it, but that doesn't make higher facts equal truth. It just means that those higher facts are just things that are true that you don't know.
Yeah, things that are true that you don't know. And I said the first principle from God, like if a miracle happens, you see a walk, you see just crazy things in the world. Everything's being held together in a certain way. If one strand of DNA was changed, everything in our existence would switch, right? Certain elements that's like little ingredients in our bodies, right? If that was changed, then certain elements of our body,
that's how you get cancer.
Right, or how you become the tree man, or certain things like that, right? So, okay, cool. So basically, says that we wouldn't just have nations and nations of treatment, right?
Here's a simple way. I know there are things that humans don't know. How do you get from that point to, if there are things that humans don't know or can't know, therefore there must be something that knows it? Because that's the basic inference here.
Yeah, I'm saying that's the basic understanding.
We just want to skip immediately to fucking know.
Yeah, that would be the basic understanding. That's how basic it is to believe in God. It's so basic that all you have to do is not know, and that should bring you to revelation.
What I'm asking is, why does it, like, get me from, there are stuff that humans don't know, to therefore God?
Okay, so once again, I was just describing how everything is being held together, right? How you can change certain things in this world, like if you take out elements like water or air, or, what I'm saying that
if you remove oxygen, then humans couldn't survive. Right. But how does that mean that just because there are facts we don't know that therefore God exists? How's that?
Well, it's relevant to the conversation because it's not to say that just because there's facts we don't know, because the conversation isn't because there's facts we don't know, God exists. I'm not proving God exists.
That is what you just agreed to.
No. I'm proving the level of faith that it takes to believe in God versus the level of faith it would take to believe in atheists. That's what I'm trying to hold.
So I'm not following the reasoning.
That was the question.
No, I understand. I'm following the reasoning that gets you there.
All right, so that's why I'm not trying to prove God right now. I'm proving faith right here, and how it takes more faith to believe that nothing exists that contains the higher intelligence that is holding the world together.
Why does that take more faith?
Well, for instance, I just told you one thing was you telling me that this was produced out of chaos, right? In chaos,
I don't think the world is chaotic.
Okay, so you don't think that this world was formed from chaos? This world was formed from divine design?
No, but those aren't the two options.
Okay, so what's your option?
Well, I'm not entirely convinced the world was formed. But I'm saying, like I observe, like I'm not a theist and I observe a law-like universe with like regularities and laws. And I'm just saying, nothing about that idea strikes me as like, oh, this needs a God. Otherwise, it would just be chaos.
Now, hold on, you told me it's more than two options, right? Divine versus chaos. What's the third option?
I just presented you.
I didn't hear it.
Like a naturalism with like non-chaotic environment.
So how would you have a naturalism with a non-chaotic environment?
Why would it need to be chaos?
Because there's things that are being produced. Like, let's say you believe the world has always existed. Let's just say it's just a big old dirt rock, right? And then things were being produced on the world. Well, the things being produced on the world are growing just out of nothingness and well, let me not say nothingness, but they're growing without order. So it produces no order.
But they're not growing without order.
Okay.
There is order. There is order to reality.
There's order to reality.
It's just the watchmaker argument. It's been a long way around the watchmaker.
It might be. I'm just not sure.
Why can't you don't know? Understand why atheists have
no, because atheists, okay, so listen, French, just to finish your question. When a believer says, I don't know, an atheist says, I know. So a believer says, I don't know what happens in this world. There must be a higher intelligence. A believer says, I don't know what's up in the world, but I know there's not God. There's a difference.
Yeah.
So you have an affirmation that there is not a God, that God doesn't exist. That coming to that conclusion, right, would take way much more faith. That's why you could just say.
Can I just get that? If you don't know that
so you're saying, oh no, so to say you know for sure it wasn't Andrew, that be God. So
You ruled it out. As a theory.
Yeah, you ruled it out as a theory. That's a big theory.
That doesn't mean you have
No. Now you're telling me you know it wasn't Andrew, but you never knew Andrew, nor you never seen Andrew, and you don't even think Andrew exists.
With the claim that it was Andrew, we looked at the evidence, we considered all the factors, we decided it can't be Andrew.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I don't know Andrew, then someone tells me it was this guy Andrew, and we're like, oh, I find out a lot of stuff about this guy Andrew, and then I can prove that actually Andrew has an airtight alibi, it was a completely different place.
Andrew has an alibi.
The problem is Andrew, that's not the way to get that theory, guys.
You're saying, if we don't know who murdered Bob, then we cannot rule out that it was, and we absolutely can rule out.
The vampire theory that you guys are presenting is Andrew has to exist, and you have to know him.
No, that's obviously where the analogy falls apart, but that wasn't the relevant part of the analogy.
It's about the
You can't do analogies with these people. You can't do analogies with these people because if there's some aspect that isn't analogous, they're just going to get stuck on that, but they're not that analogous.
I'm trying to clarify what it actually is. You don't know Andrew, never seen Andrew, don't even think Andrew exists, but you ruled out that Andrew killed Bob.
Yeah, Andrew doesn't exist, right?
I never obeyed the Andrew couldn't kill Bob.
The claim is that
Right.
We investigated the claim, we looked at we ruled it out. You understand that's analogous to what the atheist is doing? There was a claim that there was a God that universes. We looked at the evidence, we ruled it out. Doesn't mean we do know what universes came to be. It's like we don't know who murdered Bob. Understand?
Hey, listen, that's a difference, Preachy. I can say that's different than your first presentation.
No, it wasn't. No, it's exactly the same.
The reason why it's different because in your first presentation, you knew Andrew, you knew he was in Mexico. On vacation.
You're so stupid.
You can't do analogies this like intricate.
It's not even that intricate.
No, I know. Like, when I say this intricate, I'm not saying it's intricate. I'm just saying it's like beyond the most rudimentary level. It's like introducing multiple components, and there's like
to the nature of the conversation. It's an improper implication.
You're familiar with the concept.
It's not an implication.
Present with a claim and then release it.
You imply that you know God, and God is in Mexico, and God didn't kill Bob.
No, what it says is you're presenting God with these series of characteristics, and those come into tension with other things I know or claim to know about the world or believe about the world, and so that sort of God can't exist. So you don't need to know him as in talk with him or something.
I like the second claim that she made, that the evidence, right? I think that's better to the conversation. So the evidence that's gathered, you look
That's
at
literally the same as the first one, right? It's just that X was specified instead of just left vague.
Yeah, evidence specified was terrible. So now, and that's what leads to this question right here. What evidence do you have that God doesn't exist?
We looked.
That's a pertinent question.
She said she has the evidence. So now you're basing it on evidence, and I'm going to show you this is fake.
No, it's just like evidence.
You about to play it again.
Somehow evidence in this case is just like any reason to believe or disbelieve, or like, you know, not physical evidence, like not like empirical evidence necessarily.
Well, just like the evidence that Andrew didn't commit the crime, right?
Physical or reasonable evidence that God doesn't exist.
And we can come back.
We went to Mexico, we didn't see God there, so where is he supposed to be?
There's nothing would make us believe in the
Factors of California don't exist, Mark.
There's these like ancient.
Didn't you go to the place of God, Mark, and didn't find him?
Well, I went to there's no place of God, because he doesn't exist.
So
when someone says something that they have zero intention or zero hope that the person they're actually talking to will get, and it's merely for the purpose.
But imagine
Yeah, I don't do that. I
appreciate you.
They talk guys are like the audience.
No, you're wearing. I'm not saying you're doing. I'm not saying you're
to
doing.
give it another analogy, and I don't think he's going to understand it. Let's just back to the hunting thing. There is literally no compelling evidence that any supernatural being exists. We've never seen it, how to provide it and show it. All we have is indoctrinated people into religious testimony. Go ahead.
So basically, you just don't have any evidence is your answer.
Yeah. So telling me that everything exists.
So that's not evidence. The lack of not having evidence is not evidence.
Reason to
You have to
believe
understand
Well, it is if evidence is expected.
if we expect to see this being and we don't, the fact that we don't see him is evidence that he exists. Do you understand?
Okay, so someone killed Bob, and it was Andrew. Did someone say it was Andrew? It's because you cannot find who Andrew is.
Ruled out Andrew.
Okay, so because you can't find. Because you can't find, because you don't know who Andrew is, you don't have evidence of Andrew's existence. Therefore, that's enough evidence that Andrew didn't kill Bob.
The point of the analogy is that we don't know who killed Bob. That's like we don't know how the universe is kept.
But we know Bob got killed.
We're just trying to find out. We don't know. Currently, nobody knows who killed Bob. Do you understand? Does that make sense? We don't have a suspect.
Yes.
We don't know who it was.
So
We can still
Yes, we know there's been a murder, but we don't know who it was.
We can still confidently say it wasn't Andrew. Do you understand that?
Listen,
Because you don't know who killed Bob, you've got to consider it was Andrew. Because we don't know who killed it.
So this is why this is not bad. This is a very bad argument for atheists to have. Is because, and I don't know if it's just the way that you're putting this, Frenchie, but you're saying, okay, we don't know who killed Bob, right? And you're using that, but we know Bob was killed.
We know
you're using that to say we don't, but you're using that to say we don't know who made. We're using that to say we don't know who made the universe, but the universe was made. But the universe was made.
No, the universe exists. No. Yeah, but I see what you're saying, but they're just like intentional misunderstanding. The universe, the datum isn't the universe was made. The datum isn't the universe was made, because obviously you don't think anyone made it.
Yeah, is he really?
Is what I'm telling you.
No, she can. It's just that the analogous part. The analogous part is the universe exists. No, you just misunderstand the intention of the analogy.
No, I understand that.
Yes.
But she doesn't understand the application of the
But that's based on a misunderstanding.
Because the atheists have universe come into being because they don't know. They've got to consider it. It's your entire life.
This is ridiculous, Frenchie, that you don't understand. Understand that if I go ahead and say, you know what, we know that Bob was killed, but we don't know who killed Bob.
Yeah.
And then I say, well, we know the world was made. We know the world was made, but we don't know who made the world. Saying the world was made, Frenchie, and you don't understand that. That is ridiculous. That you don't understand that your whole premise is based upon the world being made.
No. The problem with this exchange is that there's like a positive, use the same. There's a positive confusion. There's a positive confusion reactivity.
Definitely confusion. Go ahead, Bob.
There's a positive confusion. There's a positive confusion reactivity. And what that means is there's one point of confusion that fuels a misunderstanding. And then for subsequent attempts to dispel the confusion adds more confusion that needs to be disambiguated. He is confused.
being dishonest.
He is confused. He's also being dishonest, but there's also confusion.
What do you mean?
I'm not confused. I'm actually here.
He's confused about the intention of the analogy.
You guys are here. All of your analogies are analogies that God does exist. So I'm trying to keep it in the realm of God.
I'm just saying, at this point, the reaction is gone.
If you're going to
At this point, the reaction has gone super good, and any further attempt to disambiguate just leads to more confusion.
So that's just your argument.
No, you can't. You know what?
This is where you press the AZ5 button.
If you want me to do it for you, Bob, I can do it for you. I can show you how to do a proper analogy to this conversation.
No, you can. You couldn't do it to save your life. Like if your children's lecture at state, you couldn't form an analogy.
How implying that God actually
Literally, if your entire lineage was held at gunpoint, how could you construct a math analogy?
Let me go ahead and give you the proof, okay, that you guys are very bad thinkers, and I'm just going to give you those things. So if I was an atheist, you could say, well,
If you were an atheist.
yeah, if I was an atheist,
If you were an atheist.
yeah, if I was an atheist, right?
Yeah, if you were an atheist.
I want an educated conversation you guys are not providing us, so I want to help you, right? I just want to help you. So if I was going to get this, you could know big words. So anyway, if I was going to imply that, you know, God doesn't exist to this conversation, well, I would say, well, we know Bob died, right? We know Bob died. We don't know who killed him, but we don't know if it was an actual murder at all. We prove that it's a murder first, right? So that means we prove that there was another being that actually killed him. So if I take that to the realm of God, I would say, well, we know the earth is here, right? We don't know who made the earth, but now this involves argument, right? But we don't know if the earth was ever even created or made. So therefore, you have to prove that the earth is created and made before you can prove that somebody made it. That would be how to trap a theist into a higher conversation that I can actually withstand, but not many theists.
Right. Well, right. There was a well-articulated. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, have you ever heard of the Yucatan?
It was second class. That was second class.
Have you heard of the Yucatan Peninsula?
That's our total star power.
Yeah.
I can't tell the star power.
Is this Mark?
Yes.
What are you asking me?
If you heard of the Yucatan Peninsula?
No, I mean I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, sure. There's no real reason for you to have heard of it, but it's a peninsula in Mexico. It's where like the ancient Maya lived. We have all sorts of like beautiful, ancient Mayan pyramids.
I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
Right. And I went there to search for God, and I didn't find him. It seems like that's strong evidence that he doesn't exist.
So do you have evidence that the Mayans who have all of those believe that God was actually present there?
Well, I have evidence he wasn't present there.
But do you have evidence that they were saying he was present there? That someone said, hey, God is right here. Let me show you.
Yeah, he was living. They thought he was living, or at least would descend to the pyramids.
So he would descend into the pyramids. That means he came from somewhere else, right? So that means it's not necessarily his home.
Well, I mean, it's a nice place to live. Like, there's a good chance that he would have made it his permanent home if he existed.
Did you have any of their references saying that he made it his permanent home?
I mean, it's just a sort of natural deduction from the beauty of the place.
That's not a natural deduction. That's an improper conclusion based upon your deductible theory. That's an improper conclusion based upon your deductive reasoning.
Well, why is it improper? It seems right. I think most people in this room will find it prima facie plausible. Do you find it plausible?
If that's your standard of education and evidence, I can have it. I don't mind that but it's just what you're providing me is nothing but a theory. It's it's a false base theory because your whole theory it hangs on the foundation that God has to be in this temple at all times, and that's what they believe.
So you're saying
And then when you see that they didn't even believe it, when you see that they didn't even believe what you're saying, then your conclusion comes just based upon what you think must happen in this case, and that God should make this his permanent home because it's a nice place. You should be here. So that, if that's how you want to, if that's your level of education, I wouldn't mind that you come to those conclusions. I would just say there's other ways to think about this and harmonize it with education.
So you're saying God really does still live in the mind?
No, I would say God still descends, but he didn't descend for you because you're not God.
Well, like millions of people visit the temple every year and they don't report seeing God. It seems incredibly implausible.
So now you're reporting that someone else is reporting that God is physically seeable.
Yeah.
Yeah, so who reported that? The Mayans?
Yes. They have pictures.
Okay, so they have pictures. So they have pictures and they say this is God. Okay, and you say these are the pictures on their walls or their artifacts?
Yeah, not their own temple, but they have a lot of pictures.
Okay, and the pictures of the artifacts, they resemble the same image.